Chapter 1. The Sign-In at Robin's Home. In the world of pirates, in the West Sea, lies the renowned island of Ohara, famous for its archaeology. Ronan reclined beneath the shade of a grand tree, a blade of grass held between his lips, his eyes half closed, as if he had succumbed to slumber. "Ronan, Ronan, come home for dinner." A sweet voice echoed nearby, rousing Ronan from his reverie. "Coming, Robin. Has Aunt Olvia returned?" Ronan opened his eyes and stood up, gazing into the distance where a little girl of around 8 or 9 stood. With her dark hair, large eyes, and cherubic face, she appeared charming and delightful, none other than Robin herself. Having arrived in the pirate world for over a month, Ronan remained puzzled as to why he had been transported to such a perilous realm dominated by pirates. Fortunately, he had found himself in Ohara, where the inhabitants were exceptionally kind. He was also incredibly fortunate to have been taken in by Robin's mother, Olvia. Yes, my mother is back, and she has brought us gifts." With a skip in her step, Robin rushed over, gazing up at Ronan with excitement. In this world, Ronan was not very old after his arrival. His body had shrunk, making him only 2 years older than Robin. He was a mere 10 years old now. At such a tender age, it was a blessing to be in Ohara. Had he found himself stranded on a foreign island, he could have easily met an untimely demise at the hands of marauding pirates. "That's wonderful. Let us return home." Ronan smiled as he took Robin's hand and began to walk back. Suddenly, he halted, a look of astonishment and joy spreading across his face. Ding! System charging complete. Binding host number 1596100 successfully. The sudden voice of the system startled Ronan, but soon a look of delight replaced his surprise. A system. Indeed, how could a transmigrator like him lack the quintessential golden finger? Over the past month, he had diligently studied the language and writing of this world. With his remarkable intelligence, he had managed to communicate normally. Now his golden finger had officially activated. Charging complete? So, the system must have accompanied me when I crossed over, only lacking energy for over a month. Thankfully, it has now officially awakened. Pondering this, Ronan began to inquire within his mind. "System, what functionalities do you possess?" "Host, this system is a sign-in system. By signing in at various locations, you can receive a multitude of rewards from countless realms, including skills, items, bloodlines, and techniques. Since this is the first activation, please proceed with your inaugural sign-in," the system replied. A sign-in system. Ronan contemplated for a moment before asking, "Is there a limit to the number of sign-ins, and are there any restrictions on the items obtained?" After all, it was prudent to clarify such matters upon acquiring a new system. Sign-ins are limited to once per day, and the item grades will increase with the host's strength level, the system responded. "I see, understood." Nodding, Ronan began to consider where to perform his first sign-in. He decided it would be at Robin's home. After all, he could sign in once a day, and starting tomorrow, he intended to explore all corners of Ohara, signing in everywhere he could. Once he had completed his sign-ins, he need not worry about lacking locations for future sign-ins. He could always set sail and wander freely. As time passed, with the sign-in system at his disposal, his growth would undoubtedly be unstoppable. Soon, the likes of marine admirals and the 4 emperors would be left in his wake. Before long, Ronan and Robin had returned to Robin's home, a cozy yet modest dwelling. At the entrance stood a gentle woman with silver hair, her eyes sparkling with warmth as she watched the two approach. "Mom, we're back," Robin exclaimed as she skipped over, taking Olvia's hand and adding, "Ronan heard you brought gifts and immediately pulled me along to find you." At this, Ronan could only touch his nose in silent exasperation. Was he really the type to be so easily swayed by gifts? "Aunt Olvia, welcome back," Ronan greeted politely. "Yes, Ronan, I truly appreciate your care for Robin while I was away." Olvia smiled and nodded, before gently ruffling Robin's hair. "You didn't cause any trouble for Ronan, did you?" "Of course not. How could I? I'm so well behaved." Robin twinkled her bright eyes and quickly countered. "That's good to hear. I've prepared dinner, so wash your hands and get ready to eat." "Wow, I can finally enjoy Mom's cooking." Robin cheered and dashed off. "Aunt Olvia, how long will you be staying this time?" Ronan pondered for a moment before asking. Considering the timeline, the Buster call should be approaching, right? Initially, Ronan had planned to find an opportunity to escape with Robin to avoid the impending Buster call. After all, being small and weak, he could only rely on his knowledge of the plot to flee in advance, preventing any changes in the storyline that could result in both Robin and himself perishing beneath the fire of the Marine fleet. However, now armed with the sign-in system, he had a new idea. Ohara was renowned as the world's foremost archaeological island. He did not wish to abandon it so easily. Instead, he contemplated saving all the inhabitants of the island for future endeavors. Moreover, having spent over a month here, the locals had been quite kind to him. He felt compelled to save them. Yes, he'll be staying for a while, but next month I have an archaeological mission to attend to, accompanied by over 30 others. This time, the ruins we are exploring supposedly hold clues to the true history, and we cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Olvia stated earnestly. Very well. Ronan understood that once the true history was involved, Olvia would never relent. He refrained from further persuasion and instead cautioned, "Aunt, please be careful. I've heard that the world government has been quite resistant to the excavation of the true history. Lately, unforeseen incidents may occur." "Don't worry, I'm aware." As they entered the house, they found Robin already seated at the table, eagerly devouring her meal, which elicited gentle smiles from Olvia and Ronan. That night, in Ronan's room, he lay on his bed and communicated with the system in his mind. System, begin the sign-in. He had yet to utilize his sign-in for the day. If he didn't, it would be overwritten by tomorrow's opportunity, which would be a waste. Ding. Commencing first sign-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. Your first sign-in grants you a novice bonus, with an additional 10-fold increase to your rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill Conqueror's Haki. Ronan was taken aback. The first sign-in had such benefits with a 10-fold reward increase. He had instantly obtained the Conqueror's Haki, one of the 3 Haki types in the pirate world. This was truly exhilarating. With the ability to sign in once a day, he could expect to receive rewards daily. One could only imagine how rapidly Ronan's strength would soar at an astonishing pace. Chapter 2. Abundant Rewards. The rapid growth of Ronan. At the break of dawn the following day, Ronan awoke early and greeted Olvia before stepping outside. After yesterday's incredibly generous rewards from the first sign-in, he was eager to commence his second sign-in. However, since he had received such a bountiful reward due to the novice bonus during his first sign-in, he speculated that today's second sign-in might not yield such impressive rewards. Nevertheless, it mattered little as the system indicated. The rewards would grow alongside his strength, and the location of the sign-in would also influence the quality of the rewards. With this in mind, Ronan felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would have chosen a more prestigious location for his first sign-in, perhaps at the Grand Library of Ohara or beneath the world-renowned giant tree. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on what was done and instead set out to explore for a suitable sign-in location. Due to the sign-in system's restriction prohibiting him from signing in at Robin's house again, he needed to find a different venue. According to the system, as long as he was not at Robin's home, he could sign in again. After some contemplation, he made his way toward the Grand Library of Ohara. Along the way, he encountered numerous islanders, many of whom were learned elders, including archaeologists from around the world and local residents, all of whom greeted Ronan warmly as he passed by. Ronan returned their pleasantries and soon arrived at the Grand Library, ready to sign in. System, I shall conduct today's sign-in here, Ronan declared. Ding. Sign-in at the Grand Library of Ohara successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired this special skill, Flowing Cloud Sword Technique. Flowing Cloud Sword Technique? What on earth is that? Ronan mused, stroking his chin. This sword technique seemed to originate from some martial arts world, quite out of place in this pirate realm. Host, the Flowing Cloud Sword Technique originates from a certain high martial world within the myriad realms, belonging to the elite tier of sword arts. It holds significance even in your current world, where sword masters exist, and there are minimal restrictions on the use of swordsmanship skills. However, certain cultivation techniques are subject to considerable limitations. Upon hearing Ronan's confusion, the system elucidated. Ah, I see. Ronan nodded in realization, subsequently acquiring the Flowing Cloud Sword Technique, which exists in the form of a book. Upon his acceptance, The entire book transformed into a luminous beam, merging into his consciousness and becoming a unique skill. Thus, merely 2 days into the system's activation, Ronan had already acquired 2 skills, both active in nature. System: display the attribute panel, Ronan commanded. Host: Ronan. Age: 10 years. Physique: 8. Strength: 6. Agility: 9. Spirit: 34. Conqueror's Haki: LV1. Flowing Cloud Sword Technique: LV1. Why is my spirit attribute so high? Oh, it must be due to the enhancement from the Conqueror's Haki. Contemplating this, Ronan understood. The reason for his low strength attribute was simply his tender age with such small limbs. How much strength could he possibly possess? System: is the standard attribute for an adult around 10 points? Ronan inquired. Indeed, host. The 4 primary attributes of an average adult typically hover around 10 points. However, due to your awakening of the Conqueror's Haki, your spirit attribute has reached several multiples of the ordinary. When activated, the Conqueror's Haki can incapacitate ordinary individuals within a 100-meter radius, as well as any adversaries with a spirit attribute lower than yours, the system replied. The Conqueror's Haki truly lives up to its reputation as a divine technique, but it falls short against formidable foes. How I wish I could acquire observation Haki. Ronan chuckled. Continue signing in. Host, one day you shall undoubtedly gain the observation Haki, the system assured. Statistically speaking, it is significantly easier to obtain abilities and items in this world. Ronan smiled at this, then turned his gaze back to the flowing cloud sword technique. Enhancing this swordsmanship skill was evidently no simple task. It required diligent practice. To swiftly augment his prowess, he needed to procure a sword. After some contemplation, Ronan made his way to a blacksmith shop in the town, where he obtained a discarded long sword from the kindly blacksmith, who did not ask for payment, assuming Ronan was merely playing. With the sword in hand, he returned to a tranquil spot he often frequented and began to practice the flowing cloud sword technique. Time passed, and before long, a month had flown by. Throughout this month, Ronan diligently signed in each day, acquiring a plethora of rewards, items, and skills, although none matched the quality of his initial sign-in. Most of the items obtained during this month were consumables, but 2 items proved particularly advantageous. One acquired at the base of the giant tree, and the other by the seaside. Healing Potion, capable of curing minor injuries and alleviating serious wounds. Quantity: 8 bottles. Spirit Potion, restores mental energy and mitigates mental damage. Quantity: 8 bottles. Stamina Potion, replenishes physical stamina, enhances endurance, and alleviates hunger. Quantity: 10 bottles. In addition to these 26 consumable potions, he also acquired other intriguing items, such as Rim of the Sunblade, a weapon from the Demon Slayer world, effective against malevolent entities, comparable to a high-grade weapon in this realm. Swift Movement Talisman, a low-grade talisman from the Cultivation world, which increases agility by 10 points for 30 minutes upon use. Flame Fruit, a natural-type devil fruit from this world, possessing immense potential. Giant Wave, a large vessel comparable to the Navy's largest warships. These latter 4 items had a profound impact on Ronan, with the Rim of the Sun blade officially replacing the discarded iron sword he had received from the blacksmith, becoming his signature weapon. Moreover, the Swift Movement Talisman served as a valuable trump card in critical moments. The Flame Fruit needed no introduction. It was originally Ace's devil fruit in the storyline, and considering Ace had likely not yet been born, or had just been born, Ronan had fortuitously secured it and consumed it, thus becoming a devil fruit user himself. Lastly, the Giant Wave was a ship on par with the Navy's largest warships, rivaling even the flagship of the 4 Emperors. Thus, merely 1 month into activating the system, Ronan's strength had surged to an alarming level, both in terms of innate power and external resources, perhaps only lacking in manpower when compared to other great pirates. System: open the attribute panel. Ronan spoke gravely. With a month having passed, tomorrow marked the day of Olvia's departure. According to the storyline, her leaving coincided with the imminent arrival of the demon-slaying fleet to obliterate Ohara. Throughout this month, he had been striving to enhance himself, with the ultimate aim of preserving Ohara from destruction and potentially vanquishing the approaching naval fleet. Chapter 3. A Surge in Power. The Navy arrives. Host, Ronin age, 10 physique, 68 strength, 66 agility, 69 spirit, 94 conqueror's haki, LV7 flowing cloud sword technique, LV7 flame fruit, LV6 healing potions, 8 mental potions, 8 stamina potions, 10 sun wheel blade. Swift movement talisman, giant wave ship. Gazing upon his attributes panel, a confident smile graced Ronin's lips. His current prowess had ascended to an extraordinary level, surpassing that of the ordinary. Although he remained uncertain of the exact measure of his strength, he felt assured that it was formidable, perhaps nearing the caliber of the 7 warlords of the sea, bolstered by his conqueror's haki, the flame fruit, and an array of items as his trump cards. How much time had elapsed? Nearly a month since the system was activated, and in that brief span, his abilities had soared from a state of relative weakness to this remarkable stature. The days ahead promised even greater potential. Ronan could scarcely fathom the formidable being he would eventually become, likely at least on par with the 4 emperors and the 3 admirals, if not more. Ronan's cultivation speed is remarkable. Within a month's time, he has elevated his conqueror's haki to level 7 and has similarly advanced his flowing cloud swordsmanship to the same level. His flame fruit is also impressive, nearing level 6. With these 3 formidable abilities combined, one can only imagine the extent of his current strength. As Olvia prepares to depart and the naval fleet approaches, I must strive to enhance my own power once more. Although my current strength instills a sense of confidence against the adversary, especially with the giant wave at my disposal, which can safeguard some lives, I lack the assurance to obliterate the incoming naval forces. I hope that in the coming days, I might acquire some powerful items. Ronan pondered. According to the original storyline, after Olvia's departure, she was not in any immediate danger, yet her companions had perished almost entirely. Ronan found himself unable to thwart this exploratory endeavor had he accompanied them. He could have averted the fatality. However, there was no resolution for Ohara, and he had to remain behind. The ship, the giant wave, remained within the confines of the system's space, deliberately withheld from use as a precautionary measure, a contingency plan. After all, he could always make a hasty retreat if necessary. Days passed, and Olvia, along with her fellow archaeologists, departed. In a discreet gesture, Ronan provided Olvia with some healing potions and stamina elixirs, just in case. Over the course of several days, he continued to sign in, acquiring various items, predominantly potions, though the quality was rather meager. Fortunately, the Navy had yet to arrive, granting him some reprieve. During this interval, Ronan diligently practiced his swordsmanship, honing his haki and the abilities bestowed by the flame fruit, striving to enhance his strength within a short span of time. At this moment, Robin had already acquired the Hana no Mi, having obtained this fruit at a young age while frolicking in the wilderness. Driven by curiosity, she consumed the fruit and gained its extraordinary abilities. However, this peculiar power led her companions on Ohara Island to shun her, perceiving her gift as a devilish curse, which left her feeling isolated. The arrival of Ronan brought her immense joy. Robin became particularly dependent on him, obediently following his every directive. Consequently, when Ronan urged her to intensify her training with the powers of the Hana no Mi, she diligently complied, exercising alongside him each day. 2 weeks had elapsed since Olvia's departure, and on this day, a stirring occurred in the distant ocean. Ronan received the news and solemnly made his way to the shore. Gazing at the imposing warships that dotted the horizon, the naval fleet had finally arrived. Ronan sighed, then composed himself, a chilling smirk gracing his lips. With the Navy's arrival, there was little to discuss. They had come to annihilate Ohara, and he would show them no mercy. Over the past fortnight, he had diligently signed in every day, recently acquiring several potent items. He had amassed an array of potions, among which was a previously unseen elixir, likely a reflection of his growing strength and the escalating quality of the items he received. The longevity elixir, a potion from a magical realm that, upon consumption, could extend the user's lifespan by a century, of which he possessed 3 vials. This elixir was indeed a remarkable treasure, its ability to directly enhance one's lifespan rendering it exceedingly valuable. In addition to the longevity elixir, he had obtained 3 other formidable artifacts, which would serve as powerful assets in confronting the Navy. Sword Emperor's Sword Chi, a talisman inscribed with the Sword Chi of the Sword Emperor from a high martial world, possessing immense power. Users are advised to exercise caution. Sea King Summoning Scroll, a relic from this world, left behind by a mermaid princess centuries ago, which, when activated, could summon 10 sea kings to join the fray. Force Field Protective Device, a high-tech apparatus that, when engaged, could shield a 10-kilometer radius from physical assaults, with duration contingent upon its energy reserves, lasting between 10 to 30 minutes. These 3 items represented the pinnacle of his recent acquisitions. The Sword Emperor's Sword Chi, hailing from an unknown high martial world, was undeniably formidable. It was among the strongest single-target attacks. Judging by the sharpness of the Sword Chi, even if the 3 admirals were to confront him, Ronan was confident he could inflict severe injury upon them, let alone with a mere rear admiral sent to execute the extermination order. The Sea King's summoning scroll was particularly valuable for group combat, with 10 Sea Kings at his command. It was not beyond the realm of possibility to decimate the approaching navy. The force field protective device would serve as his instrument to safeguard the entire island, enabling him to venture forth without fear of rearward threats. Ronan stood alone and proud upon a cliff by the sea, gazing impassively at the fleet advancing upon the waves, silent as the moment unfolded. Meanwhile, in Ohara, many had begun to notice the approaching armada, and chaos ensued. The archaeologists atop Ohara were not oblivious to the fact that they had become targets of the world government. Throughout numerous previous explorations, they had faced relentless obstruction. However, they could scarcely have anticipated that this time, the world government had issued an extermination decree against them. In their uncertainty, they believed the fleets were merely there to apprehend them, so despite the turmoil, despair had yet to take root. Ronan, Ronan, so it is you who resides here. Behind Ronan, Robin's voice reached him, startling him slightly. Robin, what are you doing here? Hurry back home and hide well. Remember to stay in the basement. I won't. Robin stubbornly ran behind Ronan, pouting as she spoke. The island has descended into chaos. Everyone has noticed the approaching naval fleet. The elders claim they are here to capture us. Ronan, is this true? Chapter 4. The Onslaught of the Demon-Slaying Order. One person, one ship, ready to confront the enemy. Absolutely not. Ronan shook his head. Ah, I knew it. They certainly did not come to apprehend us. Upon hearing this, Robin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, Ronan added, they are not here to capture us, but to kill us. They intend to annihilate Ohara. What? Robin instantly displayed an expression of disbelief. Ronan turned to gaze upon the sea, where the fleet nearing Ohara was meticulously arranging its formation, each cannon already aimed at Ohara, awaiting the command to fire from the commanding officer. On the flagship's deck, a naval vice admiral stood alongside Spandane, a member of CP-9 dispatched by the world government to oversee the operation. Ohara is but a trifling concern. With my personal oversight, none shall escape. Spandane scoffed. Standing proudly with his hands clasped behind him, his cold eyes fixed on the distant island, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Admiral, we may commence firing. Remember, no one is to be spared. Spandane intoned gravely to a nearby vice admiral. Understood. Though the vice admiral felt a twinge of moral conflict about targeting innocent civilians, he knew he had no choice. It was an order from the world government that he must obey. All personnel, heed the command. Fire. With the order given, the countless sailors aboard the fleet's various warships, already prepared, aimed their cannons at the island, unleashing a merciless barrage upon Ohara. Boom. The thunderous roar of cannon fire enveloped the entire island, with countless shells soaring skyward, cascading down upon Ohara. Oh no, they have opened fire. Panic-stricken cries erupted on the island, as people shouted in horror, quick, take cover. Hurry, protect the children. On Ohara, many were incredulous. Unable to comprehend the immediate and ruthless assault from the Navy, their hearts heavy with despair. On the shore, Robin's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, How dare they? How dare they fire upon us directly? There are so many people here, so many innocent lives, including children and the elderly. There is nothing they would refrain from doing. The entire world belongs to them. What is there that they would fear? Ronan let out a cold snort, then raised his gaze towards the sky, which was besieged by countless shells. The entire expanse above was veiled in darkness from the projectiles. Had he not been present, Ohara would have met the same fate as depicted in the original narrative, utterly obliterated by the Navy. Ronan, Ronan, let us swiftly seek refuge and wait for Mother. Wait for her to return and rescue us. Robin's pale face reflected her fright as she exclaimed, somewhat flustered, No need. Ronan shook his head and then sprang into action, promptly activating the force field protective device. Otherwise, he would lack the strength to withstand such a barrage of projectiles alone. With a soft hum, A translucent force field enveloped the entire Ohara. Countless shells struck the shield, causing ripples to cascade across its surface, yet failing to breach it in any significant manner. Such rudimentary artillery could never hope to dismantle the protective mechanism. The energy expended in the attempt was negligible. The device remained capable of sustaining its shield for nearly half an hour, a duration ample enough for Ronan to neutralize the naval fleet. Robin, remain still and do not venture into the sea, understand? Ronan gently reminded Robin. Oh, all right, I understand. I will certainly not wander off. Robin continued to gaze curiously at the suddenly manifested translucent shield in the sky. Upon hearing Ronan's words, he instantly comprehended that this was Ronan's doing and immediately assured that he would not wander off. Ronan waved his hand, releasing the great wave from the system space. Suddenly, a colossal ship emerged from the ocean below the cliff. With a swift push from his feet, Ronan descended from the precipice, landing directly on the deck of the great wave. He then turned the ship's helm, unfurling the sails, and set course towards the fleet's location. Wow, Ronan is incredible. He summoned such a magnificent vessel with just a wave of his hand, and that translucent shield capable of deflecting cannon fire. Where on earth did it come from? He is truly remarkable. Robin, perched atop the cliff, gazed at Ronan with starry eyes, filled with admiration, obediently waiting for his return instead of wandering about. What in the world is this? How can it withstand cannonballs? This is so bizarre. I have never seen anything like it. Could it be some strange devil fruit ability? On board the naval flagship, the sailors were dumbfounded as they witnessed all cannonballs being halted by an inexplicable shield. Spandane furrowed his brow, astonished as he stared at the shield above Ohara, muttering, "What is this? How can it block cannon fire? I have no idea." A rear admiral beside him was equally baffled. Having battled numerous powerful pirates throughout his life, even engaging with the Yonko's crews, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. Damn it. Spandane glared at the island, huffing in frustration. Increase the firepower. No matter what that thing is, blow it to smithereens. Understood. The rear admiral, equally enraged, shared his frustration. It should have been an easy victory against a mere island, yet now they faced an unexpected complication. The order was promptly given to escalate the assault. And soon, a barrage of cannon fire rained down on Ohara, even more ferocious than before. Boom. Amidst the chaos of cannon fire, a massive ship sailed against the wind, heading straight for the naval fleet. Before long, the great wave was spotted by the Navy. After all, such a large vessel could not go unnoticed by the keen-eyed sailors. Report, Commander. A large ship has been sighted ahead, coming from the direction of Ohara Island. A naval messenger hurriedly informed Spandane and the rear admiral. What? A large ship is approaching from Ohara? The two exchanged alarmed glances, and a murderous intent sparked in their eyes. Could it be survivors fleeing? Spandane grinned maliciously. Send 2 warships to sink that vessel. Spandane commanded with a sweeping gesture, showing no concern. Sir, do we not need any prisoners? The messenger hesitated. No need. Just sink it. Understood. Directly sink it. The messenger departed to relay the orders. 2 warships broke from formation, heading straight for Ronan, their cannons aimed at the great wave. On board the great wave, Ronan's expression turned steely, his gaze calm and composed as he watched the 2 encroaching warships. He mused. Only 2 warships have come to hunt me down? How underestimated I am. Very well, I shall first eliminate you 2 before you witness the full extent of my wrath. Chapter 5. Sword Chi-Source. A blade to slice ships. The audience is stunned as the warships closed in on the great wave. The sailors aboard were filled with anticipation of an easy victory. This enormous ship has only 1 person aboard? One sailor on the lookout laughed heartily, relaying the news, prompting the others to join in the laughter. Are you sure? I heard they were fleeing from the island. How could it possibly be just 1 person? A sailor questioned skeptically. I saw it with my own eyes. There's truly only 1 person. The lookout replied hastily. Wait. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something, shouting for a halt. Below, the sailors tensed, realizing that there must be an ambush aboard the ship. Of course. How could a ship of such size only have 1 person? There must be others. However, the lookout stammered. But the ship has only a child. Yes. Just a child, around 10 years old. What? The sailors on the deck erupted in disbelief. What is this? A ship that large, and it only has a child on board? Is this a death wish? They pondered, realizing their fleet of over 100 seasoned sailors, armed with firearms and cannons, was facing merely a child. A sense of disappointment washed over them, akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. What a letdown. There's only a child on that ship. One sailor lamented. I thought there might be glory to be had. Another echoed, disheartened. Captain, One sailor approached the commander of one warship. This vessel only has a child aboard. Do we still need to sink it? The order from the admiral is to sink it. The captain replied sternly. We must carry out the command. Such a large ship could be worth a fortune. Is it wise to sink it for just a child? The messenger hesitated. Hearing this, the captain also faltered. A vessel of such size could indeed fetch a significant price if captured. However, after consideration, he resolutely shook his head. The consequences of disobeying orders were too great. And even if they captured the ship, he would still be held accountable. Do not capture, just sink it. Similar discussions unfolded on the other warship. And both commanders ultimately made the same decision. Fearing accountability, they chose to open fire on Ronan's great wave. Align the target, fire, the sailors shouted, as they aimed their cannons at the great wave, preparing to obliterate it. At that moment, the great wave had drawn near to the warships. Ronan's gaze flickered, and the sword aura of his daywheel blade shimmered. It's still a bit far. If only they were closer. I could unleash my conqueror's haki and take them down in an instant. But for now, I must reveal my trump card. Ronan let out a sigh, then suddenly raised his head to gaze at the two warships poised to fire. Let us commence with these two vessels. Ronan effortlessly tore apart the talisman that sealed the sword aura of the Sword Emperor from the high martial world. With a crisp sound, the air above the vast sea fell into an eerie silence, as if time itself had frozen. A terrifyingly sharp aura erupted violently, centered around Ronan. A soaring sword energy pierced the heavens, shattering even the clouds above. This silvery sword energy enveloped the daybreak blade, its tip directed skyward. And with a swift motion of Ronan's right hand, it thunderously descended upon a warship. Boom! With a sharp crack, the fully armed warship was cleaved in two before the astonished, fearful gazes of the soldiers aboard another vessel. Those who came into contact with the sword energy, and even those nearby, were utterly obliterated, blood splattering as severed limbs fell into the sea. The warship, now divided by the sword energy, slowly sank beneath the waves. In an instant, the once bustling scene of the sea fell into profound silence. Not only the crew of the nearby warship, but even the entire demon-slaying fleet in the distance was struck by a solemn stillness. Astonishment enveloped the scene. Countless sailors stood agape, paralyzed with fear as they beheld the slowly submerging vessel, their mouths agape in disbelief. It took a considerable time before one sailor stammered a few incoherent words. What was that? Another sailor, wide-eyed and speechless, murmured to himself, I just saw a flash of silvery light, and then that ship was split in two. Such terrifying power. Could even a commander unleash such might? They could not fathom the level of power held by the high-ranking officers. It was beyond their imagination, only to be revered from afar. The astonishment was not limited to the sailors. Even Spandane and the fleet's rear admiral were momentarily stunned. What on earth just happened? Spandane growled, his expression twisted with fury. I have no idea. The rear admiral's brow furrowed deeply, utterly bewildered by the events, yet he understood that something catastrophic had transpired. There is a problem with that ship, he declared gravely. Of course, that white light just severed a warship in an instant. Even a fool would recognize the danger. Spandane retorted coldly, forget about Ohara. With that strange barrier, it cannot be breached in the short term. Now, this sudden approaching vessel poses a threat, so we must concentrate all our forces to eliminate it. I concur. The rear admiral nodded. They had bombarded Ohara for so long, yet the barrier above it seemed impenetrable. Now, with this mysterious vessel approaching, they needed to neutralize it first. The rear admiral decisively commanded the fleet to encircle the wave breaker, intent on its destruction. Before the fleet could close in, Ronan's expression hardened as he felt the boundless, terrifying power of the Sword Emperor's aura. He marveled, such formidable strength. Truly worthy of the Sword Emperor from the high martial world, a single strike cleaved a warship in two. If he were here in person, perhaps he alone could topple the entire world. However, with the signing-in system at my disposal, it won't be long before I too possess such immense power, perhaps even greater. Ronan held firm confidence in this prospect. Now, it seems the next warship is approaching. Ah, the demon-slaying fleet is drawn near? How delightful. They are merely courting death. When Ronan's gaze fell upon another warship, he also noticed the commotion within the entire demon-slaying fleet. It was evident that they were startled by his earlier actions. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Their arrival was merely a path to their own demise. Since they dared to strike at him, they must bear the consequences of their aggression. Flowing cloud sword technique. Whirlwind explosion. Ronan uttered a low growl. Wielding the residual sword energy of the Sword Emperor with the flowing cloud sword technique, and struck fiercely at another warship. Boom. This strike was even more terrifying than the previous one. The earlier blow was merely a casual slice, while this one was executed with mastery over the sword technique, showcasing a monumental disparity in power. Thunderous echoes resounded. In Chapter 6, the swift demise of Grace unfolded, instilling a profound dread among the sailors. The silvery sword energy descended with a thunderous crash. Unlike before, this warship, cleaved by the sword energy, witnessed the near-total annihilation of its crew. In the prior ship, a few sailors had survived by falling into the water, but this vessel was utterly devastated. As it was severed, waves of sword energy erupted like clouds, swirling and wreaking havoc, tearing apart the sailors caught in its path, leaving them shredded and lifeless. The entire warship was left in a state of utter ruin. A few fortunate sailors who had fallen into the water, in their terror, attempted to swim away, only to be met with the oncoming barrage of sword energy, which mercilessly tore their bodies apart, the crimson waters spreading through the ocean, attracting a throng of bloodthirsty sharks. Yet, even these ferocious ocean predators refrained from breaching the surface to feed directly. Instead, they lurked beneath the waves, consuming the sinking flesh. There remained a residue of sword energy, barely enough to unleash one final strike. Ronan weighed the sun wheel's sword in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gazed coldly at the sunken warship. His expression bore no trace of compassion. He felt no remorse for the demon-slaying fleet that had come to annihilate Ohara. In his eyes, the slaughter of countless foes was hardly excessive. Ronan gazed at the approaching warships. And this time it was not merely 2 vessels, but the entire remaining fleet of the demon-slaying order, comprising roughly 10 ships. Among them was a large battleship, even larger than the flagship, the Giant Wave, boasting an impressive 36 artillery pieces, with a vice admiral personally stationed aboard. This vice admiral was a human general, a name unknown to Ronan, as he was not a character familiar from the original narrative. With a full 20 years remaining before the commencement of the original story, the current protagonist, Luffy, had yet to be born, and even his father, Dragon, was merely a youth a few years older than Ronan. It was understandable that Ronan did not recognize this vice admiral, as many of them would likely perish in the intervening years. At present, the world of formidable beings had yet to evolve into the dominion of the 4 emperors and 7 warlords that would later govern the seas. Who is the current admiral of the navy? Is it the fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong? I am uncertain, as Ronan was lost in thought. The demon-slaying fleet had already approached. His brutal methods had not deterred them. Rather, they had provoked their wrath. Those who dare to strike against the navy, regardless of their identity, shall face its merciless retribution. There shall be no sanctuary for you across the vast seas. A voice, imbued with authority and anger, resonated from the flagship of the fleet. It belonged to a rear admiral from headquarters. A mere child, emboldened by some unknown type of devil fruit, dared to openly defy the navy, how utterly ignorant of the meaning of death. Spandane glared menacingly at Ronan at the bow of the wavebreaker, his voice dripping with malice. You have sunk 2 warships, taken the lives of over 100 sailors, and killed 2 navy colonels. Boy, your end is nigh. Ronan's expression remained impassive as he disdainfully remarked, Is it you lot? Arrogant and presumptuous, oblivious to the peril. Upon hearing Ronan's composed and tranquil words, Spandane and the rear admiral were instantly consumed with rage. Ronan's demeanor clearly indicated that he regarded them with contempt, an affront that could not be tolerated. They felt compelled to eliminate him here and now. Otherwise, how could they uphold the authority of the world government? Would it not lead to a scenario where anyone could disregard the world government and the navy? Kill him, Spandane bellowed, for the first time harboring such a desire to take a life. Even when he had previously issued the order to obliterate Ohara, he had remained cool and detached. Yet now, he could no longer maintain his composure. Ronan had thoroughly provoked him. He must be killed. The rear admiral coldly interjected, a mere child. Where does he find the audacity to confront my naval fleet head-on? Is it solely due to this inexplicably acquired devil fruit power? We have over 10 warships at our disposal. How could his abilities possibly contend with so many vessels and marines? Humph. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Very well, let me see what tricks this young lad has up his sleeve. With that, the rear admiral strode purposefully onto the deck as their flagship drew near the wavebreaker. He had come to realize that, for one possessing the powers of a devil fruit, ordinary cannonballs would no longer suffice to inflict harm. Even sinking the enemy's ship might not pose a threat to Ronan. Thus, he resolved to engage personally and eliminate Ronan. With Grace taking action personally, I wonder how long you can remain so arrogant? Spandane sneered coldly before gesturing to give orders. surround him, and ensure his demise, preventing this fellow from escaping in the event of defeat. The dispatched messenger promptly relayed the commands, and over 10 warships encircled the wavebreaker tightly. The Marines glared menacingly at Ronan, as if they could already envision the scene of Ronan being slain by Grace, with the Rear Admiral personally involved, this mere boy. Despite his peculiar devil fruit powers, would surely meet his end. After all, Grace was not only the Rear Admiral but also possessed a devil fruit ability. Combined with the prowess of the 6 forms of the Navy, it was inconceivable that they could not subdue a mere child. Just one more strike, and I shall claim your head as a tribute. Ronan cast a glance at Grace, who had leaped from the flagship, and calmly spoke as he raised his sunwheel blade. In an instant, the Sword Sovereign's aura erupted, and he struck down towards Grace with a formidable blow. Shield fruit. Protect me. Grace's devil fruit, an ability unseen by Ronan in the original narrative, transformed his arms into a shield of remarkable defensive prowess. This extraordinary defense was the wellspring of his confidence. He firmly believed that Ronan could not breach his shield fruit. Grace braced himself against the oncoming sword energy and charged towards Ronan, simultaneously preparing to unleash a swift counterattack to obliterate him. The clash between the Sword Sovereign's aura and the shield formed by the shield fruit produced a jarring sound, akin to a blunt blade striking hardwood. Resonating with an eerie and dissonant echo, Ronan maintained his composure, while Grace suddenly paled. No. In disbelief, Grace felt a horrifying sting coursing through her arms. As she beheld her arms, transformed into a shield, shattering bit by bit, she could hardly contain her shock and exclaimed, "How is this possible? What kind of power is this? So piercing, it actually shattered my shield fruit ability. This cannot be. Impossible? Such ignorance." Ronan let out a disdainful snort. This was the sword energy of the Sword Emperor, a power of the highest caliber. Did you, a mere Vice Admiral of the headquarters, truly believe that possessing the ability of a devil fruit would grant you the audacity to withstand it? You are indeed oblivious to the grave consequences. And it is only fitting that you meet your demise here today. With a sharp hiss, Grace's body was cleaved in two by the sword energy, falling onto the deck of the Leviathan, blood splattering across the surface, thus meeting his end. Ronan's sword energy had been nearly entirely expended, and soon he would be deprived of this formidable power while confronting the encirclement of over a dozen warships. Yet, he harbored no trace of trepidation. With the absence of Vice Admiral Grace, who possessed the formidable power of a devil fruit, the remainder of the crew appeared to him as mere amateurs, a collection of insignificant beings unworthy of his concern. No. Vice Admiral Grace. How could this be? The soldiers who had witnessed Grace's demise at the hands of Ronan were left utterly astounded, their expressions morphing into one of sheer terror. Each of them looked as if they had encountered a specter, struggling to comprehend the reality that the seemingly invincible Vice Admiral Grace had been vanquished in a single strike by Ronan. Spandane, too, was rendered speechless, his jaw nearly dislocating in astonishment. Waves of fear washed over him. Unlike Grace, he lacked both immense strength and the abilities conferred by a devil fruit. If Ronan could effortlessly eliminate Grace with a single blow, it was evident that Spandane would fare no better. One casual strike could extinguish his life. Flee. I must escape. This child is nothing short of a demon. Spandane recoiled several steps, his face contorting in horror, his eyes darting about as thoughts of retreat filled his mind. The other soldiers were no better off. If someone as powerful as Grace could fall, what hope did they, mere ordinary seamen, possess? Despite their overwhelming numbers, hundreds of sailors spread across the numerous warships, they found little solace in their numerical advantage. Each was gripped by the chilling realization of Ronan's overwhelming strength. Chapter 7. The Sea Kings cleanse the field. The demon extermination fleet is annihilated. Ronan sprang into action, striding toward the edge of the vessel. With a graceful leap, he ascended the ship's railing and landed deftly upon the nearest warship. Splash! Ronan's sudden actions astonished the surrounding sailors, who subsequently scattered in a frenzy. However, some summoned their courage and fired their muskets at him. The sound of gunfire echoed. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, as anticipated, the bullets proved utterly ineffective against Ronan. With a swift flourish, his sword, the sunwheel, moved with impenetrable grace, forming a barrier that deflected all incoming projectiles, which clattered to the deck like the ominous whispers of death itself, instilling sheer panic among the sailors. Run! Run! It's a monster! A monster! The sailors, consumed by terror, began their frantic escape. The nearby warships, too, shifted into motion, abandoning their earlier resolve to besiege Ronan, now displaying a frantic and disordered retreat. Steer the ship. For heaven's sake! What kind of devil is this? Spandane, gripped by fear, frantically gestured to the sailors beside him to turn the flagship around. desperate to flee this dreadful realm and escape the life-taking menace embodied by the terrifying child. Ronan deflected all the bullets, sensing the movements of the warship. With a raised brow and a hint of mocking amusement at the corner of his mouth, he mused, "Only now do you think of fleeing? Is it not a tad too late?" Conqueror's Haki. Boom. As Ronan unleashed the Conqueror's Haki, an invisible yet terrifying wave of energy surged forth, sweeping across thousands of meters. Every Marine aboard the warships within this range was affected. The true might of the Conqueror's Haki was undeniably manifest at that moment, as all the Marines were rendered stiff with fear, resembling wooden figures frozen in place. A gust of wind passed, and a multitude collapsed like dominoes, including Spandam, the CP-9 officer, who fell among them. "Is this all?" Ronan shook his head, casting a bemused glance at the surrounding warships. He had envisioned a triumphant rampage upon boarding the vessel, yet it all culminated in a mere display of Conqueror's Haki. Indeed, they were nothing more than a bunch of insignificant chickens, utterly incapable of providing him with the thrill he sought. Ronan, with a dismissive wave of his hand, retracted the sunwheel blade, shook his head, and leapt back onto the vessel, the giant wave, casting a glance at the surrounding fleet of more than 10 warships. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and retrieved a scroll, the Sea King's summoning scroll. Hiss. Ronan tore apart the scroll, unleashing an invisible wave that reverberated deep into the ocean's depths. Roar. Howl. Gurgle. A series of deep, resonant growls echoed from the abyss, and soon a multitude of wandering sea leviathans began to swim towards this direction. Even those residing in the windless zone near the western sea responded to the call, journeying from afar to converge upon this spot. It is over. The so-called demon-slaying order of the world government is nothing but a farce. Utterly feeble. Ronan embarked on the great wave, returning to the island of Ohara. Behind him, colossal waves surged, with enormous sea kings, some reaching dozens of meters, hundreds of meters, and even approaching 1,000 meters, bursting forth from the ocean's depths, crashing into the warship with a thunderous roar, feasting upon the corpses of the fallen Marines. The sharks, lured by the scent of blood, fled in terror, for they dared not compete with the Sea Kings for their grisly meal, fearing for their own lives. Thus, the fleet sent by the world government to annihilate Ohara met its demise. The vanquisher of this fleet was none other than the mere 10-year-old Ronan, who, in this battle, had utilized only the force field shield intended to protect Ohara. Following this confrontation, the shield would likely be rendered ineffective, as his time spent at sea had consumed nearly 30 minutes, and there existed no advanced technology in this world to recharge the force field. Remarkably, the great wave, which had carried him into the fray, emerged unscathed. Furthermore, the sword aura from the Sword Emperor of the High Martial World had been entirely expended. The summoning scroll for the Sea Kings, employed for the final clearing of the battlefield, was also depleted, leaving little else consumed. In this clash, Ronan emerged victorious, with the demon-slaying fleet utterly obliterated. This triumph would undoubtedly reverberate across the seas, heralding the emergence of a formidable figure, a young boy, whose future would instill fear across the oceans and establish his name throughout the Grand Line. On the island of Ohara, witnessing the intact return of the great wave, Robin felt a weight lift from her heart, exhaling a sigh of relief, and subsequently displaying a charming smile. "Ronan, you're back. Are you hurt?" As the great wave approached the shore, before Ronan could even disembark, Robin hurriedly ran towards him, her gaze scrutinizing him closely, anxious for any signs of injury. "How could I possibly be hurt?" Ronan approached Robin, gently ruffling her hair with a smile, and said, "Haven't I returned safely?" With a sigh of relief, Robin smiled brightly, and it was evident that she had genuinely been concerned for Ronan's well-being. Ronan waved his hand dismissively, stating, "They are merely a group of feeble Marines, and I have dealt with them decisively. The crisis at Ohara has been averted. Come, let us see how everyone is faring." "All right." Robin nodded eagerly, and together they headed towards the island. Days later, a piece of news that sent shockwaves across the seas emerged from the West Blue, rapidly disseminating throughout the world. The newspaper under Morgan's purview relayed this alarming news via newsbirds, causing a worldwide stir. Chapter 8. A World in Turmoil. The Navy in Disarray. Another formidable figure akin to Roger has appeared. A mere 10 years old? How can such a prodigy exist in this world? Impossible. Who would believe such a fabricated story? I refuse to accept that there exists a child of such exceptional talent. Ah ha ha. It simply cannot be. Indeed, I too find it hard to believe. Morgan's is truly desperate for money, daring to publish such news. Heh. After all, he is the president of the World Economic News Agency, quite affluent, you see. Do you think his wealth is amassed solely through the sale of fake news? Ha ha ha. Across the seas, countless individuals encountered this news, most of whom were skeptical. A 10-year-old child obliterating a formidable fleet of demon-hunting ships? Very few believed this report, with the majority considering it a hoax. Meanwhile, in Mariewa, within the Grand Assembly Hall, the 5 elders gathered, their expressions grim. Spandane, a failure in every regard, exclaimed a short, stout elder with a dark countenance. Indeed, how could a mere child, barely in his teens, defeat over a dozen warships of the demon-hunting fleet? What are Spandane and Grace doing? Remarked another tall, thin elder coldly. They are no more. Along with nearly 1,000 Marines, all warships have been laid to rest, said a robust elder, his face etched with fury. For those who dare to challenge the authority of the world government, we must deliver a harsh blow. Otherwise, how can we suppress other pirates? Humph. The short elder scoffed. This matter must be addressed with the Navy headquarters. They should send more fleets to eliminate that individual. By the way, has the identity of that child been uncovered? A bearded elder, who had remained silent, suddenly inquired. Yes, we have discovered that the child is named Ronan. He is said to be an orphan, adopted by the Olvia family on Ohara Island. It remains unclear how he has acquired such formidable power. Is this power derived from a devil fruit? I have never heard of such abilities, pondered the tall elder, stroking his chin in confusion. Information is scarce. Further investigation is required. The robust elder shook his head and continued. Regarding Ronan, I propose issuing a substantial bounty. We must suppress him before he fully matures. Gentlemen, he is merely in his early teens and already so ferocious. How dreadful would he become if he grows up? Upon hearing this, the other 4 fell into contemplation, their eyes betraying a hint of alarm. Indeed, how old is he? To think he can single-handedly annihilate a fleet. The commander of that demon-hunting fleet is none other than Vice Admiral Grace, who possesses a devil fruit ability in the 6 powers of the Navy. Even ordinary pirates may not stand a chance against him, yet he fell to Ronan. One can only imagine the impact he would have on the world government if allowed to grow. This child must not be allowed to linger. He must be eradicated forthwith. So what would be an appropriate bounty amount? Inquired one of the 5 elders. The bounty must be substantial. I suggest 10 billion berries, declared the robust elder vehemently. 10 billion berries. The others gasped in astonishment. Typically, no ordinary pirate receives such a high bounty. Only the most notorious pirates, such as those who emerged after the Rocks pirates disbanded, hold such value. Even the recently executed members of the Roger pirates do not command such a price. At this moment, Shanks, having just separated from the Roger pirates, had not yet attained the status of one of the 4 emperors. Even the prominent figures from the Rocks pirates, like Whitebeard and Big Mom, were still vying for territory in the New World, their positions not yet solidified. In the current world landscape, the highest bounty, that of the Golden Lion, was confined in Impel Down. The Rocks pirates had long since disbanded, and Whitebeard's faction was still gaining traction, while the world government and Navy enjoyed peak prestige. However, following Roger's execution, which heralded the age of pirates, countless youths yearned for the freedom and adventure of piracy, leading to a surge in piracy and frequent plundering of allied nations. The world government and Navy found themselves exceedingly busy. Now, with the emergence of Ronan, the 5 elders were beset with trouble. Let it be set at 10 billion berries. Let the bounty hunters handle Ronan. I wonder how long this child can withstand the onslaught of countless bounty hunters, muttered the short, stout elder resentfully. Since it is decided, let it be so. At Navy headquarters in Marineford, the current fleet admiral was none other than the future supreme commander, Steelbone Kong. While Sengoku was still a Marine admiral, Sengoku, with a grave expression, entered the admiral's residence holding Ronan's dossier. Taking a glance at Steelbone Kong, he approached and whispered, Admiral, I have brought Ronan's information. Steelbone Kong nodded, his expression calm as he accepted the dossier and began perusing it. After some time, he lifted his gaze towards Sengoku and inquired, Sengoku, what is your perspective on Ronan? This child possesses boundless potential. Sengoku replied solemnly, his eyes gleaming with intensity behind his glasses. I believe we must not afford him the luxury of time to grow. Otherwise, he will surely become an insurmountable threat. Indeed. Steelbone Kong nodded in appreciation. This young lad is merely 10 years old, an exceptional talent, yet regrettably not part of our Navy. Given the incident at Ohara Island, he is now our adversary. Therefore, we cannot allow him to remain. Should we commence a pursuit immediately? Sengoku pressed earnestly. If we decide to track him, we must act swiftly. Indeed, convey my orders. Let the West Blue Branch devote all efforts to apprehend Ronan and issue the world government's bounty notice. Understood. As Steelbone Kong's pursuit order and the world government's bounty notice were disseminated, the Navy headquarters erupted with agitation among the vice admirals and admirals. The Marines across the East Sea, South Sea, and West Sea were equally stirred by this pursuit command. Simultaneously, bounty hunters across the globe rejoiced at the prospect of a 10 billion berry bounty, particularly for a mere 10-year-old child. To the bounty hunters, this target appeared to be an easy catch. Consequently, countless bounty hunters eagerly converged towards the West Blue, preparing to take action against Ronin, as if the 10 billion berry bounty was already within their grasp. Chapter 9. The turmoil induced by the enormous bounty. The disruption of 10 billion berries. A substantial bounty has been issued, sending ripples across the seas, as countless bounty hunters set their sights on the West Sea, preparing to hunt down Ronin. The ocean has become a tempest, stirred by his emergence. 1 billion berries. This is no trifling sum. For smaller island nations, it could take years, if not decades, to amass such wealth. Only a nation as grand as Alabasta can barely scrape together such an amount in a year. And that is only feasible for a country with a population in the millions. Thus, it is no wonder that bounty hunters are driven to madness by this reward. A single successful hunt could allow anyone to retire in splendor, living a life of leisure with their newfound riches. Consequently, not only bounty hunters but also pirates are stirred into a frenzy. For these notorious marauders, how many countries and ports must they plunder to accumulate such vast wealth? For many small pirate crews, it may be a lifetime's ambition to seize such riches. As for the treachery of black eating black, this is merely routine for pirates. Given the chance, they would not hesitate to stab other pirate crews in the back, let alone target someone like Ronan. To eliminate Ronan and claim the billion berries would elevate them to prosperity. The most notorious pirates and their crews share this ambition. Such a fortune could grant them a prolonged period of indulgence and expand their crews, even allowing them to venture into the New World to contest territories with other formidable pirates. In the New World, the future emperors of the sea are currently engaged in fierce battles. Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, and others are embroiled in relentless conflict. As former members of the once mighty Rocks Pirates, these three have inherited a wealth of resources, growing stronger in the New World. As for Shanks and the other members of Roger's crew, at this moment, Shanks is not the formidable figure he will become 2 decades hence. He is still in his formative years and will require time to match the prowess of Whitebeard and the others. At present, Whitebeard appears in his youth, having just departed from the Rocks Pirates, brimming with vigor. On the vast seas, only a handful can stand against him: Big Mom, Kaido, and the imprisoned Captain John. Gulping down strong spirits, Whitebeard stands proudly on the deck of the Moby Dick, gazing out at the distant ocean, where the flag of the beast pirates flutters in the wind. Kaido, how about we have another bout? I cannot let that little brat upstage me. He booms with a hearty laugh. A deep, thunderous laugh echoes back from the flagship of the beast pirates. If you want to fight, then come. If you can, try to kill me. Big Mom, Charlotte Lin, is seated at a massive round table, ravenously consuming sweets while her son respectfully reads the newspaper, reporting on Ronin's exploits. She swallows, her eyes sparkling with interest. This young lad named Ronan is quite impressive. He has quietly annihilated an entire fleet. Mother is right, remarks a young boy standing beside her, who is only slightly older than Ronan, yet shows utmost deference. The world government has truly invested heavily, 1 billion berries. After all these years of robbing, I've only managed to accumulate such a sum. They've offered it all at once. Then, Mother, should we head to the West Sea to capture this Ronin? With that 1 billion berries. If we can pit Whitebeard and Kaido against each other until they are both severely weakened, it would be a splendid opportunity for us to expand the Big Mom pirates. The boy's eyes narrow with ambition. The news has already spread across the seas. Many will be vying for him. By the time we arrive, we may be left with nothing but scraps. Big Mom muses. Let us see if this young man can survive among the wolves. If he manages to endure, I may just consider personally recruiting him. If he is wise, perhaps I will offer him a place under my banner. Should we not keep an eye on him? No need to worry about him. Big Mom waves her hand dismissively. Focus on tracking Edward and Kaido. If the opportunity arises, I would not mind dealing them a harsh blow. Chapter 10. The Arrogant Golden Lion. Preparing to set sail. In the depths of the underwater prison, impel down LV6. The most notorious criminals are confined, including the infamous Golden Lion, Shiki. Although imprisoned, Shiki maintains his own channels of information. Every inmate possesses unique skills. Some have forged relationships with the guards, allowing them to gather news, which inevitably finds its way to Shiki's ears. Ronan, 10 years old, single-handedly obliterated the Demon Slayer fleet? Slaughtered nearly 1,000 Navy soldiers? Haha. Within the dark confines of his cell, Shiki's imposing figure sits upright, a spark of interest igniting in his eyes upon hearing of Ronan's feats. This young lad is impressive. He possesses both courage and strength. While I do not regard the Demon Slayer fleet highly, for a 10-year-old to accomplish such a feat is commendable. Shiki grins, his eyes gleaming with mockery. And to think the world government is so frightened they placed a bounty of 1 billion berries on his head. Such fools, terrified of a mere child. Haha. Once I escape, I shall undoubtedly topple the celestial dragon's reign. As for this Ronin, he is a promising young man. I shall recruit him as my subordinate. If he refuses, well, I shall not hesitate to dispose of him. Ohara, Robin's home. It has been 2 days since the obliteration of the Demon Slayer fleet by Ronan. During this time, the island's inhabitants have learned from the newspapers about the events that transpired 2 days ago. They discovered that Ronan single-handedly saved the lives of everyone on the island. And their gratitude towards him is boundless. Many have eagerly invited him to their homes for meals as a token of appreciation. Over the past 2 days, Ronan and Robin have indulged in a veritable feast. However, Ronan is acutely aware that not all citizens share the same sentiment. A few, though they do not voice it outright, cast glances laced with trepidation in his direction. After all, Ronan has single-handedly slain nearly 1,000 soldiers. Even though the islanders understand that those soldiers came to harm them, the relentless propaganda of the world government, upheld for 8 centuries, instills a sense of dread. They believe Ronan has drawn the ire of a formidable adversary, convinced that the world government will not let him escape unscathed. The bounty of 1 billion berries stands as irrefutable evidence. Should the world government dispatch a fleet for retribution, it is certain that even more powerful forces will come, jeopardizing their safety. Self-interest prevails within all hearts. Despite Ronan's heroism in saving their lives, some still selfishly fear that he may one day bring calamity upon them. Ronan was aware of the situation, yet he chose to remain reticent. His endeavor to rescue Ohara was not for the sake of another. The majority of the inhabitants of Ohara were indeed admirable individuals. Furthermore, with Olvia and Robin present, it was inconceivable for him to turn a blind eye. Once Olvia returns, we shall depart together with her and Robin, he declared. Ronan contemplated to himself. He was unperturbed by the thought of Olvia and Robin not departing. For Olvia's aspiration was to unravel the annals of history, which necessitated her embarking on voyages to explore the ancient relics of 8 centuries past. With him accompanying her, their safety would be further assured, and bringing Robin along would facilitate the reunion between mother and daughter. He was confident that Olvia would wholeheartedly agree, and besides, remaining on the island after such an event would hardly be secure, would it? Ah, Robin. Suddenly, Ronan queried Robin. Are you aware of the location of the ruins that Aunt Olvia is visiting this time? Indeed. As a prodigious young girl, Robin, despite being merely 8 years of age, had already mastered the majority of archaeological knowledge, a fact acknowledged by many of the island's elders. Thus, while Ronan himself lacked expertise in archaeology, Robin was exceptionally well-versed in it. Splendid. Upon hearing this, Ronan immediately broke into a smile. In light of this, he need not remain idle on Ohara, waiting for Olvia's return. For the time being, the island of Ohara was devoid of any imminent threats. Moreover, it was unlikely that any action would be taken against Ohara before he was apprehended. Otherwise, they would have to face his wrath in its full measure. What is so wonderful? Robin inquired with curiosity. Robin, how about we embark on a quest to find Aunt Olvia? Ronan turned to Robin and inquired with a smile. Are you searching for your mother? Upon hearing these words, Robin's eyes widened in astonishment, and she immediately exclaimed with delight. Wonderful. Let us embark together to find her. Ha! We shall surprise her. Had this been before, Robin might have hesitated to agree to such an undertaking. After all, the sea is perilous, fraught with numerous pirates, and it would indeed be dangerous for 2 young children to drift upon the waters. However, now she felt utterly at ease, for Ronan was by her side. Ronan single-handedly challenged the entire Demon Slayer fleet, annihilating over 12 warships and nearly 1,000 marines. Such terrifying prowess would make traversing the Western Sea a trivial matter, and even conquering the 4 seas would pose little difficulty. Very well, let us make our preparations today, and we shall set forth on our journey tomorrow. Ronan waved his hand and exclaimed, Yes, I shall inform Grandpa Gulliv that we shall set sail tomorrow. Robin joyfully dashed outside, leaving Ronan alone at home to pack their belongings. Chapter 11. Check in again. Reward. Navy 6 style. The next morning, at the harbor of Ohara Island, 2 slender figures stood on the deck of the slowly departing giant wave, which were none other than Ronan and Robin. They waved goodbye to the crowd at the port, who were also bidding them farewell. Once the figures at the harbor faded from view, Robin lowered her hand and sighed, "Brother Ronan, this is my first time leaving Ohara. Have you always stayed on the island?" Ronan inquired, recalling that he once believed Robin had accompanied Olvia on her departure. However, considering that Robin was only 8 years old, it was quite understandable that Olvia, venturing into ancient ruins amidst the tumultuous seas, would not have taken her along. Indeed, this marks my inaugural departure. How exhilarating it is to embark on an adventure. Setting sail into the unknown is a dream cherished by many young souls in this world, especially following Roger's execution, which has transformed it into a prevailing trend, or rather, a pursuit of the so-called treasures. Robin is no exception. However, her pursuit is not for treasure, but rather to follow in her mother's footsteps and unravel the intricacies of historical texts. Since you have never ventured out to sea before, how could you possibly know the whereabouts of Olvia? Ronan furrowed his brow. Surely Robin cannot be entirely oblivious to the location. After all, we possess navigational charts. Robin cast a glance at Ronan and unveiled a maritime chart, pointing as he spoke. Behold, my mother is currently en route to the Isle of Trafford in the Western Sea. Previously, archaeologists uncovered an ancient site on this island, revealing numerous antiquities. This time, my mother, along with others, has ventured there, undoubtedly in pursuit of discoveries within the remnants of that site. If we hasten our journey, we should arrive in time. One can only hope. However, with such a grand vessel as the Leviathan, and only the two of us aboard, maneuvering proves somewhat challenging, hindering our speed. Ronan cast a glance at the colossal vessel. With insufficient manpower, he could only raise the sails as he had previously done against the demon-slaying fleet, allowing the ship to glide freely along the wind's path. Moreover, with no navigator aboard, they were ill-equipped to evade the storms and other harsh weather conditions that might arise. However, there was a silver lining. They found themselves in the West Sea, far less treacherous than the Grand Line, significantly reducing the likelihood of encountering a tempest. For now, this would have to suffice. In the future, they could recruit additional crew members when the opportunity arose. Robin found himself somewhat helpless. The crew aboard was too sparse, rendering any significant increase in speed impossible. Although the vessel did not sail rapidly, it steadily approached Trafford Island as time elapsed. Days passed, and finally, they sailed past an island. Ronan breathed a sigh of relief. During the preceding days, he had only managed to sign in once aboard the ship, receiving a vial of stamina potion. The subsequent days had yielded no further rewards, as one could not sign in repeatedly while on the same vessel. Now, with the fortuitous sighting of an island, he could not afford to squander this opportunity. He must disembark to sign in, hoping for a commendable reward. Ronan. This island is not large, and it bears no name on the maritime chart. It may very well be an obscure isle. Let us go ashore and ascertain whether it is uninhabited. If it is not a deserted island, we shall replenish our provisions and water before setting sail again. Robin, with her petite frame, was diligently steering the ship, guiding the mighty waves towards the island. Allow me to navigate the vessel, you prepare for our landing. And soon we shall set foot upon the shore together. Ronan approached and took the helm, saying, "All right, I shall prepare myself." Having spent several days aboard the vessel, I am finally able to set foot on the island. I sincerely hope there are people present, for I yearn for a sumptuous feast. Robin cheerfully set about making preparations. After a while, Ronan found a suitable spot to anchor the boat near the island. The two of them tidied up and disembarked onto the island. It seemed that this island was rather desolate, with scarcely any signs of human presence. Robin, feeling somewhat despondent, remarked, "Could it possibly be a deserted island? No wonder the map does not bear the name of this small isle. It truly could be an uninhabited land." Ronan nodded, a hint of concern furrowing his brow. While he could indeed sign in and receive rewards on a deserted island, he surmised that such rewards would likely be of little value. If given the opportunity, he would prefer to sign in at Mariewa, where he anticipated the benefits would be considerably greater. However, he felt no urgency at present. There would be ample time in the future. The Four Seas, along with the two segments of the Grand Line, not to mention Mariewa and Marieford, all presented potential for signing in. He would also not overlook some renowned large islands, such as Alabasta, Amazon Lily, Eni's Lobby, Dressrosa, and even Logetown, among others. "Hey, Ronan. Come look. Are those footprints?" Suddenly, Robin exclaimed with delight, pointing to a spot on the ground ahead. Indeed, they were footprints. Someone had been here. Ronan nodded with a smile, observing the footprints imprinted on the ground. Indeed, they were human tracks, indicating that this desolate island was not entirely devoid of life. it bore evidence of human presence. If there were people, then provisions must exist as well. It would not be difficult to procure food and water from the villagers who inhabit this place. Let us follow the footprints, he suggested, pointing ahead. Look towards the center of the island. Before them lay a forest that stretched towards the heart of the island, resembling a basin lush with trees and blooming flora. If there were inhabitants, they would undoubtedly be situated in the island's core, a location that offered safety and concealment, making it less susceptible to discovery by pirates or wandering sea creatures. Very well, let us proceed. I hope there are many people residing on this island. Robin nodded and followed closely beside Ronan as they made their way toward the heart of the island. Meanwhile, Ronan, while walking, communicated with the sign-in system in his mind. Since they had already arrived on this island, he decided to utilize today's sign-in opportunity. This island was not a renowned large isle, so signing in for the entire island would yield a more substantial reward. System, let us proceed with the sign-in on this island. Ronan pondered within his mind. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, the 6 styles of the Navy. The voice of the sign-in system echoed in his thoughts. And soon a book materialized in his mind, revealing the advanced techniques of the Navy from the world of pirates, the 6 styles of the Navy. The 6 styles? Ronan exclaimed with surprise, never expecting that signing in on such an inconspicuous deserted island would grant him a skill as formidable as this. It was not merely a single technique but a compilation of 6 distinct moves, including the finger pistol and moonwalk, rendering it a commendable reward. System. How is it that such a desolate island could yield such a remarkable reward? Ronan, filled with curiosity, inquired, host. The rewards obtained from the sign-in system will increase as the host's strength improves. This has been explained to you previously. The system responded, once the host becomes stronger, even more formidable rewards will be bestowed. This time, the host is signed in for the entire island, and for a brief period. You will be unable to sign in here again, hence the generous reward. All right, I understand. Ronan nodded, a smile gracing his lips, feeling quite pleased with such a remarkable reward. Just as Ronan and Robin were about to reach the center of the island, a sudden rustling noise emanated from the thicket ahead. Ronan raised an eyebrow and looked up, only to see over a dozen pirates, brandishing swords and guns, emerging from the woods, their eyes glinting with surprise and malice as they encircled him. Ha ha, who would have thought that 2 little ones would stumble into our lair? The evil tiger pirate crew. Brothers, bind them. Chapter 12, The Ambush on Ronan? Domineering suppression. Where did these scoundrels come from? Ronan maintained a calm demeanor as he surveyed his surroundings, casting a glance at the men who had encircled him. Each one was a robust figure, some towering to impressive heights, even reaching 2 or 3 meters. Yet, in this world, such variations in stature were commonplace. It was not unusual to encounter giants nearly 100 meters tall or diminutive folk the size of a finger, alongside the merfolk and an array of other peculiar beings. These dozen or so ruffians evidently mistook both him and Robin for ordinary individuals who had unwittingly trespassed onto their island. Ironically, this very island happened to be the lair of the notorious tiger pirate crew. Wow, Ronan, have we stumbled into a den of thieves? Unlike Ronan, whose audacity was unmatched, Robin was taken aback, gripping Ronan's sleeve tightly, her voice tinged with apprehension. Fear not, they are merely a band of petty thieves, hardly worth our concern. Ronan spoke calmly, scarcely acknowledging the presence of these ordinary pirates. Hey, little thief? The leader among the more than a dozen pirates, a towering brute standing 2 to 3 meters tall, chuckled heartily. I never expected to be belittled by 2 mere children today. Ha ha ha, brothers. What do you think? Amusing. Ha ha ha, this is truly laughable. Beside him, a man wielding a long knife, his face marred by a scar resembling a centipede, grinned in a menacing manner, terrifying Robin, who promptly hid behind Ronan, too frightened to gaze upon the man's visage. 2 little children, audaciously trespassing into our evil tiger pirates' territory, utterly oblivious to their impending doom, truly ignorant of their mortality. Another gaunt figure cast a grim look at Ronan, gripping a pistol that was already aimed at Ronan's head, poised to strike at any moment. Deputy Captain, should we eliminate them now? A short, unscrupulous-looking man inquired, his eyes glinting with malice as he scrutinized Ronan and his companion. Eliminate? Did you not hear my earlier words? The giant barked, glaring at the shorter man. These 2 children are tender and delicate. He, let's bind them and take them back. Food has been scarce lately. We might as well feast on them. Upon hearing this, the pirates exchanged gleeful glances, eyeing the 2 as if they were mere provisions, while Ronan's expression darkened. Eat them? These fiends are indeed unscrupulous pirates, capable of such heinous acts. Judging by their demeanor, this is clearly not their first transgression. They must be dealt with. Consume them? Consume humans? Robin was evidently struck by fear as her face turned pale, and she began to tremble uncontrollably, gazing in terror at the pirates before her. Aha, quickly. Bind these two little ones. Upon witnessing Robin's frightened expression, the massive man let out a hearty laugh, and with a wave of his hand, he signaled to his companions to hasten the binding of their captives, seeking death. As these individuals began to move, Ronan sprang into action. He chose not to employ Haki, for allowing them to perish in unconsciousness would be far too lenient a fate for them. Ronan drew forth his sunwell blade and swiftly struck at the approaching pirates. With a series of swift slashes, the gleaming blade sliced through the air, leaving behind a scene of dismembered limbs and fallen foes, their lives extinguished in an instant. Given Ronan's current prowess, confronting these ordinary pirates was akin to slicing through vegetables. He did not even need to employ the powers of the burn fruit, relying solely on his swordsmanship to dispatch these insignificant adversaries with effortless grace. It would not be an exaggeration to say he accomplished this without breaking a sweat. Some pirates barely had time to emit a scream before they were reduced to mere fragments. Such was the swiftness of Ronan's movements. Under the radiant flash of his blade, they were unable to react, meeting their demise in an eerie silence that enveloped the scene. The giant among them and his companions stood in stunned disbelief, their faces etched with incredulity. How is this possible? These are merely two children, yet they have instantaneously slain several of our men? Stammered one pirate, trembling as if he had seen a ghost. No, it cannot be. Who exactly are these children? The giant shook his head vigorously, as if trying to awaken from a nightmarish dream. Suddenly, the pirate wielding a pistol snapped out of his stupor, and the first thing he did was aim and fire at Ronan. Ronan did not even spare him a glance. He merely waved his sunwell blade casually. With a swift motion, the bullet was cleaved in two, whizzing past him on either side before tumbling to the ground, its severed edges smooth and remarkably even. For Ronan, deflecting bullets and even slicing them apart had become an effortless feat. This man was nothing short of a demon. The pirate, clutching his handgun, trembled in terror, his lips quivering and his hand shaking uncontrollably, his face contorted in fear as he gazed at Ronan. The fact that his shot had been so nonchalantly intercepted and even severed by Ronan filled him with dread. He thought frantically, I must flee. I must return to report to the captain. This child is a demon. The once boastful giant could no longer maintain his bravado, his legs quaking, his eyes bloodshot. With a growl, he turned on his heel, too frightened to continue battling Ronan, lacking even a shred of courage to face him. His mind raced with thoughts of preserving his own life and returning to inform the captain of the fearsome tiger pirates, planning to confront Ronan with the overwhelming numbers of his crew. Trying to escape? Have you consulted me first? Ronan's chilling voice resonated from behind him, akin to the whisper of death. In a swift motion, the radiant blade of the sun will pierce through the robust chest of the burly man, whose formidable body collapsed with a thunderous thud, his eyes brimming with unfulfilled defiance. Flee. Run swiftly. Return to report to the captain. Scatter. The others, witnessing the astonishing demise of their formidable first mate at Ronan's hands, were engulfed in a paralyzing fear. In terror, they dispersed, hastily retreating towards the depths of the forest. Ronan's gaze was indifferent as he calmly approached the giant, reclaiming the sun blade. He paid no heed to the fleeing pirates, instead choosing to follow Robin at a measured pace. Ronan, do we really need to proceed further? Robin asked, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Though Ronan was indeed formidable, the forest ahead was the enemy's stronghold. Wouldn't it be overly perilous to venture forth so recklessly? Of course we must continue, Ronan replied. These scoundrels have dared to commit acts of cannibalism. They shall not escape my wrath. I refuse to depart until the vile tiger pirate crew is eradicated. Ronan spoke in a deep voice, his eyes brimming with a fierce intensity, displaying no intention of retreating. Instead, he resolved to follow the fleeing pirates back to their lair, intending to eradicate them entirely. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Robin, who had initially felt a twinge of fear, found her trepidation dissipating. Ronan was correct. If these despicable individuals were not dealt with, countless others would suffer in the future. Despite being merely 8 years old and still unskilled in harnessing the powers of her devil fruit, she could not allow Ronan to bear the burden alone. She vowed to use her abilities to ensnare the enemies and support him in their endeavor. Robin encouraged herself inwardly, her small face serious as she followed Ronan, trailing behind the fleeing pirates toward the lair of the Beast Tiger pirate crew. Chapter 13. The Beast Tiger pirate crew? Merely a bunch of ragtag miscreants. At the heart of the forest, which also marked the center of the island, the terrain was open, dotted with several humble villages, far from prosperous and rather impoverished. In the very center of the village stood a relatively tall building, bustling with numerous individuals who were not villagers, but members of the Beast Tiger pirate crew. Inside the hall were 7 or 8 large round tables. At the head of one such table sat a tall man adorned with a black tiger tattoo. Though he was not as towering as the previous giant, he exuded a fiercer demeanor, his piercing eyes occasionally glinting with a ruthless spark. Surrounding him were other pirates, each holding cups of liquor, feasting on roasted meats, and drinking heartily. "Captain, where do we plan to raid next?" one pirate inquired after taking a bite of meat. "Yes, Captain, our food supplies are dwindling and the villagers are nearly exhausted. Who will handle the menial tasks if they're all gone? We can't possibly do it ourselves." "Can we?" Another pirate chimed in, taking a swig of his drink. "Next time, we need to target a worthwhile prize. I've heard that an island to the north is quite affluent. How about we raid there?" No, that island has a naval presence. With a colonel from the West Sea Navy stationed there, it would be unwise to provoke them. What of the naval colonel? Does the Beast Tiger pirate crew fear him? Fear may not be the right word, but it could lead to significant casualties. "Let the captain decide," another pirate suggested. "Indeed, Captain, what do you think?" They all turned their gazes to the captain of the Beast Tiger pirate crew. The captain downed a hefty gulp of liquor, exhaling a cloud of alcohol-laden breath, and declared fiercely, "Though there is a naval colonel on that island, with a considerable number of Marines, over 100 more than our crew, my intent is to raid it. We want to confront them head-on. Instead, we'll strike under the cover of night, landing from the farthest point from their garrison, and make a swift escape. Let us see how they pursue us." "Ha ha ha, what a brilliant idea, Captain." "Indeed, a remarkable strategy. Our captain is truly ingenious, thinking of such a clever plan. Is it any wonder he is our leader? He is certainly far more clever than us." The crew erupted in flattery, eliciting a proud laugh from the captain. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed through the hall. "Captain, it's bad. The first mate has been killed, and several of our brothers have also perished. Captain, help." The few pirates who had fled burst into the hall, panting and disheveled. "What?" The captain of the Beast Tiger pirate crew frowned deeply, demanding, "What is happening? Weren't you supposed to be on guard outside? How could the first mate be killed? Are you jesting?" "Indeed, what a jest. This is our stronghold. How could the first mate have been slain?" A pirate questioned skeptically. "Could it be the Navy has attacked?" Someone asked, alarmed. "Impossible. If the Navy had truly come, the first mate would never have engaged them. He would have returned to warn us." Another pondered. "Then what on earth has transpired?" "Calm down. What exactly happened?" The captain rose, waving his hand to the returning pirates. "We encountered 2 children who trespassed onto the island. The first mate decided to capture them, but one of the children was incredibly powerful and killed him with a single strike." A pirate recounted, his eyes wide with fear. He isn't afraid of guns." Another pirate added, "We fired at him, but he deflected the bullets. We barely managed to escape." "Humph." Upon hearing this, the captain's expression darkened, and with a cold snort, he declared, "Such an audacious act. Brothers, arm yourselves. I must see who dares to wreak havoc in our lair." "Yes, Captain." One pirate immediately grabbed his sword, rising fiercely to seek out Ronan. "How dare he invade our stronghold? I'll show him he is courting death." Another pirate seated, raising his spear. "Let us go and see. To kill our first mate is to invite their own demise. Charge. For revenge." A cacophony erupted as the pirates, led by their captain, prepared to confront Ronan. Just then, a chilling voice pierced through the air from outside the hall. "Who goes there?" Startled, the pirates turned towards the entrance, and the captain bellowed, his body beginning to sprout black tiger stripes, a dark emblem appearing on his forehead. "Weren't you all seeking to find me, to avenge your precious first mate?" Ronan, with Robin in tow, pushed open the grand door and sauntered inside, his expression composed. He surveyed the surroundings before fixing his gaze upon a burly man with bare arms, unmistakably the captain of the fearsome tiger pirate crew. The reason for this conclusion was evident. Amidst the throng, only this individual possessed a devil fruit, specifically a zoan-type feline fruit, endowing him with formidable combat prowess. In a pirate crew of this caliber, he was the sole contender capable of commanding such authority. In the realm of piracy, strength dictated leadership. Only the powerful could ascend to the captaincy. "Boy, are you the one who killed our first mate?" A pirate growled at Ronan, his glare vicious, echoed by the menacing stares of his comrades. Yet, Ronan did not deign to acknowledge them, dismissing the ruffians as inconsequential. Even the captain of the fearsome tiger pirate crew, a wielder of a devil fruit, failed to command Ronan's respect. Dealing with these foes would be a trivial endeavor. For instance, the use of Conqueror's Haki. Ronan had no desire to squander time with these insignificant foes, and thus, he unleashed the formidable technique of Conqueror's Haki without hesitation. With a resounding boom, a cacophony erupted throughout the hall. All pirates, save for the captain who managed to withstand the overwhelming aura, collapsed to the ground in a state of unconsciousness. Was this the manifestation of Haki? The captain's gaze was vacant, his expression one of utter shock as he looked towards Ronan, his body trembling not from fear, but from the sheer force of Ronan's conqueror's Haki that he had withstood. Though he did not fall immediately, he was far from unscathed. Ronan's strength far surpassed his own. He remained standing, transformed momentarily into a fierce tiger, bravely enduring the overwhelming force. Yet, he found himself incapable of any further actions. Under the oppressive pressure, Ronan calmly approached him, effortlessly wielding the Sunwell blade. With a sharp crack, the head fell to the ground. The so-called captain of the evil tiger pirate crew could withstand only a single strike from Ronan. The second was merely a gentle cut that ended his life. Ronan surveyed his surroundings, his expression unchanging as he wielded his long knife with precision, extinguishing the lives of the pirates one by one, thus bringing an end to their nefarious existence. The so-called evil tiger pirate group was nothing more than a mere collection of insignificant wretches, easily obliterated with a mere wave of his hand. Ronan smiled faintly throughout his life, then took the awestruck Robin by the hand and departed from the hall. Subsequently, he set ablaze the place, incinerating the corpses of all the pirates. Chapter 14. The Conspiracy of the Becky Family in the Navy. Ronan, you are truly remarkable. Robin gazed at Ronan with unabashed admiration, exclaiming, "It is astonishing that you effortlessly vanquished so many pirates. They shall no longer be able to perpetrate their wickedness." Indeed. With the absence of these marauders, the remaining villagers will have the opportunity to live peacefully. As they traversed the village, Ronan observed faint silhouettes moving within the dilapidated houses. He even caught sight of a few children peering through the cracks of the doors, their faces etched with terror, clearly living in a state of fear that rendered them wary of all who approached. As Ronan and his companion departed, the villagers emerged from their homes. But their numbers were few. Most of those who survived were elderly, infirm, or frail. They knelt in sorrow before the towering inferno of a building, weeping uncontrollably, their tears a cathartic release of their anguish. Ronan and Robin departed along the narrow path through the forest. This small village had long been under the oppressive rule of the fierce tiger pirate crew, leaving little sustenance behind. Remaining here served no purpose. It was far more prudent to set sail at the earliest opportunity. Robin, could you consult the navigational chart and determine the location of the nearest substantial island? Upon returning to the ship, Ronan took the helm and steered the vessel, the Great Wave, away from the isle while inquiring of Robin. To the north. It is not too distant. If we increase our speed, we should reach it by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Robin gazed at the nautical chart for a while before speaking, yet by the end, a hint of hesitation crept into his voice. However, what was it that caused his uncertainty? It was the fact that the island in question was home to a naval detachment of the West Sea branch. Robin was acutely aware that Ronan was currently a wanted man by the world government, and an unexpected encounter with the Navy would undoubtedly lead to conflict. Oh? Upon hearing this, Ronan raised an eyebrow, displaying no fear. Instead, he inquired with curiosity, how many naval personnel are stationed there? How many fleets? Well, came the response. There are no fleets, merely around 100 Marines and 2 medium-sized warships. The commanding officer is a colonel from the branch. Robin unpaused momentarily and inquired, is this all? Ronan was momentarily taken aback, subsequently finding himself at a loss for words. He had anticipated the presence of dozens of warships and thousands of naval soldiers, perhaps even high-ranking generals awaiting them. However, it turned out to be merely this handful of individuals. Indeed, it was just these few. Robin nodded in affirmation. Let us disregard them. We shall proceed to replenish our supplies. Adjusting the sails, Ronan navigated the vessel with the wind and current towards their destination. He regarded the naval forces with utter disdain, harboring no intention to engage with them. They were simply too feeble, failing to incite even the slightest desire to take action. As night fell, Ronan dedicated several hours to studying the rewards obtained from the day's endeavors, the 6 forms of the Navy. In a matter of hours, he had already become somewhat proficient in these skills. Given another 10 days to half a month, he could master all 6 techniques, potentially reaching the level of seasoned naval officers who had trained in the 6 forms for years. Of course, the efficacy of the 6 forms in Ronan's hands far surpassed that of others due to the unique capabilities of the user. System, display my attribute panel. Reclining on the deck, gazing at the stars, Ronan requested the system to unveil his attributes, eager to ascertain the extent of his progress during this period. Host, Ronan age, 10 physique, 71 strength, 68 agility, 72 spirit, 99 conqueror's haki, LV7 flowing cloud swordsmanship, LV7 flame fruit, LV6 navy 6 forms, LV2 healing potions, 8 mental potions, 8 stamina potions, 11 longevity potions, 3 Sunwell sword. Swift movement talisman, giant wave. The increase in attributes was modest, with only a few points added to each, as Ronin's inherent strength rendered him largely impervious to the effects of these enhancements. The Navy 6 forms hold considerable potential yet to be unlocked as the levels rise. There will be a significant boost to my 4 primary attributes. Ronan gazed at the elevated rank of the Navy 6th style, contemplating how its enhancement would significantly bolster his physical constitution, agility, and strength, though its impact on mental fortitude would be less pronounced. Nevertheless, he deemed it worthwhile to dedicate some time to practice. With this thought in mind, Ronan succumbed to sleep on the deck, opting not to rest in the cabin since the crew was scant. Robin, being a mere child, required the cabin for her rest, leaving him to stand guard outside against any unforeseen encounters with sea creatures. He also needed to monitor their course, ensuring that the ship did not drift onto an unintended path by morning. The following day, the giant wave sailed for an entire morning, finally arriving at a larger island by afternoon. As the vessel approached the port, there was no need for concealment. Ronan and Robin disembarked and made their way to the bustling port city of Becky Island. The name of the island seemed to stem from a family that governed it. Ronan didn't concern himself with the specifics of that family. He and Robin planned to rest for a day in this vibrant city, replenish their supplies of food and water, and then set sail again, as they were not far from the island where Olvia resided. With a more substantial supply replenishment this time, they would be able to reach her island directly. Upon entering the city, in a towering building, a rotund man clad in a black suit sat in a plush office chair on the top floor. He was relatively young, perhaps in his early 20s, and held a cigar thicker than his thumb between his lips, his small eyes occasionally glinting with cold light through the smoke. Opposite him sat a gaunt middle-aged man in a white naval uniform, who spoke with a grim expression, so that Ronan, valued at 1 billion berries, has arrived in this city? Capone, this presents an excellent opportunity. If we capture him, that fortune will be ours, far more lucrative than your dealings in arms and human trafficking. Indeed, the man in the chair was none other than Capone Beach, one of the supernovas of the future. However, at this moment, he was far from his later formidable self, lacking both personal strength and family power. Recently having taken over the family business, he was still devising plans to consolidate the entire underground influence of the West Sea. Unfortunately, he currently presided over only this small island ruled by his family for over a century, and he was light years away from dominating the underground forces of the West Sea. Yet now, a chance for great wealth lay before him. Colonel Valorel, Capone regarded his counterpart coolly. While I certainly covet that 1 billion berries, Ronan single-handedly decimated the entire Demon Slayer fleet. Do you truly believe I would be foolish enough to provoke him? He understood Valorel's intentions, which were to enlist his family's aid against Ronan. Otherwise, with merely 100 or so Marines stationed on this island and his own modest post as a naval colonel, how could he dare confront Ronan? Capone was no fool. Valorel clearly sought to have his family take the lead in this venture, and he was not about to agree without some substantial incentive. Capone, we have collaborated successfully for many years, Valorel suddenly smiled. If it weren't for my support and the quiet approval of the West Sea Navy, do you honestly think your family could have thrived for so long and enjoyed such stability and profits? Are you threatening me? Capone's expression grew icy. While you call it collaboration, you have benefited greatly. Have I not provided you with ample rewards whenever we struck it rich? What do you mean by saying this now? You misunderstand. I would never threaten you, Valorel replied earnestly. I merely wish to emphasize that this opportunity must not be missed. News from headquarters has arrived. The world government cannot allow Ronan to continue existing. Marine headquarters has dispatched an admiral from the New World, who is poised to lead a team to the West Sea to capture Ronan. If we do not seize this chance, that 1 billion berries will slip through our fingers. Upon hearing this, Capone fell silent, taking a deep drag from his cigar, the smoke thickening around him. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his head, his eyes filled with determination. Very well, let us go big this time, but I want the lion's share of that 1 billion berries. Not a problem. Valorel immediately broke into a grin. Chapter 15. Encirclement of the Hotel. Capture Ronan. In a luxurious hotel within the port city of Becky Island, Ronan and Robin found themselves in the second-floor hall, seated at a table. Robin held the menu, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she surveyed the delectable array of dishes, nearly drooling in delight. Go ahead and order what you like. Our funds are sufficient for now, so there's no need to be frugal. Ronan chuckled. The supplies of food and water on their ship had been replenished, and now it was time to indulge in culinary delights. They could not have such conveniences while at sea, where meals were limited to simple fare. I want this one, and that one, and this dish too, Robin exclaimed, seizing the opportunity to order a plethora of delicious items. After handing the menu to the staff, she eagerly awaited the arrival of their feast. Ronan, do you think that once we find Mom, we will return to Ohara? Robin pondered, having grown fond of their carefree adventures. For her, there had been no tragedy akin to that of the original narrative. Instead, she reveled in freedom, secure in Ronan's presence, and indulging in delightful cuisine. Life was undeniably more pleasurable than the solitude of staying in Ohara. Ronan pondered for a moment before sharing his original idea with Robin. Robin, my intention is to embark on a voyage with you and Aunt Olvia, in pursuit of the truth behind the poneglyphs. Aunt Olvia's dream revolves around uncovering the truth of the poneglyphs, and I too yearn for adventure, as I have my own aspirations regarding the treasure of One Piece. However, my motivation is not solely for the treasure. My true desire lies in exploring various places, primarily to collect signatures and earn rewards. Assisting Aunt Olvia in her quest for the truth of the poneglyphs is merely a convenient endeavor. Upon hearing this, Robin's spirits soared. I too wish to uncover the truth of the poneglyphs. What transpired during that blank century is the dream of every archaeologist. Ronan smiled faintly, nearly forgetting that Robin was also an archaeologist. As he grew up, his proficiency in archaeology rivaled that of Olvia, perhaps even surpassing it. He was simply still young and not yet on par with established masters like Olvia. However, the gap was not insurmountable. Since you have no objections, let us persuade Aunt Olvia together, Ronan suggested. All right, leave it to me. I am certain I can convince Mother. Robin confidently declared that she was eagerly looking forward to the prospect of pursuing historical truths alongside her mother. Remaining on Ohara Island felt exceedingly tedious. Having already grasped the majority of archaeological knowledge, there seemed little necessity for further study for a scholar like her. What lay ahead was the realm of practical experience. With such an opportunity now presented to her, she was resolute in her desire to seize it. I leave it in your hands. As Ronan spoke, he accepted the platter brought by the server, revealing a delightful array of culinary delights already laid out on the table. The two of them, captivated by the feast before them, wasted no time in indulging. It must be said that the gastronomic offerings in the world of pirates are indeed exquisite. The chef at this establishment is of the highest caliber, crafting dishes that nearly caused the two diners to swallow their tongues in sheer delight. Delicious. This is absolutely fantastic, far superior to what we consumed aboard the ship, Robin murmured between bites. Of course, the fare we had on the vessel consisted merely of easily storable grains and some sea fish, lacking in diverse ingredients. Moreover, our culinary skills are rather lacking. How could we possibly compare to a professional chef? Ronan replied, gnawing on a chicken leg while sipping on a refreshing juice. Oh dear. Does that mean we will be left starving on the ship during our future voyages? We want to have access to such delectable dishes, Robin said, her brow furrowing as she savored the exquisite meal. No need to fret, Ronan contemplated briefly before suggesting we could seek out a professional chef to join our crew. Then we would be able to relish delightful meals every day. Wow, Ronan, you are truly brilliant. I can't believe I didn't think of that. What a delightful decision. You must find an exceptional chef to become our companion, Robin exclaimed with a bright smile. Even if we can't, Aunt Olvia's cooking is far superior to our own. Ronan chuckled softly and remarked, indeed, the food prepared by Mother is quite delightful, far superior to what we typically enjoy. However, when compared to the culinary expertise of this hotel as chef, there remains a noticeable gap. I believe it would be prudent to engage a professional chef. Robin pondered for a moment before responding, you are right. We shouldn't overburden Aunt Olvia. Leave it to me. I am certain I can find an exceptional chef. As the two savored their delectable meal, a large group of individuals surged into the hotel lobby, causing an immediate hush to fall over the entire first floor. The expressions of the patrons shifted dramatically, and they hurriedly vacated the area, not daring to voice a single complaint. At least these fellows are perceptive enough to leave. It saves us the trouble of clearing the space ourselves, one might say. Leading this group were none other than Captain Becky and Colonel Valor. Their entourage was distinctly divided into two factions. One group consisted of approximately 100 armed Marines under Valor's command, while the other comprised over 100 burly men clad in black suits, brandishing weapons and knives, the enforcers of Captain Becky's underground faction, known for their fierce demeanor. Where's Ronan? Valor inquired, directing his gaze toward the hotel. According to reports from his subordinates, he is dining on the second floor, Captain Becky replied coldly, his eyes narrowing toward the upper levels of the hotel. Surround the hotel. Upon hearing this, Valor immediately issued commands to the Marines, and within moments, 30 or so armed soldiers encircled the hotel to prevent Ronan from escaping. Everyone, let us ascend to the second floor. We must capture Ronan. Captain Becky gestured decisively and led his men toward the upper level. We shall follow. Observing Captain Becky's retreating figure, Valor promptly led the remaining Marines in pursuit. He sensed that, given Ronan's formidable strength, Captain Becky might struggle alone. However, united, they had a reasonable chance of subduing Ronan, especially with nearly 200 men at their disposal. This battle seemed destined for success. On the second floor, Ronan took a sip of juice, gently placing the glass down. Raising an eyebrow, a cold smile graced his lips as he mused, "What audacious intruders dare to disrupt our meal?" Chapter 16. The Burning Fruit. Annihilation. Who goes there? Robin was momentarily taken aback. She had yet to realize that the first floor of the hotel had been cleared. A subtle sound of footsteps was already encroaching upon the second floor. Meanwhile, Ronan had become aware of the situation. Although the dining guests on the second floor were numerous and somewhat boisterous, his mental acuity was nearing its zenith. Even without the ability of observation hockey, he could vaguely sense the happenings around him. After all, he was a top-tier powerhouse. It would be utterly disgraceful if he failed to notice someone approaching him. It was nothing. Ronan shook his head, remarking, "They are merely a few insignificant pests. In any case, we have finished our meal. Let us prepare to depart shortly. It appears we shall not be spending the night on this island. Once we have dealt with these minor annoyances, we shall set sail. Spending the night aboard the vessel will suffice." "Oh, very well." As Robin spoke, he sensed something amiss, for a large group had ascended the staircase to the second floor, intent on expelling other diners. The sight rendered the guests speechless. They averted their gazes and hurriedly exited, even those who had yet to settle their bills. The hotel staff, visibly anxious, dared not utter a word, for they understood all too well the identity of this imposing group. It was none other than the Becky family and the stationed naval forces of the island. To obstruct them would be tantamount to forfeiting any hope of remaining on this island. In their helplessness, the hotel employees were left to endure the humiliation silently, retreating to a safe distance, unwilling to confront the situation. With so many individuals present, the risk of a brawl loomed large, and they would be caught in the crossfire, left without recourse. Suddenly, a throng of men clad in black suits and armed Marines flooded the second-floor hall, encircling Ronan and Robin completely, leaving no room for escape. No needle could penetrate, no drop of water could seep through, not even a mosquito could hope to flee. Robin felt a twinge of fear as he stood up and approached Ronan's side, nervously gazing at the group of individuals before him. Ronan, however, remained unperturbed, calmly savoring the last sip of his juice. He then stood up, lifted his gaze, and addressed the group. "You possess quite the audacity, do you not?" Ronan spoke calmly, with a gentle breeze and soft rain, exuding an air of serenity and elegance, utterly disregarding the seemingly menacing individuals before him. The sound of heavy footsteps approached, echoing ominously. "You possess quite a bit of audacity, do you not?" Captain Beck and Valor drew near, their expressions cold as they fixed their gaze upon Ronan and Robin. In a low voice, they remarked, "Ronan, it seems it is you who possesses the boldness. Who are you, and your companions? Why have you surrounded us? And what are your intentions?" Robin nervously inquired, her mind already made up. Should a confrontation arise, she would employ the powers of her Nomi to assist Ronan. At the very least, she could not allow him to be besieged by so many adversaries. Previously, on the island of the vicious tiger pirates, she had intended to lend her aid, but the pirates were woefully inept, presenting no challenge to Ronan, thus depriving her of the opportunity to intervene. Now, with so many foes present and two notably formidable individuals among them, it seemed certain she would have the chance to assist this time. "Haha." Capone Beach scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Robin, regarding the young girl as inconsequential. In his eyes, only Ronan mattered, the individual who had single-handedly decimated the Demon Slayer fleet. Even a mere child of 10 warranted his utmost caution. He had brought a significant number of men with him rather than confronting Ronan alone for this very reason. Both he and Varol were users of devil fruits, together. They posed a substantial threat to Ronan alone, and with their numbers, he felt invulnerable. "Who are we? What do we want?" Capone Beach sneered. "I am the current head of the Beach family and the ruler of this island, destined to become the king of the underground forces in the West Blue. We are here for you, or rather, for the bounty of 1 billion berries on Ronan's head. If you are wise, you will kneel and beg for mercy now to lessen your suffering. Otherwise, should a battle ensue, the weapons in our hands will show no mercy." "Shiki," Varol replied darkly. "The world government's bounty does not necessarily require you to be alive, Ronan. If you are clever enough, surrender now, Otherwise, we will claim your body and still collect the reward. Robin cast a nervous glance at Ronan. Indeed, given the multitude of adversaries present, could the two of them truly contend against such odds? The two leaders among them appeared formidable at first glance. There was no need for fear. Ronan cast a reassuring glance at Robin before turning to Kappenbecky and Veril, gesturing towards the nearly 200 individuals gathered in the hall. He casually remarked, "Do you truly believe that these insignificant creatures pose any threat to me? With our numbers, each of us armed with firearms and blades, a single strike from any one of us could render you mere shadows." Kappenbecky retorted coldly, "Moreover, with Veril and myself present, our combined strength is more than sufficient to subdue you. You shall find no escape today, Ronan. Surrender, for there is no way for you to flee." Veril, brimming with confidence, added, "I have also stationed men outside the hotel, effectively surrounding the premises. Even your vessel at the port is under our control. There is truly no avenue for your escape. Rather than resist to the bitter end, it would be wiser for you to capitulate. Is it just the two of you?" Ronan sighed and shook his head, stating, "Not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Who gave you the audacity to believe that your strength could possibly overcome me? What a farce. Today, let me demonstrate what true power entails." "Oh, you dare to resist?" Capone and Vero stared at each other in surprise. It was unexpected that, surrounded by so many of their men, Ronan would still possess the courage to stand against them. He truly had no understanding of the concept of mortality. The two exchanged sinister smiles, then abruptly gestured for their subordinates to advance and test Ronan's capabilities. If he proved inadequate, they wouldn't even need to intervene personally, making the task exceedingly effortless. A swift acquisition of 10 billion berries would indeed be exhilarating. Upon receiving their leader's signal, the men in black suits and the Marines eagerly prepared to strike Ronan. However, Conqueror's Haki. A cold command resonated, an overwhelming aura descended upon them. The outcome was inevitable and, without exception, none had the opportunity to act. Not a single shot was fired before they collapsed en masse, lifeless and unresponsive. Instantly, the smiles on Vero and Capone's faces froze. Under the pressure of the Conqueror's Haki, both struggled to withstand the terrifying force. Conqueror's Haki? Damn it, it's Haki. Capone glared furiously at Vero. Vero's expression was equally grim. His body was undergoing a transformation due to the power of his devil fruit. To counter Ronan's Conqueror's Haki, he had to exert all his strength. Meanwhile, Capone had already summoned the abilities of his devil fruit, known as the Castle fruit, which allowed him to store various weapons within his body, even a small fortress. Thus, resisting the Haki was not overly challenging for him, at least. It was considerably simpler than it was for Vero. "Oh, you can withstand my Haki? But that will be the extent of it," Ronan observed as the two struggled against the overwhelming pressure of his Conqueror's Haki. With no further ado, he swiftly dealt with them and prepared to depart from the island. Finding it utterly devoid of interest, these individuals lacked even the capacity to compel him to exert himself. Flame fruit. Annihilation of heaven and earth. Boom. A searing inferno erupted into the sky, engulfing the arena with an overwhelming and terrifying heat that promised to reduce everything to ashes. Chapter 17. The renowned fear across the West Sea. A dread that sends many fleeing. Ronan had attained the 6th level of the flame fruit's abilities. While this might not be considered exceptionally high, it was more than adequate to confront the likes of Capone and Verol at this moment. As the two desperately contended with the oppressive force of Ronan's Conqueror's Haki, the terrifying flames cascaded down upon them, sealing their fate. No. The two could only muster a final cry of defiance, helplessly watching as the flames descended. Not even Capone's sturdy fortress fruit could withstand such an onslaught, let alone Verol's animal-type abilities. The two were mercilessly consumed by the flames, rendered to naught in an instant. As for the nearly 200 individuals rendered unconscious by the Conqueror's Haki, they too perished beneath the raging inferno. The entire second-floor hall was instantly left desolate. Mission accomplished. Ronan clapped his hands lightly, casting a casual glance at the charred remnants of the second floor engulfed in flames, before promptly leading Robin away. Robin found herself in a state of bewilderment. Just moments ago, she was poised to intervene, yet once again, she was deprived of the opportunity to act. Alas, the adversaries proved to be woefully inept, crumbling before Ronan with little resistance, dissipating into nothingness after only a few exchanges. Outside the hotel, the Marines tasked with surrounding the establishment shared a similar confusion. Their leader had barely engaged when he was utterly vanquished. As they beheld Ronan and his companion emerge from the hotel, trepidation gripped their hearts, leaving them too frightened to reveal themselves, resulting in a hasty retreat for their lives. With nearly 200 personnel, complemented by 2 wielders of devil fruit abilities, they were unable to contain their foes. How could such a modest number succeed where so many had failed? They could only flee. As for Ronan and his departing companion, they could not be stopped. And the only recourse was to report the incident to the West Sea branch. Simultaneously, the events unfolding on Becky Island reverberated throughout the entirety of the West Sea, even spreading towards the Four Seas, as Ronan's name once again stirred considerable attention. Upon receiving the news, the commander of the West Sea branch was momentarily dumbfounded, only to erupt in a furious tirade against Valor. What did that scoundrel Valor think of himself? Ronan had previously single-handedly dismantled the Demon Slayer fleet. Did Valor truly believe he could confront him alone? The commander realized that Valor was undoubtedly motivated by Ronan's staggering bounty of 1 billion berries. But he had gravely miscalculated Ronan's strength, paying a dire price for his folly. One of the subordinate rear admirals spoke gravely. Let this serve as a cautionary tale. We cannot underestimate Ronan any longer. According to our intelligence, he possesses at least 1 Logia-type devil fruit, specifically a formidable fire-based one, and we must not take him lightly. Indeed, the commander, a vice admiral from headquarters, furrowed his brow deeply, his expression grave. We cannot follow in the footsteps of valor and grace. We must not underestimate Ronan. This individual is far more formidable than we can fathom. What about the apprehension order from headquarters? The rear admiral hesitated to inquire. Immediately halt. The commander declared with a wave of his hand, his tone resolute. We cannot gamble with the lives of our young Marines any longer. We shall wait for the admiral dispatched from headquarters to arrive, and then we will act together. Understood. I will issue the order shortly to halt the fleet's advance towards capturing Ronan, the rear admiral replied, visibly relieved as he nodded in agreement. The news of the West Sea branch's cessation of operations against Ronan spread swiftly, instilling a sense of pressure among the bounty hunters who had arrived in the region. They were astonished to discover that the West Sea branch of the Navy had been so thoroughly intimidated by Ronan. Concurrently, many bounty hunters postponed their pursuit of Ronan, opting instead to dedicate their efforts to gathering intelligence about him. The news of Ronan possessing the natural-type devil fruit reached the ears of those with ulterior motives, including intelligence regarding Robin's flower fruit. Most were intimidated by Ronan, refraining from rash actions, yet a small faction of audacious bounty hunters remained undeterred, still intent on confronting him. After all, the allure of 1 billion berries was too great to resist. Aboard the giant wave, Ronan remained oblivious to the turmoil he had incited throughout the West Sea. And perhaps even if he were aware, he would not be overly concerned. He continued to sail leisurely towards their destination alongside Robin. Ronan, we are almost there. On the deck, Robin, holding a nautical chart, excitedly pointed towards a nearby island. Is that so? How much longer? Ronan inquired with a smile. Having been a day and a half since their departure from Becky Island, he had initially thought it would take several days to locate Olvia. Yet it appeared they were nearing their destination, aided by favorable weather and a brisk tailwind that propelled their vessel swiftly forward. We should arrive by tomorrow at the latest. We must endure tonight. As long as we stay on course, we should be fine. If we stray from our path, it could lead to complications, Robin stated earnestly. Without a professional navigator, it would be quite troublesome to ascertain our position should we deviate. All right, I will take charge of the night watch, Ronan replied, somewhat resigned. The absence of a navigator was indeed a drawback, unlike vessels equipped with navigators, which could swiftly correct their course even if they strayed. The giant wave was at a disadvantage. This prompted Ronan to desire finding a suitable navigator partner sooner rather than later. Let us do our best. Tomorrow we will see, Mom, Robin exclaimed, her small fist clenched in excitement. Yes, let us hope Aunt Olvia and the others are safe and sound, Ronan murmured softly. Aware that this time Olivia's departure was fraught with peril, as in the original narrative, all the other archaeologists had met a tragic fate, leaving only Olivia herself. However, due to Ronan's intervention, he had provided Olivia with some potions, which might save a few archaeologists, although he harbored little confidence in that outcome. Everything hinged on the events of the following day. As the night passed, dawn broke with a somber atmosphere. The weather was markedly less cheerful than the previous day. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, suggesting that a tempest was imminent. Ronan, he remarked, it appears that rain may be on the horizon. Robin placed his hand on his forehead and gazed at the sky, expressing his concern as he remarked, the wind direction has become chaotic. I can no longer ascertain our course. Ronan furrowed his brow and inquired, our previous course was correct, was it not? Indeed, it was, Robin replied, however. Once the storm arrives, it will undoubtedly affect the vessel's trajectory. I fear we may not reach the island where Mother resides this morning. Robin's brow also knitted in worry. Do not fret. We shall sail towards our destination. The deviation should not be too significant. Ronan spoke as he deftly maneuvered the ship's helm, steering directly towards the island where Olvia resided. Meanwhile, Olvia found herself engulfed in a dire crisis. Chapter 18. The Persecuted Olvia. Within the ruins on the island, Olvia was urged to flee by an elderly man, his body stained with blood. You must escape, Olvia. He coughed violently, blood splattering from his lips. No. I still have a vial of the elixir Ronan gave me. You must drink it. Olvia, her face etched with urgency, attempted to administer the potion to the elder. He forcefully pushed her hand away, coughing once more before painfully uttering, "Keep the last vial for yourself. Listen to me. You must leave. You cannot save us. Did you not see what happened to old Avon? Even after being saved by the potion, those soldiers shot him dead. We are too old and cannot run. We are merely a burden. You are young. Do not perish here." The wicked soldiers, in their quest to thwart their exploration of historical truths, resorted to murder. Olvia gritted her teeth, unable to fathom the world government's brutality in sending soldiers to eliminate scholars like herself. Little did she know, after her departure from Ohara, the world government had even dispatched a fleet with the intent to annihilate the entire island. Out of her party of dozens, only 2 remained alive, and the elder, unwilling to be a hindrance, refused the healing potion. It was evident he could not endure for much longer, and the soldiers pursuing them numbered over 10, each armed and far beyond the capabilities of mere scholars like herself. Olvia, a simple scholar devoid of any devil fruit powers, along with the others, stood no chance against the ordinary soldiers. Their only recourse was to flee, but tragically, one by one, they fell to the soldiers' relentless pursuit. The news of the ruins had leaked, and the soldiers lay in ambush, annihilating them as they arrived, catching them completely off guard. Cough, cough, go now, Olvia. When you return, warn everyone to be cautious. Ohara may no longer be safe. The world government will not easily relent and will surely target other archaeologists. It is best for everyone to scatter and escape. If possible, flee to the West Sea. If that fails, seek refuge in the New World, where the pirates reign and can stand against the navy. The elder urged, persistently pushing Olvia away, yet she was reluctant to abandon him. With their group reduced to just the 2 of them, could she, a frail woman, truly escape the soldiers' wrath? Quickly, ahead. Follow me. A voice suddenly called from behind, causing their expressions to shift in alarm. Hurry, Olvia. The elder's words were cut short by a gunshot, blood erupting from his chest as a bullet pierced through him. Run. Olvia's eyes widened as she watched the elder collapse to the ground, momentarily stunned before a surge of adrenaline propelled her to flee, tears cascading down her cheeks. A squad of soldiers approached, checking the elder's pulse and confirming his demise. They exchanged glances, stating he is dead, but judging by the footprints, there is one more to deal with. Quickly, follow the tracks. The orders are to eliminate all. The lead soldier charged after Olvia, with the others swiftly following suit. For them, dealing with ordinary individuals posed little challenge. One by one, the elderly in Olvia's party fell victim to their gunfire, leaving only a young woman behind. Against the strength of these robust men, her chances of escaping their pursuit seemed insurmountable. Upon escaping the ruins, Olvia plunged into the desert, struggling onward without regard for direction. Her soul aimed to evade the soldiers' gunfire. Fortunately, the weather was tumultuous, fierce winds whipping through the desert and conjuring a sandstorm, albeit small. It was sufficient to obscure the vision of her pursuers. Meanwhile, at the moment Olvia was being hunted, Ronan and Robin finally arrived at the island. Phew. We have finally reached our destination. Robin exhaled deeply. The weather today was exceedingly dreadful. The Thousand Sunny had been pushed off course by the tempest, yet fortunately, they were already nearing the island. Beneath the storm, they could barely distinguish the island as a mere silhouette on the horizon. Despite the deviation, they ultimately reached their destination. This island appeared to be a desolate land, modest in size. Upon disembarking, Ronan surveyed the surroundings. This island was somewhat larger than the one previously occupied by the Tiger Pirates, yet significantly smaller than Bide Island. The environment was harsh, predominantly desert-like, and thus far, he had found no signs of habitation. Indeed, it was a deserted isle, having seen little more than the occasional passing pirate, with no permanent settlements. However, centuries ago, it must have been inhabited, as the island's conditions were once quite favorable. Now, it had devolved into a barren wasteland. Robin shook her head, pondering the circumstances that could have transformed this once beautiful island into a desert. Perhaps it was the aftermath of conflict that led to such ruin. Ronan pondered for a moment and stated, could a battle truly transform such a vast island into a desert? Robin widened his eyes, incredulous, and replied, indeed, it is possible. Ronan smiled at the corners of his mouth. For instance, if I were to unleash my full power, I could easily transform such a vast island into a hellfire. Well, Ronan, you are truly remarkable and extraordinarily powerful. Although Robin was aware of Ronan's strength, she lacked a definitive measure to gauge it. Upon hearing Ronan's words, she instantly comprehended that his might far exceeded her imagination. The thought that his full force could turn a large island into a fiery inferno was indeed a terrifying concept. All right, let us not squander any more time. We must hasten our journey to find Olvia. I wonder how she is faring at this moment. Ronan refrained from boasting about his abilities, deeming it unnecessary to impress Robin. Very well, let us hasten to find Mother. The location of the ruins lies in that direction. After studying the map for a while, Robin pointed in a direction and said, All right, come on, I'll carry you on my back. This way we can move a bit faster. Ronan crouched down in front of Robin, giggling, hee, sounds good. Robin joyfully leaped onto Ronan's back. Chapter 19. Sign in. Reward. Ancient weapon blueprint of the underworld. Ronan hurried through the desert, carrying Robin on his back. Given his current physique, the slight weight of the 8-year-old Robin felt effortless to him, and he ran swiftly without a hint of fatigue. Is the location correct? Ronan inquired as he sprinted. It should be right, I suppose. Robin reclined on Ronan's back, perusing the map while deep in thought. He then lifted his gaze to the swirling dust-laden surroundings and remarked hesitantly, The sand and dust here are too dense. I cannot discern the distant scenery. Without any reference points, I am uncertain if this direction is indeed correct. Based on our previous trajectory, it seems accurate. He added, Yet, I wonder if our course has significantly altered since we ventured into the island's desert. That should pose no issue. Ronan confidently remarked, I have been racing forward, and I believe the general direction should not deviate significantly. Even with the interference of sandstorms, we will surely locate the ruins, for they are quite substantial on the map. Indeed, the site of the ruins covers a considerable area, and upon arrival, any slight misalignment will still allow us to discern the correct path. Robin nodded. Then brace yourself, for I am about to accelerate. Ronan nodded with a smile, then began to accelerate sharply, surpassing his previous speed. He was eager to reach the ancient ruins, as he had reserved today's sign-in opportunity specifically for this location, rather than signing in immediately upon arriving at the island. He had discerned the intricacies of the sign-in system. Aside from the unexpected rewards he encountered at the desolate island of the Fierce Tiger Pirate Group, the rewards at other locations were determined by the historical significance of those sites. Renowned places steeped in history tended to offer more substantial rewards upon sign-in. While he could not claim absolute certainty, he felt a strong inclination, around 70%, that his hypothesis was indeed correct. During his time on Beiji Island, although the island appeared prosperous, it lacked historical depth and fame, resulting in a rather modest reward of merely a vial of elixir of longevity upon sign-in. While this elixir could extend a person's life by a century and was indeed a rare treasure for an ordinary individual, it held little value for Ronan. Now, however, he was approaching an ancient ruin dating back 800 years, coupled with the illustrious legacy this island once possessed. Signing in at such a remarkable site could potentially yield a rewarding outcome. This prospect filled Ronan with anticipation, prompting him to quicken his pace even further. After approximately half an hour, during which he utilized a speed-enhancing talisman to significantly boost his velocity, they finally arrived at a site where only crumbling earthen walls remained of the once grand ruins. Ah, we have arrived, he exclaimed. Robin exclaimed with joy as he leaped off Ronan's back, gazing at the ruins with excitement. Ronan, we have finally arrived. Mother must surely be within the ruins. Shall we venture in to find her? All right. Ronan exhaled in relief and then turned towards the magnificent ruins with a smile. Let us enter. Stay close to me and refrain from wandering about, as there may be dangers within these remnants. I understand, Ronan. Do not underestimate me, Robin retorted, hands on hips, tilting her head defiantly. I am also an archaeologist and possess a far superior understanding of ancient ruins than you do. That may be so, but such knowledge is merely gleaned from books, Ronan replied, shaking his head. In reality, the dangers one may face are often beyond one's theoretical grasp. It would be prudent for us to exercise caution. Ronan, undaunted by peril, possesses a formidable strength that renders him fearless, even in the face of ancient dangers. What concern could he possibly have for a relic lost for over 8 centuries? However, Robin's disposition is markedly different. He harbors a desire to shield Ronan from any potential harm. Thus, it is prudent to exercise caution. The two entered through the southern gate of the ruins, where they encountered a multitude of footprints. These belonged to their mother and others, who had already ventured into the depths of the ruins. Ronan, let us hasten. I am eager to present Mother with a grand surprise. Robin exclaimed with a gleeful laugh, urging Ronan to quicken his pace as they observed the footprints on the ground. Very well, very well. Ronan, in a state of resignation, hurriedly followed suit. He had just been summoning the system in his mind, and upon hearing Robin's words, he quickly pursued her, anxious to prevent her from wandering into any perilous locales. System, let us commence today's check-in at this relic. Ronan instructed the check-in system mentally. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in today and received the reward, a blueprint for the ancient weapon, Hades. The system responded, and simultaneously, a collection of intricately detailed blueprints materialized within the system's space. Ronan's heart skipped a beat, and he subsequently gazed at the blueprint with a sense of astonishment. The design of the ancient weapon, the Pluto, was indeed a remarkably precious artifact. Within Ronan's heart, a chuckle escaped as he realized his suspicions were indeed correct. In such a place steeped in profound history, the rewards obtained from signing in would undoubtedly surpass those acquired from countless sign-ins in ordinary locales. The ancient weapon, Poseidon, is one of the 3 legendary weapons of antiquity. Consider the Sea King. Each generation Sea King is a mermaid princess of the merfolk, capable of summoning and controlling all Sea Kings. This encompasses all Sea Kings. In this world, Sea Kings possess formidable and terrifying power, should they unite. Ronan would not only find himself outmatched but also dwarfed by even the so-called 4 emperors, the 7 warlords of the sea, and the admirals of the navy. Not to mention the world government itself. This represents a magnificent force capable of upending the world. The sheer might of thousands of colossal Sea Kings, some reaching hundreds or even thousands of meters in size, could indeed topple the entire world. As for Poseidon, it stands as the most formidable weapon constructed by ancient humanity. The term Poseidon refers to a type of ship. Once the blueprints for Poseidon are obtained, countless such powerful vessels can be constructed. It is said that the main cannon of these ships is extraordinarily potent, capable of sinking a small island with a single shot. If one were to gather a fleet of 100 or so, anyone commanding these vessels would be sufficiently empowered to dominate the entire world. When discussing the 3 ancient weapons, the terror of Poseidon and the Sea King is already formidable. One can only imagine the dread inspired by the legendary weapon known as Uranus, reputed to be the most powerful of them all. However, even in the original tale, Ronan has never witnessed the true form of Uranus, as it remains a mere legend. Nevertheless, it is said that Uranus is under the control of the world government, specifically in the hands of the celestial dragons, with the leader of these dragons being the 5 elders. Above the 5 elders lurks a shadowy figure, the true mastermind, known as Im. Ronan harbored profound doubts that the king resided within Im's grasp. One day, I shall encounter this Im, but that moment is not yet upon us. The king is shrouded in mystery, and I must first amass greater strength and foundation. Ronan contemplated inwardly, gazing at the blueprint of the underworld, pondering how to maximize its benefits. Previously, he had not considered the idea of seizing dominion. However, with this blueprint in hand, such ambitions began to take root in his mind. Yet, the notion of ruling the world seemed overly cumbersome. It would be prudent to seek opportunities and carefully select potential allies. Individuals like Dragoon were not suitable. The Amazon Lily? That could be a viable target. Securing the future Empress would grant me control over the Amazon Lily. The diminutive race? The Giants? These 2 were options to consider, along with Alabasta. I am uncertain whether Princess Vivi has been born yet. It should still take a few more years, so there is no need to rush. Contemplating these matters, Ronan felt no urgency. He had ample time at his disposal. System, display my attribute panel, Ronan commanded, prompting the system to reveal his attributes. Host, Ronan age, 10 physique, 73 strength, 69 agility, 74 spirit, 99 conqueror's haki, level 7 flowing cloud sword technique, level 7 Mara Mara Nomi, level 7 Navy 6 styles, level 4 healing potions, 8 mental potions, 8 stamina potions, 11 longevity potions, for Daywheel Blade. Swift movement talisman, Great Wave, Underworld blueprint. Chapter 20, Ronan's furious rage. Annihilate the pursuers. Ronan, come quickly. Just as Ronan was examining his attributes and possessions, he suddenly heard Robin's terrified voice echoing from ahead, filled with fear and concern. What has happened? Ronan's expression grew serious as he swiftly propelled himself forward. Covering the distance of several dozen meters in an instant, he found Robin crouching on the ground, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed mournfully at a lifeless body before him. This was Ronan's expression darkened abruptly, if he was not mistaken. The lifeless figure on the ground was indeed one of the archaeologists who had accompanied Olvia to this site of ancient ruins. He had never anticipated that this individual would meet such a fate here. "Ronan," she said, "Grandpa Phalel has passed away. Do you think Mother might also?" Tears streamed down Robin's face, her pupils filled with an inescapable expression of anguish. "It cannot be true, Robin." Ronan spoke in a low voice, crouching down to examine the corpse of the elderly man named Phalel. The body was relatively well preserved, save for a singular gunshot wound in the abdomen. With a swift motion, Ronan extracted a round bullet from the gaping wound. It was a bullet from the standard-issue firearm of the naval soldiers. He grasped the bullet tightly, his expression darkening. Although he was aware that this excursion would pose dangers for Olvia, he had provided her with life-saving potions prior to her departure. In the original narrative, Olvia had managed to escape alone, and with his warning and the aid of the potions, she ought to have been in minimal peril. And the others also stood a good chance of safety. However, the scene before him took him by surprise. Could it be that due to my destruction of the Demon Slayer fleet, the Navy had intensified their pursuit of Olvia, deploying greater forces against her? Ronan felt a twinge of guilt. Had he known it would come to this, he would have done everything in his power to prevent Olvia from leaving. However, the moment for regret had passed. The foremost priority now was to locate Olvia. Until he laid eyes upon her lifeless body, he would not entertain the notion that she had perished. Judging by the rigidity of the corpse, the time of death could not have exceeded a single day. Ronan rose to his feet, grasping Robin's hand as he turned to survey the surroundings. "Robin, we must go. And Olvia and the others should have encountered the enemy here." He pointed towards the bloodstains on the ground, which trailed eastward. "If we pursue them now, we might still catch up. I fervently hope we can make it," Ronan thought to himself, a fierce glint flickering in his eyes. "If anything were to happen to Aunt Olvia, I shall annihilate Marinvondo and Mariewa. Very well. Let us hasten to find Mother." Robin hurriedly wiped the corner of her eyes and then swiftly made her way eastward alongside Ronan. Along their journey, they encountered several lifeless bodies, all belonging to esteemed archaeologists from Ohara. These elderly scholars had perished within the confines of this ancient ruin, victims of the Marines, merely because the world government sought to conceal the truths embedded in the historical texts from 8 centuries ago. Is this truth truly of such significance? What hidden secrets could it possibly hold that would elicit such concern from the celestial dragons? Ronan and his companion moved with remarkable swiftness, and before long, they emerged from the eastern exit of the ruins, revealing an expanse of desolate desert. And Olvia must have ventured into this barren land, seeking refuge from the relentless pursuit of the naval soldiers amidst the swirling sands. Ronan swiftly lifted Robin into his arms and dashed into the desert with determined strides. After 2 hours, following the faint traces left in the sand, he finally caught up with the Marines pursuing Olvia. This was a group of over 10 Marines armed with firearms. Although their numbers were few, they posed a lethal threat to the unarmed Olvia and her team of archaeologists. "Look, Ronan. These must be the ones who killed Grandpa Farah." Robin, cradled in Ronan's arms, immediately recognized the Marines and exclaimed. The Marines, who were scouring the area for Olvia, suddenly heard this voice and promptly redirected their weapons toward the 2 figures in the distance. Upon realizing they were merely 2 children, their apprehension lessened. However, the sergeant leading the Marines turned pale. Unlike his comrades, he recognized Ronan. He had received information about Ronan from the communication network after the obliteration of the Demon Slayer fleet. The boy, approximately 10 years old, bore an unmistakable resemblance to the Ronin described by the Western Branch. "A Ronin? Is that you, Ronan?" The sergeant gazed at Ronan in shock, trembling and utterly at a loss on how to address this unexpected situation. "Captain, what's wrong?" The nearby Marines, unaware of Ronan's significance, found it peculiar that 2 children appeared in such a desolate place. But beyond that, they felt no concern. After all, they were a group of armed Marines. Why would they fear 2 mere children? Meanwhile, Ronan felt a sense of relief. The expressions of the Marines indicated that they were still searching for their target. If they had completed their mission, they would have retreated. The fact that they continued their search suggested that they had not yet eliminated Olvia and her archaeological team. "And Olvia is still alive, Robin." Ronan gently set Robin down and spoke. "Is it true, Ronan? Mother is safe? That is truly wonderful." Upon hearing this, Robin sighed in immense relief. She had been deeply concerned for her mother's safety throughout the journey. Now, hearing Ronan's words, her worries began to dissipate. Although they had yet to lay eyes on Olvia, Ronan's assurance was undoubtedly grounded in reason, and she chose to place her trust in him. "Little brat, who are you, and how did you arrive here?" "A Marine." Having been incited by Ronan and Robin's engrossed conversation, aimed his weapon at them and demanded answers. "And we?" Ronan gazed coldly at the Marines, his voice devoid of emotion. We are the ones who will end your lives. Prepare to meet your demise." The Marine captain let out a feeble wail, powerless to alter the fate that loomed ahead. Crimson flames surged skyward, erupting like a violent sandstorm, engulfing everything in their path, annihilating the armed Marines without exception. With the flames sweeping through, Ronan effortlessly dispatched these soldiers, leaving no survivors. "It's done, Robin. And Olvia should be just ahead. Let us seek her out now." Indeed. Chapter 21. Reunion. The fleet at the island's edge. In the desolate expanse, approximately 2 kilometers ahead of Ronan's confrontation with the pursuers, Olvia panted heavily. Having fled to this point, her strength nearly depleted, on the verge of collapsing. A glance backward revealed swirling dust, and she noticed her footprints were gradually being concealed, providing her with a slight sense of relief. However, upon reflection, anxiety settled back in. She had to keep fleeing. These pursuers are truly despicable, Olvia thought, gritting her silver teeth in frustration. The forces backing them were far too formidable. The Navy headquarters, the world government. The celestial dragons, these were adversaries she could not afford to provoke. Would she ever again be able to pursue the truth of history? Even if she managed to escape, it was likely that the hunt would persist, making it exceedingly difficult to seek out the historical narrative. What might be happening with Robin and Ronan now? She hoped they were safe. A sense of unease filled Olvia, since the world government had sent agents to hunt her group. It was highly probable they would also target Ohara. She was not a child but a shrewd adult, and the slaughter of nearly all her companions, with her being the sole survivor, indicated a ruthless intent to eradicate them entirely. If such was their objective, how could they possibly spare the archaeologists of Ohara? Their aim was to obstruct all archaeologists from uncovering the truth of history, and it was clear they would act against them as well. With this thought, Olvia steeled herself and pressed on, clutching the last vial of healing potion in her hand. While it was not a stamina-restoring elixir, it could prove life-saving in a critical moment, yet now was not the time for its use. However, she had not traveled far when she heard light footsteps behind her, causing her expression to shift in alarm. "Oh no, they are closing in. Mama, it's us, it's me and Ronan." Just as despair began to envelop Olvia, a familiar voice rang out. "Robin? How is it you?" Olvia turned, her eyes widening in disbelief as she saw Ronan swiftly approaching with Robin on his back. She could hardly fathom encountering them here. It seemed improbable. "Ronan, Robin, how could you be here?" she inquired urgently. "Mama, it was Brother Ronan who brought me here. Thankfully we arrived, or you would have been in danger." Before Ronan could bend down, Robin leaped off and rushed to her side, tears welling in her eyes upon seeing her mother in such a disheveled state. "And Olvia, are you all right?" Ronan gazed at Olvia with a look of deep concern, and upon noticing that she bore no injuries, he let out a sigh of relief. He was thankful for his timely arrival. Otherwise, he feared that his presence might have altered the original narrative, hindering Olvia's escape. In the original storyline, Olvia was not destined to perish at this juncture. Rather, her demise was to occur later in the tale, with only Robin surviving in the entirety of Ohara. "I'm fine," Olvia said, glancing anxiously into the distance. "Did you encounter anyone on your way here?" "We must leave quickly. Someone is pursuing me." "Mom, you need not worry," Robin reassured her, noticing her distress. "The ones chasing you have already been dealt with by Brother Ronan. It can be seen as vengeance for Grandpa Failer." "Dealt with? Did you venture into that ruin before?" Olvia asked, momentarily taken aback. "Indeed." Ronan nodded, stating that upon entering the ruins, they discovered the bodies of those who had been murdered. They pursued the trail, encountering a dozen armed Marines along the way, all of whom he had dealt with efficiently. Olvia let out a sigh of relief, but as her tension eased, her body weakened, and she nearly collapsed, only to be caught by Ronan and Robin. "Mom, are you all right?" "What's wrong?" Robin asked anxiously, fearing for his mother's well-being, worried she might have been injured by gunfire, and he rushed to check on her. "I'm fine, just a bit exhausted." Olvia grasped Robin's hand, finally allowing a hint of ease to grace her features. "You two dare to venture out to sea, truly reckless. The ocean is fraught with danger." "Don't worry, Mom. With Ronan here, we are safe," Robin reassured her. "We faced some dangers on our journey, encountering both pirates and Marines, but Ronan took care of them all. Moreover, after you left, Ohara was also engulfed in considerable peril." "Ohara encountered danger as well?" Olvia's heart sank at this revelation, prompting her to inquire further. "Indeed," Ronan interjected, "and, just a few days after your departure, the world government's demon extermination fleet arrived at Ohara, intending to annihilate the entire island. I managed to thwart their plans and, in the process, obliterated them." Ronan spoke with an air of nonchalance, his expression betraying no hint of emotion, as if extinguishing the Demon Slayer fleet were a trivial task. Yet, Olvia understood the formidable challenge that lay beneath. She had heard tales of the Demon Slayer fleet, notorious for annihilating countless entities that dared to defy the world government. Over centuries, the islands obliterated and the races exterminated were nearly innumerable. The notion that Ronan could withstand such a fleet was astounding. Although she had always sensed that this child was exceptional, she still struggled to fathom how he achieved such a feat. Observing Olvia's incredulity, Ronan merely touched his nose, remaining silent. In contrast, Robin proudly declared, "Brother Ronan is remarkable. He has consumed a natural-type devil fruit and wields incredibly powerful flames, far surpassing my flower fruit. Those adversaries are no match for him. So, Ronan, you too have partaken of a devil fruit." Upon hearing this, Olvia found herself more inclined to believe it, as she was well aware of the wonders these fruits could bestow. With the powers granted by a devil fruit, even young Ronan might indeed accomplish the extraordinary. "All right, mother. Let us set aside these discussions for now and return to the ship. There is an abundance of food and drink awaiting us, and you can rest properly," Robin said, concern etching her features as she observed her mother's fatigue. "Indeed, and Olvia, this place is a desolate wasteland. The conditions far too harsh. You need to recuperate. It would be best to return to the ship with us," Ronan echoed. "No, that cannot be." Olvia shook her head vehemently, her gaze tinged with sorrow. "The bodies of Farah and the others remain in that ruin. I must bury them properly." "That is true," Ronan acknowledged, understanding her resolve. Ronan found it difficult to refuse such a request. After a brief nod, he retrieved a vial of stamina potion and handed it to Olvia, saying, "You should drink this stamina potion. Otherwise, your current condition won't allow you to endure the journey to the ruins." "All right." Olvia accepted without hesitation and consumed the potion. In an instant, her weary body felt as if it had been infused with boundless energy, returning her to her peak state. Subsequently, the trio made their way back towards the ruins, and after a short while, they arrived at their destination. Once they had buried the bodies of Farrell and the others, they exited the ruins and headed towards the shoreline where the Great Wave was docked. Meanwhile, at the seaside, 3 warships adorned with seagull flags surrounded the Great Wave. Chapter 22. Trapping Ronin? Awaiting Karp's arrival for Annihilation? On board one of the warships encircling the Great Wave, a stern middle-aged man clad in a naval coat stood at the bow, his gaze fixed intently on the Great Wave as he questioned a nearby aide. "Are you certain? Is this the vessel Ronin is aboard? There can be no mistake?" The aide replied earnestly, "Indeed, Major General Brusco. I have seen photographs of this ship in the intelligence reports. It is unmistakable. You have been focused on pursuing the archaeologists and have not been tracking Ronin's movements. But I have maintained regular contact with the support team. I have always remembered the intelligence regarding Ronin. This is indeed the ship he is on." The mere presence of Ronin's ship here was perplexing. Although Major General Brusco had not closely monitored Ronin, he was aware of the formidable reputation this young man held, a true adversary of the Navy, not to be underestimated. Those who had previously underestimated Ronin had met their demise, and he had no desire to follow in the footsteps of those unfortunate souls. "Report, Major General. There is no one aboard the ship," one of the sailors responsible for searching the Great Wave reported. "No one? Does that mean Ronin has already set foot on the island?" Brusco pondered before commanding. "Relay my orders to tow the ship away and trap Ronin on this island." "An excellent idea, sir." The aide's eyes lit up with excitement, and he praised. "By confining Ronin here, we can inform headquarters to dispatch a general, ensuring we can capture him on this deserted island." Haha. Upon hearing his subordinate's commendation, Major General Brusco finally revealed a smile. "Let this be a lesson to Ronin for daring to provoke the Navy. How many young sailors have perished at his hands? Humph. A ruthless villain such as he, stained with blood, must be dealt with decisively. If it weren't for his considerable strength, I would personally eliminate him." Brusco scoffed. Indeed. He did not dare to confront Ronin alone. Even with 3 warships at his disposal, he felt apprehensive about facing Ronin. The reports of Ronin single-handedly annihilating the Demon Slayer fleet had left him too intimidated to engage recklessly. It was important to note that Vice Admiral Grace was a high-ranking officer in headquarters, while he was merely a major general in the West Sea Division, comparable only to brigadiers in the main base, lacking both rank and strength. "Niplo, you must inform the division of this development and seek their opinion. If feasible, we must hasten the dispatch of a general from headquarters," the major general instructed his aide. "Understood. I will notify the division immediately." Niplo complied and proceeded to contact the headquarters using a transponder snail. Upon hearing Brusco's proposal, the West Sea Division found it highly feasible. They subsequently contacted Marineford to relay this information to Steelbone Kong. After a period of deliberation, Steelbone Kong did not reach out to the admiral stationed in the New World, but instead contacted the legendary marine hero, Carp, who was on leave in Windmill Village. Carp was no ordinary naval officer. Although his rank was merely that of a vice-admiral, his strength was comparable to that of an admiral, if not greater. As the man who had defeated the Golden Lion and pushed Roger to the brink on multiple occasions, his prowess was unquestionable. He had even allied with Roger to vanquish the notorious rocks at God Valley. It is evident that Steelbone Kong regarded Ronan with utmost seriousness, as he would not summon the Iron Fist Carp without cause. Meanwhile, in the West Sea, the aide Niplo promptly reported the response to Brusco. Consequently, Brusco began to devise a plan to ensnare Ronan on the deserted island, awaiting Carp's arrival for capture or even execution. On the deserted island, Ronan, Robin, and Olvia strolled leisurely. They were no longer in haste, as there was no need to rush, given that their immediate concerns had been resolved. Mother, did you uncover any information regarding the historical text within the ruins? Robin inquired. None. Olvia shook her head. In fact, we were ambushed by the Marines as soon as we entered the ruins, and we had no opportunity to conduct any research. However, Olvia paused, reflecting. During the brief interval while we buried Farrell and the others, I managed to examine the ruins slightly. I sensed that there was likely no legitimate historical text within. It seems the Marines deliberately disseminated misleading information to ensnare those intending to explore the ruins and discover the historical texts. Why do they always obstruct others from exploring history? Robin, visibly agitated, exclaimed, they do not wish for these historical truths to be unearthed. Olvia sighed, the world government has eradicated those pieces of information, evidently. They are detrimental to their interests, hence their relentless efforts to thwart any exploration of the truth. Then, shall we cease our inquiries? Robin said, her voice tinged with disappointment. She harbored the same aspiration as an aspiring archaeologist to uncover what transpired during the lost century. Yet, with the world government's vehement opposition, it seemed unlikely that anyone could unveil these truths. It appears there is little we can do to survive. We must abide by the rules imposed by the world government and the celestial dragons. Those who defy them have never met with favorable outcomes, Olvia lamented. At that moment, Ronan suddenly chuckled softly and turned to Olvia, and Olvia, I believe you can continue your research. I can protect you. What do you think, Robin? Upon hearing this, Robin's eyes sparkled with hope. Indeed, she had previously made a pact with Ronan to venture out to sea with her mother to study historical texts, with Ronan ensuring their safety. Yes, with brother Ronan, we will be just fine, she exclaimed eagerly. However, Olvia hesitated. After all, they were up against the world government. The formidable celestial dragons. Could a mere 10-year-old like Ronan withstand such overwhelming pressure? Mother, do not hesitate. With brother Ronan here, everything will be all right. He is truly remarkable, Robin declared proudly, having witnessed Ronan's strength firsthand. Perhaps we should reconsider, Olvia pondered, her thoughts lingering on the safety of Ohara. She had previously mentioned that after her departure, the Demon Slayer fleet intended to annihilate Ohara. Although Ronan had thwarted their plans, what if they dispatched another fleet? Are you concerned about Ohara, Ed? Ronan discerned Olvia's apprehension and reassured her. Rest assured, I have already sent word to the people of Ohara. As long as I live, anyone who dares to threaten Ohara shall be my enemy. If the world government attempts to harm Ohara, I will surely march upon Mary Geos and bring about their downfall. Olvia was taken aback by Ronan's words. However, upon further reflection, it seemed plausible that the world government could indeed be intimidated by such a threat. After all, Ronan was already formidable at the tender age of 10. Until they eliminated him, it was unlikely they would risk attacking Ohara. If Ronan were to conceal himself and bide his time, he might one day grow into an unparalleled force capable of dismantling the world government. The world government would prefer to confront a visible Ronan rather than one lurking in the shadows, quietly growing in strength. Thus, contemplating this, it appeared that Ohara would not face imminent peril, at least as long as Ronan remained unharmed. Consequently, Olvia acquiesced to the idea. Before long, the trio arrived at the coastline, only to be taken aback by the sight before them. Where is our ship? Robin stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the desolate shoreline. Goodness, where is my boat? Ronan was equally astonished. Where had the wavebreaker gone? Look, what is that on the distant sea? Olvia suddenly exclaimed, pointing at several dark spots on the horizon. Chapter 23, The Wrath of Ronan. A sign and reward skill card? Could those individuals be pirates? Have they stolen our ship? Robin said with a hint of confusion, it is indeed possible. Olvia nodded in agreement. The sea is fraught with peril. There are far more pirates than there are Navy personnel. It is entirely commonplace for Ronan's ship to be seized by passing marauders while docked along the coast. Those wretched scoundrels. Ronan seethed with rage. They dared to steal our ship. Woe to them if I ever catch them. How detestable. Robin pouted in frustration. She had originally intended to leave the island with her mother, but now their boat had been stolen. Who could she possibly turn to for an explanation? It was utterly embarrassing. Brother Ronan, the boat is gone. What shall we do now? Robin gazed at Ronan as if he were omnipotent in her eyes. Now that there were no vessels available, how were they to depart? It posed quite a dilemma. Ronan found himself in a quandary, without a vessel. He was at a loss. Surely he could not ascend to the heavens, as he had yet to acquire the ability to soar. The rewards from his daily sign-in had yet to yield any flight skills. Thus, at this juncture, despite his formidable strength, he was rendered powerless. The enemy had fled, and he was unable to pursue them, leaving him without recourse. But wait. Ronan suddenly turned to Olvia and inquired, "And Olvia, where is the vessel you arrived on?" Given that Olvia had come here for archaeological pursuits, it was evident she had traveled by ship, which must be docked somewhere nearby. In the original narrative, she had managed to escape successfully. Now, it was a matter of whether her ship still remained. Our vessel is anchored on the opposite side of the island. Quite a distance from here, Olvia remarked, her brow furrowed. If we were to walk, it would take no less than 2 days to reach the docking location. Such a lengthy journey. Ronan furrowed his brow, casting his gaze once more towards the sea. He quietly observed for a while, only to realize that the dark spots on the water had not departed. Rather, they remained eerily still amidst the waves. Something felt amiss. If these were indeed ordinary pirates, they would surely have fled with the stolen vessel, seeking a bustling island to dispose of their ill-gotten gains. Ronan squinted at the surface of the sea and remarked, "Yet these individuals remain? Surely, they are not mere pirates." Upon hearing this, Olvia was momentarily taken aback, then responded, "Could it be that these people are not pirates? The Navy, perhaps? It seems likely, as only the Navy would engage in such tactics. They have devised a clever scheme, seizing control of our vessels and confining us to the island while awaiting reinforcements." Ronan let out a cold chuckle. "Very well. Let us see what cards these naval forces have up their sleeves, daring to seize my ship." "Ronan, do not underestimate the situation," Olvia interjected, her brow furrowed with concern. "Since they have taken such bold action, they must possess a certain level of confidence. The reinforcements may well be from Marin Vondo, or perhaps even a general might intervene. If it truly is a general, you could find yourself in peril. Does Aunt Olvia believe that I am no match for a naval general?" Ronan wore a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. "I truly wish to see just how formidable the strength of an admiral really is." "Indeed. What does an admiral matter? Brother Ronan is invincible." Robin raised her head confidently, expressing her unwavering belief in Ronan's capabilities. Regardless of whether the opponent was a formidable general, they would undoubtedly be no match for her brother Ronan. Anyone who dared to confront him would face defeat. "Robin, you're just joining in on the excitement," Olvia chided, casting a glance at Robin before turning her attention to Ronan. "Ronan, we should exercise caution. Since they are determined to target you, it is unlikely that they will confront you alone. There may be many who come to capture you. With both Robin and me involved, we could inadvertently hinder your efforts. We must avoid engaging them on their own turf, as that would put us at a disadvantage." "Indeed, and Olvia speaks the truth." One cannot deny the validity of Olvia's perspective. Even though Ronan was fearless and confident in his ability to handle any tactics the adversary might employ, passively accepting such a challenge did not align with his character. What if the opponent possessed unique strategies or resorted to threatening him through Robin and her mother? How would he respond then? Robin and her mother are not like the inhabitants of Ohara Island. If the world government were to capture the people of Ohara and threaten him, he would not submit meekly to their demands. However, Robin and her mother are different. They are the closest individuals to him in this world, and nothing can happen to them. Therefore, let us seek out the ship that Aunt Olvia took. Ronan spoke with a sense of helplessness, as it was his first encounter with such an exasperating situation. He had suffered from the consequences of insufficient manpower. Had there been someone left behind on the ship at that time, such an incident would undoubtedly have been averted. At the very least, they could have fled by setting sail, as the voyage of the Leviathan was no less swift than that of a large naval vessel, thus sparing them from the current predicament. "Very well, let us depart immediately," Olvia affirmed with a nod. Thus, the three set out once more. Before leaving, Ronan cast a cold glance at the sea, vowing that should he catch them off guard, those who had taken his ship would face dire consequences. Their actions had truly incensed him, and if they were to cross paths, they would undoubtedly feel the full force of his wrath. As the trio continued their journey, they sought a secure location to rest for the night, enduring a rather austere existence, which only deepened Ronan's loathing for the band of naval thieves. On the following day, as they resumed their travels, Ronan seized the opportunity to complete his daily check-in. This time, the reward was not the usual potion but a new accolade, a skill card that allowed him to elevate any skill level by 1 tier. Ronan gazed at the skill cards within the system's realm, a faint smile finally gracing his face. These skill cards were far superior to mere potions. They possessed the remarkable ability to directly enhance skill levels, thereby saving him a considerable amount of time in skill cultivation. After a moment's contemplation, Ronan decided to utilize the skill card, elevating the flame fruits level by 1, now reaching the esteemed rank of LV7. On par with the hockey and flowing cloud swordsmanship he had acquired earlier, the potency of the flame fruit had also significantly increased. Skill cards are indeed commendable. I hope to receive such rewards again during my next sign-in. Ronan smacked his lips and sighed, reflecting on how possessing a skill card meant he need not engage in arduous training himself. Not only did it save time, but it also allowed for an immediate enhancement of his combat prowess. With such formidable strength at his disposal, life was undeniably more comfortable. Alas, I still lack the ability to fly, he lamented. The prospect of acquiring a flight skill was enticing. If he could soar through the skies, he would have turned back immediately to confront the naval forces that had stolen his vessel, rather than trudging through the desert in a grueling journey. Should Olvia's ship fall prey to the Navy or pirates as well, he would find himself in a dire predicament, trapped on this island. Chapter 24. A resolve not to tolerate. Returning to seek trouble. After a full day and night had passed, Ronan and his companions finally reached the opposite side of the island. By midday on the 3rd day, they successfully arrived at a rudimentary port, where they spotted the vessel that Olvia and the archaeologist were aboard. This sight brought a sigh of relief from the trio, fortunately. The ship remained undetected by the Navy or pirates. Indeed, the ocean was vast, and although this island may be deemed small in comparison to the bustling islands of the West Sea, it spanned several hundred square kilometers. It was no wonder that Ronan and his companions had spent over 2 days traversing it. The island's coastline was formidable. A small vessel could dock at any shoreline. Yet the chance of fortuitously finding a specific spot was slim. Unlike the unfortunate giant wave, which had been discovered by the Navy, their luck had held. Upon boarding the ship, the trio finally exhaled in relief. After refreshing themselves, they did not hasten to set sail but instead prepared a sumptuous meal. Savoring a hearty feast before resting a while and then embarking on their journey, the arduous trek through the desert had drained their energy. Even Olvia, who was accustomed to harsh terrains, was feeling the strain. Ronan fared better, being robust and resilient, while Robin had truly suffered, were it not for Ronan occasionally carrying her. She might have collapsed in the desert. The scarcity of food in the arid expanse had posed a significant challenge. They had come perilously close to starvation. However, having successfully exited the desert, Ronan's ire towards the Navy had only intensified. No, he could not let the Navy escape unscathed. Ronan rose abruptly and made his way to the deck. After hoisting the sails, he deftly took control of the helm, steering towards the opposite side of the island where the great wave was anchored. Ronan, are you seeking trouble with the Navy? Olvia expressed her concern. They possess warships equipped with cannons, while my vessel is merely an ordinary archaeological ship, devoid of weaponry. Engaging in a direct confrontation would not bode well for us. Fear not. Ronan, with an icy demeanor, declared, when the time comes, with my presence, there shall be no issues. As long as I can get a little closer, I alone can vanquish all of them. He understood that if he could narrow the distance, he could leap directly onto their vessel, relying on his physical prowess and skills. Although he lacked the ability to fly, he possessed a technique from the Marine 6 styles that granted him the capacity to hover momentarily. As long as the gap was not excessively vast, he could easily jump aboard their ship and eliminate the adversaries. The actions of these Marines had genuinely provoked Ronan. Failing to eliminate them would leave him unsettled and mentally unbalanced. In a world of cultivation, such turmoil could manifest as inner demons. Although he had yet to practice any cultivation techniques in this realm, who knew if he might not one day receive a top-tier cultivation method as a reward? What if he could no longer cultivate? Besides, he was currently dissatisfied, eager to confront his foes, and possessed the capability to do so. Thus, he felt compelled to act, or he would be unable to swallow his indignation. Seeing that persuasion had proven futile, Olvia chose not to press further. She had not truly witnessed Ronan's strength and was merely concerned about his intention to seek trouble. Conversely, Robin was filled with unwavering confidence in Ronan. Upon hearing his words, she promptly exclaimed, "Mom, Please don't try to dissuade Ronan. This is entirely the Marines' doing. Humph. How dare they steal our ship and force me to endure 2 days of sand in the desert? They absolutely must not escape unscathed. Robin pouted, clenching his little fists as he spoke. Upon hearing Robin's words, Olvia ceased her remarks. The vessel, propelled by the brisk sea breeze, sailed swiftly across the waves, heading directly towards the location of the Mistral. With Olvia aboard, the journey became considerably easier, as a seasoned archaeologist frequently traversing the oceans. Her knowledge of maritime navigation far exceeded that of Ronan and Robin. Thus, the voyage proceeded smoothly, and by afternoon, they successfully reached the waters where the Mistral was anchored, situated on the opposite side of the island, having taken less than 2 hours for the journey. In the vicinity of the Mistral, 3 warships floated idly, with sailors stationed in the lookout towers, vigilantly observing the surface of the sea. Suddenly, one sailor's gaze sharpened as he spotted the approaching archaeological vessel. Report. An unidentified ship is rapidly approaching, he exclaimed, hastening to inform Major Brusco in the cabin. What kind of ship? Pirates? Brusco raised an eyebrow, incredulous that any pirate would dare approach his fleet. It is not a pirate ship, the sailor replied, shaking his head. It appears to be an archaeological vessel. An archaeological vessel? Brusco exchanged glances with Nipro, their thoughts aligning as they recalled their mission to hunt down the archaeologists from Ohara. The apprehension of Ronan's ship, now coupled with the nearing archaeological vessel, was quite revealing. It must be that Ronan, realizing his ship has vanished, has taken an archaeological vessel to reclaim it. Nipro sneered. Indeed, that is my assumption as well. However, I wonder if the archaeologists have been entirely eliminated, Brusco mused. The team sent to pursue them has yet to report back, suggesting they may have encountered Ronan and been dealt with. Yet, given Ronan's delayed arrival, it is possible that the team had already dispatched the archaeologists before Ronan could intervene, thus rendering their demise somewhat worthwhile. Major, what shall we do now? Nipro inquired. We should head to the deck and assess the situation. The 2 men took their subordinates to the deck, where they quickly spotted the archaeological vessel closing in on the horizon. Quite swift, Brusco smirked. But does he truly believe an archaeological vessel can catch our warships? What a farce. Major, Nipro interjected, his brow furrowing. While it is true that the archaeological vessel cannot outpace our warships, what about the ship left behind by Ronan? It requires a crew to operate. Are we to abscond with Ronan's vessel? He doubted that their 3 warships could contend with Ronan. Yet escaping with the Mistral posed its own dilemma. Furthermore, if Ronan had indeed boarded the archaeological vessel, their original strategy would be rendered futile. Yes, we intended to trap Ronan on the island, awaiting the arrival of our fleet's admiral to eliminate him, but that plan has now collapsed, Brusco realized, his brow furrowing with concern. As the 2 pondered their strategy, the other 2 warships began to mobilize, having also detected the rapidly approaching vessel. They inquired with Brusco whether they should engage or intercept the intruding ship. Chapter 25, The Major's Wisdom? A Quest for Death. Sir, Nipro spoke gravely. We have no time to deliberate. That vessel is nearing the range of our artillery. We must decide whether to engage or retreat at once. Brusco clenched his teeth, replying, It is not my style to flee without a fight. While Ronan is indeed formidable, our forces may not match his. But let us not forget he is a devil fruit user. If we can sink the vessel he occupies from a distance, he will surely perish in the waters. And we need not engage him in close quarters. Brilliant, Major. Nipro's eyes lit up in admiration. Indeed, though we are not his equal, he has a distinct vulnerability to the sea. If we can sink that archaeological vessel, we may eliminate a significant threat without direct confrontation. Perhaps our headquarters will even reward us, allowing you to rise to the rank of Rear Admiral or even higher. Then let it be done. Brusco laughed heartily at the notion, promptly issuing the order to attack. Once the archaeological vessel entered the range of their cannons, all 3 warships would unleash their firepower, ensuring the vessel was sunk before it could draw nearer. However, they overlooked a crucial detail. Ronan had once approached the Demon Slayer fleet aboard the Mistral with remarkable speed, annihilating the entire fleet even before mastering the Marine 6 forms. Now, endowed with the ability to defy gravity, how could he possibly succumb to the onslaught of 3 warships? As the artillery thundered, the archaeological vessel entered firing range, and the cannons roared to life. However, their aim was lacking, with most shots plunging into the sea. On board the archaeological vessel, Ronan ascended the lookout atop the mast, entrusting the helm to Olvia, while he deftly deflected the occasional cannonball that strayed towards the deck, utilizing the Marine 6 form's aerial prowess to redirect them midair. This ability to defy gravity proved exceptionally advantageous. Ronan executed a swift leap, propelling himself into the air as he sent a cannonball soaring away with a decisive kick, a satisfied smile gracing his face. With his newfound ability to suspend himself mid-air, his combat prowess had significantly escalated. He had devised a method to neutralize the falling projectiles, ensuring that not a single cannonball would strike the vessel. No matter how rapid the shells were, they could not surpass Ronan's speed. The combination of his aerial prowess and the vacuum blade technique proposed by Langi could effortlessly deflect any approaching cannonball. Before long, as Ronan sent the cannonballs flying, the archaeological ship safely approached the trio of warships, instilling terror in Brusco and Niplo. This is outrageous. How can that scoundrel possibly deflect cannonballs? Brusco seethed through gritted teeth. If we fail to sink the archaeological ship, we're in peril now, Your Excellency. What shall we do? Niplo inquired, dread evident in his voice. Why do you keep asking me? What use are you as an aide if you merely inquire about what to do next? Brusco snapped, casting a furious glare at Niplo. As a military aide, Niplo was utterly ineffective. Confronted with a crisis, he resorted to seeking Brusco's guidance instead of devising a solution himself. Niplo stammered, his lips twitching. He felt utterly powerless, having obtained his position through connections rather than merit. Faced with such dire circumstances, he was genuinely panicking. Silence. Brusco glared at Niplo, then turned his attention back to the swiftly approaching archaeological ship, issuing an order. Quickly, relayed the command to change course. We are warships. Our speed surpasses that of the archaeological vessel, and we shall surely evade Ronan's pursuit. Why yes, I will convey the order at once. Niplo hastily scurried away to communicate Brusco's instructions. What a fool. Brusco sighed, watching Niplo's retreating figure, his expression darkening as he gazed at Ronan's ship. At this rate, perhaps I won't escape at all. I can only hope that Ronan will hesitate, fearing the multitude of my sailors, and refrain from attacking directly. Unbeknownst to him, Ronan harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him. Today, he would not rest until Brusco was eliminated. Robin, you remain aboard this vessel and refrain from engaging in any other activities. Leave the 3 warships to me. Await my return. With the warships now alarmingly close, Ronan addressed Robin on the lower deck before leaping into the air, his body swiftly ascending. He then executed a powerful kick in mid-air, activating his suspension ability, the immense force propelling him like a phantom towards one of the warships. Whoosh! Bang! Ronan's figure descended from the heavens amidst the astonished gazes of the Marines, landing with a resounding thud upon the deck of the warship. He gradually straightened himself, casting a frigid glance towards the gathered soldiers. Although Ronan appeared merely as a child of tender years, to the Marines he resembled a malevolent demon descended from the sky, his chilling gaze inflicting a piercing pain upon them. Die! Die! One Marine, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure, fired his musket directly at Ronan. The sharp crack of gunfire echoed. Bullets were unleashed, yet there was no sign of Ronan being struck or harmed. In the face of the incoming projectiles, Ronan merely waved his right hand, then opened his palm. A series of crisp sounds resonated as the bullets clattered to the deck, leaving the Marines wide-eyed in sheer terror, as if they had encountered a specter. He caught the bullets. One Marine stammered. The realization that their ordinary firearms were utterly ineffective against him rendered them paralyzed with fear. What could they do against Ronan? Engage in hand-to-hand combat? The soldiers exchanged glances, yet none dared to take action, too frightened to step forward. I have no time to squander with you insignificant minions. Ronan's gaze flickered, and he uttered in a low voice, Conqueror's Haki. A wave of terrifying authority descended, causing the sailors to experience a resounding tumult in their minds before succumbing to unconsciousness. Upon witnessing this, Ronan's expression remained unchanged. He merely raised his hand and summoned terrifying flames that engulfed the entire ship. All the sailors aboard this warship were consumed by the inferno, perishing alongside the vessel as it sank. The annihilation of a warship housing nearly 100 sailors took Ronan less than a minute. Chapter 26. Instantaneous destruction of Brusco. Annihilation. This spectacle instilled sheer terror in the sailors aboard the other 2 vessels. They had initially believed that the sailors on the destroyed ship could withstand the assault for a while, providing a chance for escape. Little did they anticipate that Ronan would obliterate that ship in mere moments. It was utterly terrifying. That damned Ronan! Brusco ground his teeth in frustration, his eyes blazing with fury as he gazed at the burning wreckage. Nearly 100 sailors, his loyal subordinates who had accompanied him on missions in the West Sea for many years, were now lost. They're dead, all dead. Niplo stood trembling on the adjacent deck, his face paling as he watched the flames consume the sinking ship. The sailors wielding firearms mirrored his terror, their bodies quaking as they beheld the vessel's demise, their spirits crushed, devoid of any will to resist. Ronan is terrifying. My God, a demon. He has slaughtered so many sailors. He has set the entire ship ablaze. Hurry. We must flee. Curse it. Why is the wind so feeble? Our sailing speed is painfully slow. We cannot escape. Despair began to envelop the sailors, particularly those tasked with raising the sails. They watched as the wind struggled to fill the sails, rendering their efforts futile. At that moment, Ronan had already arrived. Bang! A thunderous sound resonated as Ronan landed on another warship. Like the previous vessel, this one was destined for the same fate. Conqueror's Haki. Flame Fruit. Inferno. Upon descending onto the second ship, Ronan offered no chance for resistance. He unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, swiftly followed by the explosive power of the Flame Fruit. Flames engulfed the entire ship, the crackling of burning wood echoing for miles. Without wasting a moment, Ronan ensured that none aboard the ignited ship could escape. Even the officers succumbed to the overwhelming force of his Haki, and the flames, reduced to ashes. He ascended into the air, heading towards the final warship. Bang! Once more. He landed on the deck of the third ship. Lifting his gaze, he spotted a tall figure at the forefront. Draped in a naval coat and adorned with stars on his shoulders, the commander of the 3 warships. It was undoubtedly this individual who had orchestrated the capture of his flagship, marooning him on the deserted island. Ronan. Brusco inhaled deeply, casting a dark glare at Ronan. The child before him appeared no more than 10 years old, barely reaching his waist. Yet, this mere child had inflicted immense losses upon the entire West Sea Naval Division, with over 1,000 sailors perishing at his hands. Though he appeared to be an innocent youth, his actions were those of a true demon, ruthless, cold-hearted, cruel, and malevolent. If possible, Brusco was determined to personally eliminate this demon, restoring peace to the West Sea and fulfilling the absolute justice his navy represented. Are you the commander of this fleet? Ronan gazed coldly at Brusco and spoke with indifference. Indeed, I am Rear Admiral Brusco of the Western Naval Branch. Ronan, your repeated slaughter of so many Marines renders you utterly unforgivable. Brusco's eyes burned crimson as he stared at Ronan, growling with fury, his gaze as if it could devour Ronan whole. Daring to seize my vessels. You are truly deserving of death. Ronan spoke blandly, I have yet to seek retribution from you, yet you audaciously come to trouble me, utterly oblivious to your own peril. Ronan, do not revel in your hubris. Our department has resolved to deal with you, and a formidable general will take action. You shall not remain at ease for long. Bruce glared fiercely at Ronan and declared, I await the day of your just reckoning. The so-called just reckoning. You shall not live to witness it. Ronan moved with astonishing swiftness, appearing before Brusco in an instant, with a deft swing of his sunlit blade. Despite Brusco being a wielder of a devil fruit and possessing the skills of the Marine 6 styles, he was woefully outmatched by Ronan's formidable prowess. The disparity in their strengths was staggering. Brusco could not withstand even a single strike, and was swiftly vanquished. Ronan's current prowess is undoubtedly at least on par with the ranks of a vice admiral or even one of the 4 emperors. Dealing with a mere rear admiral from the West Sea branch should be a trivial affair, wouldn't you agree? The 6 powers of the Navy? At first, it was hard to discern, but now, upon witnessing Ronan swiftly eliminate Brusco, Niplo finally comprehended the situation. Ronan had moved with astonishing speed, employing the technique known as Sara from the 6 powers to appear before Brusco. Reflecting on how Ronan had seemingly stepped through the air moments ago, it became evident that he had utilized Jeppo, another technique from the 6 powers. How can you possibly master the 6 powers? Niplo stammered, his face etched with terror. It's impossible. You've actually learned the 6 powers. No wonder you could traverse the air so effortlessly. How I acquired the 6 powers is of no concern to you, Ronan replied dismissively, casting a glance at Niplo. He recognized that while the latter may not be an ordinary sailor, in his eyes, he was still just a pest to be exterminated with ease. With a swift motion, Ronan's blade grazed Niplo's neck, and the latter's head, still bearing a look of sheer horror and despair, fell onto the deck, lifeless. Die. Around them, a group of sailors, having witnessed the brutal execution of their commanders, erupted into frantic, anguished shouts. A barrage of gunfire rang out as they understood the futility of their situation. They were destined to meet the same grim fate as the 2 preceding warships. Yet, instead of resigning themselves to death, they resolved to fight back desperately. The air was filled with the sounds of countless gunshots, a dense hail of bullets converging towards Ronan. However, it was all in vain. Such ordinary projectiles posed no threat to him. His speed was terrifying, and even if he stood still, these bullets would fail to breach his formidable defenses. Let us not forget that among the 6 powers exists a technique designed for robust defense, should he activate Tech-Eye. Even a direct hit from a warship's main cannon would inflict no harm upon him. Only the might of Haki combined with a renowned blade might inflict damage. and that would require the intervention of a vice-admiral, an emperor, or a warlord. Alas, no such power resided on this ship, and even if there were, Ronan would not remain a stationary target. Conqueror's Haki, Flame Fruit, Inferno. The last of the warships was obliterated by Ronan. Thus, the 3 vessels under Brusco's command, along with the hundreds of sailors aboard, had perished, including several officers, Brusco himself, and Niplo. This battle had inflicted grievous losses upon the West Sea branch. Having thoroughly dealt with these foes, Ronan soared through the air, landing on his ship, the Great Wave. After dispatching a few sailors hiding in the cabin, he discarded their corpses into the sea and steered the Great Wave towards the nearby archaeological vessel. Chapter 27. The Navy Headquarters Enraged. Garp and Zephyr. Ronan, you've returned. Are you unharmed? Although not far apart, Robin and Olvia had not witnessed the battle firsthand. They saw Ronan board the warship, and shortly after, the 3 ships ignited in flames and sank. Concern for Ronan's safety lingered in their minds. I'm unscathed. Those insignificant minions could never harm me. There is no need for concern. Upon leaping onto the archaeological ship, Ronan smiled reassuringly, though he soon found himself troubled by the lack of crew to manage both vessels. They were but 3, and how could they possibly navigate 2 ships? After contemplating for a moment, Ronan suggested, and Olvia. The Great Wave far exceeds this archaeological ship in both speed and capacity. Why not transfer to the Great Wave? Absolutely. Before Olvia could respond, Robin eagerly exclaimed her agreement. Thrilled at the prospect. The Great Wave held a bounty of supplies she had personally acquired, including clothing and delectable food. Having spent several days aboard the Great Wave, she had grown accustomed to its environment, while the archaeological vessel appeared vastly inferior. Olvia furrowed her brow in thought, but what shall we do with this archaeological ship? Should we abandon it? We can transfer some supplies to the Great Wave and then set it ablaze. It cannot be left to drift aimlessly at sea, Ronan concluded. Knowing this was the only feasible solution, after all, 3 individuals could not operate 2 vessels. The Great Wave would suffice. Very well, Olvia nodded. The 3 then began to transfer supplies, gathering not only food but also archaeological tools, books, charts, and more. Before long, they completed the transfer, and with a single spark, Ronan set the archaeological ship aflame. Subsequently, the trio sailed away aboard the Great Wave, leaving the area behind. Ronan has departed, but a few days later, the naval branch of the West Sea finally became aware of the annihilation of Brusco's fleet at his hands. Upon receiving this news, the commander of the West Sea branch was engulfed in fury, yet he found himself utterly powerless against Ronan. Having no choice but to report this development to the headquarters in Marineford. Within the Marshal's office of Marineford, Steelbone Kong wore a grim expression. Clearly affected by the unfortunate tidings from the West Sea, he had initially felt a sense of satisfaction with the Navy's recent accomplishments in the New World. As fierce infighting amongst several notorious pirates had been ongoing, with skirmishes for territory occurring almost daily, the clashes between Whitebeard and Kaido were frequent, and the formidable Big Mom, who had previously been at odds with the admirals, was now preoccupied with their conflict, thus diverting her focus from the Navy, which inadvertently enhanced the Navy's influence in the New World. Steelbone Kong understood Big Mom's intentions all too well. She was clearly waiting to take advantage of the chaos. The Navy had similar designs and had even issued orders to refrain from targeting the territories of Whitebeard and Kaido, instead focusing on besieging Big Mom's subordinates. This strategy alleviated some of the pressure on both Whitebeard and Kaido, as neither was foolish enough to engage in a mutually destructive battle that would ultimately benefit Big Mom. With the Navy opting to direct their efforts against Big Mom, both pirates felt reassured enough to continue their struggle. Thus, at this moment, the New World had nearly reached a new equilibrium among various factions, allowing the Navy to gradually expand its influence. After all, in a place like the New World, the balance of power between the Navy and pirates had previously been heavily skewed against the Navy. Now, however, it was evident that the Navy's trajectory of development was significantly more favorable than before. Yet, at such a time, he was disheartened by the news from the West Sea. It was again this Ronan, who truly believed that the Navy was powerless against him. Steelbone Kong slammed his hand on the table, his eyes ablaze with fury. At that moment, a middle-aged woman entered the office, clad in a navy coat, her slender frame exuding an aura of wisdom. "Marshal, Carp has returned," she announced. It's good that he has returned," Steelbone Kong replied, maintaining a stern demeanor. "Is the Marshal still troubled by the matters in the West Sea?" The woman pressed on. "With Carp's involvement, there should be no issue. After all, he has dealt with both Rox and Roger. Surely he can handle a mere child?" "Indeed," Steelbone Kong acknowledged. raising his gaze to the woman. Tsuru, what is your perspective on this, Ronan? The woman, none other than Chief of Staff Tsuru, still youthful in appearance, pondered for a moment before responding. This Ronin is indeed extraordinary. At merely a little over 10 years of age, he has already become uncontrollable. If possible, he must not be allowed to grow any further. He must be apprehended soon. Otherwise, merely the disturbances he has caused in the West Sea have already unsettled the hearts of the Navy personnel across the seas, even at headquarters. Precisely. Steelbone Kong nodded emphatically. This individual has already slain numerous officers and over 1,000 sailors in the West Sea. It is only natural that the troops would feel unrest upon hearing such news. Therefore, Karp must capture him this time. Ideally, we should execute him publicly, akin to Roger, to cleanse the humiliation he has inflicted upon the world government and our Navy, while simultaneously bolstering the reputation of both. Yes, if we can achieve this, it would significantly enhance our honor, ensuring compliance from the allied nations and instilling fear in the pirates across the seas. Tsuru concurred. Thus, do you believe we should dispatch additional personnel with Karp? Steelbone Kong inquired, deep in thought. I propose we send Zifa along to ensure absolute certainty. As you mentioned, this young lad is merely in his early teens. We cannot afford to grant him more time to mature. In a few years, he could pose a threat akin to Roger or Rox. Compared to Roger and Rox, I find this Ronin even more formidable, Tsuru asserted. Thus, Marshal, your strategy is wise. Dispatch Zifa to accompany Karp to ensure the utmost security. We cannot afford further failures. Another setback would inflict irreparable damage to the Navy's reputation, a consequence we cannot bear. Tsuru spoke gravely. Indeed, Steelbone Kong solemnly affirmed. A day later, Karp returned from East Blue's Windmill Village. After meeting with Steelbone Kong and Tsuru, he departed alongside Zifa on a large naval vessel bound for the West Sea, with the mission to capture Ronan. Should that prove impossible, then to eliminate him on the spot. Chapter 28, Journey to Reverse Mountain. Consuming the elixir of immortality. In Ohara, West Sea, Ronan and his companions returned once more. Their return did not signify a desire to remain indefinitely. During their journey, Ronan and Olvia had conferred, deciding they would soon depart from Ohara. Even leaving the West Sea altogether, they were acutely aware that remaining there could jeopardize the local populace should the Navy return. Olvia wholeheartedly agreed, feeling a sense of guilt, as she was the sole survivor of an archaeological expedition that had claimed the lives of her companions. While she could not entirely blame herself, a lingering sense of remorse gnawed at her. Leaving Ohara was also a measure to ensure its safety. Ronan's assessment was astute. Until Ronan was captured or killed, the Navy would likely refrain from targeting Ohara. This was not merely speculation. Unbeknownst to them, Marineford indeed harbored such concerns. The notion of using Ohara to threaten Ronan had been swiftly dismissed by Steelbone Kong, who even faced staunch opposition from Chief of Staff Tsuru. The rationale was straightforward. With Ronan's reputation as a ruthless killer of over 1,000 sailors, would he truly be swayed by threats? It was inconceivable. If the Navy were to strike at Ohara, their analysis of Ronan indicated he would certainly not yield. Rather, he would likely retreat into hiding, biding his time to grow stronger before seeking revenge against the world government or the Navy, an eventuality fraught with peril. Currently, Ronan's whereabouts were conspicuously unhidden, even ostentatious, which was advantageous. After all, an enemy in plain sight is always easier to confront than one lurking in the shadows, poised to strike. Back in Ohara, with only a day to spare, Olvia tidied up the household items before boarding the ship once again, setting sail with Ronan and Robin, leaving Ohara behind. On the vast ocean, the giant wave sailed smoothly with the current. Upon the deck, beneath a sunshade, several reclining chairs were positioned, where the trio lounged in utter leisure, each engrossed in their own pursuits. Olvia was absorbed in a book, Robin was exploring culinary delights, while Ronan indulged in a deep slumber. Brother Ronan, Robin called out, do wake up and assist me. Can you explain how this dish is prepared? The recipe seems so complicated. Robin shook Ronan gently, pointing to the recipe in his hand and remarked, you ask me how I understand these. I am not a chef. Ronan rolled his eyes and remarked, you can consult the chef once we have one on board. Are you contemplating a career change to become a cook? Not at all. We still do not have a chef, do we? Robin replied. Does that mean we will have to forego delectable meals during this interim? Then you should seek guidance from Aunt Olvia. Ronan waved his hand dismissively, admitting his ignorance in culinary arts, as he only knew how to enjoy food. Oh. While my mother's cooking is quite good, it pales in comparison to the exquisite dishes from fine restaurants. Besides, I have grown weary of my mother's meals over the years. Robin pouted. Very well, Robin, in that case, you may forego tonight's dinner that I prepare. At this, Olvia cast an admonishing glare at Robin. Upon hearing this, Robin quickly stuck out his tongue, realizing he had offended his mother and likely would not enjoy a delicious meal that evening. Mother, I apologize. Please forgive me, he pleaded, immediately rushing to Olvia's side to beg for her mercy. Witnessing their playful banter, Ronan smiled, finding this kind of life to be what he truly yearned for. It was far more comforting than the monotonous days spent in Ohara, allowing him the freedom to roam and explore, especially the joy of checking in at various locations. Reflecting on this, he realized he still had one check-in opportunity available today, yet he had no destination in mind, unsure if he could reach a new island before nightfall. Their current expedition was destined for no other place than the Upside-Down Mountain. Ronan and Olvia had conferred about traversing the inverted mountain to reach the East Sea. Olvia aspired to embark on an archaeological expedition there, convinced that the ruins scattered across the region would yield significant historical insights. Ronan, of course, did not object. The East Sea offered far more intriguing locales than the West Sea. Places such as Rogtown, the birthplace of Roger, Windmill Village, the ancestral home of Cap, the childhood home of the protagonist Luffy, Cocoa West Village, and Nami's hometown were abundant in possibilities, while it might not rival the Grand Line in its allure. Ronan was certain that he would eventually journey there as well. Indeed, it was a necessity. Nonetheless, a visit to the East Sea prior to venturing into the Grand Line seemed quite appealing, sparing him the need for future back-and-forth travels. By the way, Ronan suddenly recalled something and spoke up, "And Olivia, I have a potion here. You should drink it with Robin." "What kind of potion?" Olivia inquired, her curiosity piqued. She was unaware of where Ronan had procured this potion, yet she understood its miraculous properties better than anyone else. The stamina potion could swiftly rejuvenate one's vigor. The mental potion could rapidly restore one's spirits, and the healing potion was even more extraordinary, capable of quickly mending injuries. Minor life-threatening wounds could be healed in an instant, and even severe fatal injuries could be alleviated through the healing potion's suppressive effects. For those who venture upon the seas, such remedies are of utmost importance. Ronan wore a smile at the corners of his lips as he produced a vial of elixir. This potion, known as the Elixir of Longevity, grants an additional century of life to its recipient. It is exceedingly rare. I possess but 4 of them. Indeed, the Elixir of Longevity is the most precious of the rewards Ronan has acquired through his endeavors, for the promise of an extra 100 years of life is unparalleled. And it bears no adverse effects. What? Such a potion exists? Olivia gasped, her astonishment palpable. The notion of an elixir that could extend one's lifespan genuinely left her astounded. Wow, an extra 100 years of life? Robin exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Though she was young, she was not naive. A potion capable of prolonging life is an extraordinary treasure indeed. Well, I have only 4 vials. We 3 shall each take 1, leaving 1 remaining for a future companion on our ship. However, to obtain this elixir, one must first pass our trials. It is not something to be bestowed upon newcomers so readily. Only the most loyal of companions shall earn the right to receive such a gift. Ronan remarked that such a precious item could not be given to just anyone. It required the acknowledgement of both himself and his companions to be deemed worthy of receiving it. Indeed, such a valuable treasure should never be distributed indiscriminately. Olvia nodded in agreement, emphasizing that valuable things should not be handed out casually, as those that come too easily are seldom cherished. Only after undergoing trials does one earn the right to obtain them, a notion she firmly supported. However, she pondered whether it was too simplistic for her and Robin to receive such a rare potion. "And Olvia and Robin, you are my closest companions. When I was destitute, you took me in and treated me like family. How could there be a need for any trials?" Ronan said earnestly. "Haha, I regard Brother Ronan as my own sibling." "Mother, you are overthinking it. If Brother Ronan possesses something good, he would undoubtedly think of us first." Robin chimed in with a cheerful smile. "Indeed." Ronan nodded and smiled, saying, "I regard Robin with the same affection as my own sister and Olvia, so please do not overthink it." "Well, all right." Olvia finally acquiesced, having always treated Ronan as if he were her own son, never differentiating between him and her biological children. The fact that Ronan thought of her and Robin first when he encountered something good brought her immense satisfaction. The 3 of them drank the longevity elixir, its sweet flavor enveloping them in comfort. They could even feel a warm essence emanating from within, a vitality that nourished their bodies and enhanced their health. Chapter 29, Signing at the Inverted Mountain. Reward, Skydance Technique. "This elixir is extraordinary," Olvia exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. She noticed that various minor ailments she had long endured, such as vision deterioration from years of reading and skin dryness from archaeological explorations, had completely vanished. She felt her health had reached an unparalleled peak. The efficacy of this elixir surpassed that of conventional healing potions, which primarily addressed superficial injuries and could not remedy issues like vision or skin ailments. Now, she sensed that she had returned to the vitality of her late teens. Or perhaps even better, brimming with energy and vigor. Wow, I feel it too. This is incredible, Robin exclaimed, her feelings, though not as pronounced as Olvia's, made her acutely aware of the transformation within her body, invigorating her with newfound vitality. Ronan, on the other hand, experienced little change. He merely sensed that his life force had grown significantly stronger and more robust, without even glancing at his attributes panel. He intuitively understood that his various attributes had indeed increased, albeit modestly, especially in terms of physical constitution. After consuming the longevity elixir, the three of them were in high spirits. Ronan included, as his lifespan had been extended by a century. Who wouldn't rejoice in such a boon? That evening, they celebrated with a sumptuous dinner, relishing their feast. 2 days passed, during which Ronan sought a location to check in, while the wavebreaker also required a place to dock for resupplying. They eventually found an island where they could anchor. Shortly after completing their supply run, however, the trio found themselves ambushed by a group of bounty hunters. 8 hunters, lying in wait, surrounded them as they prepared to return to the wavebreaker. Yet, these hunters, accustomed to dispatching ordinary pirates with ease, were oblivious to the formidable presence of Ronan, a figure whom even the Navy found challenging to confront. Thus, their fate was almost sealed, in a display of sheer dominance. Ronan swiftly dispatched all 8 hunters with a single stroke of his blade, leaving the scene as the remaining bounty hunters, who arrived later, were left trembling in terror. Ronan is simply too powerful. He is not to be trifled with. One bounty hunter gasped, contemplating abandoning the pursuit. 1 billion berries was enticing. Yet one must possess their life to claim such a reward. Indeed, Ronan was no longer an adversary that ordinary bounty hunters could contend with. He was best left to those more formidable. Another hunter shook his head, exhaling a resigned sigh, also deciding to abandon the hunt for Ronan. How foolish these hunters are. I will not give up. Once I secure that 1 billion berries, I can retire comfortably and live freely wherever I choose, one stubborn hunter declared, unwilling to relent in his pursuit of Ronan. Then go ahead and confront him. I shall not accompany you. What? Did we not agree to do this together? If you seek to court death, do not drag me into it. Stay far away from me. Fine, do not regret it when that 1 billion berries belong solely to me. Ha! You, of all people, wish to hunt Ronan? Do you think the Navy is merely a trivial obstacle? They have suffered grievous losses at his hands. Do you truly believe you can surpass them? I shall think it over, came the retort. Just a moment ago, were you not so eager to hunt Ronan? Leave me be. That was merely an emotional outburst. Ronan remained oblivious to the fact that the bounty hunters hastening towards him had already resolved to abandon their pursuit. Even if he were aware, it would matter little to him. He would harbor no objections to their hunting endeavors. However, should they dare to strike against him, they must brace themselves for the inevitability of death. After replenishing their supplies, the trio set forth once more. This time, there was no need for further resupply before reaching the Upside-Down Mountain. The next port of call would be in the East Sea. Upside-Down Mountain is a remarkably unique location in this world of pirates, where the 4 seas converge. It is, aside from the doldrums, the only point where one can transition from the 4 seas into the Grand Line, unless one boasts the ability to soar over it, in which case, I shall say no more. At last, they arrived at Upside-Down Mountain. What a magnificent sight! Robin gazed at the surging waters ahead, her heart swelling with joy as she exclaimed. She had never before had the chance to witness such a magnificent spectacle. Long had she heard tales of the Upside-Down Mountain, renowned as one of the most breathtaking sights in the world. Today, she finally beheld it with her own eyes. Indeed, it was truly awe-inspiring. Ronan beheld, for the first time, such a magnificent spectacle, the inverted mountain at the confluence of the 4 seas. It was truly a contradiction of nature. Without witnessing it firsthand, one could scarcely fathom that such a landscape was a product of nature itself, merely by hearing others describe it. At this moment, Ronan found it difficult to believe, even with his own eyes witnessing the scene before him. He harbored a notion that this place might be a relic of an ancient civilization, a thought not without merit given the peculiarities of the pirate world. Consider, if you will, the towering giants, reaching heights of dozens or even hundreds of meters, alongside the diminutive folk no larger than a finger, the aquatic fishmen, and the sky-dwelling inhabitants adorned with angelic wings. More astonishing are the sea kings, Could these beings possibly be remnants of a civilization where ancient biological technology flourished? Furthermore, the fabled devil fruits, said to originate from the fruit-bearing tree of the devil fruit, how could such entities arise through natural means? Additionally, the three ancient weapons. With Pluto potentially being a creation of human ingenuity from centuries past, yet the mermaid princess, representing the Sea King, embodies a complexity that defies simplicity. Not to mention the enigmatic celestial king. Ronan harbored profound doubts about the existence of an extraordinarily resplendent ancient civilization, the essence of which was none other than the D clan. This clan had long been the target of oppression by the world government and constituted a part of the celestial dragons. 8 centuries ago, the nation that established the world government was merely a servant under the dominion of the D clan. For reasons unknown, after rebelling against their masters, they formed the world government and concealed the truth for a century. This revelation elucidated many mysteries. Brother Ronan, we are about to traverse Reverse Mountain. And I feel a bit apprehensive, Robin said, gripping Ronan's hand tightly, her voice tinged with anxiety as Ronan pondered these thoughts. Ronan gazed upward, observing the immense wave surging rapidly against the backflow of the sea, propelling the ship, the majestic wave, towards the pinnacle of upside-down mountain at an astonishing speed. The vessel nearly tilting to a 90-degree angle. Hold on to me, and Olvia, do come over, Ronan exclaimed, promptly pulling Olvia closer to his side. He stood firmly on the deck, his feet anchored as if rooted to the ground, refusing to be toppled by the ship's inclination. Oh! The exhilarating scene prompted Robin to cry out, not out of fear, but rather in delight, as she felt secure with Ronan by her side. Her joyful exclamations contrasted sharply with the mature and composed demeanor she was known for in the original narrative. At that moment, Olvia too wore a faint smile, though she gripped Ronan tightly, determined not to be flung overboard. At this moment, Ronan wore a smile upon his lips. The upside-down mountain, a world-renowned location. What rewards could possibly await? Surely, they must be splendid. System, I wish to check in at the upside-down mountain. Ronan promptly issued the check-in command within his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. You have received the reward. Skydance Technique. Chapter 30. Arrival at the East Sea. A perfect brush with fate. What an astonishing turn of events. Upon hearing the mention of a reward, Ronan was instantly filled with excitement. The flying technique, is this not the flight skill from the world of Dragon Ball? He quickly checked. Flying technique, a flight skill from the Dragon Ball universe, with maximum flight speed determined by the host strength. Ronan was truly overjoyed. Previously, he had been concerned that without the ability to fly, traversing the vast ocean would be daunting due to the adverse effects of the devil fruit, particularly his fear of seawater. However, with the acquisition of the Skydance technique, such worries have dissipated, no matter how expansive the ocean may be. What is there to fear? I have soared to the heavens. Why should I dread the sea? Indeed, with the Skydance as his newfound skill, Ronan has effectively bridged the only gap in his current strength. He no longer fears any adversary, regardless of their numbers or individual prowess. Should they attempt to besiege him, he can simply take flight. If they are capable of overpowering him, he would annihilate them entirely. In one-on-one confrontations with his newfound ability to soar, Ronan now stands unafraid amidst the 4 seas, whether facing the 4 emperors or admirals. With his current might, he possesses the potential to defeat and even slay admirals. Ronan tilted his head back and laughed heartily, for with the mastery of the void dance technique, his spirit soared to unparalleled heights. The great wave soared through the mountains, reaching the summit of Upside-Down Mountain, gradually stabilizing. Before the trio, several waterway entrances emerged, revealing the confluence of the 4 seas. Ronan, look ahead, Olvia gestured, directing his attention to the largest passage where all the waters converged. That is the entrance to the first half of the Grand Line. Having visited this place before, she elaborated to Ronan. Is that truly the gateway to the Grand Line? Robin's eyes widened in astonishment. Huh. The Grand Line is a journey we shall undertake in due time, although not just yet. Ronan chuckled lightly before inquiring, which entrance leads to the East Sea. Olvia gestured toward another entrance on the right, saying that entrance is currently inundated with countless waves, surging toward the mouth of the Grand Line. Then let us turn the ship's bow and set sail toward the East Sea. Ronan skillfully maneuvered the vessel, the giant wave, towards the entrance of the East China Sea. Although the passage leading to the 4 seas descended, the waters surged upward with vigor. To navigate downwards, the giant wave needed to counter the current, necessitating a considerable exertion of effort. Hold steady. Ronan called out and maneuvered the giant wave towards the East China Sea against the current, with a resounding roar. The seawater swirled in reverse, yet it could not hinder the giant wave's relentless advance towards the East China Sea. inch by inch, gradually surging forth. At last, after considerable effort, the giant wave successfully reached the East China Sea. East China Sea, here we come. Robin exhaled deeply, releasing her grip on Ronan, and pirouetted gracefully on the deck, dancing with abandon. East Sea, it has been quite a while since my last visit, Olvia remarked with a smile. The wave breaker had successfully navigated the East Sea, and she too felt a wave of relief wash over her. It is well known that traversing the upside-down mountain is no trivial feat. Countless vessels, lacking fortitude, have met their demise in its treacherous waters. The number is unfathomable. Even notorious pirate crews and naval fleets have suffered damage while passing through. Yet, the wave breaker emerged unscathed, a testament to its formidable and stable design. Now that we have arrived in the East Sea, where shall we venture next? Robin inquired. Of course, we should first find a place to dock, replenish our supplies, and then indulge in a hearty meal. Ronan spoke without a moment's hesitation. Wow, I wholeheartedly support this idea. Robin nodded vigorously as he listened. Indeed, the cuisine of the East Sea is quite exceptional. Olvia remarked with a smile. I have savored many delightful dishes during my previous visits here. I shall take you all to taste them. Hee, just talking about it makes my mouth water. Robin chuckled gleefully. So what are we waiting for? I shall hoist the sails, and Olvia will steer the ship, and Robin, you check the nautical charts for the nearest island to dock. With that, Ronan dashed toward the mast. Off we go. At that very moment, as Ronan and his companions had successfully traversed the upside-down mountain from the West Sea to the East Sea, a massive naval warship emerged from Marineford. Positioned in the Grand Line's first half, the weather conditions here were far from the tranquil nature of the four seas. Navigating these waters bore significantly greater risks. Consequently, despite the haste of Admiral Karp and Admiral Zephyr, they had squandered some time en route. We finally reached the upside-down mountain. At the bow of the warship, two imposing figures stood tall, reminiscent of colossal mountains, causing the surrounding sailors to feel somewhat breathless. Karp, we are soon to enter the West Sea. I shall handle that little rascal Ronan. One of the towering figures turned to Karp, his physique even more robust than Karp's, adorned with muscles yet missing an arm. Instead, he possessed a menacing mechanical arm in place of his right hand. Zephyr, do not underestimate that Ronan. Although he is merely a child of around 10 years. His strength is formidable. We must not let our guard down. Karp replied gravely, though he held the rank of Rear Admiral, which was subordinate to Zephyr's position as Admiral. It was not due to a lack of capability, but rather a matter of personal choice. His prowess was indisputable, having once battled against the likes of Rox and Roger. Of course, Zephyr's strength was equally unquestionable. He had gained considerable renown even before his promotion to Admiral, having taught at the Navy Academy for over a decade. He had nurtured countless elite talents, among whom were the future admirals Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji. Thus, it was evident how formidable he truly was. The Navy's decision to dispatch these two most powerful figures to the West Sea to confront Ronan underscored their significant concern regarding him. Indeed, they represented the strongest individuals the Navy could muster. What is there to worry about a mere child? Zephyr remarked indifferently. Very well. Karp crossed his arms, choosing not to elaborate further. Both were pinnacle warriors of the Navy, each carrying their own pride. Since Zephyr was unwilling to heed his counsel, further discussion would be futile. Allow him to act independently. Karp could observe Ronan's tactics from the rear and seize the opportunity to subdue him when the moment was right. The warship swiftly navigated through the upside-down mountain, managing to bypass Ronan and his companions by a margin of over 10 minutes, heading directly towards the West Sea. The two were unlikely to reach their destination and capture Ronan as swiftly as they had hoped. Unbeknownst to Karp and Zephyr, they had missed Ronan by a mere 10-minute interval. Ronan remained oblivious to the fact that the naval headquarters had dispatched two formidable individuals to pursue him. Unfazed, he leisurely commenced his quest for sign-ins in the East Sea. Numerous locations awaited his presence, and with the mastery of the sky dance technique, the process of signing in at various spots became considerably more effortless. Chapter 31. Logue Town. The aspiring chef Karaman. In the East Sea, at Logue Town, the majestic ship, the giant wave gently docked at the harbor. Ronan and his companions disembarked, stepping into the quaint town. Is this truly the birthplace of the Pirate King? It is said that he met his demise here just a few years ago. Robin gazed around at the passers-by, noting the vibrant atmosphere of Rogue Town. After all, we are in the era of notorious pirates, and this town, being the birthplace and execution site of the Pirate King Roger, attracts countless pirates daily who come to pay homage to him. Of course, the Navy also maintains a presence here, and many pirates disguise themselves as adventurers or ordinary citizens. leaving the Navy at a loss, as they cannot distinguish between the two, unless the pirates forego their disguises. This island is indeed quite prosperous, Olvia remarked. When I visited here before, it was not nearly as bustling, but then again, that was before Roger's demise. Ah. So it seems that Roger's death inadvertently contributed to the development of Rogue Town? Ronan chuckled. That is quite accurate in the past. This town was despised by the Navy due to Roger, and the stationed naval forces here are exceptionally elite, arguably the finest in the entire East Blue. In fact, even the East Blue Navy's headquarters is situated not far from Rogue Town. Speaking of the Navy, Ronan stroked his chin as he observed the people strolling along the road. Noticing the absence of patrolling sailors, he wondered if the patrolling naval personnel would take action upon noticing their presence. The trio of Ronin did not employ any form of disguise. Should they be spotted by the Marines, recognition would be inevitable. For he is indeed a notorious pirate with a bounty of 1 billion berries placed upon him by the world government. Ronan, being in the homeland of the Pirate King, undoubtedly hosts a plethora of formidable crew members. We could certainly recruit some capable allies here. Robin pondered, recalling that Ronan had previously mentioned the recruitment of crew members. She harbored a particular desire for the Goliath to enlist a formidable chef. Indeed, we are not pressed for time. Having consumed the elixir of longevity, we possess extensive lifespans, allowing us to linger on various islands, savoring exquisite delicacies and exploring intriguing locales at our leisure. Ronan placed his hands behind his head, speaking leisurely. Having entered the world of pirates nearly a year ago, he was merely 11 years old. Thanks to the effects of the longevity potion, he felt no urgency about wasting time. His languid lifestyle suited him perfectly. That's a splendid idea. Let us find a restaurant to sample the culinary delights of Rogue Town. Robin exclaimed with great enthusiasm. And Olvia, are you in a hurry? Ronan inquired. Not at all, Olvia replied with a gentle expression. After all, the search for the historical texts cannot be rushed. If it could be so easily discovered, those before us would have found it centuries ago. Indeed, Ronan nodded. In truth, I suspect that most of the inscriptions of the historical texts are located along the Grand Line. While there may be a few scattered across the 4 seas, they are certainly in the minority. Once we venture onto the Grand Line, we shall undoubtedly uncover numerous historical texts. Let us go and find a restaurant to savor the local delicacies, he continued. After walking for a while, the trio finally spotted a modest restaurant bustling with patrons waiting to dine. It was evident that this establishment had garnered a commendable reputation. This one will do. With so many people queuing, the food must be exquisite, Ronan remarked with a smile. I shall stand in line. Robin swiftly dashed out, joining the queue behind the crowd. Olvia chuckled and shook her head, remarking on the girls' eagerness for food. After a brief wait, it was finally their turn. Upon tasting the dishes, they discovered that the flavors were indeed exceptional, surpassing all the culinary experiences Ronan and his companions had previously encountered. Wow, the food here is absolutely delightful. Mom, Ronan, you must try this fish. It is simply exquisite. Robin, mesmerized by a golden, roasted fish, exclaimed in delight. This is truly exceptional. Ronan savored a dish of grilled squid before him, remarking on its exquisite flavor. This soup is also remarkably delicious, Olvia praised, holding a spoon over a bowl of broth. Esteemed guests, this is the food you ordered. Please indulge. At that moment, a girl's voice chimed in as she approached, laboriously balancing a large platter brimming with boiled shrimp and crabs. Wow, I can't wait to dig in, Robin eagerly proclaimed, ready to feast. Ronan turned his gaze towards the girl who had brought the dishes. She had a head of crimson hair and a youthful countenance. Appearing no older than a mere 10 years, only a few years his senior, Ronan felt a flicker of recognition. The girl appeared somewhat familiar. Upon closer reflection, he realized that she was none other than Kuruman, the one who had competed with Sanji in culinary skills in the original story set in Rogertown. Was this establishment her family's? Ronan ceased his meal, turned his gaze towards the girl, and inquired, Hello, is this your family's establishment? Or are you merely a waitress here? The girl, taken aback, responded, Indeed, this restaurant is owned by my father. At that moment, Robinson, who had been engrossed in handling shrimp and crab, paused, his large eyes fixated on Kuruman. The realization struck him. This girl was the daughter of the restaurant's proprietor. He wondered about her culinary skills. Initially, he had contemplated persuading Ronan to invite the owner aboard their ship. However, upon seeing the owner and his wife earlier, it was evident they had established a stable life in Rogue Town, making it unlikely for them to agree to join the voyage. Yet, the words of the girl suggested that as the daughter of the owner, she must possess remarkable culinary talents. If she could produce such delectable dishes, Perhaps there was a way to entice her to join their crew. Robin pondered these thoughts in his heart, preparing to invite the other party to join his cause. At this moment, Ronan spoke up. "Hello, I am Ronan. Do you possess culinary skills? Can you create such exquisite dishes as those on the table?" Upon hearing the mention of culinary arts, Kuruman immediately raised his head with pride. "I have inherited all my father's culinary skills, and the dishes I prepare are no inferior to those he crafted. In fact, some of the delicacies on this table were made by me." "Is that so? How impressive indeed." Ronan immediately broke into a smile, pondering how to whisk her away. "Wow, you are truly impressive," Robin exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with admiration, clearly harboring the same intentions as Ronan. Meanwhile, Olvia, observing the scene, couldn't help but smile, fully aware of what the two were contemplating. However, considering the girl's tender age, it was evident that she could not be easily led away. Her parents would certainly not permit her to board a vessel with strangers. "Humph, I am quite remarkable," Kuruman declared proudly, hands on her hips. "I am destined to become the world's greatest chef." Such grand aspirations, indeed. Chapter 32, Deception. Settling in Logtown. Ronan smiled and remarked, "However, I have heard that the most formidable chefs in the world hail from the North Sea. Even the most skilled chefs from the East Sea cannot secure a place in the top 10 globally. It seems your dream may be quite a challenge to achieve." Upon hearing this, the girl was momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed, the most exceptional chefs in the world predominantly originate from the North Sea. With at least 7 or 8 among the top 10 hailing from that region, it is evident how remarkable their culinary prowess is. "I will definitely surpass those renowned chefs from the North Sea one day. Just wait and see," Kuruman declared defiantly. "In truth, we are adventurers from the West Sea, planning to embark on a journey to the Grand Line, and we may even venture to the North Sea." Ronan pondered and remarked, "Many formidable chefs from the North Sea congregate along the Grand Line. If you wish to compete with them, you must venture to the Grand Line or the North Sea. As a young girl, reaching those places is no easy feat." Upon hearing this, Kuruman furrowed her brow. Indeed, the seas are rife with pirates, and achieving her dream seemed an insurmountable challenge. However, Ronan offered, "If you are willing, you may join us on our voyage." "Join you on your voyage?" The girl looked up, her expression one of skepticism towards Ronan and his 2 companions. A group consisting of 1 adult and 2 children, could such a combination truly set sail? Surely they would be met with peril, likely falling prey to those ruthless pirates at the very onset of their journey. Noticing the girl's disbelief and condescension, Robin immediately took offense and retorted, "What? Do you look down on us? Let me assure you, Brother Ronan is exceptionally skilled, and so am I. I am also a devil fruit user." "A devil fruit user?" Upon hearing this, Kuruman's eyes widened in astonishment. She had heard of these individuals, those who consumed the mystical fruits to gain extraordinary powers. They were indeed remarkable. She recalled witnessing a fierce battle on the streets between the Navy and a pirate endowed with such abilities. The pirate had been incredibly powerful, injuring several sailors before successfully escaping the naval encirclement. Subsequently, the Navy even dispatched a lieutenant with devil fruit powers to capture that pirate, though she was uncertain of the outcome. Indeed, you see, as Robin spoke, she made a motion with her right hand, and to everyone's astonishment, her right arm began to transform. Her fair arm blossomed like a flower, sprouting several additional arms, startling Kuruman quite a bit. However, she soon gazed at Robin with palpable excitement. A devil fruit user stood before her, so near, igniting her curiosity and interest. What a peculiar ability to conjure such an abundance of arms. Kuruman exclaimed, "If I possessed this power, it would certainly make cooking much more convenient." "Ah, indeed. It is no surprise that a chef would draw such connections. One could say she truly aspires to be the world's greatest chef. Are you truly that formidable?" Kuruman still harbored some skepticism. Although there was a devil fruit user among them, there were also capable individuals among pirates. A girl under 10 years old, despite being a user, could hardly surpass those adult pirates endowed with abilities, could she? "Naturally, I am but a minor figure. Ronan is the truly impressive one." Robin pointed at Ronan and declared, "Brother Ronan single-handedly defeated an entire pirate crew in the West Sea. He is also a user of a devil fruit and possesses immense strength. None of the pirates can compare to Brother Ronan." Robin boasted as if Ronan were capable of anything. However, Kuruman found herself believing Robin's words. At the very least, the 3 before her undoubtedly possessed considerable strength. Otherwise, they would not have made it safely from the West Sea to the East Sea unscathed. Countless pirates lurked along the way, and the perilous reverse mountain stood as a formidable obstacle. Traversing to the East Sea was no simple feat at this moment. Kuruman felt a stirring within her. She recognized that she had reached a plateau in her culinary skills. She had long surpassed her father's expertise, and few chefs in the entirety of Logtown could rival her abilities. To fulfill her dreams, she knew she could not remain in Logtown indefinitely. She must challenge renowned chefs, traverse the seas and the Grand Line, and experiment with a myriad of rare ingredients to create even more exquisite dishes. Previously, in her youth, she lacked the means to survive independently on the ocean, and her parents would never allow their young daughter to embark on such a journey alone. If she wished to set sail, she could only do so alongside adventurers, yet one could never be certain whether these so-called adventurers were merely disguised pirates. While many benevolent pirates existed in this world, there were far more ruthless ones, and she could not discern the good from the bad. The three individuals before her did not appear to be villains. Two were children close to her age, and the third was a woman with a gentle demeanor. It seemed unlikely they were ill-intentioned, perhaps. I will think it over, Kuruman said hesitantly. Take your time, there's no rush. We plan to stay in Logtown for a while, so you can consider it at your leisure. Ronan was not in a hurry. It was utterly impossible to deceive the other party upon first meeting. To Kuruman, the three of them were mere strangers, and gaining his trust instantaneously was out of the question. However, prior to boarding Kuruman's ship, it was prudent to maintain a low profile. Revealing that he was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 1 billion berries from the world government would surely frighten the man away. Once they were aboard, there would be no turning back for Kuruman, who might find himself on the wanted list in the future as well, just as Robin and Olvia were currently. Robin had previously been targeted by the world government, and her bounty had now reached 10 million berries, while Olvia had later been pursued with a bounty of 5 million berries. Thus, Ronan resolved to remain discreet during their time in Logtown, planning to charm the chef aboard once the opportunity arose. Shortly after Kuruman departed, Ronan and his companions finished their meal, settled the bill, and left. They then discreetly found a hotel to stay in, establishing themselves in Logtown. Time was of the essence, and they had yet to avail themselves of the day's sign and opportunity, which they could not squander. In their hotel room, Ronan muttered to himself before calling upon the system in his mind. System, sign in at Logtown. Ronan directly signed in for the entirety of Logtown, intending to secure a substantial reward without the need for gradual sign-ins, although this decision would preclude him from signing in at Logtown for a short period thereafter. It would permit him to sign in at various locations across the Eastern Sea in the future. While he planned to reside in Logtown for a time, he did not wish to engage in a protracted process of gradual sign-ins. In just a few days, he could venture to other parts of the Eastern Sea to sign in, returning to Logtown afterward, though he intended to establish a temporary residence. The duration would not be extensive. Chapter 33. Sign in at Logtown. Reward, Zanpakuto. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. You have obtained 1 Zanpakuto. Ronan's expression shifted. A Zampakit? He was taken aback to find that he had acquired a Zampakit this time. It was indeed worthy of being in Logtown. This reward was quite satisfactory. The Zampakit, a unique weapon wielded by soul reapers from the realm of the Shinigami, is forged from souls and embodies the essence of both reality and illusion. It can awaken various forms and functions, influenced by one's spiritual will and soul. The weapon possesses an extraordinary lethality against spiritual entities, and at this moment, its status remains unawakened. Ronan perused the description of this Zanpakuto, instantly igniting his curiosity. He pondered whether this blade was indeed Zangetsu. After all, it was the Zanpakuto wielded by the protagonist of Bleach. Even if it were not the most formidable, it certainly held the greatest renown. However, Ronan contemplated which Zanpakuto resonated most with him among all. Surely, it must be Rinjaka, for he now possessed the power of the burn fruit. His mastery over the flames, while perhaps not transcendent, surely approached a commendable level. If he were to harmonize this with Rinjaka, who in the world of pirates could stand as his equal? He fervently hoped it was indeed Rinjaka. Ronan murmured casually as he claimed his reward. In an instant, a name that seemed to have long existed in the recesses of his mind emerged, etched into his memory as if indelibly inscribed upon his very soul. Never to fade. Senbin Sakura. Ronan was somewhat taken aback. The Zanpakuto he had obtained was neither the coveted Zangetsu nor the highly anticipated Rijun Ka, but rather the 1,000 cherry blossoms. Well, although it was not what I had hoped for, 1,000 cherry blossoms appeared to possess considerable strength. Ultimately, it hinges upon the wielder's capabilities. Given my current spiritual intensity, the unleashed 1,000 cherry blossoms should be able to hold its own even against the formidable Supreme Great Blade. Moreover, it is worth noting that nearly all Zanpakuto were originally crafted to combat spiritual entities. Ronan pondered deeply. Indeed, Although the Zampakit is primarily designed to combat spiritual entities, it possesses the remarkable ability to shift between the realms of reality and illusion, rendering it nearly indestructible. After all, its essence is forged from the very fabric of the soul. The stronger the soul, the mightier the Zampakit. However, since each Zampakit is unique, its capabilities vary, leading to the disparities in strength that are often discussed. Now that Ronan has obtained the Zampakit and has the time to spare, he decided to unleash its true potential. Scatter forth, Senbenzakura. Ronan uttered the incantation for the initial release of Senbenzakura. Instantly, he felt a blur before his eyes, and his entire being succumbed to a state of slumber, while his essence transcended into the realm of the soul, or what may also be referred to as the realm of consciousness. In Ronan's soul space of Senbenzakura, there exists a notable divergence from the portrayal of Byakuya Kachiki in the original work of Bleach. The anthropomorphized form of Senbenzakura takes on the visage of a youthful man resembling an adult Ronin, rather than the samurai guise adorned with a ghostly mask as depicted in the source material. This young man, with a countenance both cold and strikingly handsome, gazes indifferently at Ronan, who has suddenly appeared before him, wielding a long blade in his hand. Compared to Ronan's current appearance, the figure transformed from Senbenzakura is undeniably exquisite, exuding an air of chilling elegance that unmistakably marks him as an unparalleled beauty capable of captivating countless hearts. Ronan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, sensing a slight ache in his teeth. The visage of Senbenzakura before him bore a striking resemblance to his adult self. Could it be that he appeared so arrogant in adulthood? That seemed implausible. He was a person of such gentle disposition, far removed from the cold demeanor that stood before him. Surely, this was merely a reflection of Senbenzakura's own character. To achieve the initial release, you must first defeat me, Senbenzakura declared icily, raising the long blade in her hand and pointing it at Ronan. Is that all it takes to overcome you? Ronan raised an eyebrow. Yet upon noticing the long blade in the other's hand, he found himself at a loss for words. After all, he was unarmed, while the other wielded not only a Zanpakuto but also clutched a knife in hand. Ronan felt a stirring within. This was his own soul space, or perhaps more accurately, the shared soul space with Senbenzakura. Although Senbenzakura possessed its own distinct personality and independent thoughts, it was ultimately born from Ronan's own soul and could not exist without it. Just as the visage of Senbenzakura mirrored Ronan's adult form, it served as a testament to their connection. In essence, despite having its own thoughts and character, it remained merely a weapon that required a wielder. And Ronan was that master. However, to claim mastery over it, he must first overcome it. The challenge lay in the fact that while Senbenzakura wielded a weapon, Ronan had none. The reason for his sudden realization was the understanding that, being in a shared soul space, if Senbenzakura could possess a weapon, so could he. With determination, he concentrated his will, and instantly, the familiar form of his Nichiren blade materialized in his hand. It is worth noting that the Nichiren blade is also a formidable weapon against demons. Though it may not be as specialized as the Zanpakuto, it was certainly not inferior. Thus, Ronan, armed with his Nichiren blade, faced off against Senbenzakura. Their standoff was brief, for Ronan had no desire to prolong the confrontation. He was intent on swiftly defeating Senbenzakura and achieving the initial release of his Zanpakuto. With a determined shout, he prepared for battle. With a sharp admonition, Ronan dashed forward, delivering a swift strike towards Senbenzakura. Senbenzakura, maintaining a tranquil demeanor, raised his long blade to parry the attack, and thus, an intense battle ensued between the two. After a fierce exchange, Ronan realized that his opponent's swordsmanship was not inferior to his own. In fact, Senbenzakura had even employed a unique technique known as the flowing cloud swordsmanship. This revelation irked Ronan. However, he understood that this entity was born from his very soul, arguably a second persona, and it was somewhat reasonable for it to possess all the skills he himself had mastered. Albeit it diverged somewhat from the original Zanpakuto depicted in the works of Death God. Ronan tirelessly battled against Senbenzakura throughout the entire night. Ultimately, through sheer willpower, he triumphed over Senbenzakura, successfully achieving the Shurkai of his Zanpakuto. The next morning, Ronan opened his eyes, a glimmer of sharp sword energy flashing through them. At last, he had completed the Shurkai. It truly exhausted me, Ronan murmured to himself, finding it exceedingly challenging to contend with an adversary who understood him so profoundly. The human form of Senbenzakura within his soul space possessed combat prowess that rivaled, if not surpassed, his own, and it seemed to comprehend him even better than he did. In the initial stages of their battle, Ronan was utterly overwhelmed by Senbenzakura's relentless assault. Had it not been for his unyielding willpower, he might not have triumphed against this formidable opponent. Perhaps it was due to the inherent strength of his own soul that defeating the enemy proved to be an arduous task. The initial release in the original narrative of the Shinigami was not nearly as formidable. In fact, there were individuals who could achieve their initial release without engaging in combat at all, merely requiring the acknowledgement of their counterpart to suffice. Ronan shook his head, then rose to his feet. "Let me behold the appearance of the 1,000 cherry blossoms." Ronan whispered softly, "Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms." As he uttered the incantation for his initial release, a long, elegant blade materialized in his hand, slender and resplendent, far surpassing the beauty of the Sunwell blade. Crack. Ronan withdrew the blade, casting a glance at its silvery edge, nodding in satisfaction. Quite impressive, indeed. The appearance of this 1,000 cherry is certainly commendable. Once materialized, I believe it will stand favorably against even the supreme blade of this realm. Moreover, as the strength of my soul continues to amplify, the potential for the growth of 1,000 cherry will be significantly enhanced. "Brother Ronan, have you risen?" came Robin's voice from beyond the bedroom door. "I'm coming." Ronan replied with a single sentence, then with a slight tremor of his hand, Senbenzakura transformed into a cascade of purple light that dissipated, reminiscent of a flurry of cherry blossoms, enchanting in its beauty as it scattered and ultimately vanished. Chapter 34. Shirkai Unleashed. The Enraged Zephyr and Carp. Senbenzakura had successfully completed its Shirkai, albeit the process was somewhat peculiar and diverged from the original narrative. However, Ronan comprehended that this deviation was due to the system rewarding him directly, which undoubtedly resulted in some differences. He even now possessed complete knowledge of Senbenzakura's true name. And the manifestation of Senbenzakura had reached fruition. Within the realm of his soul, he had triumphed over it. In the future, as long as it fully submitted to him as its master, achieving Bankai would be a simple endeavor, devoid of any difficulty. Ronan contemplated for a moment before donning his attire and stepping outside. "Ronan, have you had breakfast yet?" Robin inquired, standing gracefully at the doorway, gazing at him. "Of course not. I just woke up. How could I have had breakfast?" Ronan replied with a roll of his eyes. He had tirelessly battled against the Sakura of 1,000 petals throughout the night. Although it was a struggle of spirit and will rather than of the body, he still felt somewhat fatigued mentally. After a brief reflection, Ronan retrieved a vial of mental elixir and consumed it, instantly restoring his energy to its original state. "Oh my. Ronan, what marvelous substance are you drinking?" Robin gazed enviously at Ronan, eyeing the mental elixir meant for restoring one's spirit, which he had no use for. Ronan inquired, "Where is Aunt Olvia? Why are you here alone?" "Mom has gone downstairs to buy breakfast. I came to call you for breakfast," he replied. "All right, let us go." The two descended the stairs and found Olvia, and the three enjoyed a quiet breakfast together before leisurely wandering through Rog Town. They briefly settled in Rog Town, and time flew by. Half a month had passed. Ronan occasionally ventured away from Rog Town to check in at other locations on the island. But the rewards he received were rather meager, far inferior to those of the Soul Cutter. At times, he would visit the Kuruman family's restaurant to savor delicious cuisine, incessantly urging Kuruman to make a decision. Meanwhile, in the West Sea, Garp and Zephyr were somewhat irate. The large naval ship they occupied was currently docked at the West Sea branch's naval port, and they stood before the commander of the West Sea branch. "It has been half a month already, and you have yet to locate that Ronin?" Zephyr questioned angrily. Despite the branch commander overseeing all naval forces in the West Sea, in terms of military rank, he was inferior to Zephyr, a vice admiral, while Garp, although a rear admiral, held a higher status due to his reputation. "Indeed, Dolans. Your efficiency is rather lacking," Garp remarked with a frown. "We have been in the West Sea for half a month. You must understand how critical the situation in the New World is. Although other vice admirals and numerous fleets are stationed there, our presence here leaves the headquarters somewhat vulnerable. If Whitebeard and his crew suddenly cease hostilities and launch an assault on the headquarters, by the time we receive the news and return, it may be too late. I understand your time is precious." Dolans, the West Sea branch commander, expressed with a bitter look. "However, I have truly done my utmost. The moment you arrived, I dispatched numerous personnel to search for Ronan, but it is as if he has vanished without a trace." "How can that be?" Garp replied in a low voice. "That fellow has never concealed his whereabouts. How could he simply disappear? Has he left the West Sea?" "I am uncertain, but it is a possibility," Dolans responded. The last report indicated that Ronan was sighted near an island close to Reverse Mountain, where he eliminated 8 bounty hunters. Subsequently, the remaining bounty hunters, likely intimidated by his brutal methods, ceased their pursuit and dispersed, thus we lost track of him. "What? You have already lost track of Ronan?" Zephyr's temper flared, and he was about to explode but was halted by Garp. If that is the case, it is indeed possible he has departed the West Sea. But where has he gone? Is he heading to the Grand Line or one of the other three seas? Garp pondered, troubled by the uncertainty of Ronan's whereabouts and how they would confront him. The world is vast, and the sea is even more expansive. With just a single ship and 3 men, how are they to locate him? I have already notified the branches in the other 3 seas to remain vigilant for the movements of Ronan and his companions. Should they have any leads, they will inform me immediately, Dolan's assured. Well, that is all we can do, Garp sighed, aware of the daunting task of searching for Ronan in such a vast ocean, especially considering he might have left the West Sea. However, we cannot abandon our search here. What if he has not left the West Sea? Garp asserted. Indeed. I have considered that as well, Dolan's nodded, while awaiting news from the other 3 seas. I will not cease my efforts in the West Sea to locate Ronan's trail. But what? Zephyr inquired, his tone gruff. But I fear that Ronan may not have ventured to the other 3 seas, but rather to the Grand Line. As you know, finding him there is beyond my capabilities. It would require the headquarters' resources, Dolan's explained. Garp contemplated before stating, I will report this to the headquarters, requesting them to dispatch a fleet to search for Ronan. Even if he heads to the Grand Line, he would likely traverse the first half. If he goes to the New World, he will certainly pass through the Sabaody archipelago. And I will ensure someone is stationed there. And if he enters an area like the Combelt, how would we find him? Zephyr grumbled, feeling increasingly frustrated with the situation. He had expected to confront Ronan upon arriving in the West Sea. Yet they had squandered so much time without even catching a glimpse of him. If that were the case, there would indeed be no recourse, Garp sighed. This is infuriating, Zephyr exclaimed. Shall we return to the headquarters then? Wait until he reappears to capture him? Otherwise, are we to remain trapped in this West Sea indefinitely? Let us wait a few more days, Garp suggested. If it comes to that, we will have no choice, as we cannot remain in the West Sea for too long. The headquarters needs you, and I must also head to the New World to oversee matters. Very well, Zephyr nodded, turning to Dolans. Keep a close watch on your subordinates. Ensure they do not slack off. I will keep that in mind. Dolans replied as he went to organize his personnel. What bad luck. Where could Ronan possibly be hiding? Could he truly be in hiding? That is a possibility, but a greater likelihood is that he has left the West Sea. Let us hope for good news from the other 3 seas. Otherwise, this entire endeavor will have been in vain. Chapter 35. Super Reward. Primal Chi Refinement Technique. Thus, Zephyr and Garp remained in the West Sea, waiting for over half a year. During this time, their dispatched personnel scoured the West Sea for any trace of Ronan. But alas, no news reached them. Not only that, but there was also no information from the other 3 seas regarding Ronan. And those sent by the naval headquarters to gather intelligence in the Grand Line similarly reported no sightings of Ronan. This left them feeling quite vexed. In despair, the 2 could only return to the naval headquarters, for their mission had been to apprehend Ronan, yet they had not even caught a glimpse of him. One can only devise plans upon Ronan's next appearance. While Garp and his companion returned to the headquarters, Ronan luxuriated in a life of ease. The trio had spent nearly half a year in the East Sea, naturally not confined to the town of Rock. After a brief period of rest in Rock Town, they set off once more to explore the various regions of the East Sea, allowing Olvia to survey ancient ruins. Thanks to extensive modifications made to the gigantic wave, the 3 maintained a low profile, evading detection by the East Sea Navy. As for the pirates who harbored ill intentions towards them, they all met their demise beneath the waves. One day, Ronan and his companions arrived at Windmill Village, the birthplace of the story's protagonist, Luffy, who embarked on his grand journey from this very place. Upon reaching Windmill Village, Ronan immediately commenced the sign-in process, aiming to sign in across the entire island. The greater the area covered, the more substantial the rewards, were it not for the system's restrictions. He would have aspired to sign in for the entirety of the East Sea. System, sign in for the island where Windmill Village is located, Ronan declared solemnly. The island encompassing Windmill Village is far more than just this village. It is a vast land that also houses the notable country of Goa Kingdom in the East Sea. By signing in for the entire island, the rewards promise to be exceptional, perhaps even surpassing those obtained from the Upside-Down Mountain. Ding! Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. Reward, Primordial Chi Refinement Technique. The system announced, the Primordial Chi Refinement Technique, derived from the primordial world, is a method of cultivating Chi. Due to the unique nature of the primordial world, there are no limitations in this realm. After cultivation, the host can directly draw upon the spiritual energy of myriad worlds through spatial power. This technique, while considered ordinary in the primordial world, is of the highest order. as that world is among the supreme realms of the multiverse. Therefore, the host is advised to treat it with utmost caution. Could it be that this time the reward for signing in is so remarkable? Ronan's eyes widened in disbelief. The primordial chi refining technique, although relatively common in the primordial world, was still an extraordinary practice when considered in the grand scheme of the myriad realms. According to the system, it belonged to the upper echelon of grand worlds even among the countless universes. Without a moment's hesitation, Ronan claimed his reward. Instantly, a magnificent and boundless aura, reminiscent of the very moment the universe was born, surged within his mind. A profound piece of information materialized in his consciousness, detailing the techniques of the primordial chi refining. After a considerable period, Ronan finally opened his eyes, excitement flickering within them. Indeed, the primordial chi refining technique was formidable, possessing an exalted rank that allowed cultivation in any realm, unbound by the differing laws of each world. Astonishingly, its highest attainment led directly to the Great Luo. What an incredible and powerful concept the Great Luo represented. Throughout history, it stood as the singular pinnacle among countless parallel dimensions. As long as the heavens endure, so too shall the individual. This existence was second only to the sage realm, transcending all worlds. The primordial chi refining technique is categorized into three major levels: mortal realm, immortal realm, and Great Luo realm. Each of these levels is further subdivided. The mortal realm has 9 stages, the immortal realm 6 stages, and the Great Luo realm comprises 3 stages, culminating in a total of 18 tiers. Without delay, Ronan commenced his cultivation, dedicating over a month to mastering the basics of the mortal realm. Upon achieving this initial level, his strength surged significantly, and his lifespan was greatly extended to 500 years. As his cultivation progressed, his lifespan would only increase further, reaching near infinity upon entering the immortal realm. While the Great Luo realm promised a form of true immortality, where he would endure as the heavens themselves. Only if a sage sought to annihilate the world would he face death, for beneath the sage, all are mere ants. Only the sage is truly indestructible, eternally free. Yet, that was a distant goal for Ronan. He knew that only upon reaching the Great Luo realm would he be worthy of aspiring to the sage level. And he firmly believed that day would come. With the primordial chi refining technique in hand, Ronan spent most of his time in rigorous training, causing the days to pass swiftly. Extended periods of seclusion for cultivation often lasted 10 days to half a month, which left Robin feeling somewhat disheartened. She frequently sought Ronan's company for outings, but he was always engrossed in his practice. Consequently, she ventured out alone or accompanied Olvia on archaeological adventures. However, there were few noteworthy archaeological sites near Windmill Village, and after some time, they decided to depart. At the port of Windmill Village, the ship Giant Wave prepared to set sail. Robin stood at the edge of the port, bidding farewell to friends she had made in the village. Before her stood a gentle and kind-hearted little girl, Makino, who was of a similar age and had become a dear friend to Robin. "Robin, you must come back to Windmill Village to play next time," Makino said reluctantly. "Rest assured, when we return, we will definitely come to find you," Robin replied. Robin nodded, her eyes filled with reluctance. After all, this was one of her few friends. She even contemplated inviting her companion aboard for an adventure, but alas, the Makino family disapproved, and she herself was not fond of the nomadic life upon the sea. "Then it's settled," Makino declared with a spirited tone. "Indeed, it is settled." After exchanging farewells, Robin stepped onto the vessel, and the trio slowly departed from Windmill Village. At the port, Makino waved energetically, bidding farewell, while Robin stood at the stern, reciprocating the gesture. "Fear not, we shall return in the future. Do not be so forlorn. We will pass this way again when we journey to Upside Down Mountain." Ronan sighed and remarked, "Humph, we are now departing from Windmill Village, and I shall not have the opportunity to play with Makino for a while. I asked you to accompany me, yet you claim to have no time. You have been preoccupied with your mysterious pursuits lately. It seems you are becoming quite enchanted," Robin said somewhat unhappily. "I am busy with significant matters. The pursuit of immortality is no trivial affair." He needed to hasten his progress to the second level of the mortal realm. The first level had granted him a modest enhancement in strength, with each of his attributes rising by approximately 30 points. While he was nearly invincible in this world, in the grand scheme of the myriad realms, he was merely at the beginning of his journey. Given the nature of the recent rewards from the system, it was evident that his future could not be confined to the world of pirates. He was destined to step onto the vast stage of the myriad realms. If he did not strengthen himself during this safe period, how would he contend with the unparalleled prodigies of the celestial realms in the future? Chapter 36. The World Shakes. The Golden Lion has escaped. While Ronan was engrossed in his cultivation in the East Sea at the Great Route in level 6 of Impelled Down. The golden lion Shiki's eyes glimmered with a cold smile. The time has come. The outside world has nearly forgotten my former glory, haven't they? They think I will remain imprisoned forever? Perhaps that is understandable, as no one has ever successfully escaped from this cursed place for centuries. However, I shall be the one to break that record. That little fellow named Ronan, I am coming for you. Join me and assist in overthrowing the celestial dragons. That very night, while the warden and guards were still in slumber, a resounding crash echoed from the depths of level 6. Startling the prisoners confined in the 5 upper levels from their dreams, leaving them bewildered. What happened? Is there an earthquake? I don't know. Such a tremendous tremor, could it be a colossal sea beast attacking the prison? Unlikely, as such events have never occurred before. Let us see if we can take advantage of this chaos. As the prisoners contemplated various scenarios, the warden and guards were likewise roused, each scrambling to ascertain the cause of the disturbance. What is happening? Hurry and investigate the source of this tremor, or I will ensure you pay dearly. The warden barked angrily. We will look into it at once. The guards, intimidated, immediately complied, dashing to various levels of the prison to uncover the cause of the upheaval. Meanwhile, within level 6, the golden lion Shiki had successfully freed himself from his cell and burst forth with laughter. Soon, the entire prison was engulfed in violent turmoil, resulting in numerous casualties among both prisoners and guards, with many others possibly escaping amidst the chaos. The following day, news of a cataclysmic event spread throughout the Great Route. The notorious pirate, the golden lion Shiki, had escaped from the depths of Impelled Down level 6. This revelation sent shockwaves through the first half of the Great Route, eventually reaching the New World and the Four Seas, leaving nations in astonishment. Whether among pirates, the Navy, or the world government, all were shaken by this news. While Ronan may have been seen as a threat by the world government, his notoriety paled in comparison to Shiki's. In contrast to the ambitious Shiki, Ronan appeared almost innocuous. Although numerous Marines had fallen at Ronan's hands, it was due to their own provocations, as Ronan had never initiated attacks against the Navy or plundered nations like other pirates. Shiki, however, was a notorious and malevolent pirate whose successful escape from Impelled Down would send tremors throughout the world. In an instant, nations became uneasy, prompting the world government to convene an emergency meeting to address Shiki's escape and hold the warden and guards accountable. Despite the majority of the guards having perished at Shiki's hands, and even the warden lying gravely injured and unconscious, the responsibility ultimately fell upon them. Meanwhile, the Navy swiftly dispatched dozens of warships from Marineford, with several vice admirals leading the charge to recapture Shiki. As for the pirates, they celebrated as if it were a festival, toasting and cheering in taverns and aboard pirate ships. Since the defeat of the formidable pirate rocks and the execution of the pirate king Roger, the balance of power had heavily favored the Navy, leaving pirates in a state of suppression. The waters of the first half of the Great Route were largely under the control of the world government, and many pirates dared not venture beyond the New World, fearing the Navy's wrath. Now, with Shiki, the pirate second only to Rox and Roger, having escaped from the depths of Impelled Down, how could the pirates not revel in excitement? The Golden Lion has escaped. They laughed. Admiral Shiki has broken the record for the first successful escape from Impelled Down. This is going to be fun. We eagerly await the Golden Lion's return. Our days as pirates are about to improve. Not only were the smaller pirates elated and astonished, but even the great pirates of the New World, such as Whitebeard, were taken aback. The notion that Shiki could escape from the infamous prison was indeed astonishing, considering it was designed explicitly to contain those with devil fruit abilities, who were inherently vulnerable to seawater. How had he managed to escape? On a bustling island in the East Sea, Ronan and his companions had just left an ancient ruin when they noticed the islanders in a state of panic, engaged in fervent discussion. What is happening? Ronan asked curiously. I don't know. Let us listen, Robin replied. Perhaps something significant has occurred, Olvia suggested. Before long, they learned of the news from the locals. I can't believe it. The Golden Lion has escaped from Impelled Down. He truly is formidable, Robin exclaimed. I've heard that the underwater prison is incredibly secure. No one has escaped in hundreds of years, yet he has done the impossible. This man is a notorious pirate. I wonder what repercussions his escape will bring. Olvia remarked gravely. Although the three of them were also wanted by the world government and had been labeled as pirates, Olvia did not acknowledge herself as one. No matter what he does, it has nothing to do with us, Ronan replied nonchalantly. As long as he does not provoke me, he is free to do as he pleases. Dealing with him is the world government's responsibility. It is about time they had something to occupy themselves with. Let them stir up trouble. Indeed, It has no bearing on us. Robin nodded and remarked, let the world government and the Navy busy themselves. They need to find something to occupy their time. Otherwise, they will incessantly trouble us, which is truly exasperating. I wonder what schemes the Golden Lion will concoct. Ronan chuckled softly, reflecting on the narrative. Contrary to widespread speculation, this individual did not embark on any grand endeavors upon his escape from prison. Instead, he chose to conceal himself for nearly 2 decades. It was only when he crossed paths with Luffy and his companions that he revealed himself, ultimately succumbing to Luffy's protagonist aura and being recaptured and returned to the Great Prison, a truly lamentable fate. As for the bewilderment surrounding how Shiki, the Golden Lion, managed to escape from the Great Prison, Ronan possessed some knowledge. The Golden Lion had severed his shackled legs and used his 2 prized swords as makeshift limbs, leveraging his innate powers from the float fruit to escape the confines of the prison. Undoubtedly, this endeavor was fraught with peril and serendipity. Yet it ultimately underscored the Golden Lion's formidable personal abilities. Ronan believed that the Golden Lion would conceal itself as per the script, unaware that the Golden Lion had resolutely decided to emerge and seek him out to deliberate upon the grand affair of rebellion. Chapter 37. Discovery. The Pursuit of the Eastern Sea Branch. 6 months later, aboard the vessel Titan on the tumultuous waters of the Eastern Sea, Ronan exhaled deeply, a hint of joy gracing his features. After more than 6 months of arduous training, he had finally advanced in the primitive chi refinement technique from the first to the second level of the mortal realm, extending his lifespan by another 500 years, bringing it close to 1,000 years. However, he was not overly concerned with these developments. His primary focus lay on the extent of his newfound strength. System. Display my attribute panel, Ronan commanded within his mind. Host. Ronan age, 11 physique, 135 strength, 128 agility, 132 spirit, 167 conqueror's haki, LV9 flowing cloud sword technique, LV9 flame fruit, LV9 Navy 6 styles, LV9 primitive chi refinement technique, mortal realm. Second level sky dance technique, LV6 Zampicket, initial release healing potions, 36 vials mental potions, 27 vials stamina potions, 45 vials longevity potions, 8 vials attribute potions, 13 vials skill cards, 6 Sunwheel Blade. Speed rune, giant wave vessel, Pluto blueprint. Gazing at his current attribute panel, Ronan nodded in satisfaction. After such extensive training, his strength had indeed surged considerably. All 4 core attributes had experienced significant enhancements, alongside a plethora of skill level increases and items acquired through sign-ins. Notably, he possessed a collection of precious attribute potions that could directly augment his stats, as well as 6 skill cards for upgrading his abilities. Without further ado, Ronan commenced the usage of his items. He first consumed all 13 attribute potions, channeling the 13 points directly into his spirit, elevating it from 167 to 180. Subsequently, he employed the skill cards, allocating 6 skill points to the Sky Dance technique, which raised its level to LV12. With LV12 and Sky Dance technique, both his flight speed and altitude witnessed immense improvements. Among the other items, he had amassed quite a few potions, especially the longevity potions, of which he now possessed 8 vials. However, he found little of immediate necessity among the rest. The giant wave vessel continued its journey across the ocean, heading towards Logetown. The trio had lingered in the East Sea for over half a year, preparing to depart for the Grand Line. Before their departure, they planned to pass through Logetown to bring Caraman aboard. Both Ronan and Robin harbored fond memories of the talented chef. As for a navigator, they had yet to find someone who met their standards. What a pity, Ronan mused. According to the timeline, Nami hasn't been born yet. Otherwise, it would have been splendid to have her join us on the ship. She is destined to be the finest navigator in the future. Ronan pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Before long, the Wavebreaker docked at Rogue Town, arriving at the establishment of the Kuruman family. Upon finding Kuruman, he inquired whether she would be willing to depart with them aboard the ship. After considerable contemplation over the past 6 months, or perhaps since Ronan and his companions had last left Rogue Town, she resolved to accompany them, seeking to traverse the Grand Line and challenge the finest chefs to elevate her own skills. However, Ronan and the others had spent over half a year in various locales of the East Sea and had only just returned to Rogue Town. Upon his inquiry, Kuruman promptly decided to join them. The trio shared a modest meal at the Kuruman family establishment before preparing to depart. Though her parents felt a tinge of reluctance regarding her decision, her father, a chef himself who once aspired to become a world-class culinary artist, admired her choice. Lacking the opportunity himself, he ultimately resolved to support her endeavor. After their meal, the group left the establishment and made their way down the street toward the port, ready to bid farewell to Rogue Town. Unbeknownst to them, however, the Rogue Town Marine Patrol had finally noticed their unusual activity. The patrol immediately reported the details of the 4 individuals to the East Sea Navy branch, which took the information very seriously. They promptly convened commanders and dispatched a fleet to encircle them, while also relaying the information of Ronan's reappearance to Marine headquarters. The directive from Marine headquarters was to delay them and maintain constant surveillance over Ronan's movements. Additionally, they informed both Garp and Zifa, preparing to capture Ronan and his companions who had finally resurfaced after so many months. Meanwhile, Ronan and his companions boarded the Wave Raker, officially commencing their journey. After departing Rogue Town, they set their sights on Upside Down Mountain, intending to cross it and reach the initial segment of the Grand Line. Just as they were nearing the mountain, however, a formidable warship, accompanied by 8 medium-sized vessels, blocked their path in the waters ahead. Oh no, this is terrible. Upon realizing the situation, Kuruman was instantly struck with fear. Unable to see clearly from their distance, she mistakenly assumed that pirates were there to plunder them, and she began to cry out in alarm. What's wrong? Upon hearing this, Robin immediately rushed over. Robin, look, there are numerous ships ahead. Could they be pirates? The pirates have blocked our path. Are they here to rob us? Karu said, somewhat anxiously. Do not be afraid. Robin first offered some comfort to Kuruman, then carefully observed the distant waters. After much effort, he finally discerned the flag on the opposing vessel, which turned out to be the Seagull flag. Indeed, it was the Seagull flag, seemingly belonging to the naval fleet of the East China Sea. Robin exclaimed, "Is that a warship?" with a sigh of relief. Karaman thought to herself that as long as it wasn't pirates, it would be fine. However, she couldn't quite comprehend why a naval vessel from the East Sea would block their way. Little did she know that she had inadvertently boarded a pirate ship. Please be cautious. I shall seek out Brother Ronan and Mother. With that, Robin dashed away. She found Ronan in his cabin and then located her mother, Olvia, engrossed in a book in her own quarters. The 3 of them then made their way to the deck. Indeed, it was the Navy. Ronan spoke calmly. Have you not yet given up on searching for us? These naval officers are indeed rather bothersome. Olvia frowned and inquired, but why did the Navy obstruct us? Kuruman appeared perplexed, glancing at the others, who seemed to possess some understanding of the matter. Because, Ronan coughed lightly and remarked, it is because we are all wanted by the world government. What? Kuruman's eyes widened in disbelief. How could these 3 not be mere adventurers but rather fugitives sought by the world government? Criminals? Pirates? These 2 words flashed through her mind in an instant. A sense of foreboding crept into her heart. Had she been deceived? Chapter 38, Annihilation. The branch commander was left dumbfounded, noticing the changing expressions on Kuruman's face. Robin felt somewhat awkward, for she had previously enjoyed a good rapport with Kuruman and now sensed that she had inadvertently led her into a predicament. Ronan, however, remained unperturbed and candidly confessed, indeed, the 3 of us are wanted by the world government, labeled as notorious pirates. My bounty has reached an astonishing 1 billion berries. I wonder if it has increased during this time, but I have yet to hear any news on that front. 1 billion berries for a pirate? Kuruman gazed at Ronan in sheer terror, utterly bewildered. How could someone who appeared to be merely a teenager command such a staggering bounty from the world government? This revelation filled her with both fear and an insatiable curiosity. Now, as for the reasons behind our notoriety, I shall explain later. For the moment, we must focus on resolving the crisis at hand. Ronan gazed indifferently at the 9 warships swiftly approaching across the sea, his expression devoid of emotion as he remarked, over the past 6 months, we have maintained a low profile, yet it appears we have still been discovered. Very well, since you have chosen this path of folly. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Now, with the mastery of aerial movement at his disposal, Ronan no longer needed to rely on the Navy's 6 forms, specifically the Moonwalk's levitation ability, to board an enemy vessel as he had in the past. With the art of aerial movement, all obstacles seemed to dissolve effortlessly. Consequently, Ronan was determined not to allow the enemy to draw too close to his ship, the giant wave, especially considering that Robin and her companions were aboard. Their ability to protect themselves was still lacking. Ronan even contemplated imparting the arduous Hong Wang Chi refinement technique to them, were it not for its overwhelming complexity. Regrettably, the technique proved to be exceedingly difficult. After merely explaining the fundamentals, it became apparent that they struggled to grasp it, let alone comprehend the subsequent levels. The further one delved into the practice, the more challenging it became, and they had yet to even breach the threshold of entry. making the prospect of actual cultivation seem distant. Ronan harbored hopes of acquiring some relatively simple techniques for rewards in the future, ideally those that could extend his lifespan. Otherwise, with his current longevity exceeding a millennium and the prospect of even greater years ahead, he would find himself alive while Robin and the others succumbed to the inevitable end of their lives, which would pose quite a dilemma. Without further contemplation, Ronan's body began to levitate, and with a swift motion, he soared into the sky, heading towards the distant fleet. He is flying. He is taken to the air. Ronan exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. It was astonishing. This individual could actually fly. Wasn't it said that a person could consume only one devil fruit? Based on Ronan's understanding, the fruit Ronan had consumed was of the Logia type, granting him the ability to manipulate flames. How then was he able to achieve flight? Hey, don't be so surprised. Big Brother Ronan possesses many more skills. And there are even more impressive feats you have yet to witness, Robin remarked, a hint of pride evident in her voice as she observed Ronan's astonishment. Even more formidable? Ronan replied, astonished. Indeed, Big Brother Ronan has some remarkable abilities, but you must first pass our trials to earn them. What Robin evidently referred to was the elixir of immortality. Ronan has only just joined them, and in order to obtain it, she must first undergo a series of trials. Ronan soared above the fleet, arms crossed, exuding an air of superiority as he gazed down upon the anxious sailors below. Major General, our Ronan has arrived, stammered a colonel as he rushed to a robust man in the flagship's grand hall. Ronan has come? The middle-aged man inquired solemnly, upon observing the colonel's trembling form. He scolded, "Why are you so frightened? Have you not yet faced Ronan, and already you tremble? Will you have the courage to engage him later? But Ronan has flown here. He is already hovering over our fleet." The colonel responded, his words faltering. "What?" The Major General was taken aback. "He flew here? How can that be?" "Indeed, it perplexes me as well," the colonel replied. "According to our intelligence, Ronan possesses a Logia-type devil fruit ability capable of manipulating flames. Yet he is now able to fly. This is truly bizarre. Indeed, it is peculiar." The Major General scoffed, narrowing his eyes. "Let us venture outside and ascertain the nature of this Ronan, who can defy the laws of gravity. Has he consumed a second devil fruit? No, that cannot be. It has never been reported that anyone could consume a second." The two men made their way to the deck, and as the Major General beheld the figure above, the corners of his mouth turned down in a grimace. Truly, this Ronan was a mystery. "Ronan," the middle-aged man called out to the figure suspended in the air, his voice firm. "If you know what is good for you, surrender at once. Otherwise, silence." Ronan scoffed, unwilling to engage in needless conversation. To be frank, he regarded the 9 warships before him with utter disdain, and even the so-called Vice Admiral of the East Sea Branch failed to elicit any interest. He deemed them unworthy of his attention. Given this, why squander precious time in such trivialities? It was imperative to swiftly eliminate these minions and continue on his journey. With this thought in mind, Ronan raised his hand slightly, and flames surged skyward. Burning fruit. Fire meteor. With a resounding boom, the fireball in Ronan's palm erupted violently, transforming into countless fireballs the size of basketballs. The exact number was indeterminate, but they filled the sky, painting the entire sea in a brilliant crimson hue. "Go." Ronan pointed downward, unleashing a torrential rain of fireballs that cascaded from the heavens, engulfing the 9 warships below. "This is bad," exclaimed the middle-aged man, his complexion changing dramatically as he shouted, "Quick, evade, jump ship." Before the sailors could react, Ronan's voice rang out coldly from the sky, "Still hoping to escape? Since you have the audacity to trouble me, prepare for death." Conqueror's Haki. With a thunderous roar, every sailor, including the officers and the rear admiral, was struck dumb, collapsing to the ground. Given Ronan's current level of Conqueror's Haki and his terrifying mental prowess, even the rear admiral could not withstand its might, let alone this mere branch's rear admiral. In an instant, all sailors were overwhelmed by the Conqueror's Haki, including the officers and the commanding rear admiral, who perished amidst the fiery meteor shower. Consequently, the branch fleet that sought to intercept Ronan in the East Sea was annihilated. Upon receiving the news after Ronan's departure from the East Sea, the branch commander was left utterly dumbfounded, staring blankly for a lengthy period before tremblingly dispatching this horrifying information to Mariford. Chapter 39, The Grand Line. Encountering the whale Laboon. At Mariford. Upon Steelbone Kong's receipt of the news from the East Sea, he was taken aback. Ronan is actually in the East Sea? No wonder we have been unable to find him all these years. For years, he had primarily sent people to search for Ronan's whereabouts in the West Sea and along the Grand Line. Though efforts were made in the East, South, and North Seas, they had not exerted significant effort in the search. The revelation that Ronan was in the East Sea was indeed unexpected. Steelbone Kong immediately contacted Mariewa, and after a discussion, they reached a decision. The world government would intensify the bounty on Ronan, raising it from 1 billion berries to 1.5 billion. The Navy headquarters would once again dispatch an admiral to the East Sea to pursue Ronan, ensuring they would not lose track of him this time. Although the East Sea Branch fleet had once again been obliterated by Ronan, following in the footsteps of the West Sea fleet, they had managed to pinpoint Ronan's location. Steelbone Kong commanded the East Sea Branch commander to refrain from approaching Ronan's vessel but to maintain long-distance surveillance of his movements, awaiting the admiral's arrival to take action. Thus, the once idled Carp and Zephyr sprang back into action. This time, we must capture Ronan and ensure he does not escape, Zephyr declared fiercely. Considering his current direction of travel, it is quite likely he is heading towards the Grand Line. Fear not, we already have personnel stationed around Reverse Mountain. Even if he is not heading there but to another sea, we will not lose his trail. Carp responded solemnly, let us depart at once. The two immediately set off towards Reverse Mountain. Simultaneously, the world government took action. With news of Ronan's new bounty disseminated through newspapers to the 4 seas and various allied nations along the Grand Line. Instantly, the world, which had been quiet for over half a year, erupted once more with fervor due to Ronan's reemergence. Those bounty hunters who had previously set aside their ambitions were once again captivated by the enormous bounty, eagerly preparing for action. Yet, many bounty hunters felt apprehensive. The increase in Ronan's bounty signified a heightened threat in the eyes of the world government. It also indicated that Ronan's strength had grown significantly. Could they, as mere bounty hunters, pose a challenge to him? Thus, a few prudent bounty hunters refrained from acting hastily and chose to observe the unfolding events, amused by the sight of their greed-driven counterparts rushing forth. In the East Sea, as they journeyed toward Reverse Mountain, the giant wave sailed across the sea. So, you're saying you were wronged? Kuruman gazed blankly at Robin. After listening to Robin explain the reasons behind their being wanted by the world government, she seemed stunned, uncertain whether to believe her words. Of course. Think about it. Why would we oppose the world government without cause? Robin replied, we are all being coerced. Oh. Kuruman pondered deeply, then exhaled with resignation. Well, in that case, is it too late for me to regret? I fear it may be too late. You might very well have made it onto the wanted list by now. Robin chuckled wryly, expressing her deep regret. How foolish I was to agree to set sail with you all. Kuruman scratched his head, realizing he had unwittingly boarded a pirate ship from which there was no escape. Just after embarking, he had inexplicably found himself branded a fugitive. Indeed, the very next day, with the release of the newspapers, a bounty was placed on Ronan's head. And the rewards for Robin and Olvia were also increased. Kuruman had found herself on the wanted list, although her bounty was a mere 2 million berries. It signified that she had caught the attention of the world government, as well as numerous bounty hunters. Regret was now futile. There was no choice but to forge ahead down this dark path. The giant wave sailed past the familiar upside-down mountain, navigating smoothly as it headed directly towards the Grand Line, arriving at the Twin Gorges. Suddenly, Ronan heard Robin's excited exclamations. Ronan, look! What a magnificent, enormous fish! Robin pointed ahead and exclaimed, Where? Where? At the same time, Kuruman rushed over, and upon seeing it, was indeed astonished. What a colossal whale! So it was you. Ronan approached, gazing at the enormous whale gliding across the ocean's surface, and remarked with a smile, Indeed, this whale is colossal. From a distance, it resembles an island. Indeed. A whale as large as an island, Robin exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with wonder. How splendid it would be to ride it out to sea. What are you thinking? Olvia interjected, playfully tapping Robin on the head. Such a massive whale is far too perilous. Ronan, do you think we might be attacked by it? The sheer size of the creature instilled a sense of trepidation in everyone. Fear not. Under normal circumstances, this whale poses no threat to humans. The whale, known as Labu, was left behind by Brooke and his companions when they ventured into the Grand Line. Ronan raised his eyebrows and suddenly glanced towards the nearby Labu. Although this fellow had not yet reached the colossal size he would later attain, he had already grown to a formidable stature, significantly larger than during his infancy when he first arrived in the Grand Line. After all, over 30 years had elapsed. Ronan's gaze turned towards Lab, for it appeared that this fellow had also noticed the diminutive vessel, the giant wave. To Lab, the several dozen meters long giant wave still seemed merely a trifling entity. Initially oblivious to its presence, he finally recognized it as the giant wave descended from the upside-down mountain and sailed towards the Twin Gorges. Upon spotting the giant wave, Lab immediately pivoted, his massive form stirring the waters and instigating a tumult that rendered the giant wave precariously unstable, threatening to capsize. What intentions did this creature harbor? Ronan furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is wrong with this whale?" Olvia exclaimed in astonishment, "I am unsure. Under normal circumstances, it would not attack humans. But it appears that the situation is rather unusual now." Ronan smiled faintly, dismissing any concern regarding Labu. Should he choose to act, Labu would prove no match for him. He was merely curious about the intentions of this little creature. Thunderous roars echoed as lava surged through the waters, swiftly approaching the titanic wave. It's enormous. Nearly comparable eyes awaited Ronan and his companions, while its colossal mouth loomed over the titanic wave, capable of effortlessly engulfing it with a mere inhalation. "What do you intend to do, little one?" Ronan approached the bow of the ship and inquired of Laboon, believing that this little creature should comprehend his words. Having been raised by Brooke and others since childhood, while he did not expect complete understanding, a general grasp of his meaning should not pose a challenge. Chapter 40. Coloccus. The Devil's Son, Ronan. A low growl escaped Laboon, yet Ronan found himself perplexed by its significance. He sensed that Laboon understood him, but he, in turn, could not decipher the creature's response, rendering the situation somewhat awkward. "Great whale, why do you obstruct our path?" Robin shouted, her voice resonating with excitement rather than fear as she gazed at Laboon. Meanwhile, Karoo and Olvia remained silent, their tension palpable. After all, this was a colossal being that could swallow their entire vessel with a single bite, leaving no room for their anxiety to dissipate. With another deep roar, Laboon swung its tail, causing a tremendous splash that sent waves crashing over the ship, tossing the Straw Hat pirates about on the turbulent sea. "Little one, I cannot comprehend your words. Now, kindly clear the way," Ronan huffed, finally managing to stabilize the ship, though his expression toward Laboon grew stern. "Otherwise, you shall face the consequences." Just then, a faint cough echoed from a distance, and a figure in a small boat came into view, a tall, slender old man with a white beard. As he approached, he first scrutinized Laboon, then turned his gaze upon Ronan and his companions. "Are you newcomers to the Grand Line?" the elder inquired, his voice aged yet resonant. "Indeed." Ronan nodded, recognizing the identity of the elderly man. At that moment, the old man guarding the Twin Gorges was none other than the ship's doctor from Roger's vessel. "Do you know why this whale obstructs our path?" Ronan inquired. "It desires to accompany you on your journey. It seeks to find its former master." The old man sighed in response. Upon hearing this, Ronan suddenly realized the situation. However, although he possessed a general idea of Brooke's whereabouts, embarking on such a search seemed a bit impractical. The question remained, would the whale venture forth on its own? He only had a vague notion of Brooke's location, and seeking him out would undoubtedly consume considerable time. Who could ascertain the elusive position of that ghostly ship? "I believe you need not be troubled. The owner left it here for various reasons, and considering its current size, taking it along would surely present numerous complications," the elder remarked. Nearby, Lava comprehended the conversation and, feeling somewhat displeased, swished its tail, causing the sea to surge once more. Yet, the old man's vessel remained steadfast upon the waters, undisturbed by the tumult. "Little one, your master will undoubtedly return to meet you as promised. Should you seek them now, what if they reside in the New World? You would be unable to reach them," the elder reassured Labu, taking considerable time to soothe its distress. "Greetings, my name is Coloccus. I was once a physician, and now I guard the Twin Gorges while also caring for this whale. If you wish to continue your journey, you may do so now. Labu will not hinder your passage any longer," the elder stated. "Very well," Ronan pondered briefly before replying. "Please inform this whale that I possess some information regarding its master. Perhaps I shall soon return with them, allowing it to rest assured in waiting here." "Oh, you are familiar with its master's details?" Coloccus gazed at Ronan with surprise, his expression growing increasingly familiar. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired, "Are you Ronan? Do you know me?" Ronan cast a glance towards the other party. Who in the world does not recognize you now?" Coloccus chuckled, his expression remaining unchanged, displaying an air of calm as he replied, "The son of the devil, Ronan. This is how the great allied nations refer to you now. Your bounty has reached an astounding 15 billion berries, and recently you single-handedly annihilated a fleet of 9 warships from the East Sea, which included a formidable branch vice-admiral. Am I not correct?" "Indeed." Ronan shrugged and openly acknowledged his status. Even before arriving at the Grand Line, he had already built a formidable reputation, surpassing even that of the legendary Roger. As the doctor aboard Roger's ship, Korikasu was indeed qualified to comment. Roger gained worldwide fame primarily because he successfully navigated the Grand Line and left behind the treasure of Raftel. thus heralding the era of great pirates which earned him the title of Pirate King. In terms of individual strength, he may not compare to the likes of Whitebeard or Kaido, let alone Rocks. However, Ronin's notoriety was forged through battle, having annihilated countless naval fleets and pirates alike. No one dared to underestimate Ronin. Even the world government was striving to suppress his rise. Witness the bounty that has soared to 1.5 billion berries, along with the moniker Son of the Devil to signify that Ronin embodies evil while the world government represents justice. Ronin, before you depart, allow me to impart a message. Korikasu, seemingly wishing to cultivate a rapport with Ronin, gazed at the thousand sunny receding into the distance and remarked, recently, naval ships have been patrolling the nearby waters quite frequently. By now, they must be fully aware of your arrival in the Grand Line. Exercise caution. The Navy? Upon hearing this, Ronin curled his lips into a slight, disdainful smile, remarking, they are but a band of inept individuals. Do not underestimate them, Coloccus cautioned. Previously, 2 generals joined forces to pursue you in the West Sea, yet you managed to elude them. Now, as they prepare to confront you once more, their efforts will undoubtedly not be inferior to the last. Be especially wary of Carp. Though he is not a general, he possesses the strength of one. Thank you. I shall be cautious, Ronan replied. Ronan waved dismissively at Coloccus, not overly concerned about the Navy. However, considering the others on board, he made a mental note to prepare for the potential capture by the naval admiral. Carp? Although this old man is not malevolent, he must face some challenges if he comes after me. Meanwhile, after the giant wave left the Twin Gorges, a small warship trailed at a distance on the sea, where a signaling marine was anxiously conversing through a transponder snail. Yes, we are following Ronan and his companions from afar. Rest assured, we will maintain a safe distance. Understood. We are also predicting his direction, but the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line poses a threat. All right, we will promptly report any unexpected developments. After ending the call, the signaling marine relayed the news to the young colonel commanding the small warship, who hailed from the headquarters. Colonel, the message has been sent. Admiral Zephyr and Vice Admiral Carp have arrived at Judicial Island. We must closely follow Ronan and ensure we do not lose sight of him. Understood. The colonel nodded, then continued to observe the giant wave through his monocular, stating, this is a significant mission. If we can just hold on until the arrival of the 2 esteemed gentlemen, our task will be deemed successful. Inform everyone to stay alert, as the headquarters will provide generous rewards upon completion, and even Mary Awa will extend their accolades. Understood. I shall spread the word immediately. The signaling marine exclaimed joyously before departing, leaving the previously enthusiastic colonel now wearing a grave expression. This is Ronan, the son of the devil, an exceedingly dangerous individual. I hope this mission proceeds smoothly. The colonel sighed, continuing to personally monitor the movements of the giant wave. Chapter 41. The Establishment of the Traveler Pirate Crew. After receiving a reminder from Koralakas, Ronan was aware that naval scouts were undoubtedly trailing him. However, he remained unfazed and calmly continued to steer his vessel forward. The weather along the Grand Line proved to be quite unpredictable. It changed in an instant. Just moments ago, the sky was clear and bright, but now it loomed dark and heavy, and soon enough, rain began to pour down. Indeed, the weather here is truly harsh. Robin sighed, gazing at the tumultuous waves ahead, a frown creasing her brow. What troubles you? Inquired Kuruman, who stood beside her. We lack a professional navigator aboard, and we possess no specialized instruments for traversing the Grand Line. Reaching our next destination swiftly may prove quite challenging, Robin elucidated. What shall we do then? Kuruman asked anxiously. My mother possesses some nautical knowledge, though she is not particularly adept, Robin replied, shaking her head. Like her mother, she was a professional archaeologist. Although she had encountered navigational knowledge in literature, it paled in comparison to that of seasoned navigators. She could manage to discern directions and recognize certain water patterns and wind directions within the 4 seas, yet delving into more profound knowledge and techniques posed a significant challenge. Then it seems we are in need of a professional navigator aboard our vessel, Kuruman remarked. Indeed, we have been searching tirelessly, yet alas, we have not found a suitable candidate, Robin responded, her head held high with pride as she added, the crew aboard our ship must undergo a stringent vetting process. So Kuruman, your presence here is indeed a privilege. Is that so? I was merely tricked onto the ship, Kuruman retorted, exasperated. Oh, haha. Robin chuckled lightly. By the way, are we not a pirate crew? What shall we call our crew? Kuruman suddenly posed a question that left Robin momentarily speechless. Indeed, it had been quite some time since they embarked on their voyage together. Nearly a year had passed since they set sail from the West Sea. Yet they had yet to choose a name. Well, ahem, I shall go find Ronan. Robin spoke as he ran away. Karu paused for a moment. Appearing somewhat dazed, could it be that they still lack a name? What sort of people are these? They're utterly unreliable, aren't they? In the cabin of Ronan's ship. He sat quietly on his bed, immersed in meditation and joyfully cultivating his spiritual practice, striving to reach the third realm of the mortal plane at the earliest opportunity. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door, pulling Ronan from his meditative state. Fortunately, he had not entered a deep trance. Otherwise, the external disturbances could have led him astray. However, while sailing upon the sea, one could never predict the next moment's misfortune, making it imprudent to delve into profound meditation at such a time. What is it? Ronan opened the door to let Robin in and inquired. Suddenly, a question struck me. With a serious expression, Robin replied, "What question?" Observing Robin's sudden gravity, Ronan was taken aback, utterly at a loss as to what could have rendered Robin so earnest. Could it be that an admiral had arrived? Surely, it couldn't be that swift. What I mean to say is, we have been at sea for quite some time. Yet we lack a name. Whether it be an expeditionary fleet or a pirate crew, they all possess a resounding title, while we, after all this time, have yet to christen ourselves. Wouldn't you agree that this is a matter of significance? Robin solemnly stated. Is that truly the issue at hand? Ronan rolled his eyes, initially believing that something of great significance had occurred. Was it not significant? Robin pouted and replied, "This is indeed a matter of considerable importance. It is true. After such an extended period, it is rather unacceptable that our team remains nameless. How about this? Summon everyone, and we shall deliberate together on what name would be most fitting." Ronan nodded in agreement. Excellent. Robin joyfully dashed outside, calling for Olvia and Ronan to join her as they made their way to Ronan's cabin. "I believe it would be more fitting to name ourselves the Ohara Pirates," Robin exclaimed. "After all, we all hail from Ohara. What kind of pirate crew names themselves after their hometown?" Olvia countered, "That would immediately reveal our origins, potentially attracting nefarious pirates eager to target the people of Ohara. This name simply won't do." "That makes sense," Robin conceded, lowering her head to ponder deeply once more. "What about the gourmet restaurant pirates?" Ronan suggested. "We're not running a restaurant," Ronan retorted, momentarily at a loss for words. "While I appreciate your culinary expertise, it doesn't mean we want everyone aboard to be a chef. If people hear that name, they might think the gigantic wave is merely a ship that serves meals. If that rumor spreads, it would tarnish our reputation, and countless pirates would find it laughable. What then shall we call ourselves?" Ronan murmured. "How about the Pirate King Pirates?" Robin raised her hand once more. "If we choose that name, we wouldn't even need the Navy to deal with us. Innumerable pirates would come seeking trouble." Ronan shot Robin a disapproving glance. "While we are not afraid, it could lead to a great deal of hassle. Do you wish to battle pirates daily? What about our archaeological pursuits?" Robin fell silent, slightly embarrassed. "Perhaps we could go with the Truth Pirates," Olvia proposed. "Our journey is aimed at uncovering the true history and revealing the world's truth, which aligns with our quest for knowledge." That sounds unappealing. Both Robin and Ronan immediately shook their heads, despite Robin's identity as an archaeologist and her genuine affection for the field. She was still a 9-year-old child looking for a name that resonated. After much debate over the name, Ronan finally waved his hand and declared, "I have made a decision. We shall be called the Traveler Pirates. What do you think?" "Traveler Pirates?" The others paused, perplexed by the choice. "Consider it," Ronan continued. "Our primary mission is to explore the seas and various islands for archaeological endeavors, as well as to travel for enjoyment. The name Traveler Pirates conveys that we are not like those wicked pirates, but rather a crew focused on adventure and exploration." Ronan elucidated, "Well, although Robin finds the Traveler Pirate crew somewhat lacking, his assertion holds truth. They traverse the seas, indulging in exploration and archaeology, neither aspiring to be the mightiest pirate crew nor seeking the title of Pirate King. Indeed, they resemble a band of travelers. So, what should our pirate flag look like?" "The flag would be designed simply, featuring a straightforward image of the Great Wave ship." Ronan, unwilling to expend further mental energy on this matter, promptly resolved that the flag would embody the likeness of the Great Wave. Thus, the group ceased their deliberations, and this decision was finalized. The Traveler Pirate crew was officially established. Chapter 42. Astonishing. Has Ronan's secret been discovered by the Navy? As the relentless downpour continued, not only did the Great Wave struggle to advance, but even the small warship trailing behind encountered difficulties. However, unlike the Great Wave, which was adrift, this warship was manned by a navigator from the Navy, albeit not a renowned one, sufficiently skilled to ensure navigation amidst such treacherous weather. "How are we faring?" Have we lost sight of them? The colonel inquired of the navigator beside him. Given the inclement conditions, he could no longer utilize his telescope to monitor the great wave and had to rely on the navigator to follow their course. Colonel, we have not lost them. The navigator paused before continuing, but I have noticed that their course keeps changing, and at times, they even seem to turn back. It's quite peculiar. What could this mean? The colonel was taken aback, a sense of unease creeping in as he asked. Could they have discovered us and are now plotting to turn back and eliminate us? It seems improbable. We are so distant that only our Navy's most advanced telescope could allow us to see each other. Do they possess such equipment? Unlikely, the navigator shook his head. Hesitating before adding, the manner in which their vessel is maneuvering suggests a complete lack of direction, as if they are devoid of a navigator or compass altogether. How is that possible? The colonel was momentarily stunned, then retorted, that is Ronan's ship. Surely he would not sail without a navigator? It's inconceivable. He has 3 crew members aboard, and they must have a navigator. Would they be foolish enough to venture into the Grand Line without one? The navigator found this reasoning compelling. Without navigators or compasses, no vessel would dare sail the Grand Line. It would be tantamount to courting death. It is not merely a matter of strength. One cannot find the proper course while contending with perilous weather. Soon, provisions would dwindle, and they would be left to perish. Thus, he too dismissed this notion, sensing a deeper significance. After all, the individual in question was none other than the infamous demon child, Ronan. Indeed, the colonel is correct. With this realization, the navigator's expression turned grave. They are undoubtedly performing this charade for our benefit. This implies that Ronan has already detected our presence. Henceforth, our surveillance must be conducted with utmost secrecy. We must ensure that Ronan does not discern our position. As long as we remain undetected, even in this inclement weather, he will be unable to locate us, allowing us to complete our mission safely. Precisely. The colonel regarded the navigator with appreciation, wholeheartedly agreeing. This is our objective, Ronan. We cannot be too cautious. Does he truly believe such a ruse could mislead us? He underestimates our capabilities. We must maintain a safe distance while ensuring he cannot ascertain our position. By observing from the farthest distance, we can guarantee our absolute safety. Understood. The navigator nodded solemnly, then adjusted the ship's speed to ensure that they would remain undetected by Ronan. Ronan, on the other hand, remained oblivious to the fact that the erratic movements of their vessel, caused by the absence of a navigator, had thoroughly alarmed the accompanying warships. Had he been aware, he might have been somewhat bewildered, for he was entirely uninformed, and the extent of their conjectures was rather astounding. The torrential rain continued unabated throughout the night, only beginning to relent in the early hours of the following morning, when at last blue skies and white clouds emerged. The weather truly is capricious, transforming from a violent downpour to clear skies in an instant. Ah, the storm has finally passed, Robin exclaimed, stretching languidly at the bow of the ship. Where are we now? Karaman inquired, scanning the horizon but finding nothing of note. I have no idea, Robin replied candidly, shaking his head. Due to the lack of a navigator, no one aboard the entire vessel knew the current location of the Titanic. And even possessing a nautical chart would be of little consequence. Ronan pondered over the issue, contemplating their current location. According to conventional navigation, if he was following the same path as the original protagonist Luffy and his companions, the nearest inhabited island would be the one where Whiskey Peak is situated, which Ronan referred to as Whiskey Island. However, after an entire night at sea, their direction had become utterly confused, and they might have veered onto a different course. The first half of the Grand Line certainly offered multiple routes. Many others who were once hailed as supernovas alongside Luffy had chosen alternate paths, eventually converging at Sabaody Archipelago. The ship, the giant wave, continued its journey, merely steering in a general direction. This maneuver left the distant Navy ships bewildered. What was happening? Just a few dozen nautical miles to the left lay Whiskey Island. Would they not stop there for provisions? Perhaps their supplies of food and water were still adequate. But why, then, were they heading in that direction, which led to an entirely different route? Maybe, who knows? Who could decipher Ronan's motivations? Hours later, the question lingered. Why would they bypass an island merely 40 nautical miles away? Were their food and water truly sufficient? Another day passed. Why had they shifted their course to the right again? They had missed yet another route. What were their navigators thinking? Why take the long way around? It was not until the third day that the navigator aboard the warship suddenly grasped the situation. Looking at the nautical charts and then raising his head to explain to the bewildered colonel and his crew. Look ahead. There lies a small island, though modest in size. It is inhabited, and it must harbor something significant. Ronan has been steering towards it with purpose. The navigator, with utmost seriousness, pointed to the chart and continued, You see, they have not paused at all. They have traveled in a straight line towards this destination, aside from a few deliberate course changes to mislead us. Their trajectory has shown no deviation. I can assure you, there must be an important secret on that island. Ronan is undoubtedly intent on obtaining it. Upon hearing this, not only the soldiers, but even the colonel's eyes gleamed with excitement. A secret that could compel the notorious pirate Ronan to hurry here must be of great magnitude. This was their chance for glory. The colonel's lips trembled with enthusiasm, his speech faltering. Quick, swiftly contact headquarters and inform the marshal. Also, notify the two gentlemen to head directly in this direction. We might have uncovered a monumental secret. The crew buzzed with exhilaration, sensing their mission nearing completion, possibly earning them significant accolades for discovering the great mystery surrounding the pirate Ronin. Perhaps here lay the key to understanding why he was so formidable even in his early teens. Perhaps it would reveal how he acquired the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit and then gained the ability to fly. In any case, it was bound to be extraordinary. They hurried to inform headquarters, determined to thwart Ronan's plans. Surely, they would be rewarded. Chapter 43, The Island of Pirate Rampage. A tragedy. On this day, Ronan was in the ship's hold, assessing the dwindling supplies of food and water, feeling a sense of worry. It had been many days since they last sighted land, and their provisions were nearly exhausted. What remained would suffice for at most another day and a half. To conserve supplies, they had begun fishing since yesterday, utilizing the ocean's bounty to prolong their rations. While food was manageable, freshwater posed a significant challenge. At that moment, Ronan suddenly heard Robin's voice from outside. What is it? Robin? Ronan strode briskly out of the cabin, only to see Robin joyfully standing on the deck, waving at him. There are islands. We have found an island. Just a short distance ahead. Is that truly the case? Ronan's eyes lit up, whether it be an inhabited island or a deserted one. The issue of freshwater could be resolved. As for sustenance, it was also possible to hunt animals on the island to supplement their food supply. What splendid news! Ronan approached Robin with a smile, following her lead to the ship's railing. As they gazed ahead, they indeed spotted a moderately sized island on the horizon. Shall we dock there? Robin inquired. Certainly. It is a rare opportunity to encounter an island. We should hasten to anchor and replenish our supplies of water and food on this very isle. Ronan nodded in affirmation, having already formulated a plan in his mind. If there were indeed inhabitants on this island, he would seek to recruit a navigator, hoping that someone with maritime knowledge could be found, for such talents are rare. Far more so than chefs. Upon hearing the news, Olvia and Ronan emerged from their cabins. Spotting the island ahead, they immediately felt a sense of relief. The harsh weather and disorientation they had endured in recent days had been quite taxing, and now they were eager to replenish their supplies and unwind. As the ship, the giant wave, drew nearer, the full visage of the island gradually came into view. Wait, something seems amiss, Olvia exclaimed in confusion. Noticing that there was a peculiar haze rising from the island, which did not resemble the smoke of cooking fires but rather seemed indicative of a fire in a building. Is there a war occurring on this island? Ronan inquired, equally perplexed. It is possible. Ronan possessed exceptional eyesight. He had already discerned the location of the harbor on the island, spotting several damaged vessels and even a few corpses sprawled upon the ground, remnants of a fierce battle. Pirates, it must be the pirates who have plundered this island, Robin asserted with a degree of certainty. She had previously encountered a similar situation with Ronan in the West Sea, although at that time, fear had gripped her heart. Yet, the ferocious tiger pirate crew had been effortlessly subdued by Ronan. Now, even faced with the aftermath of a pirate raid, Robin exhibited no signs of trepidation. With Ronan by her side, she felt assured that no harm would befall them, regardless of the dangers they might encounter. Should we still proceed? Ronan was unaware of Ronan's true strength. She had only heard Robin's boastful tales. The scene before her was a stark reality of pirate plunder, stirring unease within her heart. Of course we shall. Ronan replied nonchalantly, gesturing with a wave of his hand. Accelerate our advance towards the harbor. We must discover what manner of pirate crew dares not only to plunder the port, but also to infiltrate the interior of the island. Infiltrate the interior? Olvia gasped. Realizing that any pirate crew bold enough to venture into the depths of the island must be exceptionally formidable. She had heard of many ordinary pirate crews that only dared to raid smaller islands or target merchant vessels anchored at the port. But a crew that directly attacked the island's heart was undoubtedly of greater caliber. However, upon observing Ronan's calm demeanor, Olvia felt reassured with Ronan's presence. Even this allegedly powerful pirate crew posed little threat. As the ship, the giant wave, hastened towards the island's harbor, fierce battles unfolded within the island's confines, escalating now to the level of war. Ha ha ha, these foolish, cowardly wretches dare to resist? Today, let them witness the might of the Hagman pirate crew. A burly, bald man wielding a large sword laughed heartily, having just slain a villager armed with a hoe. Captain, you are magnificent. A pirate brandishing a musket echoed, laughing alongside him. These fools dare to oppose us upon our arrival? They truly do not regard the Hagman pirate crew with any seriousness. We shall seize all their wealth this time. And the women and fine wines. Another pirate remarked greedily, eyeing a group of trembling farmers ahead with a sinister grin. This was a sizable village. Previously, the Hagman pirate crew had already gathered considerable spoils from the port, although the harbor had yet to develop into a large city. It boasted a luxurious village far grander than the one before them. The Hagman pirate crew numbered over 1,000, each one fierce and battle-hardened. Captain Hagman, a formidable user of a devil fruit, was renowned throughout the first half of the Grand Line, with the world government placing a staggering bounty of 45 million berries on his head. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a great pirate, albeit not yet on par with those in the New World. Filled with anticipation, Hagman chuckled to himself after pillaging this relatively prosperous island. He would amass enough wealth to recruit even more powerful subordinates, paving the way for his advance into the New World to vie for territory there. I, Hagman, shall contend for the throne of the Pirate King. Meanwhile, at the village, a group of farmers wielding hoes and shovels gazed in terror at the approaching pirates. Despair and reluctance etched upon their faces. Damn it! These pirates have already plundered Jimtown and are still not satisfied. They dare to invade our village. A gaunt, weary-looking middle-aged man exclaimed in anger. These scoundrels are like ravenous wolves. Jimtown is far wealthier than our village, and they still seek to plunder us. Their greed knows no bounds. Another young man echoed with indignation. Unfortunately, the able-bodied men of the village were present, yet they were no match for the 1,000-strong, battle-ready pirates. The disparity in physical prowess and weaponry rendered them hopeless. We cannot withstand them. An elderly man with a cane sighed. Everyone must take the women and children deep into the island and flee into the woods. The pirates cannot linger here for long. Once they depart, you can return. Are we truly abandoning the village? A few nearby villagers protested, unable to accept the grim reality. Hundreds were still fighting the pirates. But the so-called battle resembled more of a slaughter, with villagers falling like wheat before the scythe. Yes, we must flee without delay. If we linger, all the able-bodied men of the village will perish. The old man bellowed. Elderly ones, stay with me and confront these despicable pirates. We will buy time for the others to escape. Agreed. No problem. Son, hurry and take your mother and wife to safety. I will hold off the pirates. Daughter, take the children and go. Take care of yourselves. The elderly rallied with their canes and farm tools, urging the young to flee as they charged toward the pirates. In the village, the faces of women and children reflected fear and terror as they witnessed the elderly sacrifice themselves and the young men usher them away. Just then, a triumphant laugh echoed from not far ahead. Ha ha ha. Think you can escape? Our captain anticipated your move. I, First Mate Higas, have already led our men around to your rear. Still wish to flee? Ha ha ha. Leave your valuables behind, or I will take great pleasure in torturing you to death. One by one, faced with the blockade of over 100 pirates wielding swords and muskets, the women, children, and young men fell into despair, their faces drained of color, as their tragic fate seemed all but sealed. Chapter 44. Ronan takes action, astonishing everyone. By the coast, Jimtown. Ronan and his companions have disembarked and arrived at the port town of the island. This once thriving town now reveals its former splendor only through the remnants of its past. The town is indeed sizable, yet it is strewn with corpses, predominantly those of the townsfolk, alongside a few fallen guards, with scarcely any pirate bodies in sight. It seems the town had made an effort to resist, but regrettably, its strength paled in comparison to the marauding pirates. Olvia's complexion has turned pale. The sight of such devastation is difficult for her to bear. If Olvia is affected this way, it is no surprise that Ronan, who has already retched several times since their arrival, is now assisting the equally pale Robin as they follow behind. Ronan forged ahead, traversing the entirety of the small town, following the trail marked by bloodstains and footprints into the distance. Indeed, these pirates had not yet retreated after their plundering and slaughter of the town. Ronan pointed ahead and remarked, "They have surged into the depths of the island. It is likely that horrific events are unfolding within at this very moment. Are they still engaged in battle?" Robin and Ronan widened their eyes, for it was their first encounter with such a brutal spectacle. Previously, they had only heard tales of the pirates' cruelty and malevolence, but now they were witnessing it firsthand. Even Robin, who had once faced the vicious tiger pirate crew in the West Sea, had not truly experienced such a bloody scene. The sight before them profoundly shocked her mind. Olvia hurried over to support Robin and Kuruman, inquiring, "Are you both all right?" We are fine." The two girls resolutely shook their heads, then sighed, "Indeed. Pirates are wicked. They have slaughtered so many innocent civilians. It can only be said that the majority of pirates are malevolent." Ronan remarked, "There are indeed many pirates who are not like this, but overall, the existence of pirates brings no benefit to the populace. They are solely focused on plunder, murder, and chaos." "Exactly." Robin nodded and remarked, "Most pirates are indeed malevolent, yet our traveling pirate crew is benevolent. I have heard tales of certain pirate crews that are virtuous. Even some island nations that unite to combat other nefarious pirates." Ronan added, "Although the Navy is predominantly virtuous, there are a few who are not. For instance, there was a Navy fleet in the West Blue that acted against the defenseless citizens of Ohara. Thus, the distinction between good and evil in a person is not so easily discerned. We must come to understand it ourselves. Indeed, we should hasten our movements, otherwise, if we arrive too late, those innocent people may be slaughtered by the pirates." Ronan turned to the others, urging them forward. "Right, let us hurry. Perhaps we can save more lives." The three women eagerly agreed. Their initial intention upon arriving at the island was merely to replenish their supplies of food and water. But encountering such a tragedy made it impossible for them to stand idly by while the pirates wreaked havoc. If they lacked the strength, it would be one thing. But Ronan possessed that strength and could not simply turn a blind eye. He felt compelled to intervene. Furthermore, he intended to seek an appropriate navigator on this island. And by saving the populace, he could establish goodwill with them, facilitating the search for allies. Thus, Ronan and the three women quickened their pace, following the traces along the path until they soon discovered a larger village. Indeed, they witnessed pirates rampaging and committing acts of murder and theft within the village. "Just as I suspected, Robin. You three stay here and focus on your safety. I will keep a watchful eye on this situation. By the way, take this knife, and I will call for you when I return." Ronan did not intend to bring the three women into the village, as doing so would impede his swift resolution of the pirates. In dealing with these marauders, who were entangled in a fray with the villagers, he could not employ his conqueror's haki, for haki does not distinguish between friend and foe. Some villagers were gravely injured, and under the pressure of haki, they might succumb to fatal repercussions. To vanquish the numerous pirates, he planned to utilize the aerial techniques in conjunction with his swordsmanship from an advantageous position. "All right, Ronan. Go forth with confidence. I shall ensure the safety of Mother and Kuruman." Upon hearing this, Robin nodded with assurance. Although she was not as formidable as Ronan, she was, after all, a user of a devil fruit, possessing considerable strength. Ordinary pirates would be unable to approach her without facing dire consequences. Furthermore, Ronan had thoughtfully left her a long sword, which was no ordinary blade, but rather a soul-cutting sword. Although Robin is unable to unleash her Zanpakuto Shurkai, Ronan has successfully completed his own. He entrusts the Shurkai of Senbenzakura to Robin for her protection. It is worth noting that even if a single pirate or 100 were to encircle her, there is a possibility that Robin could turn the tables and emerge victorious. "I shall return soon." As Ronan spoke, he soared effortlessly into the air, a gust of wind racing towards the village above. How enviable it is that Ronan can fly. Kuruman gazed longingly at Ronan's retreating figure. Yet, flying is merely a facet of Ronan's extraordinary abilities. Robin exclaimed proudly about Ronan's prowess, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction at the admiration reflected in Kuruman's gaze. Meanwhile, Olvia observed the scene in silence. Turning her attention back to the direction in which Ronan had departed, a flicker of concern lingering in her heart. Above the village, amidst the chaos wrought by countless marauding pirates, an unassuming figure stood poised, her expression grave as she gazed down upon the ground. A glint of cold light flickering in her eyes as she whispered, "Die for me." Flowing cloud sword technique. 10,000 swords of fiery inferno. Ronan, wielding the daybreak blade, executed a powerful group attack skill, forged through the harmonious fusion of his level 9 flowing cloud swordsmanship and the equally potent level 9 flame abilities of the Mera Mera Nomi. The attack shot forth with unparalleled precision towards the pirates. Why is it so hot? A pirate, hastily fleeing from a house while clutching a handful of scattered belongings and berries, suddenly felt an intense heat above him. Upon looking up, he was instantly struck with terror, his soul nearly escaping him. A cacophony of screams erupted throughout the village, leaving the remaining townsfolk, who were enduring the ravages of pillage and slaughter, frozen in shock. What is happening? What is going on? How have all these pirates perished? Hurry! Look to the sky. Confused and bewildered, the injured villagers could not comprehend the sudden demise of the pirates. They only observed fiery sword-like shadows descending from above, slaying each pirate without understanding their origin. As someone finally glanced skyward, they beheld Ronan floating mid-air, and a cry of astonishment escaped their lips. Chapter 45. The Brave Girl. The Renown of Ronan. Is that a person? No. Wait, it's a child. Can he fly? The villagers gazed at Ronan, their discussions a jumble of disbelief and awe, with some rendered speechless by the sight of his flight. Supporting one another, the majority of the villagers were injured, blood staining the ground around them. The elderly leader, a white-bearded man who had survived the onslaught, had managed to evade death. Benefiting from the presence of other elders who had stood by him, the many of them had succumbed. The old man stepped forward, bowing to the slowly descending Ronan, his face reflecting profound gratitude as he said, "Thank you, young brother, for saving our lives. We are eternally grateful." Behind him, a throng of villagers knelt in heartfelt appreciation, recognizing the true nature of his heroic act. Had Ronan not intervened, their fate would have surely been death, leaving them with little hope for survival. There is no need for such formalities. Ronan waved his hand, then turned his gaze towards the distance, where the direction the youths had taken with the women and children lay. There, the battle was still ongoing. I shall deal with them first. What? The old man and the others were taken aback. Could it be that the pirates had divided their forces to pursue the fleeing youths and families? What should we do now? Cursed pirates, we must confront them immediately. A middle-aged man exclaimed angrily. Yes, let us confront them. The others echoed fervently. Silence. The old man thumped his cane against the ground, admonishing them, then turned his attention to Ronan. Since Ronan had brought forth this information, it was likely he would not remain idle. Furthermore, from Ronan's earlier words, he had discerned that Ronan intended to take action against those pirates. Rest assured, I shall take care of those pirates. Ronan nodded and, with a swift motion, took flight, rapidly heading towards the direction of the women and children in distress. Indeed, he can fly. The villagers left behind gazed in awe at Ronan's departing figure, their astonishment renewed. How splendid it is to have such a formidable child to aid us. These pirates shall surely not harm my wife and children. A simple-hearted man exclaimed joyfully, oblivious to the blood streaming from his wounds. All right, everyone, tend to your injuries first. And then let us find the others, see if any have survived, and bring them back to treat them. The elder, serving as the village chief, understood the gravity of the situation, his expression pained as he surveyed the injured and the numerous corpses littering the ground, alongside the occasional mournful cries of the severely wounded. We understand, Chief, we shall tend to the injured at once. The chief's words were met with immediate compliance as the villagers began to assist those who lay incapacitated. Meanwhile, Ronan had arrived at the location of the women and children, a small grove near a hillside. The pirates, led by First Mate Higas, were reveling in their cruelty. Tormenting the villagers, some of the young had already succumbed to their brutal hands, and their dark intentions were now turning towards the women and children. Ha! This woman is quite something. At that moment, Higas' eyes gleamed as he spotted a beautiful girl cowering in the crowd, and he shouted with excitement. He then ruthlessly dispatched a young man who stood in his way, laughing maniacally as he charged towards the girl, initially terrified by Higas' approach. The girl's fear turned into resolve as he seized her arm. Suddenly, with determination, she bit down hard and drew a dagger from her bosom, stabbing fiercely at Higas' heart. Higas, a powerful pirate who had traversed the Grand Line alongside the formidable Hague man, was not to be underestimated. Though he lacked a devil fruit ability, his strength was formidable, rivaling that of his captain. How could an ordinary village girl possibly stand against such a seasoned warrior? Even a surprise attack would likely falter. Thus, Higas effortlessly grasped her wrist, squeezing tightly, causing her to wince in pain, tears welling in her eyes as the dagger clattered to the ground. How audacious of you to attempt an ambush. Higas sneered, his gaze menacing as he regarded the girl. I had intended to spare your life for my amusement, but it seems that will no longer be possible. I relish the sight of a woman's head severed from her body. Prepare to die. With that, Higas swung his blade towards her head. As the cold wind of the blade swept over her, despair washed over the girl, tears streaming down her face as she resigned herself to her fate. She lamented that her dreams of adventure at sea would remain unfulfilled, rendering her learned skills from passing sailors utterly useless. Yet at that very moment, a chilling voice pierced through the air. You delight in seeing a woman's head severed? I wonder if you would enjoy witnessing your own head being cleaved from your body? The girl froze, her eyes widening as she beheld a boy of merely a dozen years standing behind Higas, a pale, small hand firmly gripping the blade aimed at her. Both the girl and Higas were taken aback. Higas stared in disbelief at Ronan, unable to fathom how this child had appeared behind him. He had assumed Ronan was one of the encircled women and children, among whom were several young children and even a few infants. Little brat, are you seeking death? Higas grinned maliciously at Ronan, then forcefully flung the girl aside, intent on eliminating this impudent child who dared to obstruct him. Release me, Higas demanded, shaking his right hand vigorously, believing his strength would easily cast aside this mere boy, perhaps even shatter his hand in the process. Then he would relish dealing with this bothersome child. Release you? Ronan's expression remained impassive as he exerted a powerful squeeze with his right hand. Crack. The sound echoed as Heg's formidable sword shattered into pieces, the steel blade crushed effortlessly by the delicate, fair hand of the boy. This astonishing scene not only stunned Heggs himself, but also left the girl who had been thrown aside in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. The despair and worry that had clouded her gaze were suddenly replaced by a glimmer of hope and a yearning for life. Simultaneously, the pirates who had encircled the women and children, tormenting and slaughtering the villagers of Qingzhuang, became aware of the unfolding situation. Their vice-captain Heggs was being overpowered by someone? How could this be? A mere child had managed to crush the vice-captain's sword? This was unfathomable. With anger rising, the pirates rushed forward, only to be met with astonishment once again. Their pent-up rage lodged in their throats, leaving them uneasy. What is this child? Inquired a pirate of apparent standing, approaching Heggs and whispering. Heggs, not lacking in wit, narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Ronan, arriving at a conclusion. This boy was certainly not from the village. His strength was formidable. Anyone capable of shattering a finely tempered sword with one hand could not be deemed weak. If such a person existed within the village, they would not have allowed the pirates to wreak such havoc without intervening. The only explanation was that Ronan had come from elsewhere to rescue them. Heggs continued to observe Ronan, attempting to recall where he might have seen such a figure before, feeling a peculiar familiarity. It was not only Heggs who felt this way. A sense of recognition rippled through the surrounding pirates. At that moment, one of the pirates in the encirclement suddenly gasped, his eyes betraying an unmistakable fear as he looked at Ronan. Ronan. He's Ronan. Upon hearing this, Heggs' eyes widened in horror, his complexion paling, even taking on a slight greenish hue, as fear flickered in his gaze. The pirate beside him, of some standing, was similarly affected, his legs trembling as if he could scarcely stand. Among the nearly 100 pirates encircled, some had indeed heard of Ronan's name, though they had never laid eyes on him. They only recognized him from photographs, and the comparison with the boy before them was enough to terrify them. Of course, there were a couple of oblivious pirates who, at that moment, appeared utterly bewildered, glancing at their terrified comrades and asking, "What is going on? Who is Ronan? Is this little brat the one you're all afraid of? Damn it!" One pirate, standing nearby, slapped the confused one, nearly causing him to stumble. "You fool! Ronan! You don't know Ronan?" He asked the notorious pirate with a bounty of 15 billion berries. The son of the devil, Ronan. What? With that revelation, comprehension dawned upon all. They looked once more at Ronan, and indeed, he bore the likeness of the figure depicted on the wanted posters, a fearsome pirate who, at just over a decade in age, had decimated nearly 2,000 naval soldiers, numerous warships, and several high-ranking officers. The son of the devil, Ronan. Suddenly, a gasp of shock echoed throughout the arena. All the pirates of the Hagman Pirates were filled with an overwhelming sense of dread as they gazed upon Ronan, utterly astonished that they had encountered such a formidable being here. Could one assert that the Hagman Pirates were strong? With a crew numbering in the thousands, they were not far off from the grand pirate crews of the New World in terms of sheer numbers. The only deficiency lay in their elite power. However, the chasm in high-level strength was insurmountable, placing them a significant tier below those top-tier pirate crews. The only members of their ranks who could be deemed formidable were Captain Hagman and Vice-Captain Hages. Yet, even they could not achieve feats comparable to Ronan's. They would think twice before confronting the Navy fleet. Even when faced with solitary naval vessels, they would carefully weigh the repercussions, ultimately deciding against engaging for fear of attracting the Navy's attention, prompting the dispatch of a formidable armada to eradicate them. Thus, they were relegated to pillaging minor isles, like the very one before them, avoiding those islands guarded by the Navy. In stark contrast, Ronan was an entirely different caliber. Reflect on his past deeds. Were they simple? Yet, he remained unscathed, having annihilated the entire fleet sent to encircle him. This exemplifies true strength. This is the manifestation of formidable high-tier combat power. With a bounty of 15 billion berries, merely contemplating such a terrifying sum reveals the magnitude of the threat posed by this seemingly youthful individual. Now, This fearsome presence surveyed them with a cold gaze, akin to that of a predator observing its prey. How could they not be engulfed by terror and dread? How? Was it not said that I was courting death? Ronan leisurely gazed at Heggs and calmly stated, I stand here. Make your move. Heggs stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. His eyes darting nervously as his mind raced to devise a means of survival. Ronan, I am a member of the Hagman pirate crew, serving as the first mate. Our captain, Hagman, is also a wielder of a devil fruit ability. I implore you, for the sake of our captain, grant us mercy this once. He pleaded, invoking the name of his brother, Hagman. In the vastness of the sea, devil fruit users are scarce, and each one is formidable. He hoped to leverage Hagman's reputation to elicit a sense of favor from Ronan. Hagman? I have not heard of him. Ronan, glancing around, snorted and declared, since you choose not to act, I shall take matters into my own hands. I must inform you that our captain is currently in the village over there. Once he learns of the situation here, he will undoubtedly rush to our aid, and you will have to confront a formidable ability user. You ought to contemplate this carefully. Heggs interjected hastily. In that village over there? Ronan was taken aback, and then fell silent, realizing that the so-called powerful ability user was actually in the previous village. He had unleashed a group attack skill moments ago, without paying careful attention to whether there were any formidable foes among that band of pirates. If there truly had been a strong opponent, they would not have been dispatched so swiftly. The fact that all the pirates in the village were eliminated in an instant suggests that the so-called ability user, Hagman, is nothing but a weakling. Indeed, it would be wise for Mr. Ronan to contemplate this matter thoroughly. Observing Ronan deep in thought, Hagston's eyes sparkled with hope, believing that Ronan was weighing the pros and cons. After all, his Hagman pirate crew was not to be underestimated. They had garnered considerable notoriety in the first half of the Grand Line. Surely, their reputation had instilled fear in their adversaries, and that was a good sign. What is there to ponder? Hagman and the notion of ability users are merely a farce. Ronan shook his head, casting a nonchalant glance at the surrounding pirates. I no longer wish to squander time with you. Let us conclude this. With that, he executed the flowing cloud sword technique, a single stroke to sweep away the leaves. With a swift motion of his right hand, Ronan drew the sunwheel blade from his waist. A horizontal sweep ensued, casting a brilliant flash of light. With a decisive click, the blade returned to its sheath as Ronan turned without a backward glance, making his way towards the women and children, along with the majority of the injured youth. Hey, are you not getting up? Ronan inquired as he passed by a young girl. Oh, the girl, who had been in shock since Ronan's arrival, hastily scrambled to her feet upon hearing his voice. However, after glancing at Hages and the others still frozen in place, she hesitated and asked, Mr. Ronan, what about them? Are they dead? As Ronan's voice fell, it seemed to validate his words. All the pirates, including Hages, who stood frozen in place, were drenched in blood, their bodies severed at the waist, each collapsing to the ground, meeting a swift demise. The girl watched this scene with wide eyes, gasping in astonishment. Then, as she turned her gaze toward Ronan, it brimmed with reverence and admiration, devoid of fear. For it was Ronan who had saved her. No, he had rescued many others, numerous souls. Thus, Ronan's formidable power inspired in her only awe and adulation, never fear. The girl followed Ronan as he made his way toward the direction of the women and children, observing the panic and terror etched on the faces of the group. Along with the moans and wails of the wounded on the ground, Ronan contemplated for a moment and said to the girl, Please instruct everyone to bring all the injured and return to your village. Huh? The village? There are many fearsome pirates over there. The girl replied, her eyes filled with anxiety. Do not worry. Those pirates have been dealt with. Let everyone return. Ronan waved his hand and spoke. Have they all been dealt with? The girl widened her eyes in astonishment once more, and then her expression transformed into one of excitement. If those pirates had indeed been eliminated, combined with the resolution of the pirates here, it would signify that the perilous pirate crisis they had encountered was thoroughly resolved. Promptly, the girl communicated with everyone and rallied them to return to the village with the injured. Upon their return, they discovered that all the pirates had been vanquished. Consequently, despite many bearing wounds, the overwhelming sense of relief from having survived the ordeal overshadowed their pain, and they erupted in cheers. However, after the jubilations, as they beheld the numerous injured, sorrow washed over them, and a young girl along with a child began to weep. What is your name? Ronan inquired of the girl he had rescued from Haggis. My name is Elena, she replied, standing nervously before Ronan. Though she was considerably older than him, she could not help but feel anxious in his presence. All right, Elena, take this vial of medicine, diluted in the large water barrel, and have all the injured drink it. It will aid in healing their wounds. Ronan produced a vial of healing elixir and handed it to Elena, instructing. I have several companions waiting outside the village. I shall fetch them. Very well, do not worry. I will procure a water bucket at once. Elena replied hastily. Do you have companions with you? How many? 3, he responded. I shall inform the village chief to arrange accommodations for you all. Ronan waved his hand, and his figure suddenly soared into the air, darting away from the village, leaving Elena in a state of astonishment and disbelief. He has taken flight. Chapter 47. The Grateful Villagers in Reverence. After Ronan flew away, Elena gathered her composure and began to follow his instructions. She found a bucket and filled it with water, then carefully opened the vial of potions that Ronan had entrusted to her, slowly pouring its contents into the bucket. Instantly, a green hue spread through the clear water, which soon transformed from a vibrant green to a milky white, and finally to a crystal-clear transparency. Elena widened her eyes in awe. Understanding that the potion Ronan had given her was indeed extraordinary, this peculiar transformation signified its potential to save everyone. With that thought, Elena carried the bucket to the village square and approached the village elder, promptly relaying the task that Ronan had assigned to her. The elder's face lit up with joy upon hearing her words, and he quickly called a few young girls to assist her. The girls organized themselves with some fetching bowls, other spoons, and some ladling water as they began distributing the water to the injured sprawled across the square. Among the injured were those gravely hurt, many of whom lay unconscious, while some elderly villagers had succumbed to death. The lightly wounded groaned in pain as they lay on the ground, and the village lacked any competent doctors, relying instead on a few barefoot village healers whose rudimentary skills provided little to no relief, only adding to the suffering of the wounded. Seeing Elena and the girls distributing water, the 2 village healers looked on with confusion. One healer, growing anxious, called out to Elena, Elena, we cannot allow everyone to drink water indiscriminately, especially when it's cold. The other healer chimed in, yes, Elena, if you lack medical knowledge, please do not complicate matters. These healers did not speak harshly, assuming Elena merely wished to help, but they hoped she would not inadvertently cause more trouble. Rest assured, this water contains a potion prepared by the esteemed gentleman who saved us, Elena explained quickly. The 2 healers paused, recognizing the concept of medicinal potions. Though they were only familiar with such remedies from distant cities and islands, crafted by skilled physicians. Could it be that this gentleman was such a physician? Yet, how could a single doctor possess such formidable prowess? Just then, as the healers pondered, the village elder approached and said, since it is the word of that gentleman, it must be correct. We should hasten to distribute it. 2 more lives were lost just moments ago. We cannot afford to wait. Upon seeing the sorrow etched on the elder's face, the healers ceased their objections and began to assist in distributing the potion. As each bowl of potion was consumed, the effects became evident almost immediately. Those who ingested it displayed expressions of relief, and even the pain from their wounds seemed to diminish significantly. It's effective. Truly effective. The healers exclaimed with joy. That gentleman has not deceived us. The elder shouted excitedly, witnessing the stabilization of the villagers' conditions, with even some lightly injured individuals managing to rise to their feet, filling him with elation. The girls who aided Elena in distributing the potion also radiated happiness, having personally fed some of the severely injured. One such individual, who had suffered a deep abdominal cut, with his intestines nearly exposed and blood soaking through his bandages, experienced an immediate cessation of bleeding after drinking the potion. His pallid face gradually regained color, and his rapid breathing slowed significantly. A dying man was thus saved by a simple sip of water, leaving the girls in sheer amazement. Elena, where is that gentleman? I heard he is just a child. Why is he not here? They inquired, their curiosity piqued. Elena, you are so fortunate to be valued by him. After distributing the potion, only a small amount remained, which the girls reverently passed to Elena, despite their envy of such a precious commodity. The girls gathered around Elena, their fascination with Ronan growing. Previously, they had cowered in fear under the threat of pirates, only to be saved by Ronan, who descended like a deity. They felt immense gratitude, but believed they had no right to approach him, let alone speak to him. Only Elena had been deemed important enough by the gentleman to undertake such a crucial task of healing the injured, eliciting envy from the other girls. That gentleman. He has a few companions waiting outside the village. He went to fetch them and will return shortly, Elena stammered, her cheeks flushed as she responded to their inquiries. Oh my, Elena, why are you blushing? One girl teased playfully. Laughter erupted among the others. It's nothing, Elena quickly replied. We owe our ability to save so many injured to that gentleman. Indeed, without him, many in our village would have perished. Perhaps even all at the hands of the pirates. Considering how many have died, we should be grateful. They all echoed, their hearts swelling with appreciation for Ronan. At that moment, the near-death experiences of many had transformed into miraculous recoveries, and the lightly injured no longer faced life-threatening dangers. A sense of relief and joy spread throughout the village, their gratitude for Ronan genuine and profound. Meanwhile, Ronan had returned to the village with Robin and others. Witnessing the successful treatment of injured villagers, some were engaged in the grim task of moving corpses, mostly those of pirates, but also the bodies of villagers who had resisted. The sheer number of pirate bodies underscored the urgency of Ronan's timely arrival. Otherwise, countless lives would have been lost. As Ronan walked through the village, the grateful gazes of the villagers met him, and a few even knelt before him, tears of gratitude flowing as they bowed their heads in reverence. Ronan, accompanied by Robin and the others, arrived at the village square, where they were immediately struck by a breathtaking sight. Under the guidance of the village chief, all the villagers, except for the incapacitated severely injured, supported the lightly injured ones and knelt before Ronan in unison, each one expressing heartfelt gratitude with fervent exclamations of thanks. "Please, rise." Ronan gestured for the villagers to rise, and after a considerable time, he managed to persuade them to stand. Some hesitated to approach, but only the village chief and Elena dared to come closer to Ronan. The village chief once again expressed his profound gratitude to Ronan, while Elena and a few girls behind her gazed at him with admiration. "I have arranged for a few clean houses for our benefactor. Please, follow me. Soon, the chefs will prepare some of our local delicacies for you, and I implore you to indulge in them." The village chief said with utmost respect. "Very well. I appreciate your kindness, chief." Ronan did not refuse. Instead, he nodded and followed behind the village chief and others as they departed. After a moment of contemplation, Ronan cast a glance at Elena and said, "You should come along as well. There are a few matters I wish to inquire about." "Eh? Certainly." Upon hearing Ronan's words, Elena eagerly nodded, her eyes shining with uncontainable delight as she followed suit. Chapter 48. The Joining of the Navigator. The elation of Elena. Ronan settled in a village named Tula, while the town of Jim lay in a state of paralysis. It would be an exaggeration to say that the pirates had annihilated the entire population. However, a significant number had undoubtedly fled or scattered, and those who remained were likely in hiding, too fearful to venture out. Thus, Ronan's quest for sustenance and water must be addressed through the resources available in Tula. Yet, given the recent calamity the villagers had endured, it would be inappropriate to immediately demand supplies. The priority must remain on rescuing the injured. Fortunately, Ronan's potions had successfully mitigated the injuries of the wounded, and even those with minor wounds began to show signs of recovery. The severely injured had their conditions stabilized. With adequate rest and subsequent simple treatments, they too could survive. Sadly, those who had suffered amputations, loss of arms and legs, would not benefit from the diluted elixirs, which could not restore their limbs. Nonetheless, having saved their lives was a commendable achievement in its own right. Ronan expressed his request to the village chief, asking him to prepare some food and water for purchase the following day. Upon hearing this, the village chief immediately refused, asserting that Ronan had saved the entire village, and it was unthinkable to charge him. Observing the chief's resolute demeanor, Ronan chose not to argue further and acquiesced, leading the old chief to leave in high spirits. Standing before Ronan, Elena appeared anxious and uncertain, unsure of the purpose behind his summons. Meanwhile, Robin and Karuman watched with curiosity, pondering what matter Ronan could have with the girl. "Elena," Ronan inquired, "I seem to recall hearing villagers mention that you had learned some navigation skills from passing sailors during your youth. Is that correct?" "Ah?" Elena was taken aback by the question, quickly nodding in affirmation. "Yes, I have always dreamed of sailing the seas, becoming an adventurer, traveling to various oceanic realms and witnessing breathtaking vistas. Unfortunately, I am just an ordinary villager with limited knowledge of navigation, having learned only a bit from transient sailors. I am not of a caliber that would be sought after by seasoned navigators." As she spoke, her expression dimmed, despite her basic understanding of navigation. It lacked cohesion and depth, pieced together from fleeting encounters with passing adventurers. No seasoned crew would accept her, and certainly no pirate band would welcome a defenseless maiden like herself. The thought of venturing out to sea alone was preposterous, lacking the means to defend herself. It would be akin to courting death. Moreover, she had no funds to procure a vessel, making the prospect of sailing a distant dream. "Navigator?" Upon hearing Elena's words, Robin and Karuman exchanged delighted glances, suddenly grasping why Ronan had specifically chosen to retain this girl. How fortuitous it was to encounter someone possessing navigational skills. Even if only at a rudimentary level, this was indeed a significant boon. Even a novice navigator, unwanted by other adventurers, would surpass their own utter lack of nautical knowledge. Even Olvia could not suppress a smile. With a navigator aboard, their future voyages would undoubtedly become far more manageable, steering them clear of becoming lost at sea. "Are you named Elena?" Robin interjected eagerly. "Sister Elena, would you be willing to join our adventurer pirate crew?" Eh? Taken aback, Elena gazed at Robin in bewilderment. Had she truly heard correctly? They were inviting her to join their crew, the adventurer pirate crew, a band of travelers? Really? Is this true? Regaining her composure, Elena's excitement surged. I can really join you? I can truly join you, Lord Ronan?" This was indeed monumental news. Was her lifelong dream finally within reach? With her heart brimming with joy, she nodded fervently. I am willing. I am eager to join you, to become part of the adventurer pirate crew. Please. Lord Ronan and esteemed companions, do not dismiss me as an amateur navigator. I promise to study diligently and enhance my navigational skills to provide greater assistance to everyone. Well, that is wonderful. Robin cheered. Our traveler pirate crew finally has a navigator. Indeed, it's wonderful. Karu chimed in with a smile. From now on, we need not fear getting lost. To be honest, I currently have no idea where we are on the Grand Line. A hint of a smile graced Ronan's face as he gazed at Elena with satisfaction, saying, as the captain of the traveler pirate crew, "I formally welcome you to our ranks, Elena." "Yes, Captain." Elena replied joyfully, her eyes filled with admiration for Ronan. "I look forward to your guidance in the future. Welcome aboard, Elena." Olvia welcomed her warmly, smiling. "I am Olvia, Robin's mother, and this is my daughter Robin, and our ship's cook, Karuman. Hello, Olvia, Robin, and Karuman. I am Elena." Upon hearing Olvia's introduction, Elena formally introduced herself to the others and exchanged greetings, for they were now companions embarking on adventures together. Moreover, the most reassuring aspect of sailing with these companions was the complete absence of safety concerns. Elena had personally witnessed Ronan's prowess. Even the notorious and brutal pirate crew of Hagman fell before Captain Ronan as easily as leaves swept away by an autumn breeze. What danger in this world could possibly challenge the formidable Captain Ronan? Elena could not fathom it. Even the legendary pirates of the New World could not rival Captain Ronan's strength, could they? She recalled hearing Haig's final words, proclaiming Ronan as a super pirate with a bounty of 1.5 billion berries, a formidable adventurer rather than a ruthless marauder. This was evident from Ronan's actions in saving the villagers. Thus, Elena felt no resistance in her heart. Instead, she was filled with immense joy. "All right, Elena. Please return home to bid farewell to your family. Tomorrow, we shall replenish our supplies of food and water before setting sail." Ronan turned to Elena and said, "In the future, it may take quite some time before you can return, so you must be prepared." Elena's expression darkened as she shook her head and replied, "My parents passed away when I was young. It was the families in the village who raised me. I have been living with the village chief, and I will speak with him when I return. He will undoubtedly support my joining your crew." "Very well, it is settled then." Chapter 49, Sign In. Reward, Observation Hockey. Early the next morning, Elena completed her preparations and reported to Ronan, officially joining the traveler pirate crew as a companion and navigator. Meanwhile, the village chief had prepared essential food and water for Ronan and his crew, as the villagers expressed their gratitude for Ronan's life-saving assistance. They eagerly contributed to the preparations, with even some lightly injured villagers joining in to help. Once the supplies were ready, Ronan and his companions departed the village amidst the villagers' heartfelt farewells. Before leaving, Elena was pulled by a group of girls to say goodbye and then followed her companions. The group arrived at Jimtown, where some residents had already returned, those who had fled during the pirate attack the previous day, along with others who had been hiding and were now emerging. They had heard rumors that the marauding pirates had been dealt with, though they were unaware of who had vanquished them. As the news had not yet spread from the village, the supplies were loaded onto the ship, and as for the Hagaman pirate cruise vessels, Ronan had gifted them to the villagers. Most of the Hagaman pirate ships and treasures were also given to the villagers, with Ronan retaining only a small amount of money, approximately several million berries, for future expenses. As Robin and the others began to board the ship in preparation for departure, Ronan suddenly recalled something at the very last moment before stepping onto the vessel. "System, register this entire island." Ronan nearly forgot to check in. This island was the only one he had encountered in recent days. He had missed several opportunities to register over the past few days, and he simply could not afford to overlook it this time. He hurriedly completed the check-in. Ronan found himself devoid of time to leisurely check in at various locations, thus He opted to designate the entire island as his check-in point, aiming to swiftly claim the highest reward. Surely, it could not be too disappointing, could it? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a delightful chime resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Reward acquired. Observation Haki. The system proclaimed. Observation Haki? Ronan's expression shifted, a hint of joy gracing his lips. Indeed, he had finally received his second Haki reward, and it was Observation Haki, an exceptionally valuable ability. In Ronan's estimation, among the three types of Haki, Observation Haki was the most advantageous. While it may not possess the sheer combat prowess of Armament or Conqueror's Haki, Observation Haki is a foresight ability, making it the most potent in terms of support. Ronan was already exceptionally powerful, and even with the enhancement of Armament Haki, the increase in his strength was not as significant as one might imagine. However, the scenario was entirely different with Observation Haki. The already formidable Ronan, bolstered by the assistance of this advanced ability, became nearly invincible. He was now one step closer to achieving absolute dominance. System, acquire Observation Haki. Ronan spoke directly and without hesitation. As he finished speaking, the system had already transmitted the Observation Haki to him. Instantly, a surge of information flooded his mind, followed by a refreshing sensation that permeated his head and gradually spread throughout his entire body, eventually dissipating. Yet, Ronan experienced a profound enhancement in intuition and foresight. He could distinctly perceive the movement of the air around him. Raising his gaze ahead, he noticed Elena boarding the ship. Just as she was about to place her right foot down, Ronan had already calculated and anticipated her next move. True to his foresight, Elena's right foot landed precisely on the spot and position he had predicted. Is this the power of Observation Haki? Indeed formidable. In the heat of battle, possessing such an ability would be terrifying. Moreover, this is merely the beginning, as I have just acquired it. With diligent practice, I am certain that elevating the skill level of Observation Haki will lead to even greater breakthroughs and enhanced precognitive abilities. I have heard that the pinnacle of Observation Haki can even foresee the future. How intriguing. I wonder if it is true. Once I enhance my Observation Haki, I shall put it to the test. Ronan, with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, stepped onto the giant wave ship. Elena, we are ready to set sail. By the way, in which direction is the island you are on? Robin inquired, pulling Elena aside. We just departed from Twin Gorge a few days ago, aiming for Water City. Our first stop was supposed to be Whiskey Island. Is this Whiskey Island? At this moment, Karaman and Olvia also turned their gazes toward Elena. Even Ronan glanced over, causing Elena to feel a flush of embarrassment and anxiety. Upon hearing Robin's words, Elena looked at everyone in astonishment. You just departed from Twin Gorge a few days ago? Your destination is Whiskey Island? And ultimately heading to Water City? My goodness. What's wrong? Karaman asked, sensing Elena's surprise hinted at something significant. Indeed, with a twitch at the corner of her eye, Elena spoke up. You have strayed far from your course. The island I am on is nearing the doldrums, situated on the very edge of the first half of the Grand Line. You are quite distant from the route you intended to take. How did you deviate so far? At her words, everyone, including Ronan, fell into an awkward silence. It was evident that without a navigator, traversing the Grand Line would be an arduous task. This was merely the beginning. If they continued without a navigator, they might mistakenly believe they were bound for Water City, only to find themselves back at Twin Gorge. That would be utterly embarrassing. The weather and conditions of the Grand Line are exceedingly harsh. We were merely caught in a storm, and yet we have veered so far from our path. Robin pouted in discontent. When we were in the West Sea and East Sea, we never lost our way. Elena chuckled ironically. The weather and conditions of the four seas cannot compare to this place at all. Look at my island. Does it not feel like a scorching summer? Indeed. Robin and the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the heat that resembled summer, with only the nights offering some relief. But what you do not know is that just last month, we experienced a snowstorm here, and many people were frozen to death. Elena raised her hands in exasperation. Perhaps it will snow again in a few days, so you must prepare various seasonal clothing aboard the ship. The weather here cannot be compared to that of the four seas. It is extremely harsh and abnormal. Upon hearing this, although surprised, the group found it somewhat acceptable. For they had long heard tales of such conditions on the Grand Line, and now they were personally experiencing it. By the way, Captain Ronan, do we have a pointer on this ship? Elena suddenly recalled and inquired of Ronan. A pointer? Ronan exchanged glances with Robin and the others before looking at Olvia. He recalled that Olvia seemed to possess a pointer, which was his assurance in navigating the Grand Line without a navigator. I have a pointer. But it is merely a recording pointer, Olvia said, producing the pointer and handing it to Elena. Such an item was best entrusted to a navigator. A recording pointer only? Elena felt a twinge of disappointment. However, seeing that the recording pointer was fully charged and was indeed pointing toward the next island in the direction of the Shipyard archipelago, she accepted it. Captain Ronan, I believe we also need a permanent pointer, Elena said earnestly. The next island is Reina Island, which is larger and more prosperous than my home island. They should have permanent pointers for sale there. Very well, then we shall purchase a permanent pointer on Reina Island. Ronan replied with a smile, understanding the significance of the permanent pointer. It indicated a specific island, while the recording pointer charged at each island and pointed to the next. Only by using both pointers in conjunction could they ensure a foolproof journey. After concluding their discussion, the crew prepared to set sail. Hoist the sails. Ronan stood at the bow of the ship, exuberantly waving his hand, while the girls behind him erupted into laughter. They set the vessel in motion, hoisting the sails as they embarked once more towards the distant ocean. This time, with the addition of a navigator, they were free from the concern of losing their way upon the vast waters. Chapter 50. The focus on Reina Island. The terrified colonel. Their next destination was Reina Island. Upon learning that Ronan and his companions ultimately aimed to reach the City of Water, Elena provided a navigational route. First, they would proceed along the coastal path. After arriving at Reina Island, they would procure a permanent compass pointing to the Shipyard archipelago, and then shift their course towards the central route of the Grand Line, essentially redirecting themselves to the trajectory originally taken by Luffy in the narrative, continuing along that path towards the City of Water. Ronan embarks on a journey to the City of Water, not for any other reason, but because the chart of the underworld he possesses has been in his hands for quite some time. He seeks to enlist the skilled shipwrights of the City of Water to bring his vision to fruition. Renowned as one of the most bustling islands along the Grand Line, the City of Water boasts a shipbuilding industry of unparalleled repute. It is said that many of the flagship vessels of notorious pirates from the New World have been crafted by the artisans of this island, and it is also home to a wealth of ancient shipbuilding techniques that have gained considerable fame. Ronan was even aware that the City of Water was home to a family of shipwrights who once crafted the legendary ship, the Pluto. The mentor of Frankie and his brothers hailed from this esteemed lineage of shipwrights, although it has since fallen into decline. Nonetheless, even in its diminished state, this family produced some of the world's finest shipbuilders. The elder of this family had personally forged the famed ship, the Moby Dick, which now sails through the New World, earning illustrious renown. In the original narrative, following the elder's passing, CP9 mistakenly believed he possessed the blueprints for Pluto and sought to confront Frankie and his brothers. However, their efforts were thwarted by Luffy. In truth, the blueprints were merely a myth. They had long since been lost to time. Ronan predicts that indeed, there should no longer be any blueprints of the Pluto in this world. Even the world government and the celestial dragons, if they possess such a formidable weapon capable of instilling fear across the seas and deterring the great pirates of the New World, would have long since manufactured it and displayed it openly. Therefore, the blueprint in Ronan's possession must be the sole copy in existence. In the waters surrounding Jim Island, shortly after Ronan's departure, a small military vessel concealed beneath the waves prepared to pursue him. Behind the commanding officer, a messenger rushed in. Colonel, we have received word from Vice Admiral Garp that they are on their way. Vice Admiral Garp is on his way. Upon hearing this, the colonel's face lit up with delight, rubbing his hands together in excitement. He then raised his voice, summoned the navigator. I have matters to discuss with him. Understood, sir. The messenger promptly departed, and it was not long before the naval navigator arrived. Dorothy, I have just received news that Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Zephyr are approaching. The colonel informed the navigator. Now that Ronan has just departed this island, are you certain his next destination is Reina Island? Yes. I mentioned earlier that Ronan must have had a specific purpose for coming here. Now, due to the delay of our two superiors, we have lost the opportunity to thwart his objectives. He has successfully left Jim Island. Dorothy sighed and shook his head, initially believing that the two admirals would arrive sooner and corner Ronan on Jim Island. He and the colonel had suspected that Ronan's visit to Jim Island was for a significant reason or a crucial secret. Alas, it seems they have arrived too late. Ronan and his companions have departed, leaving others to follow suit. News has arrived that the esteemed Lord Carp is soon to arrive, indicating that the next destination, Reina Island, will undoubtedly become a battleground. It is imperative that they pursue, lest they lose track of Ronan and his party. The colonel mused, lowering his head in thought. By the way, have we received any word from the personnel we dispatched to Jim Island last night? What transpired there? They have returned, the navigator replied, his expression grim. The island was besieged by pirates, the Hageman pirate crew, a band of over 1,000 rogues. While they may lack high-tier combatants, their sheer numbers are formidable, and they are notorious in the first half of the Grand Line. The entire port town of Jim was ravaged, with nearly 40% of the population perishing. It was indeed Hageman. The colonel's brow furrowed deeply. Hageman was no mere footnote. He was a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 10 million berries, well known across these waters. His cunning lay in avoiding direct confrontations with the Navy, often preying on remote islands like Jim, leaving the prosperous ones untouched. This made capturing him exceedingly difficult. To think that he would target Jim Island and slaughter so many. This fool is courting death. Were it not for my command of a mere small warship, I would make him pay dearly. The colonel muttered under his breath. The navigator interjected awkwardly. Perhaps your intervention won't be necessary, sir. Why is that? The colonel inquired, taken aback. Because, the navigator hesitated before continuing, the Hageman pirate crew no longer exists. What? The colonel's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the navigator. How could the Hageman pirate crew have vanished overnight? They were just raiding the island yesterday. And now they are gone? What sort of madness is this? Indeed, sir, the navigator affirmed. According to reports from the Marines who ventured to Jim Island, Ronan single-handedly annihilated the entire Hageman crew upon his arrival. The navigator's demeanor reflected a mix of unease and fear. After all, the Hageman crew, while not as powerful as those in the New World, were nonetheless significant figures in the first half of the Grand Line. To see such a large crew, over 1,000 strong, completely obliterated in a place like Jim Island was staggering, although this was a case of pirate infighting. Ultimately benefiting the Navy and the world government, the fact that such a ruthless individual as Ronan was responsible sent shivers down his spine. The very reason they were tracking Ronan was to confront him, and the thought of facing such a formidable foe filled him with trepidation. The colonel gasped in astonishment. His gaze fixed on the navigator. Seeing the navigator nod solemnly confirmed that he was not being deceived. Such significant news could not be fabricated. He could easily verify the reports with the returning Marines. Yet, the notion that the vast Hageman pirate crew had been eradicated in a single night left him in a state of bewilderment. How could such a large pirate crew simply cease to exist? Is Ronan truly that terrifying? The colonel stammered, his speech faltering. A crew of over 1,000 pirates. Even standing still would take considerable time to eliminate, let alone a band of ruthless marauders, and the Hageman brothers are no weaklings. Sir, this only attests to Ronan's might. The navigator replied gravely. I urge you not to take offense, but once our two esteemed superiors arrive, it would be prudent for us to keep our distance. Their battles are beyond our capacity to intervene, and even the residual shockwaves could threaten our lives. Indeed, the colonel felt no resentment towards the navigator's caution. On the contrary, he found solace in his words. He had perused some intelligence on Ronan, who was known to wield conqueror's hockey. Should they approach too closely? The aftermath of any battle could very well prove fatal, as Ronan's overwhelming presence might incapacitate them with sheer force. Relay the order to maintain our distance from Ronan's vessel. Upon the arrival of our two superiors, we shall retreat at once, or better yet, request a return to headquarters. The colonel declared resolutely. He would not wade into such treacherous waters, let them pursue their own fates. If the two superiors could capture Ronan, that would be splendid. If not, it was of no concern to him. He was but a minor figure, unfit to confront such a terrifying entity. Days later, the small warship trailed far behind the Wavemaster, not daring to draw closer. Upon reaching the port of Reina Island, the colonel finally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, it is Reina Island, he exclaimed. Turning to his companions, how long until our superiors arrive? Not long now. They should arrive today, the navigator replied. They are aboard a large warship from headquarters, which travels swiftly. What time is it? The colonel pressed further. It is currently 10:20 in the morning, the navigator responded. They should arrive by around 3 this afternoon. At that point, we can hand over all matters to them and complete our mission. Very well, the colonel nodded, then turned his gaze back to the anchored Wavemaster, stating solemnly, until our superiors arrive, we shall refrain from any further actions. Our sole focus should be on monitoring the vessel carrying Ronan and his party. Understood. Meanwhile, Ronan and his companions, upon disembarking on Reina Island, made their way to the finest hotel restaurant in the port city for a lavish feast. This port city of Reina was far more prosperous than the previous Jim Island, even exceeding the vibrancy of Logue Town in the East Sea. All right. Everyone seems to have had their fill, Ronan remarked, wiping his mouth with a napkin as he surveyed the satisfied faces of the girls at the table. Now, we must attend to serious matters. Elena, you should know where we can procure a permanent log post, correct? Of course. I can take you there. Elena eagerly volunteered. Although she had not visited Reina Island before, it was the closest and most bustling locale to Gem Island. And she had heard much about it over the years from various sources. She was well aware of where to find a permanent log pose. Soon after, they arrived at a shop specializing in the sale of permanent log poses, where they purchased one destined for the Sabaody archipelago. Ronan pondered for a moment and decided to acquire yet another permanent pointer, this time directing towards the City of Water. He also purchased several recording pointers as backups. Dear shopkeeper, do you have any permanent pointers for the New World available for sale? Ronan pondered for a moment before inquiring whether it would be possible to acquire a permanent compass for the New World, thus alleviating future troubles. I apologize, dear customer, but we do not sell permanent compasses for the New World here, replied the shopkeeper, a gaunt old man, shaking his head. If you wish to purchase a permanent compass for the New World, I highly recommend visiting the Sabaody archipelago, where numerous shops offer such items. Very well. Thank you for your guidance, said Ronan, acknowledging the information. Since the desired item was unavailable, he refrained from further discussion, already resolving to procure the permanent compass upon reaching the Sabaody archipelago. After settling the bill, they departed the shop with a sense of lightness. Brother Ronan, shall we take a stroll? Robin gazed at the vibrant array of shops lining the bustling street, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she proposed. Having spent such an extensive time aboard, and with our journey to the City of Water ahead, which is quite a distance, we ought to replenish our supplies. Our previous resupply at Gem Island was rather meager. Ronan cast a knowing glance at Robin, fully aware of her ulterior motive to use the pretext of stocking up on provisions to indulge in a shopping spree. Very well, he acquiesced, after all. We recently acquired a substantial amount of berries from the Hagaman pirates, sufficient for a while. Moreover, it was undeniable that they had been at sea for an extended period. Their clothing, worn and weathered by the elements, warranted a refresh. Eliana and Karuman, in particular, possessed little in the way of appealing attire, thus it seemed only fitting for them to procure some new garments. As they prepared for their expedition, Ronan suggested, let us not merely focus on essential supplies but also indulge in clothing and snacks. If our purchases exceed our capacity to carry, we can always hire someone to assist in transporting them back to the ship. Wow, Ronan, you are too generous. Let us begin forthwith. Robin, filled with excitement, exclaimed and pulled Kaluman out, while Elena and Olvia had no choice but to follow. Ronan, with his hands in his pockets, leisurely trailed behind. At that moment, at the port, a colossal vessel approached, startling Colonel and the others who were monitoring from a distance. Who could it be? The insignia resembles that of the World News Agency. The navigator exclaimed with widened eyes. What brings the World News Agency here? The colonel questioned. Puzzled, is there some significant news to report? After a moment of silence, the navigator replied, the two gentlemen are here to apprehend Ronan. Surely, that constitutes major news. The colonel was immediately alarmed. How did they find out about this? This is a covert operation, known only to headquarters. The navigator contemplated. This is the World News Agency. They have their fingers in every pie, privy to various secrets from around the globe. Furthermore, I sense something unusual about the ship that has come from the World News Agency. Bring me the telescope. The colonel commanded, and a messenger promptly handed him a monocular. He took it and gazed at the ship docking at the port, immediately spotting the commotion on board. A towering albatross, adorned with a top hat and significantly taller than the average person, descended from the ship, flanked by a group of individuals clad in black. Following them were numerous reporters, wielding cameras and recording devices, proceeding directly towards the port city. Upon witnessing this scene, the colonel stood frozen in shock. Morgans, he murmured, his eyes wide with astonishment. I can't believe Morgans has come in person. What? Morgans is here personally? The navigator was equally taken aback. Who is Morgans? He is the underground king of the New World, the president of the World News Agency, commanding nearly 90% of global media. Although his personal strength may not be formidable, the influence he wields through media is genuinely frightening. Even the world government must regard him with respect. He has significant ties to the celestial dragons, and the World News Agency itself has investments from their families. Not only is he the underground sovereign of the New World, but he also possesses immense influence across the seas and on the Red Line, extending to various allied nations. This illustrates just how formidable he is. Now, this underground king has personally arrived at Reina Island. Though Reina Island may seem prosperous, to someone of Morgan's stature, it means little. The most flourishing places in this world are the New World, the Red Line, and Mariewa, not Reina Island. Why has he come here? The colonel and his companions exchanged worried glances, sensing an impending crisis. Quickly, inform the two gentlemen of this development. The colonel urged. Understood. Chapter 52. World Live Broadcast? The world awaits. The news reached Zifa and Karp, who were hastening towards Reyna Island. Upon hearing the report, they merely exchanged a calm glance, the corners of their mouths curling slightly. This old bird is remarkably well-informed. Zifa chuckled. Indeed, few matters in this world can escape his notice. Karp tossed a piece of dried fish into his mouth, crunching it. Since he has already learned of our movements, there is no need to conceal our plans. This presents a perfect opportunity to formally apprehend Ronan with Morgan's presence, showcasing the might of our Navy headquarters and striking fear into all pirates. Agreed. Zifa nodded earnestly. Ever since the Golden Lioness escape, the seas have been tumultuous. Those pirates have become far bolder than before. Once we capture Ronan, let us see how they dare to act. No worries. Once this matter concludes, we can dispatch numerous officers leading fleets to suppress them across the seas. Karp laughed heartily. Dismissing the minor pirates as inconsequential, in his view, only the formidable pirates of the New World warranted his attention, alongside the imminent confrontation with Ronan. Order an increase in speed. We aim to reach Reyna Island by 2 in the afternoon. Zifa turned to a messenger and instructed. Yes, sir. The messenger responded respectfully before departing to relay the command, prompting the warship to accelerate once more. Ultimately, they arrived at the port of Reyna Island just after 2 in the afternoon. After meeting with the colonel and gathering information regarding Ronan's journey, they completed their handover. And the Colonel's group breathed a sigh of relief as they turned their ship back towards headquarters. The upcoming events were no longer their concern. They could let others stir the pot. At a luxurious hotel's grandest suite on Reyna Island, Morgan's convened with a select group of elite reporters from the headquarters of the news agency. Wearing a hat atop his bird-like head and wielding a cane, Morgan's elegantly sat at the head, surveying the reporters flanking him. You are all aware of the purpose of this gathering. Morgan's began. The Navy headquarters has dispatched 2 admiral-level forces to apprehend the notorious pirate Ronan, who is currently on this Reyna Island, with a ship, the Great Wave, docked at the port. According to my information, Zifa and Karp have just landed on Reyna Island. A battle is imminent. A reporter below raised his hand. We cannot approach the conflict between the two parties and can only observe from a distance. Will this hinder our ability to receive the latest updates on the situation? I have made arrangements. Morgan's replied. I have dispatched 2 hot air balloons from headquarters. You will split into 2 groups to capture aerial footage. Morgan's continued. The remaining personnel will film from the ground. This time, I want the entire world to focus on this monumental battle. You mean a world live broadcast? The reporters below gasped, their eyes wide in astonishment. Having initially believed Morgan's was merely there to record the battle for later transmission, they never anticipated he would orchestrate a live broadcast, addressing the entire world. This broadcast would reach all corners of the seas, the Red Line, and the Grand Line, with significant nations, islands, and pirate factions tuning in. The World News Agency has outdoor screens in major cities worldwide, creating an overwhelmingly vast impact. Yes, indeed, a world live broadcast. Morgan's replied confidently. Why else would I come here in person? But will the world government approve of this? A reporter hesitated. What if Ronan defeats the 2 admiral-level forces? It could yield disastrous repercussions. That is not for us to worry. Morgan's chuckled. Initially, the live broadcast was met with confidence from them. They even endorsed the idea when I proposed it, considering Zifa and Karp's personal involvement against Ronan a foolproof plan. Given this, why would I refuse? On the contrary, I eagerly anticipate such significant events. This is an illustrious opportunity for our World News Agency. Our only task is to broadcast the entirety of the battle live. The outcome is of no concern to us. Our priority is to present this monumental news to the global audience, remarked Morgan's with a hearty laugh. Indeed. The President is correct. The victor or the vanquished holds no relevance for us. We must simply perform our duties diligently. After this global broadcast, our agency's standing within the media sphere will be once again unassailable. An excited reporter exclaimed. Following this event, our share in the global news media landscape will rise from 90% to an even higher figure, leaving no room for those petty tabloids. Another reporter chuckled heartily. Therefore, with the President personally leading the charge, we must ensure our performance is exemplary. We cannot bring shame upon him. All preparations worldwide are complete. We merely await the signal to commence the live broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, let us strive diligently. Upon the successful completion of this mission, all salaries will be doubled. And there will be paid leave. Morgan's declared with a smile. Long live the President. The crowd cheered, then orderly departed the hotel, embarking on their various preparations, eagerly anticipating the onset of battle. Meanwhile, Zephyr and Carp had arrived at the bustling streets of the port city on Rena Island. Having received word that Ronan and his companions were in the vicinity, everyone, Zephyr and I will confront Ronan. You are tasked with apprehending his associates and then vacating the area of our engagement. Understood? Carp addressed the nearby Marines, focusing on a commanding rear admiral. Understood. Vice Admiral Carp, we shall comply without delay and will not hinder your efforts. The admiral responded solemnly, fully aware that the conflict between the two was beyond their intervention. Indeed, even proximity could expose them to the aftermath of the battle. Furthermore, this confrontation will be broadcasted live by the World News Agency. You are also to collaborate with the personnel on Rena Island to ensure the proper accommodation of civilians and to administer compensation and rescue efforts for any damages or injuries incurred during the conflict. Carp continued, this broadcast is aimed at the world. We must execute these tasks flawlessly, showcasing the just actions of the world government and Navy headquarters, leaving no room for criticism. You can rest assured, we know how to handle these matters. The admiral nodded in agreement. Then it is settled. Carp inhaled deeply, then exchanged a solemn glance with Zephyr before they proceeded with heavy steps toward a clothing store situated on the vibrant street, where Ronan and his companions were perusing the wares. Inside the shop, Ronan observed Robin and the others joyfully selecting an array of garments when suddenly his expression shifted, and he turned to gaze outside. The once bustling street had fallen eerily silent as throngs of people hastily fled, clearing the entire thoroughfare. Ah, at last, they have arrived. Ronan smiled faintly, a hint of an enigmatic expression gracing his lips. Chapter 53. The world is shaken. The live broadcast commences. What is the matter, Ronan? Olvia, who stood beside him and had not participated in the selection of garments, noticed the expression on his face and immediately inquired. A high-ranking official from the Navy headquarters has come to see me. Upon hearing this, Olvia was taken aback. Then, what shall we do? The news of a prominent figure from the headquarters visiting left her feeling quite anxious. The reverence the world held for the Navy headquarters was immense, and the fact that Ronan had mentioned it was a high-ranking official only intensified her surprise and concern. It's nothing to worry about. Ronan shook his head, his countenance serene as he addressed Olvia. Please summon Robin and the others, but make sure to keep a safe distance and remain vigilant. There may be others who will act against you, yet I shall leave you something for your protection. As he spoke, Ronan deftly drew his Zanpakuto, swiftly completing its release, and handed it to Olvia, saying, take this blade. Even if you lack the skill to wield it, fear not, for it will automatically shield you. The Zanpakuto was under Ronan's command, effortlessly controlled by his formidable spiritual power. Very well, Olvia replied, grasping the Zanpakuto before hastily making her way towards Robin and the others to summon them. Brother Ronan, I heard from Mother that someone from the Navy headquarters has arrived. Robin anxiously glanced at Ronan, while the others wore expressions of deep concern. Indeed. Ronan nodded reassuringly, but you need not worry. Everything will be fine with me around. The group exchanged hesitant nods, yet the unease in their eyes remained, as they harbored some apprehension about the newcomers. Let us go and discover who has arrived. With that, Ronan turned and strode purposefully toward the entrance of the shop, followed closely by the women. Outside, the once bustling street had transformed into an eerie desolation, nearly devoid of life. The shops lining the sides had shuttered their doors, and under the strict orders of the Navy, no citizen dared to resist. At one end of the street, two imposing figures approached with an overwhelming, oppressive presence, their sheer might casting a palpable aura of terror that enveloped the entire thoroughfare, making it difficult to breathe. Are these two of admiral-level strength? Ronan raised his brow, his gaze flickering as he turned to the two individuals, Admiral Zephyr and Vice Admiral Garp. Oh, from a distance. The two heard Ronan's whispered words, exchanging glances and breaking into smiles. Who would have thought that the illustrious Ronan actually recognized us both? The legendary naval hero Garp and the formidable Admiral Zephyr, their names resonate across the seas. Who does not know them? Ronan wore a smile at the corners of his mouth, exhibiting no signs of tension, as if engaging in a casual conversation. However, his words left the girls behind him utterly astounded. The naval hero, Admiral Carp? Karaman stammered, gazing in disbelief at the two approaching figures. Admiral Zephyr? Elena echoed, her expression one of sheer shock. She could hardly fathom that such renowned individuals had come to confront Ronan. Truly, they were formidable figures from the headquarters. Nearby, Robin was also struck speechless, having anticipated that the prominent figures arriving might be mere rear admirals, never expecting these two titans. Olvia, on the other hand, gripped the blade Ronan had entrusted to her tightly, her body tense, clearly on edge. Ronan, is it really going to be all right? Olvia inquired softly. Rest assured. Everything will be fine. Please maintain some distance, and remember my words. There is nothing to worry about. Ronan waved his hand and nodded towards a few individuals, indicating for them to step aside. Such a battle was far beyond their capabilities. Even the residual waves of combat could claim their lives in an instant. All right. Just be careful, Olvia remarked, taking a deep breath as she hurriedly urged Robin and the others to retreat. Ronan, you must be cautious. Robin called out anxiously to Ronan before departing. Ronan merely gestured calmly with his hand, exuding an air of composure and confidence. Truly, he was a prodigious talent renowned across the seas and the Grand Line. Karp regarded Ronan with admiration. Had it not been for the blood of countless Marines staining his hands, he would have held him in even higher esteem. This mere child, only 11 years of age, displayed an astonishing level of poise in their presence, which was almost unbelievable. If he were to mature, he could rival not only Rox and Roger but perhaps even the formidable figure lurking behind the world government. Yet, it was precisely this potential that rendered him exceedingly dangerous. Particularly as an adversary of the world government, he could not be left unchecked. A resolution crystallized in Karp's mind. This individual must be apprehended and eternally confined in the lowest depths of Impel Down. Beside him, Zifa gazed at Ronan with equal astonishment. Although the battle had yet to commence, this was his first encounter with the illustrious young prodigy. Ronan's demeanor was indeed impressive. Such talent surpassed anything he had witnessed in all his years at the Naval Academy, even eclipsing his most exceptional students, Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borsellino. What a pity, Zifa sighed. If only you were one of us in the Navy, your boundless potential would serve to champion our justice. Ronan smiled lightly. As for the justice of the Navy, I cannot proclaim it myself. Let others of the Navy undertake the task. As for me, I yearn for a life of freedom. But enough of that. Discussing it is a waste of time. These two prominent figures have come here to confront me, and it is unlikely they merely wish to engage in idle chatter. Upon hearing these words, Karp and Zephyr exchanged glances, their presence suddenly radiating a formidable intensity as they fixed their piercing gazes upon Ronan. Ronan, they declared. Do you confess to the crimes of slaughtering Navy personnel and numerous officers? I do. Robin nodded calmly. Indeed, it was I who took the lives of those individuals. The precise number eludes me. As for the claim that I was provoked, they were the ones who instigated me, bringing about their own misfortune. I shall refrain from further justification. Are you here to apprehend me? Then by all means, proceed. Zifa scoffed, his gaze imbued with profound authority, since you have confessed. Surrender yourself and accompany us back to headquarters for judgment. You may yet spare your life, but you will be confined and impelled down. Should you dare to resist? Do not blame us for being ruthless. At that point, should you meet your demise at our hands, regret will come too late. Indeed, Karp concurred, Ronan. If you submit willingly, we too shall determine your fate. After the trial, you may be granted your life, albeit you will be permanently imprisoned and impelled down. For your presence poses too great a threat. Ronan broke into a smile, yet he refrained from responding, instead directing his curious gaze towards another direction. Ronan gazed up at the sky, where two enormous hot air balloons drifted gracefully above the azure expanse. Individuals aboard these balloons were wielding cameras, directing their lenses toward him. Not only in the sky, but even atop a nearby high-rise, people equipped with various devices were also focusing their attention on him. To his astonishment, they had managed to capture this operation against him on film. Were they planning to record the moment of his capture and broadcast it to the world? What a cunning scheme, Ronan remarked. No, this is not a recording. It's a live broadcast. Zephyr grinned broadly, his eyes brimming with confidence. Morgan has personally come here with a team, solely to stream the footage of your apprehension to the entire world. At this very moment, I imagine people from all corners of the globe are witnessing this scene, not only from the four seas, but also from the Red Earth continent and all the nations and islands along the Grand Line. They are all observing this moment. Ronan, you shall be brought to justice before the watchful eyes of the world to demonstrate the might of our Navy, Karp declared resolutely. A live broadcast to the entire world? What an extravagant spectacle. Ronan couldn't help but chuckle, deliberately raising his hand to wave at the camera, as if greeting the entire world. Hello, people of the world. Boom. The crowd across the globe erupted in astonishment. Chapter 54. Global Discussions. Ronan's extraordinary charisma. This child is so arrogant. Unbelievably presumptuous. I've heard he has killed quite a number of Marines. I know this person. His name is Ronan, merely an 11-year-old boy. Yet he boasts a bounty of 15 billion berries. 15 billion berries? How terrifying. In the central square of Logetown, East Blue, a massive crowd gathered before the enormous live broadcast screen. Upon catching Ronan's confident gaze and his casual wave, the atmosphere ignited with fervent discussions. Meanwhile, in the West Sea, North Sea, and South Sea, countless individuals were captivated by the live broadcast, debating Ronan's audacity, particularly his insolence in the face of two high-ranking Marine officers. However, with explanations from those familiar with Ronan's reputation, they soon became astonished by his formidable nature. Some bounty hunters, witnessing this scene, felt a chill run down their spines. Secretly relieved that they had foolishly sought trouble with Ronan, especially since even two prominent figures from the Marine headquarters were personally pursuing him, certainly beyond their means to handle. In the Grand Line, the islands in the first half were equally abuzz with chatter. In Alabasta, the king and his pregnant queen watched the live broadcast, sighing in contemplation. On Judiciary Island, high-ranking officials glared at Ronan with furrowed brows, their faces dark with fury, as they observed Ronan's utter disregard for the Navy, wishing they could tear him apart. In the Sabaody archipelago, the celestial dragons gathered, looking down at the broadcast with disdain. The Navy truly is inept. To deal with a mere child, they dispatched Garp and Zephyr. How pathetic. Indeed, I must mention this to the five elders next time. Capturing a child should not demand such effort. What a bunch of fools. By the way, that so-called Golden Lion has escaped from Impel Down. Are those guards and the warden completely brainless? They should be replaced. What use are these lowly individuals if they can't manage such trivial matters? This Ronan seems quite entertaining. Hehe, once captured, I shall demand him as my personal slave. Haha, splendid idea. Let me borrow him too. I want to ride him like a horse. At the Marine headquarters, in the Grand Conference Room, the enormous screen also displayed the live footage. Seated at the forefront was none other than Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong, accompanied by Admiral Tsuru and Admiral Sengoku, who had just returned from the New World. The atmosphere was tense, with silence prevailing, as the importance of this battle loomed large. It was a live broadcast aimed at the entire world. If they could successfully capture Ronan, it would undoubtedly enhance the Navy's reputation and instill fear among all pirates across the seas and the Grand Line. In the New World, the battle between Whitebeard and Kaido had already concluded, both parties keenly observing this confrontation. Ha ha ha, this little fellow is becoming increasingly formidable. Whitebeard laughed heartily, sipping his drink. Previously, he only faced a rear admiral. Now he must contend with an admiral-level force. Garp is more than just a rear admiral. And they are both coming at him together. This lad is in for a test. In Kaido's territory, the imposing figure of Kaido sat majestically, surrounded by a throng of subordinates. This Ronin possesses quite the prowess. I've heard his bounty has soared to 15 billion berries. Kaido remarked quietly. Indeed, Captain. A similarly robust subordinate replied. Despite his young age, Ronan is genuinely formidable. Nearly 2,000 Marines have perished at his hands, including several officers. It seems the Marine headquarters is serious about this, sending both Zephyr and Garp to deal with him. Well, it appears this little rascal won't be escaping this time. Kaido raised an eyebrow, shaking his head. These two are no trifles. Even Roger in his prime might not have been a match for their combined strength. Haha, it seems the outcome is already determined. Let us just enjoy the spectacle. A subordinate interjected, however, with this live broadcast aimed at the world. If Ronan is captured, it could significantly bolster the Navy's reputation, affecting not only the four seas but even our New World. Ha ha ha, the New World belongs to us, the major pirates. How could the capture of a mere child like Ronan easily influence us? You overestimate it. Kaido scoffed. And the Big Mom pirates. Charlotte Lin continued to indulge in exquisite desserts, her gaze fixated on the live broadcast, contemplating the potential ramifications of Ronan's capture on the global landscape. She shared a similar sentiment with Kaido, recognizing that capturing Ronan would indeed impact the world order and deliver a substantial blow to the pirates, substantially enhancing the Navy's reputation. However, influencing the New World seemed improbable. The Navy has made a clever move, broadcasting their attempt to capture Ronan to the world. That old bastard Steelbone Kong and Tsuru must have devised this strategy. I wonder how many favors Morgan's received for personally visiting Reina Island. Speaking of the five elders, in Mary Geos, they observed Ronan's arrogant demeanor on screen, truly a slap in the face to the world government. One robust elder spoke expressionlessly. No need to be angered by this. The shorter, stockio elder smirked darkly, let him revel in his arrogance, with Garp and Zephyr in action. Do you think he can elude capture? Indeed, the more he flaunts his bravado now, the more humiliating his downfall will be. The lean elder added solemnly. When the time comes for his trial, it will deliver a tremendous blow to those pirates. Let us wait and see. I am quite eager to witness the expressions of the pirates watching the live broadcast when Ronan is captured. The two remaining elders murmured. Let us await the spectacle. Across the world, many pirates were glued to this scene. Upon seeing Ronan, they were instantly captivated, simultaneously admiring his extraordinary charisma and hoping he could triumph over the two prominent marine figures, while also expressing concern. As Ronan appeared merely a child, could he truly stand against two legendary marine commanders? On Reyna Island, after greeting the world, Ronan turned back to face the two adversaries. Speaking earnestly, the pleasantries have been exchanged. Now, let us commence in earnest. Since you refused to surrender, let us see what you are truly capable of. Zephyr growled, preparing to join forces with Garp. Unlike his previous confidence during the West Sea incident, he now opted for a cautious approach. Determined to collaborate with Garp to ensure Ronan's capture without fail. Ronan, this time, you shall not escape. Kapu clenched his fists, an overwhelming aura surging forth from him. With a resounding boom, a peculiar substance enveloped his fists, signifying the activation of his armament haki. Beside him, Zephyr mirrored this display, his own armament haki ignited. Accompanied by the mechanical sounds of his right arm emitting a series of sharp clicks, indicating his intent to strike with full force and swiftly subdue Ronan. Meanwhile, Ronan's form began to levitate slowly, his feet dangling in the air as he clasped his hands behind his back. Exuding an air of effortless grace as he gazed at the two. He drifted towards them, tauntingly declaring, "Go ahead and strike. I fear that if you delay any longer, there will be no opportunity left when I decide to act." Ronan's voice was unadorned yet imbued with unparalleled confidence, exuding an air of imperious dominance that seemed to disregard all else. Even in the presence of two formidable figures renowned throughout the world, he displayed not a hint of trepidation. Instead, he boldly approached his adversaries. This audacity elicited profound admiration from all the spectators and factions present. Indeed, this Ronan possessed an extraordinary charisma, truly worthy of prompting the Navy headquarters to dispatch two admirals to confront him. Remarkably, he was but 11 years of age. If he were to mature further, would he not become a force of nature? How terrifying, indeed, this Ronan's indomitable spirit. A confrontation is imminent. Look. Boom. Chapter 55. The battle begins. Ronan versus Zephyr and Garp. A thunderous roar resounded. Ronan's conqueror's haki descended with tremendous force, aiming to subdue the two opponents before him. In response to the overwhelming pressure exerted by Ronan's haki, both Garp and Zephyr exhibited a glimmer of determination in their eyes, letting out low growls as they steadfastly resisted the oppressive aura with their formidable mental fortitude. The conqueror's haki, known for its ability to incapacitate multiple foes, proved less effective against individuals of extraordinary strength, particularly against top-tier naval warriors like Zephyr and Garp. Both had traversed the seas for decades, amassing unparalleled combat experience and strength. Having mastered the 6 styles of the Navy to an exceptionally high degree, perhaps even surpassing Ronan's own prowess. In addition to their mastery of the 6 styles, both warriors possessed haki. Garp, in particular, wielded both armament and observation haki, complemented by a repertoire of other formidable techniques that solidified their status as the pinnacle of naval power. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for them to withstand Ronan's conqueror's haki. Otherwise, their confidence in capturing him would be unfounded. Haha, young man. Do you think possessing conqueror's haki makes you invincible? Garp laughed heartily, shaking off the oppressive force of Ronan's haki. With his observation haki activated, he had anticipated Ronan's suppressive maneuver. As his words echoed, he charged toward Ronan. Zephyr, let's coordinate our attack, Garp declared, his iron fist barreling toward Ronan. Taste my punch. As Garp's massive fist ascended, Ronan raised an eyebrow. He too possessed observation haki, recently acquired on Gem Island, and it seemed the Navy was still unaware of this development. This encounter with Garp, who also wielded observation haki, presented an opportune moment to test its effectiveness. As Ronan made a swift motion, his figure gracefully glided to the side, his hands resting behind him without a hint of movement, effortlessly evading Garp's formidable iron fist. Garp, taken aback, could hardly comprehend the situation. His strike, bolstered by the power of observation haki, was intended to predict Ronan's actions and perfectly obstruct his intended direction. He had assumed that, even if he could not completely vanquish Ronan, the blow would at least leave him somewhat disarrayed. Yet, Ronan had eluded it with remarkable ease. How could this be? Garp stared incredulously at Ronan, before suddenly exclaiming, "Observation haki? You possess this ability as well?" This was not mentioned in the previous intelligence reports. Could you have mastered it recently? Behind him, Zephyr, who had initially prepared to assist Garp, stood astonished, forming a triangular standoff with Garp and Ronan. Observation Haki? This Ronin possesses it too. This complicates matters. Zephyr, lacking the ability of observation Haki and only wielding armament Haki, understood the profound implications of such a disparity in their confrontation. It was fortunate that Karp had the foresight of observation Haki. Otherwise, facing Ronan alone might have proven disastrous. Zephyr's internal vigilance heightened, and he regarded Ronan with newfound seriousness, a prodigious talent that defied conventional understanding, one that should not be underestimated due to his youth. To do so would be perilous, potentially leading to his demise, akin to the numerous Marine soldiers and officers who had fallen before him. Taking a deep breath, Zephyr intoned, "Karp, since our opponent also wields observation Haki, we must tread carefully, and let us not forget that Ronan is capable of flight." "I certainly have not forgotten," Karp replied, his demeanor grave as he regarded Ronan with increased caution. "Indeed, he can fly, as noted in the intelligence from the East Blue Branch. However, our priority must be to jointly overpower him before addressing anything else. We have prepared contingencies for his potential escape, have we not?" "Indeed. Now, Karp, my old friend, we must unleash our true capabilities in this battle. There is no need for further probing. Let us strike with full force," Zephyr declared earnestly. "Yes. Others should begin their actions too. Let us take our turn," Karp softly affirmed, his eyes widening as he focused intently on Ronan. "Attack. Cannon blast." With a resounding boom, Zephyr's right arm transformed, revealing a colossal cannon that unleashed a powerful shot toward Ronan. The mechanical arm generated immense force, propelling the projectile with great speed. Meanwhile, Karp had swiftly maneuvered to Ronan's side, activating his observation Haki to exert relentless pressure on Ronan, ensuring that any attempt to evade the cannon would bring him face to face with Karp's assault. Ronan, on his part, has removed his left hand from behind his back, grasping a long blade, the Sunwell sword, executing a technique from the flowing cloud swordsmanship, and directly cleaving towards the incoming cannonball with no intention of evasion whatsoever. "Let it begin." Ronan let out a soft exclamation as his blade cleaved through the massive cannonball, astonishingly slicing it in two. The severed halves of the projectile flew apart from his sides, soaring a considerable distance before crashing into several shops along the street, ultimately landing with a resounding thud that created a substantial crater in the ground. "What a formidable cannonball!" Ronan glanced at the slightly warped edge of his Nicaran blade and then turned his gaze towards Zephyr, remarking, "You managed to coat the cannonball with armament Haki. Achieving a detached attack with armament Haki is no simple feat. Your prowess is indeed impressive." I hadn't anticipated your swordsmanship to be so formidable." "It truly cannot be underestimated," Zephyr replied, though internally he was taken aback. The force of his cannon was not something that could be easily withstood. And yet Ronan not only endured it but also severed the Haki-imbued projectile, an exceedingly terrifying feat from the length of Ronan's blade. It was evident that he did not wield armament Haki. The fact that he could slice through a cannonball reinforced with Haki without any enhancement was bewildering. Zephyr possessed the cunning ability to apply Haki to his mechanical right hand and cannonball, launching them instantaneously, and with his absolute mastery over Haki, he was able to extend threads of Haki to cover the detached projectile. However, this could only be executed over a short distance, as was the case here. Ronan was not far from him. Even so, it still failed to subdue Ronan, which left him somewhat sighing. This Ronan was truly a monster. Chapter 56. Dominant Overpowering. Marine Action. Kapu shared a similar sentiment, yet there was no time for contemplation. After Zephyr's failed attack, Kapu charged forward once more, initiating a new wave of assault against Ronan, intending to wear him down through relentless combat. While Kapu and Ronan clashed, Zephyr refrained from employing cannonball attacks and instead readied his mechanical right hand, his eyes gleaming as he focused on Ronan. "You are also a devil fruit user. I presume you still harbor some fear of sea prism stone, eh? Allow me to introduce you to the taste of my sea prism stone bullets." "Kapu, get back!" Zephyr suddenly shouted, startling Kapu, who quickly retreated. He had been under pressure in his battle with Ronan, and it was evident that Ronan had yet to unleash his full power, at least. He had not utilized the capabilities of his burning fruit, but was relying solely on his swordsmanship to contend with him, which was utterly terrifying. As Kapu withdrew, Zephyr launched his attack. Bang, bang, bang. Like a divine machine gun, Zephyr's right hand unleashed a torrential barrage of bullets, aimed indiscriminately at Ronan from all angles, leaving no opportunity for evasion. Even with observation Haki, one could not evade such a relentless hail of bullets. "Ha ha ha, Ronan, how will you respond now?" Zephyr laughed triumphantly, as if he could already envision Ronan succumbing to the onslaught of his sea prism stone bullets. Kapu wore an expression of delight. He could hardly fathom how anyone could evade such a terrifying attack. Should Ronan fail to evade, as a devil fruit user, being struck by the sea prism stone bullets would render him powerless, making their mission to capture him a certainty, allowing them to return to Marineford for judgment and strike fear into the hearts of all pirates, thus elevating the reputation of the Marines. On Ronan's side, he too comprehended the gravity of the situation. His rudimentary observation hockey was operating at high speed. Yet it still could not foresee a method to evade the deluge of bullets entirely. If evasion was not an option, then perhaps he need not evade at all. Did they truly believe that such an assault could defeat him? Ronan's lips curled into a faint smile. The power of the burn fruit should be able to incinerate these bullets completely, shouldn't it? However, that does not seem entirely safe. To prevent any stray bullets from causing me harm, I shall employ the Navy's 6 styles. Ronan desired to ascertain whether High-Loose Stone could genuinely restrain him. Iron block, he proclaimed, and in that moment, his body became as unyielding as steel. Simultaneously, an infinite conflagration ignited upon him, erupting into a colossal fireball that enveloped him entirely. Countless bullets rained down upon the fiery sphere. Even the hardest High-Loose Stone projectiles could not withstand this terrifying blaze. It is worth noting that Ronan's flame fruit had attained a commendable level, reaching level 9, nearly maxing out at level 10. This represented an extraordinarily intense and formidable flame, with few substances in the world capable of resisting such incinerating power. Armament hockey? Elementalization by a Logia-type fruit user? Without prior combat experience, one could only speculate whether elemental users could be consumed by flames. However, Ronan was inclined to believe that it would not pose a significant issue. Numerous bullets continued to pierce the fireball, most being reduced to ashes by the flames. A minority, as Ronan had anticipated, managed to slip through the fiery blockade and struck his body. The suppressive capability of High-Loose Stone against fruit users manifested immediately, where the High-Loose Stone bullets impacted. A numbing force seeped into his body, inducing a sense of weakness akin to that of a debilitating skill, a pervasive fatigue coursing through him. Yet, the iron block technique of the Marine 6 styles was equally in effect, effectively halting the bullets. Had they breached his skin, they could indeed have posed a serious threat to Ronan. However, after the bullets ricocheted off his ironclad skin and fell to the ground, Ronan's weary form began to recover rapidly. It was merely a fleeting moment of weakness, a trivial concern for him. Kapu and Zephyr gazed intently at the figure of Ronan engulfed in flames. Initially, they had hoped to witness his defeat, but the reality left them utterly astonished. They exchanged bewildered glances and exclaimed, "Iron block. This is a technique from the Marine 6 styles. This fellow has indeed mastered it. Damn it. Where did he learn such skills?" Their frustration mounted, after so much effort to penetrate the fiery barrier and strike Ronan. They were dismayed to find their bullets thwarted by their own marine techniques. Given the brief contact, they could not harbor great expectations for the bullets that had been deflected. The lack of visible effect on Ronan was glaringly apparent. Kapu clenched his teeth and muttered, "This guy is exceedingly troublesome." "Indeed," Zephyr nodded, reluctantly conceding that Ronan was one of the most formidable adversaries he had ever encountered. Even Roger and Rox, when they fought together, had not proven as challenging. It is crucial to remember that they had combined their strengths. Ronan's flames suddenly receded, revealing his true form. The steel-like appearance gradually faded, restoring his original visage, serene and unscathed. "Is this all the prowess you possess?" Ronan, with a swift motion of his sword, stepped forward and gazed at the two individuals, solemnly declaring, "Since you have made your moves so many times, it is now my turn, is it not? Let me witness the true strength of the 2 strongest forces of the Navy. Be cautious. Give it your all." Karp and Zephyr reminded each other before once again engaging in battle with Ronan. However, this time, as the two confronted Ronan simultaneously, they were instantly overwhelmed by his prowess. With sheer mastery of swordsmanship, Ronan single-handedly subdued the pinnacle of Navy power. Following this confrontation, the title of the world's greatest swordsman unequivocally belonged to Ronan. It is worth noting that this battle was witnessed by the entire populace of the world, under the gaze of countless eyes and myriad forces. Ronan's extraordinary swordplay vanquished both opponents. Henceforth, no one would dare to claim the title of the world's greatest swordsman in Ronan's presence. He believed himself to be the second best in swordsmanship, and none would dare to assert otherwise. Swish. Bang. Ronan deftly evaded Karp's powerful punch, swiftly bringing his sword down upon Zephyr, who was momentarily unable to evade the strike. With a sharp sound, Zephyr's armored right hand, enveloped in the might of Haki, was forcefully severed by Ronan's blow. No. Zephyr's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly retreated, horror dawning upon him as he beheld his severed arm. His countenance darkened significantly. That mechanical right hand was his primary weapon in battle. With its destruction, his combat prowess had plummeted by nearly 70%. How could he possibly continue to fight now? Ronan is no ordinary pirate. He is an extraordinarily formidable warrior, capable of contending with both him and Carp without faltering, and even managing to suppress the two of them. However, with his current strength greatly diminished, how can he possibly continue this battle? Similarly, Carp, upon witnessing Ronan sever Zifa's mechanical right arm, immediately ceased his engagement with Ronan and retreated, his expression grim as he gritted his teeth. He then sighed and hastened to Zifa's side, inquiring, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. But this Ronan is truly tenacious," Zifa replied through clenched teeth. "It appears that the two of us are indeed unable to subdue him. My mechanical arm has been destroyed, and my combat efficacy has plummeted. You alone cannot contend with him." Indeed, Carp frowned deeply and added, "The Marines must have begun their assault as well. They should have already gained the upper hand. A major from headquarters is leading the charge against a few relatively weak women. If they cannot handle this situation, it would be utterly disgraceful. I hope they succeed," Zifa said, his gaze flickering as he looked into the distance, where Olvia and Robin were positioned, evading the battlefield. Noticing their attention, Ronan smiled slightly. While engaged in battle, he had been keeping a watchful eye on the situation with Olvia, intending to strike at her when he was unable to attend to her directly, nothing more than a foolish notion. Chapter 57. The Adoration of the Women. The Navy's Predicament. Approximately 1,000 meters away from the battlefield involving Ronan, Zifa, and Carp, there lay a relatively open intersection, marking the exit of a bustling street. Here, Olvia stood with several girls, gazing intently at the fierce battle unfolding in the center of the street, where Ronan fought valiantly. "Mom, Ronan, he won't come to harm." "Will he?" Robin furrowed her brow tightly, her eyes reflecting a hint of worry. "Everything will be fine. It must be fine," Olivia reassured her. "Surely. You are aware of his capabilities. Throughout our journey from the West Sea to the East Sea, and now onto the Grand Line. Has there ever been a peril he could not overcome? Indeed, Brother Ronan is exceedingly formidable. Just look at how, even when they join forces, they have yet to gain the upper hand against him." In Robin's heart, certainty blossomed as she observed the three combatants, particularly when she witnessed Ronan single-handedly overpowering his two opponents. Her spirit surged with excitement. Indeed, at this moment, Elena's face mirrored her exhilaration. "Robin, I had my doubts about Ronan's prowess when you spoke of him, especially considering he faces the legendary heroes, Carp and Admiral Zephyr. Yet, I am astonished by his true capabilities." Elena was well aware of Ronan's might. After all, had he not intervened on Jim Island, her village would have been left vulnerable to the merciless massacre by the Hegman pirate crew. Furthermore, she understood that Ronan was a notorious pirate with a staggering bounty of 1.5 billion berries, a testament to his undeniable strength. However, being a resident of Jim Island, situated within the Grand Line, her understanding of the Navy was profoundly deepened, particularly concerning the elite warriors of Marine headquarters at Marineford. Carp, hailed as the hero of the Navy, had once clashed with the formidable Rocks and the Pirate King, Roger, earning his legendary reputation across the Grand Line. Admiral Zephyr, a stalwart of the Navy, commanded respect not only in the first half of the Grand Line, but also among the top pirates of the New World, who approached him with utmost seriousness. And now, what was unfolding before them? Ronan, a mere adolescent, despite bearing numerous titles such as the 15 billion berries bounty and the infamous Demon's Son, remains fundamentally a child. Yet he is compelled to confront an immense pressure that few can withstand. One must ponder, in this vast world, which great pirate could confront two peak naval forces single-handedly. Remarkably, Ronan has achieved this feat. Not only has he withstood their onslaught, but he has also managed to overpower them, single-handedly subduing both adversaries. Truly astonishing. At this moment, Elena gazes at him with unbridled admiration. Her reverence for Ronan was already profound, but witnessing his unparalleled prowess has indelibly etched his invincible image and extraordinary charisma into her very soul. Meanwhile, Karuman, who has only recently joined the Traveler pirate crew, has yet to witness Ronan's strength firsthand. Previously, during their time in the East Sea, she could only observe from afar as he descended from the giant wave, effortlessly annihilating the East Sea fleet. Her imagination was her only means to comprehend his might. During their stay at Jim Island, she and Olvia awaited outside the village, missing the opportunity to witness his formidable sword energy in action. However, at this moment, she bears witness to his prowess. Though she is less familiar with Carp and Zephyr than Elena, she has certainly heard of them. After all, the Navy and the world government maintain a tight grip on their propaganda. Now, Witnessing Ronan's strength firsthand has alleviated her initial concerns, and she, along with Olvia and others, waits at a safe distance for the battle's conclusion, hoping for Ronan's triumphant return. Among the group, Olvia appears the most composed. As the eldest, she must maintain her calm demeanor. Her anxiety would only agitate the others. Clutching the soul-cutting sword Ronan entrusted to her, she remains vigilant, monitoring the battle while keeping an eye on their surroundings to thwart any potential threats. Her concerns are not unfounded, for Ronan is currently dominating the fight, and the opposing forces, desperate to turn the tide, might resort to using her and the others as leverage against him. Given the Navy's recent onslaught against Ohara, Olvia has ceased to view them as paragons of absolute justice. Thus, her caution is well placed. As her worries materialize, a squad of fully armed Marines encircles them, led by a stern-looking Rear Admiral, draped in a naval coat. Rear Admiral Sabuty's heart is cold. He had once held unwavering faith in Karp and Zephyr. Like any naval officer, he was confident in their mission to capture Ronin. Yet this extraordinary youth has defied expectations, withstanding the might of 2 seasoned veterans and shocking the entire Navy and the world by overpowering them. This revelation shakes Sabuty to his core, compelling him to implement a final contingency plan. This plan, as Olvia surmised, involves capturing those closest to Ronin to coerce him into submission. He would only resort to such desperate measures if absolutely necessary. No one desires to tarnish their honor in such a manner, least of all the 2 esteemed leaders. The Navy and the world government aim for a decisive victory over Ronin, capturing him in full view of the global populace, rather than resorting to underhanded tactics. After all, this battle is being broadcasted live worldwide. Sabuty sighs, contemplating that if the world government and headquarters had foreseen the situation's escalation, they would have never permitted Morgans to broadcast this confrontation. The Navy finds itself in an untenable position, having invested so much. Abandoning the pursuit of Ronin would result in an embarrassment of monumental proportions. How could they retreat after being defeated? What would the allied nations and the pirates of the New World think? What would the myriad small pirate crews across the seas say? How would the common folk watching the broadcast react? Such a farce would be intolerable, and they must seize Ronin without hesitation, or risk incurring the ridicule of the entire world. Even resorting to despicable actions seems preferable to allowing this opportunity to slip away. Sabuty receives word from headquarters. A message from Admiral Sengoku, instructing him to bear the responsibility alone. This means that once he successfully captures Ronin's close associates and coerces him, he alone will be held accountable, ensuring that the world knows this was Sabuty's unilateral decision, not a sanctioned action by the Navy or world government. While the astute may discern the truth, the common folk are easily misled. Sabuty sighs again, shaking off these thoughts, and, with a steely gaze, commands his troops to approach Olvia and the others, declaring, "Everyone, heed my orders. Capture these accomplices of Ronin." The Marines respond with fervent determination, their firearms trained on Olvia and her companions, encircling them with palpable hostility. Meanwhile, a team of reporters from Morgan's crew takes note of the unfolding situation, their excitement palpable as they aim their cameras at the scene. Chapter 58. The world is stunned. The crowd erupts. "Goodness!" one reporter exclaims, captivated by the spectacle. "Look over here. What is happening?" "Wait. It appears the Navy is preparing to act against Ronin's associates." Another journalist exclaims, equally exhilarated. "Quick. Aim the cameras there." The Marines seem poised to strike. "How audacious, doing this live for the world to see." A third reporter adds, disbelief mingling with excitement. "We're broadcasting live." One cameraman asserts, though hesitantly adds, "Should we inform the editor?" "Yes, we should. If the world government holds them accountable later, only the boss can withstand that pressure." The journalist beside him immediately informed Morgans via a communicator. When Morgans received the news, he was taken aback, his eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. He had not anticipated such a foolish move from the Navy, especially during a global broadcast. However, upon further reflection, he began to comprehend the situation. Just as Saboteur had surmised earlier, the Navy found itself in a precarious position. They had assumed that with 2 admirals at their disposal, capturing a mere Ronin would be effortless. Yet, unexpectedly, Ronin proved to be a formidable opponent, and the Navy encountered a significant setback. In desperation, they resorted to targeting several women associated with Ronin, seeking to regain the upper hand. Otherwise, their operation would become a laughingstock. Morgan sighed, lamenting the Navy's predicament. Nevertheless, a sly grin spread across his face. Such explosive news would undoubtedly astonish the global populace. Regardless of the outcome of the battle between the Navy and Ronin, the ultimate victor would undoubtedly be him. Morgans was indeed one of the underground kings of the New World, possessing immense power and a formidable reputation. Even among the most notorious pirates, he navigated the delicate balance between the world government and pirates, ensuring he did not offend either side. As both factions were wary of crossing him, this world broadcast had been a collaborative effort with the Five Elders and received the approval of the Celestial Dragons. Thus, the unexpected turn of events could not be pinned on him. Morgans was merely fulfilling his own duties. He promptly instructed his reporters to continue the live broadcast, assuring them not to worry about the world government's reaction, for with him at the helm, everything would be manageable. Upon receiving Morgan's response, the reporters felt a wave of relief wash over them and eagerly resumed their coverage, capturing the astonishment of viewers worldwide. What was happening? It appeared that, unable to subdue Ronan, the Navy had turned its attention to his comrades instead. Indeed, Ronan was exceptionally powerful, even with two peak combatants. The Navy could not capture him and had no choice but to confront his female associates. Was this not rather unbecoming? What was wrong with that? Ronan was a notorious pirate, and his comrades were also pirates, all of whom were listed on the bounty board. Was there any moral code to uphold against pirates? Yet, the Navy was now targeting women, including several young girls, which seemed rather beneath them. Was this the Navy? Was this the world government? The public quickly divided into two factions, fervently discussing the unfolding events. The pirates, however, reacted differently. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? This is the Navy. This is the so-called just Navy. They found it utterly disgraceful that two renowned admirals could not best an 11-year-old child, only to resort to confronting a group of defenseless women. The Navy's actions revealed their true colors. The inept Navy and the incompetent world government were ripe for overthrowing. Ronan was incredible, the son of a devil, unparalleled in power. From this day forth, he would be my idol. Following this battle, Ronan's fame would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights. Regardless of whether he was captured by the Navy, he would ascend to the ranks of legendary figures like Roger and Rox. Even if he were to be coerced into submission, it would not tarnish his reputation in the slightest. The pirates were far more animated than the ordinary citizens, who had previously been subjected to the world government's relentless propaganda vilifying pirates. Now, this scene exposed the Navy's own despicable nature, fundamentally altering public perception. Meanwhile, several prominent pirates in the New World furrowed their brows at this turn of events. Such actions would inevitably lead to a significant decline in the reputation of both the world government and the Navy. Whitebeard shook his head, declaring, this move was a misstep. The Navy? The world government? Merely a farce. Kaido smirked coldly. However, Ronan's strength truly surprises me. He managed to hold his ground against both Garp and Zephyr. I cannot underestimate him. I eagerly anticipate his arrival in the New World, at which point I shall test his might personally. Resorting to threats against the women of his pirate crew? Big Mom's expression remained impassive, her eyes glinting with disdain. The Navy is regressing. Such conduct is beneath any reputable pirate, yet they execute it with such proficiency. Aside from these three significant pirates, another figure was keenly observing the unfolding drama. Beckman. What are your thoughts on this, Ronan? Shanks inquired with interest, gazing at the live broadcast. A prodigy, Beckman replied solemnly. He is undoubtedly the most extraordinary genius I have ever encountered, merely 11 years old, yet able to confront Garp and Zephyr head-on. The Navy's current desperation only underscores his might. Unable to contend with Ronan, they resort to threatening the women of his crew. There is no alternative. The Navy cannot allow Ronan to escape this capture. His potential is too terrifying. Indeed, his potential is formidable. Shanks sighed, admiring Ronan's figure on the screen. His swordsmanship is impressive, not solely reliant on the powers of his devil fruit. Should the opportunity arise, I must engage him in a duel. Beckman expressed regret. It is unfortunate that the Navy has already targeted his companions. If they succeed, I fear neither the Navy nor the world government will wish for him to survive. Even impelled down would be beyond his reach, destined to follow in Roger's footsteps. Captain Roger fell silent. As an intern on Roger's ship, he had accompanied the captain on his journey thus far. However, after Roger's trial and execution, he had fallen into despair. Now, revitalized, he prepared to forge his own legacy in the New World. All that remained was to observe how he would navigate the challenges ahead. On Reyna Island, the scene of Olvia and the other women being encircled by Navy soldiers was broadcasted worldwide. The global audience was riveted, their attention diverted from the standoff between Ronan and Garp and Zephyr, which had come to a halt. Instead, the tension here had reached its zenith. Chapter 59, The Might of the Zanpakuto. A nation in shock. What do you intend to do? Olivia's expression darkened as she faced the encircling Navy soldiers. swiftly brandishing her Zanpakuto and positioning herself protectively in front of the girls. Mommy, what are these people? Robin and the others also turned pale. Indeed. Their intentions were far from benevolent. How shameless they were. Olvia grit her teeth. Just as she had surmised, the Navy, unable to subdue Ronan, had turned their attention to them. These soldiers were truly despicable, resorting to targeting a group of girls when they could not handle Ronan. Kuruman glared furiously at the surrounding sailors. What should we do now? Elena said anxiously, feeling utterly powerless. She was merely a novice navigator and could not even contend with an ordinary adult, let alone a band of fully armed soldiers wielding firearms. Moreover, the commanding officer of the Navy appeared to be quite formidable. We cannot let Ronan down. We must not allow him to be captured because of us. Olvia spoke in a low voice, mentally preparing for the worst. Though she held the knife that Ronan had entrusted to her, she felt a profound lack of confidence. She was just an ordinary person, even with a knife in hand. How could she possibly stand against a squad of fully armed soldiers? Especially with a seemingly powerful Navy commander leading them. At that moment, Sabuti was in no mood to waste time with Olvia and the others. He had no time to squander. The eyes of the entire world were upon them, and he was mentally prepared. There could be no further complications. If he could not subdue a group of weak women, it would be an unforgivable offense. Thus, he needed to act swiftly and capture Olvia and the others flawlessly to compel Ronan's surrender. Everyone, take them down. If they dare to resist, shoot to injure. He commanded. He was not inclined to kill. If he were to eliminate all these women, not only would he fail to force Ronan to surrender, but the enraged Ronan would wreak havoc on Reina Island, which was not his desire, nor that of the Navy headquarters. However, if they resisted, shooting to injure was permissible. Time was of the essence. Yes, Your Excellency. The sailors exchanged glances and immediately sprang into action. A few burly soldiers charged forward, reaching out to grab Olvia and her companions. Damn it. Robin's gaze turned icy, and without hesitation, she activated her devil fruit ability to attack the soldiers. Single flower, rotating blossom. A slender arm appeared from behind one of the sailors, twisting to grasp his neck, and with a snap, she broke it. Dare to resist? The sailor beside the fallen comrade, who was reaching for Olvia, immediately seethed with rage and aimed his firearm at Robin. Seeing this, Olvia felt a jolt of adrenaline. Regardless of her lack of swordsmanship, she swung her blade towards the sailor. How could she remain indifferent while he aimed to harm Robin? On the outskirts of the encirclement, Sabuti noticed the resistance and his expression darkened. They truly dared to fight back. Shoot at their legs, injure them all for capture. Yes. With that command, all the sailors surrounding Olvia and the others raised their weapons and opened fire. At that moment, the world watched in divided anticipation. As the sailors prepared to attack Olvia and her companions, the live broadcast split into two segments, allowing the audience to witness both Ronan's standoff with Zifa and Karp, and the assault on Olvia and her group. Confusion swept through the viewers. Ronan appeared unfazed, standing at ease with his hands behind his back, seemingly unaffected by the attack on Olvia and the others. Zifa and Karp bore serious expressions, focused on containing Ronan, fearful that he might rush to Olvia's aid. Yet, Ronan remained still. Why was Ronan so calm? Some spectators wondered. Did he not care for his companions? Others speculated that perhaps he had not yet realized they were under attack. Impossible, came the immediate rebuttal from others. Ronan is not an ordinary person. He must be aware of the situation. Indeed, this man possesses observation haki and even conqueror's haki, a rare ability among millions. His perception is undoubtedly formidable. He cannot be unaware of his companion's plight, declared one who clearly recognized Ronan's extraordinary capabilities. But why was he not worried? The crowd pondered. Had he abandoned them? Perhaps. They mused. He had some hidden card up his sleeve, or maybe his companions were strong enough to not require his assistance. Uncertainty lingered. The spectators were left in complete bewilderment regarding Ronan's thoughts. They decided to continue watching, eager to see his true intentions. Yes. Let us see if the Navy can succeed. They have already begun their assault. Can those women withstand such an onslaught? The sound of gunfire erupted, reverberating through the once quiet streets. The eyes of the world were fixated on the scene, hearts sinking, anticipating the heavy casualties Olvia and her companions would surely face. Yet, what transpired next was astonishing. With a blinding flash, a sword beam erupted forth. Olvia stood at the forefront, her blade raised to defend against the incoming fire. The sailors had encircled them, and Olvia became the primary target, with soldiers firing from all sides. Just as the barrage of bullets was about to strike, the sword light exploded forth. A dazzling silver beam surged from Olvia's hand, slicing through the air with an almost incomprehensible speed. The crackling sound of slicing air filled the atmosphere, and in an instant, the radiant flash subsided. The world was left in stunned silence, the audience frozen in disbelief. Chapter 60. The Annihilation of the Sailors. The collapse of the Rear Admiral. What had transpired to leave the entire populace in such a state of shock? It was quite simple. The Marine soldiers, who were fiercely attacking Olvia and her companions just moments ago, have now vanished without a trace, leaving behind only severed limbs and pools of indistinct flesh. The relentless barrage of bullets has been reduced to mere fragments, scattered within the encirclement. Remarkably, none of the women, including Olvia, have sustained any injuries. They remain unscathed. In Olvia's hand, the slender blade gleams with a menacing light, reminiscent of a ferocious beast poised to strike. What is happening? No, I have no idea. I am utterly bewildered. The sword in that woman's grasp, the blinding light it emanated, my heavens. How terrifying. That sword's radiance obliterated all the bullets and annihilated the Marine soldiers. Just look at the dismembered remains on the ground. What a fearsome weapon. Surely, it must be at least of the supreme greatsword caliber? But could even such a sword be so terrifying? Is this woman truly that powerful? This strike of hers is simply beyond belief. Could she be the world's greatest swordsman? After a brief moment of stunned silence, the global populace erupted in astonished exclamations, their eyes nearly popping out in shock at the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters in Mariewa, the sound of shattered cups echoed through the halls. Pirates watching this spectacle burst into laughter, though they too felt an unspoken dread. On Olvia's side, she stared blankly at the blade in her hand. Utterly astonished by the sheer power of the sword Ronan had entrusted to her, it was practically invincible. In the blink of an eye, the sword's luminous arc not only neutralized the barrage of bullets but also decimated all the Marines surrounding them, liberating her and her companions from their perilous situation. What an extraordinary blade! Robin exclaimed, gazing in awe at the long sword held by her mother. She had known Ronan's weapon would be formidable, but witnessing it firsthand was another matter entirely. It was hard to fathom that Captain Ronan possessed such a magnificent sword. Elena too was taken aback, shocked by the terrifying prowess the sword had just displayed. This is wonderful. With this blade, we need not fear capture by the Marines. If they cannot seize us, they cannot use us to coerce Captain Ronan, exclaimed Karuman, equally elated. Indeed, Olvia, regaining her composure, took a deep breath to quell her astonishment. Her expression turned resolute as she faced forward, aware that although they had dispelled the immediate threat, a formidable adversary still loomed. This Marine major leading the attack was certainly not an ordinary foe. Such a rank indicated immense strength and capability, and she was about to confront someone of that caliber as an ordinary person. Yet, with Ronan's powerful sword in hand, she felt no despair, only unwavering confidence. Unbeknownst to her, Subuti was equally stunned and distressed. He was the one who had witnessed this horrific scene unfold directly before him. Dozens of robust Marines had been slaughtered in an instant by the blinding radiance of Olvia's sword, even the relentless bullets reduced to mere shreds. How could these women emerge unscathed from such an onslaught? It was unfathomable. Yet, despite his shock, retreat was not an option. He had to fulfill the mission assigned to him by headquarters. I cannot believe you wield such a legendary blade. No. I have never encountered a weapon of such formidable strength. Subuti uttered solemnly, his gaze fixed warily on the sword in Olvia's hand. The sheer terror emanating from that blade left him apprehensive. He knew that even he would struggle to withstand its might. To think that even the more powerful vice admirals would falter before such a dreadful weapon. Major, since you are aware of the sword's power, for the sake of your own life, I suggest you withdraw. Olvia urged, her gaze locked on Subuti, hoping he would choose to retreat, sparing them from conflict and allowing them to await Ronan's outcome. That is impossible. Subuti replied grimly. I must capture you today. Otherwise, I will have to take action. He did not elaborate on the consequences of failure, for the outcome was predetermined. Regardless of whether he succeeded, he would be brought to justice by the world government to quell the public's outrage and restore the government's tarnished reputation. His unwavering belief in justice compelled him to fulfill his orders, even at the cost of his life. Upon hearing Subuti's words, a chill ran down Olvia's spine. She remained vigilant, fearing a sudden attack, knowing that as an ordinary person, she might not react in time. Robin, be careful, she shouted, only to realize that Subuti had already vanished. His speed was astonishing. For someone like her, the movements of this Marine major were imperceptible. As Olvia's warning echoed, Robin and the others felt a surge of anxiety upon noticing Subuti's disappearance, realizing he had initiated his assault. Faced with such a formidable enemy, they found themselves powerless, standing back to back, alert to their surroundings. Chapter 61. The Death of a Major. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The global audience remained equally focused, captivated by the unfolding drama. After the astonishing display of power, the event was not yet concluded. A Marine major still stood ready to confront Olvia and her companions. It was evident that he was undeterred by the formidable weapon and was intent on continuing his assault. Viewers watched the live broadcast with rapt attention, not daring to miss a single moment. Meanwhile, Ronan, who was in a standoff with Zephyr and Carp, suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. At that moment, Sabudi's figure reappeared to Olivia's right side. Instead of attacking Olvia directly, he lunged towards Elena, seizing her arm in an attempt to pull her away. His intentions were straightforward. The fearsome blade rendered him hesitant to confront Olvia directly. Should that sword unleash its power again, he would risk not only his life but also jeopardize his mission. After a brief moment of contemplation, he swiftly resolved to use one of his adversaries as leverage to compel Olvia to capitulate. If he could capture Elena, he would threaten her life, placing himself in an invulnerable position. As long as Olvia and the others cared for Elena's safety, his scheme would succeed. However, just as his hand was about to grasp Elena's arm, a flash of sword light emanated from Olvia's blade, slicing through the air with a swift brilliance. In an instant, Sabudi's arm was severed, falling to the ground. In that moment, he felt no pain. It was only after the shock of losing his arm that a wave of excruciating agony surged into his mind, causing him to grit his teeth in terror as he turned to face Olvia. How could she react so quickly? What was this blade? Could it be controlled by Ronan? Enduring the torment, Sabudi cried out, unable to suppress his doubts, for Olvia had never wielded a sword before. How could she command such a fearsome weapon? The only plausible explanation was the formidable Ronan. At that moment, Olvia was equally bewildered. She had hardly processed what had transpired. One moment the sword glimmered, and the next, Sabudi stood beside her, his arm severed, retreating in haste. Everything unfolded too rapidly for her to comprehend. Not only was she stunned, but the onlookers, including Robin, were equally taken aback, glancing in fear at the retreating Sabudi. They hurried to check on Elena, relieved to find her unharmed. I told you, Mr. Major. With this blade that Ronan bestowed upon me, you will never be able to harm us. At that moment, Olvia's confidence in Ronan's sword was unwavering. Sabudi was strong, and during his attack, she hadn't even been able to touch him. Yet, with the sword in hand, she had no need to worry, no matter how formidable Sabudi was. He could not harm them. The other girls shared her sentiment, their eyes gleaming as they regarded the blade. It was astonishingly powerful. Ronan was incredible, his mere absence, leaving behind only a sword, rendered the mighty Marine Major nearly impotent. Truly, he was aptly dubbed the son of the devil by the world government. How infuriating. Sabudi seethed. His expression twisted in rage. He was on the brink of collapse, glaring viciously at Olvia and her sword. Without that blade, he would have effortlessly completed his mission. Was it possible he would truly fail? No. He still had a chance. Suddenly revitalized, he inhaled deeply, allowing his countenance to regain its composure before growling. You have forced my hand. This low growl startled Olvia and the others, who hastily readied themselves for whatever he might unleash. Indeed, Sabudi had a trump card, but he had refrained from using it due to his tarnished image. This was being broadcasted worldwide. He cared little for his own reputation but could not afford to damage the Marine's standing. With a fierce shout, Sabudi began to transform, his form rapidly shifting as he became leaner, his head contorting, and a tail sprouting behind him, a manifestation of his devil fruit powers, likely of the Zoan type. After this transformation, Sabudi took on the appearance of a half-human, half-animal creature resembling a weasel. It was no wonder he had been reluctant to employ his devil fruit abilities. As a Marine Major who prided himself on justice, transforming into a weasel was indeed a blow to his image. Yet now, he could not afford to care. Completing his mission was paramount. This time, how will you stop me? Shave, he declared in a low tone, now sounding shrill and eerie. With that, he surged forward, his form vanishing swiftly, leaving behind only the echoing sound of his footsteps. Enhanced by the Marine's shave technique, Sabudi's speed was terrifying. He left no trace as he disappeared from sight. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Robin, who stood protectively in front of the endangered Elena. Sabudi had now targeted Robin, fully aware of her relation to Olvia. Holding her hostage, he believed he could secure their compliance. However, just as he was about to lay hands on her, a flash caught his attention. Olvia's sword glimmered once more, and a fierce blade of light shot forth at an astonishing speed, even faster than before. Damn it, more? Sabudi seethed, his fury boiling as a ruthless glint flickered in his bloodshot eyes. Piercing lance. I refuse to believe your sword light is invincible. He unleashed the formidable piercing lance, A powerful attack from the Marine's six styles, in a desperate attempt to counter the approaching sword light. Yet the outcome was inevitable. A barely audible hiss resonated. And this time, Sabuti was not as fortunate as before. The blade did not merely sever his hand. The sword light sliced through, cleaving his remaining hand, continuing its relentless path to bisect him entirely, pulverizing his insides in the process. The sword's dominance was unmistakable, witnessing Sabuti's gruesome fate. Not only the onlookers, but even the journalists filming from a distance gasped in shock, their eyes wide in horror as they beheld Olvia's long blade. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, a silence shared by the entire world watching through their screens. Chapter 62. Unsolvable. Ronan's reputation shakes the world. Is this blade truly that powerful? What manner of weapon is this? It was evident that this sword was immensely potent. Yet, from the Major's earlier remarks, it was clear that Ronan was the one wielding it from afar. Indeed, Ronan is remarkable. From such a distance, he can control a blade to kill. Facing even a Marine Major, who, despite his strength, resorted to using his devil fruit powers to transform into a weasel for enhanced speed. Yet still, he fell short against the sword and was cleaved in two. This Marine Major has failed. The Marine's careful calculations have crumbled. What will they do now? What can they do next? They cannot confront Ronan directly, and their underhanded tactics against his comrades have been thwarted. What other means do they have to capture him? It seems insurmountable. I fear that even two admirals may prove insufficient to apprehend Ronan. Should we summon the other admirals? Or perhaps have Admiral Steelbone intervene personally? What are you suggesting? If Admiral Steelbone were to intervene and also fail, neither the Marines nor the world government could endure such a disgraceful outcome. Very well. Then what are the Marines planning to do next? I am eager to see. Amidst the fervent discussions of the populace, there were citizens from various allied nations, scattered islanders, inhabitants of the Red Earth continent, and individuals from all corners of the globe, not to mention the notorious pirates of the Grand Line. A diverse assembly indeed. However, as the live broadcast progressed, both the common folk and the formidable pirates yearned to witness what strategies the Navy could employ against Ronan in such a dire situation. It is evident to any discerning observer that Ronan is now beyond containment. Should the Navy falter this time, Ronan will reign supreme across both the four seas and the New World. What? You mentioned the elite pirates and the underground kings of the New World? Right here. We have Morgan's. Go and ask him if he dares to utter a word of defiance before Ronan. In the midst of the gathering, Morgan's, captivated by the terrifying viewership ratings, wore an expression of unbridled joy, rubbing his hands together as he paced back and forth. This Ronan is truly my lucky star. This broadcast will earn us a fortune. My World Economic News Agency will undoubtedly cause a global sensation. Even those in the most remote areas, who were previously unaware of our agency, will now be well informed. What a tremendous windfall. Then, gazing at the live stream, he beheld the young figure of Ronan, standing proudly in the air, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of invincibility. Morgan's couldn't help but marvel at such a prodigious talent. Recognizing the sheer impossibility of provoking him, not only must we avoid antagonizing him, but we must also find every means to curry his favor. He is destined to become a veritable powerhouse of influence, perhaps even more formidable than the legendary Roger and Rox. After all, how old is he? 11 years old. Can you fathom such a remarkable being existing in this world? It is utterly terrifying. Turning away from Morgan's astonishment at Ronan's extraordinary prowess, we find two individuals standing before and behind Ronan, their expressions gravely troubled. Damn it, Saboteur has failed. Zephyr gritted his teeth, his face ashen. He had never anticipated such an outcome. It was inconceivable that Saboteur would falter. After all, Saboteur was a rear admiral and a devil fruit user, possessing profound mastery of the Navy's six styles, accompanied by dozens of elite, fully armed sailors. How could such a force fail against a few weak women, two of whom were mere children? It was preposterous. The world government and the naval headquarters were brimming with confidence, and even the countless viewers, both civilians and pirates alike, held no doubts about the fate of Olvia and her companions, believing they would be captured and used to coerce Ronan into submission. Yet, to the astonishment of many, they failed miserably, suffering a catastrophic defeat. The sailors were obliterated, and Rear Admiral Saboteur lay lifeless in the streets. The sword was drawn, its blade slicing through the air, invincible and overwhelming, leaving the populace in shock. At this moment, Zephyr was genuinely at his wit's end. How could such an insurmountable existence be possible? His gaze towards Ronan was filled with exhaustion. How could they possibly continue this fight? Standing behind Ronan, Karp felt equally drained. What could they do? They were utterly outmatched. Previously, They had employed all their tactics, confident they could suppress even 2 pirates of the New World. Yet, facing Ronin, their combined efforts were met with overwhelming resistance, leaving them utterly powerless. What could they do? Exchanging glances, Zephyr and Carp recognized the shared sense of helplessness in each other's eyes. At that moment, Ronan, suspended between them, slowly opened his eyes, his expression serene and composed, as if he were merely enjoying a quiet afternoon tea rather than engaging in battle under the scrutinizing gaze of the world. So, you intend to block my path with this ploy? Capturing Aunt Olvia and her companions to coerce me? He mused with a chuckle. Ronan's calm and serene words resonated through the live broadcast, reaching the ears of all. His final smile seemed to convey a disdain that struck a hard blow to the hearts of the naval generals and countless sailors watching, leaving them with ashen faces. Gritting their teeth in fury, as if they yearned to consume Ronan with their anger, their eyes fixed intently on the composed figure on the screen. Alas, they could only see the impotent rage. Even Carp and Zephyr, the top-tier fighters of the headquarters, were no match for Ronan. How could they hope to stand against him? Shall I kill you, or shall I capture you? With a soft thud, Ronan descended, taking a single step that caused Zephyr's complexion to shift dramatically, prompting him to retreat several paces in fright, which only deepened the spectators' lamentations. The Navy was doomed. How could General Zephyr, so intimidated, hope to confront Ronan? They would be utterly powerless against him in the future when faced with pirates on the high seas. The Devil's Child, Ronan, had emerged once more as an unparalleled sovereign of the ocean. At his current age, he was destined to surpass both Rox and the pirate King Roger. Indeed, the Devil's Child, Ronan, shall henceforth be my idol. Ronan is invincible. Chapter 63. The Navy seeks peace and alliance. The position of the 7 warlords. In Mariewa. Within the conference hall of the 5 elders, the expressions of the 5 rulers of the world government were not merely unpleasant, they were exceedingly grim. Almost as if they had just lost their closest kin. Damn it, this Ronan is proving to be exceedingly troublesome. The stout and short elder slammed his hand on the table, trembling with rage, wishing to tear apart the arrogant Ronan displayed on the live feed. This detestable Ronan has utterly humiliated us before the world. The tall and slender elder spoke darkly. From this point on, what authority can the world government claim? This is indeed a predicament. The robust elder replied somberly. Looking at Ronan's demeanor, it is clear he has no intention of backing down. It was to be expected. After sending people to deal with him and failing, he certainly wouldn't be easy to negotiate with afterward. Suddenly, the elder who held a long knife in his arms interjected. The critical question now is how we should respond. We cannot afford to abandon Zephyr and Carp. Relay a message to headquarters. They must negotiate with Ronan. The robust elder stated in a low voice. Since the capture operation has failed and cannot be salvaged, we must ensure the safe return of Zephyr and Carp. Any terms we can discuss. I have an idea. Suddenly, the slender elder stroked his chin thoughtfully. Did we not initiate the 7 warlords plan? Several notorious pirates have already joined the ranks of the 7 warlords. What do you think about offering Ronan a position? Oh, that is indeed a splendid idea, one elder remarked. But what if he refuses? We should give it a try. There is nothing to lose. If he agrees to join the 7 warlords, then we will possess one of the sharpest weapons at our disposal. The elder's eyes lit up with newfound hope, realizing this could be a perfect strategy. They could entice Ronan with various advantageous conditions to join the 7 warlords. Once he became one, even if Ronan later disregarded orders, he would, in name, belong to the world government's faction, a significant blow to pirate forces. Thus, this news swiftly reached the naval headquarters. Steelbone Kong personally answered the call, his eyes brightening instantly. It was evident that the Navy had suffered the most significant losses in this operation against Ronan. The failure to capture Ronan, coupled with the fallout from the Sabaody incident, would place the Navy under immense scrutiny, with the world awaiting an explanation. However, that was a matter for later. The priority now was to ensure the safety of Carp and Zephyr, though he had some confidence in their abilities. Believing they could escape from Reyna Island even if they couldn't capture Ronan, such matters were not to be wagered on. He was now acutely aware of Ronan as potential hidden cards, fearing that if either Zephyr or Carp were killed, it would deal a catastrophic blow to the Navy. Far worse than the failure to apprehend Ronan. Carp was a hero of the Navy, and Zephyr was its mentor. Their influence was undeniable. Should they perish at Ronan's hands? It would not only demoralize the Navy, but also lead the allied nations to perceive the Navy as a declining force. Indeed, if the two were to fall on Reyna Island, it would mark a significant decline for the Navy, severely undermining their confidence against formidable pirates in the New World, possibly giving rise to countless audacious new pirate crews. The solution proposed by the 5 elders was indeed a brilliant strategy. But the crucial question remained, could he truly execute it? Could Ronan be persuaded? What superior conditions would be required to secure his agreement? Steel Bone Kong was drenched in sweat, unable to conceive a way to convince Ronan. Ultimately, he decided to inform General Jean Guo and advisor He, seeking their assistance in brainstorming solutions. Your Excellency, the more we contemplate this, the less effective it becomes. It would be prudent to first gauge Ronan's sentiments. Advisor, he stated solemnly. The pressing issue lies with Reiner Island. We cannot afford to delay. Ronan appears poised to take action against Zephyr and Carp. Steel Bone Kong's heart raced as he swiftly turned his gaze to the live broadcast, and indeed, on the screen, Ronan had begun to make his move. On Reiner Island. Amidst the chaotic battlefield of the streets, Ronan took another step forward, calmly striding towards Zephyr. Zephyr gritted his teeth, beads of sweat streaming down his face as he gazed at Ronan. His right mechanical arm lay in ruins, significantly diminishing his combat prowess. At that moment, the immense pressure exerted by Ronan was almost unimaginable. Ronan, let us speak. There is no need to resort to violence just yet. Not far behind Ronan. Carp furrowed his brow and hastened towards Zephyr, calling out for Ronan to cease his actions. Is there no urgency to intervene? Ronan raised his brow. So you believe you can act at will, striking when you choose and halting whenever it suits you? Do you truly think me, Ronan, is easily intimidated? At that moment, Carp hastily approached Zifa's side, alleviating the immense pressure from Ronan, allowing Zifa to exhale deeply. Ronan, you have already triumphed. Our plan to capture you has failed. Carp spoke gravely. We are willing to clear the path, allowing you and your companions to depart from Reina Island. But you must not lay a hand on either me or Zifa. You are aware of our identities, are you not? Should you harm us, you would undoubtedly incur the wrath of Mariewa and Mariford. Ronan scoffed. Oh, so harming you would indeed be an affront to Mariewa and Mariford? If that is the case, then all my previous actions went unpunished? If they were not offenses, then what purpose does your visit serve? Spare me the childish rhetoric. Carp was left speechless, unable to retort. The global audience, witnessing the exchange through the live broadcast, shared his incredulity, exclaiming in their minds, "But you were just a child." They shook their heads in resignation, realizing the situation could not be easily resolved. While Ronan was indeed a child, his words were not to be underestimated. His resolute demeanor suggested he had no intention of simply letting the two men go. Yet, they recalled Carp's earlier statement. The identities of Carp and Zifo were far from ordinary naval officers. Should Ronan actually eliminate them, the repercussions would be dire. This gravity did not imply Ronan's demise. He was not fearful. He possessed formidable strength, and despite the world government's and Navy's efforts to capture him, they posed no real threat. However, the Navy's loss of Carp and Zifo would be catastrophic for the world government if the Navy faltered. The stability of its myriad allied nations would undoubtedly waver, plunging the world into chaos. The citizens anxiously observed the live broadcast, acknowledging their support for the Navy. After all, the majority of the Navy served to protect the populace and combat marauding pirate crews, hence they hoped for Zifa and Carp's safety. As for the pirates, they were wide-eyed, fervently shouting at the screen. Kill them. Quickly, eliminate them. Ha ha ha. If Carp and Zifa fall, the Navy will suffer an immense blow, heralding the dawn of our era. Ronan, act swiftly. If you vanquish them, you shall become our idol. They clamored. The Navy will fall, the world government will crumble. Let all celestial dragons be damned. Overthrow the world government, overthrow the tyranny of the celestial dragons. Just as Ronan and the two were on the brink of another fierce confrontation, Morgan suddenly received a call from the Marine headquarters at Marineford. Upon hearing the words of Admiral Sengoku, Morgan's expression shifted, revealing an intrigued smile. Very well. Leave it to me. I shall deliver the transponder snail to them immediately. With a grin, Morgan's made his way towards the battlefield. The two factions, poised to engage, shifted their focus towards the unexpected arrival of the Birdman. Morgan's? Carp and Zifa frowned, perplexed by this sudden appearance. Ronan turned his gaze towards Morgan's, his expression devoid of any emotion. He simply cast a calm glance at him, pausing the slow rise of his hand to observe what this individual intended to do. 3 people, a call from Marine Vondo. The Admiral Sengoku has something to convey, Morgan said, offering a humble smile to the trio while gesturing with the phone bug in his hand. Chapter 64. Admiral Sengoku. Negotiations in progress. Sengoku? Carp and Zephyr exchanged glances, their hearts stirring at the thought. Surely, the headquarters must have devised a strategy. Otherwise, Sengoku would not have come to speak with Ronan at this juncture. They could only hope that Ronan would be amenable enough to allow them to depart. Carp and Zephyr were not cowards. They simply understood the profound implications of their demise. The repercussions of their deaths would strike a significant blow to the Navy and, by extension, the world government, leading to unimaginable turmoil. Ronan, since it is Sengoku's call, I believe it would be prudent for us to listen, Carp said gently, his demeanor betraying none of the fierce adversaries they had been in battle. Our lives are intertwined. Killing us would not yield you substantial benefits, would it? I am certain that the headquarters, and indeed the world government, would provide you with an explanation. Very well. Ronan contemplated for a moment before nodding. Let me hear how you intend to appease my wrath. Indeed, Ronan understood that. Despite his fearless disposition and readiness to confront any adversary, eliminating Carp and Zephyr would not serve him well. Ultimately, the true beneficiaries would be the pirates lurking behind the scenes, reaping the rewards of his hard-fought struggles, which left Ronan with a tinge of dissatisfaction. Ronan does not perceive himself as a pirate, but rather as an intrepid adventurer, a traveler wandering the world. Unlike pirates who engage in plunder, his conflicts with the Navy stem from their own provocations. From the onset of the Demon Slaughter Order fleet to numerous subsequent encounters, it has always been the Navy that has instigated these confrontations. Ronan believes that in order for him to spare Carp and Zephyr, the opposing party must present him with satisfactory compensation. Surely, a recompense of several tens of millions to billions of berries is in order. Additionally, he would require several devil fruits, as the only member of his crew with such an ability is Robin. The rest lack the means to enhance their strength, leaving them vulnerable. Should he ever be absent, what would happen if they were harmed by some reckless individual? Ronan had already resolved to approach the other party with bold demands for benefits. Meanwhile, Morgans offered a conciliatory smile towards Ronan, yet refrained from drawing nearer. Instead, he handed the telephone bug to Carp, then turned back to Ronan with another smile and spoke. Greetings, Ronan. My name is Morgans. Perhaps you have not heard of me. But are you familiar with Newsbird, the World Economic News Agency? I am the proprietor of that very publication, residing in the New World. When you arrive in the New World, I shall extend to you a warm welcome. Morgans. Ronan raised his eyebrows, realizing that the Birdman was none other than Morgans. Upon further reflection, he understood the significance of the global broadcast. It was hardly surprising that Morgans, the proprietor of the newspaper, would take a personal interest in such a monumental event. Well, in the future, I shan't hold back if the opportunity arises, Ronan remarked, nodding towards Morgans. Upon hearing this, Morgans was instantly elated, feeling that his obsequious efforts had borne fruit. It seemed that Ronan was not so difficult to engage with after all. He resolved to firmly align himself with this influential figure, certain that doing so would bolster his standing in the New World. With Ronan's support, the notorious pirates would surely think twice before disrespecting him. At present, Morgans' position was far from the solidity it would achieve in a decade. The likes of Whitebeard and Kaido were still embroiled in territorial conflicts. The future emperor, Shanks, was merely navigating a handful of dilapidated vessels on the seas, while the individual from Dressrosa was likely still unknown, with the black market slave trade yet to flourish and factories producing counterfeit devil fruits remaining mere phantoms. For Morgans, securing Ronan's allegiance would undoubtedly be a remarkable gain. After Morgans departed, Garp picked up the Den Mushi and contacted Sengoku. Sengoku, this is Garp, he said in a grave tone. You must be aware of the situation here. Indeed, the headquarters has been monitoring your circumstances closely. The live feed has not faltered. Sengoku replied, pausing before continuing, I never anticipated that this operation would end in such failure. Noticing the sorrow in Sengoku's tone, Garp's expression mirrored his concern. Sengoku, please convey to Admiral Steelbone that the failure of this mission rests on both Zifa and myself. No. Sengoku interjected, interrupting Garp. It was also our oversight. We underestimated Ronan's tenacity. However, it is too late for such discussions now. We must devise a plan for you both to withdraw safely. Is there any method from the headquarters? Garp whispered, casting a glance at Ronan. It appears Ronan is not inclined to let us depart easily. Our actions were indeed somewhat unscrupulous. Though Sabo and his crew have perished, Ronan seems far from placated. I understand. Sengoku paused before stating, in that case, I shall speak directly with Ronan. We have already discussed certain conditions. Very well, Garp replied, resolute. He approached Ronan, holding the Den Mushi. Ronan, Admiral Sengoku of the Navy headquarters wishes to speak with you. Speak swiftly, then, Ronan urged. Ronan waved his hand, saying, I am pressed for time. Do not engage me in trivialities. Garp's lips twitched, yet he found himself powerless, as he was under the roof of another and thus compelled to bow his head. Ronan, I am Sengoku from the Marine headquarters at Marineford. I acknowledge that our previous actions were somewhat inappropriate. Therefore, we are willing to compensate you for your losses. Sengoku's voice emanated from the transponder snail, grave and earnest. I hope you can overlook the past and allow the two marine generals to depart. What do you think? Sengoku. Is it? Ronan spoke. Since I have agreed to converse with you, it indeed signifies my willingness to reconcile. However, you must present me with a sincerity that satisfies my expectations. Otherwise, given the actions you have taken, do not think for a moment that I would hesitate to eliminate your two formidable commanders. I could even lay waste to Marineford itself if necessary. Do not underestimate me. Upon hearing these words, the entire venue fell into a hushed silence. Not only Sengoku on the other end of the line, but even Garp and Zephyr were rendered speechless. Staring at Ronan, a mere child who, based on age, could only be their grandson, uttering such audacious proclamations, it was difficult for them to accept. Yet they had no choice but to acknowledge the undeniable truth of Ronan's demonstrated strength and capability. The global audience, witnessing Ronan's bold declarations through the live broadcast, was equally struck into silence, absorbing his commanding words, unable to utter a single phrase. Dominance, tyranny, assertiveness, such terms swiftly emerged in their minds. If these words had come from a seasoned pirate like the notorious Rox or Roger, it would have been less surprising, considering they had spent decades battling across the seas. Yet Ronan had only been on this path for just over a year. In that brief span, he had ascended to the status of a legendary figure, leaving the audience's hearts filled with complex emotions. Ronan, we recognize your capability to execute such actions, but you must also understand that engaging in conflict with us is futile. You are currently broadcasting to the entire world, and I implore you to remain calm and attentively consider our terms. Do not let your actions ignite cheers among countless pirates while plunging innocent civilians into despair. For should you truly invade Marineford, regardless of who ultimately prevails, both sides will suffer grievously, and the true beneficiaries will be the pirates. This will inevitably lead to a tragic scenario where countless civilians fall victim to their plundering. Sengoku spoke solemnly. Chapter 65, Permission to Establish a Nation? A cash offer of 1 billion berries? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Ronan could not help but chuckle softly. Turning his gaze toward the camera broadcasting live not far away, his youthful visage, adorned with a serene smile, was transmitted for the world to see. Isn't this precisely what you desired? I, Ronan, have never proclaimed myself a pirate. It is the world government that has forcibly bestowed such a title upon me, the great pirate Ronan. Son of the devil, they even placed a bounty of 15 billion berries on my head. What an astonishing sum of money. At this revelation, the global populace erupted in astonishment. It became clear that Ronan had been coerced into this role by the world government. He had never aspired to be a pirate. The sensational claims propagated by the newspapers suddenly appeared dubious. Indeed, those were merely narratives spun by the world government, declaring one a pirate when it suited them and a hero when it did not. Was there anything that did not ultimately fall under their dominion? In Marineford, Admiral Tsuru suddenly received reports from various regions, indicating a growing discontent among the populace towards the world government and the Navy, particularly after learning that Ronan had been compelled into piracy. The crowds in numerous locations were incensed. Tsuru, upon hearing this, furrowed her brow and discreetly approached Sengoku, whispering a few words. Sengoku, troubled by the news, nodded thoughtfully and spoke again. Ronan, as we move forward to negotiate, it is no longer necessary to continue broadcasting to the world. This farce must come to an end here. We shall ensure your satisfaction. He turned to Carp, instructing, Carp, please ask Morgans to cease the live broadcast. On Reiner Island, Carp, understanding the gravity of the situation, nodded in agreement. He recognized that the unfolding events were unsuitable for public scrutiny, for both the world government and the Navy were bound to make concessions to Ronan, possibly agreeing to some excessive demands or even offering reparations. Such matters could not be allowed to reach the public eye. They must be concealed. Meanwhile, Ronan flashed a grin and remarked, What? Do you have something shameful to discuss with me that cannot be shared with the world? That is not our intention, Sengoku replied, somewhat hesitantly. However, the forthcoming conversation is indeed not suited for public dissemination. Ronan, I hope you can acquiesce. It would be beneficial for both parties. And what if I refuse? Ronan let out a hum and said, Let us proceed with our discussion in this manner. If you are unwilling, then there is no need to engage further. With a flick of his wrist, Ronan unleashed a brilliant sword light from his Daewoo blade, cleaving the ground and leaving a bottomless fissure in its wake, a clear manifestation of his menace. Carp and Zephy's lips twitched. This fellow was utterly lawless, relying on his formidable strength to resort to outright intimidation. However, what could they do? given their inferior power. Sengoku, witnessing the scene, felt a twinge of frustration, yet found himself powerless against Ronan. Reluctantly, he conceded, "Very well, let us proceed with the discussion." Ronan nodded and said, "What are the terms? If they can satisfy me, releasing the two of them is not out of the question." "Good," Sengoku replied, his voice grave. "Ronan, as long as you agree to let Carp and Zephyr depart safely. The world government has promised to make an exception and allow you to join the ranks of the 7 warlords of the sea. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, the previously clamorous crowd fell silent at the prospect of Sengoku ending the live broadcast. "The 7 warlords? What is that?" Curious members of the crowd inquired. "The 7 warlords of the sea? I know of it. It seems to be a qualification granted by the world government to certain powerful pirates, subordinate to the government itself. They can even stand on par with the Navy, albeit slightly beneath them. They possess the right to participate in the World Council and to form their own pirate crews, holding significant authority in the world." An informed individual gasped in astonishment. "Is it really that impressive?" The surrounding crowd marveled. "To participate in the World Council is akin to being on par with a member state, isn't it?" "Indeed. Only those exceptionally powerful pirates can be deemed worthy of the title of warlord. What do you think?" "So, do you think Ronan will agree?" "He should. For once he accepts the position of warlord, all bounties against him will be lifted, allowing him to shed his pirate status and become a part of the world government. From that moment on, he would no longer be targeted by the Navy, and even among pirates, apart from those top-tier ones in the New World, others would think twice before challenging him. After all, the 7 warlords are recognized pirates by the world government, enjoying a unique standing that garners respect from both the government and the pirates." "Not necessarily. I believe Ronan is no ordinary individual. He may have other plans. Let us see what choice he makes then." In the eyes of those pirates, the world government seemed to have dug a pit for Ronan. How despicable. The world government is once again courting powerful pirates. Their repugnant tactics are truly nauseating. A pirate granted amnesty by the world government. No matter how formidable he may be, I will never acknowledge him as a true pirate. Does he need your acknowledgement? He is powerful enough that even the formidable pirates of the New World would not dare underestimate him, let alone us lesser pirates. Besides, being recognized by the world government and invited to join the 7 warlords is an extraordinary honor. If only I could join the 7 warlords. You? Don't dream. Compared to the ordinary populace, the thoughts of the pirates were ever-changing, each harboring their own sentiments. Some dismissed the government's amnesty policy with disdain, while others expressed envy, wishing they could seize the opportunity for Ronan. However, the reality of the situation ultimately depended on Ronan's own choice. Upon hearing this, Ronan was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the other party harbored intentions of winning him over. This revelation was indeed quite unexpected. However, upon further reflection, it was not difficult to understand why the world government would entertain such thoughts. If they could enlist him into the ranks of the 7 warlords, it would undoubtedly serve as an excellent solution to the current predicament faced by the world government and the Navy. Alas, he had no desire to become a pawn of the world government. Thus, joining the 7 warlords was utterly out of the question for him. Let those who wish to do so proceed. He was not like the Empress or Ji-Bei, each possessing their realms to protect, one with the need to safeguard Amazon Lily and the other with Fishman Island, who had no choice but to leverage the advantages of the 7 warlords to secure benefits for their people and gain the protection of the world government and the Navy. Ronan, a solitary figure, felt no burden as long as he had Olvia and the others by his side. Even regarding Ohara, he sensed no obligation. He had already rescued them once. Should another peril arise, whether he chose to save them again would solely depend on his whims. Ronan lowered his head in contemplation, seemingly hesitating. Observing this, Sengoku felt a surge of joy, believing that Ronan was genuinely considering the proposal. He quickly seized the moment to enhance the offer, determined to secure Ronan's allegiance. "Furthermore, we shall compensate you with a cash sum of 1 billion berries. Most importantly, the world government will grant you the right to establish a nation on behalf of the allied countries." Sengoku's words dripped with temptation. "Ronan, with this qualification, you could easily establish a nation on any island in Ohara or the Grand Line, and the world government would recognize your sovereignty. You could even bring your entire nation into the alliance." Upon hearing this, Ronan looked up in astonishment. Zifa and Garp mirrored his surprise. Likewise, the global audience watching the live broadcast was left in a state of shock. Chapter 66, Drive the Wolf and Swallow the Tiger? A choice. Everyone was stunned. Allowing nation building? Is this for real? This condition is simply too good to be true. Indeed, this is about founding a nation. If Ronan agrees, he would instantly become a king at the tender age of 11. How enviable. I too am envious. The world government's offer is exceedingly generous. Surely, Ronan will accept. Won't he? I would certainly agree if I were in his position. Huh, do you really think you could be a king? Someone scoffed. Well, I suppose you can think about it. The crowd erupted into spirited discussions, all believing that the world government's offer was overwhelmingly advantageous. Surely anyone would agree in the face of such temptation, and Ronan, being just a child despite his prowess, would surely nod in acceptance at the prospect of kingship. After all, becoming a king means no longer having to toil in the fields or hunt for sustenance. Not to mention the allure of marrying numerous beautiful wives and indulging in sumptuous feasts, a life they could only dream of. Similar sentiments rippled through the pirate community watching the broadcast, their envy palpable. My goodness, nation building. This is an opportunity of a lifetime, especially with the world government's recognition. One pirate captain seethed with jealousy, wishing to take Ronan's place. Indeed, the world government's endorsement is crucial. We pirates are capable of seizing an island, with some crews numbering in the thousands. However, without the world government's recognition, any conquest could lead to disaster, as they would dispatch fleets to reclaim the territory. Becoming a king is utterly impossible, another pirate lamented. Exactly. Why do you think those notorious pirates in the New World are constantly at war? It's because the world government and navy exert less control there. Only by claiming land can one aspire to rule, yet even then, they can only self-proclaim as kings, as the world government will never acknowledge them. A lean pirate squinted thoughtfully. However, I suspect the world government is not so benevolent, although Ronan currently holds the upper hand. With both momentum and strength suppressing the navy, he lacks manpower and funds. How can he establish a nation without the world government's assistance? What a clever scheme. If Ronan agrees, he would essentially become the world government's pawn, the bearded pirate scoffed. Perhaps they'll even suggest he establish his nation in the New World, where he would clash with those formidable pirates, leading to mutual destruction, while the world government and navy reap the benefits. Look at this. The position of warlord of the sea is prepared for you, and the 1 billion berries for nation building are also set aside. As for manpower, that's merely a matter of a word from the world government. Once that happens, Ronan would simply be their dog. Let us not celebrate just yet, the bearded pirate sighed. If Ronan truly agrees, it would spell doom for his pirates. You've witnessed his strength, and he is merely 11 years old. Imagine how formidable he will become in a few years. The lean pirate's expression darkened, and he muttered 2 words, New World. The future emperors of the sea. Upon hearing this, all wore grim expressions, their gazes fixated intently on Ronan, eager to see the choice he would make, as it would significantly impact their future plans. On Reyna Island, Ronan smiled as he looked up at Garp. Noticing the astonishment on both Garp and Zifa's faces at Sengoku's proposal, he couldn't help but chuckle internally. These two truly possessed a talent for theatrics, believing that they could easily deceive a child. Ronan, our marine headquarters has already discussed with the Gorosei. As long as it is not in the territory of an allied nation, you can choose any island to establish your nation, even in the New World. We Marines will provide full support. As for manpower and funds, you need not worry. We will assist in providing personnel, and if 1 billion berries is insufficient, we can increase it to 2 billion without issue. This money will be directly allocated to you. I believe such generous terms would satisfy anyone, don't you think? Sengoku continued to speak earnestly, as if he were genuinely concerned for Ronan's well-being. Sensing that Sengoku was eager to continue, Ronan waved his hand dismissively. Enough. I have no interest in establishing a nation. It sounds too cumbersome. I am accustomed to a leisurely life, and I simply do not have the time to manage a country. We can send people to manage it for you. Sengoku, realizing Ronan intended to refuse, exclaimed quickly. If you wish to be a carefree king, that is entirely feasible. You need not worry about state affairs. The world government has many talented individuals who will ensure your nation is managed splendidly. That is enough. Ronan chuckled lightly and declared, I refuse to establish a nation, and I refuse to become one of the 7 warlords. However, I must admit, the prospect of receiving 1 billion berries is quite enticing. You wouldn't withhold it simply because I declined your offers, would you? Have you truly given this no further thought? Sengoku pressed on, unwilling to concede. After all, if they could persuade Ronan to join the ranks of the 7 warlords and establish a nation in the New World, positioning him as a vanguard against the formidable pirates there, it would be the epitome of perfection. Alas, this seemingly naive yet immensely powerful youth was not easily swayed. He was truly extraordinary. I shall not reconsider, Ronan retorted with a huff. Now, will you grant me the 1 billion berries or not? Very well, Sengoku sighed in resignation. Moreover, in addition to the 1 billion berries, I demand 5 devil fruits, 3 of which must be of the Logia type, while the remaining 2 should include 1 from the Paramecia type and 1 from the Zoan type. These are my conditions, nothing more. Ronan spoke with nonchalance, as if he were requesting not 5 devil fruits but rather 5 simple candies. 5 devil fruits? Moreover, 3 of them must be of the Logia type? Sengoku gasped, frozen in place, utterly at a loss for words. Carp and Zifa shared the same astonishment. They were taken aback by Ronan's audacious demand. Meanwhile, the audience watching the live broadcast, many of whom had heard of the legendary devil fruits known across the seas, gaped in disbelief. The pirates, too, were left salivating at the thought. 5 devil fruits? With 3 of them being Logia types, though it was a pity that Ronan had declined the offer to become a warlord of the sea and establish a kingdom. The acquisition of these 5 devil fruits would be transformative, allowing for the creation of 5 formidable crew members. The crux of the matter lay in the rarity of the 3 Logia fruits, which were considered among the most powerful of all devil fruits. Ronan's demand was indeed a bold one, a startling proposition that left one wondering whether the world government and the Navy would acquiesce. I find myself questioning whether the world government possesses that many devil fruits. Surely, some exist, and there are likely more. But the request for 3 Logia fruits presents a significant challenge. Such fruits are exceedingly scarce. Among the various fruit users, only 1 in 10 wields a Logia type, with the majority being Zoan, followed by Paramecia. The Logia type is a rare treasure. Ronan's immediate demand for 3 would surely pose a dilemma for the world government. Let them struggle. It would be splendid if they failed to procure 3 Logia fruits, provoking Ronan's wrath and prompting an assault on Marineford. This would provide us an opportune moment to seize an island we have been eyeing for days without daring to act. If Ronan dares to storm Marineford, I shall take the chance to make my move. What a clever plan. Chapter 67. The live broadcast concludes. The Golden Lion approaches. Ronan, do you not think your appetite is rather excessive? Carp could not help but interject. Are you aware of the rarity of 3 Logia devil fruits? Indeed. If you were only interested in Zoan and Paramecia fruits, 5 would pose no issue. Even 10 would be manageable. However, Logia devil fruits are far too scarce. Ronan, perhaps you might consider adjusting your conditions. Zifa chimed in from the side. Not a chance. Ronan coldly remarked, enough with the idle chatter. I have already shown ample sincerity. 5 devil fruits, 3 of the Logia type, not a single one less. If that cannot be achieved. Ronan's words hung in the air, their underlying threat palpable to all present. Carp and Zifa exchanged silent glances, their expressions revealing the weight of the moment. Before turning their attention to the transponder snail in Carp's hand, awaiting the response from Sengoku, they were not alone in their anticipation. The global audience captivated by the live broadcast shared the same anxious expectation. Among them, even the pirates hoped for Sengoku to reject Ronan's demands, believing such a refusal would surely provoke Ronan, driving him to sever ties completely with the Navy and the world government. However, to everyone's astonishment, Sengoku's voice emerged from the transponder snail, calm and composed as he acquiesced to Ronan's request. Very well, Ronan. On behalf of the Navy headquarters and the world government, I accept your demands. We will gather the 5 devil fruits you seek as swiftly as possible, though this will require time. As you know, natural-type devil fruits are rare. And even the world government does not possess more than 3. We will need to source them from elsewhere. I give you 10 days. Ronan interjected, gesturing dismissively. He then rose, surveying the surroundings before turning towards the camera, addressing the global audience. Thus, this negotiation concludes. You may now cease the live broadcast. Upon hearing this, Morgans hurriedly instructed all reporters to turn off their cameras, disregarding the viewers who remained glued to the screen. To Morgans, Ronan's disposition was far more critical than public sentiment. He could not afford to provoke him. As the screen faded to darkness, the audience, though somewhat disappointed, bore no resentment. They had witnessed the intense confrontation between the Navy's 2 top-tier forces and the formidable Ronin, culminating in Ronan's overwhelming victory, which only served to amplify his notorious reputation worldwide. The observing pirates, too, felt no sorrow. Despite Sengoku's acquiescence to Ronan's excessive demands, Ronan had ultimately refused to become a warlord of the sea, evading the role of a mere pawn for the world government, which was commendable in itself. Among the spectators was a particularly notable figure, the Golden Lion Shiki. Since his escape from Impel Down, considerable time had passed. Initially, despite his formidable strength, he had refrained from recklessly revealing his identity or confronting the Navy. Years of confinement had tempered his impulsiveness, instilling a newfound wisdom. As he watched the broadcast fade into obscurity, Shiki gradually turned away, his head bowed. Yet his eyes glimmered with an unusual light. Ronan had grown immensely powerful. While still imprisoned and impelled down, he had heard whispers of Ronan's burgeoning reputation at that time. Ronan was strong but had only begun to make a name for himself, contending with mere ordinary sailors and officers. Now, however, he had demonstrated the ability to directly overpower 2 admirals, a transformation that left Shiki somewhat incredulous. Damn it, it's fortunate I didn't find him sooner, Shiki muttered, clenching his fists in frustration. After his escape, he had intended to recruit Ronan into his ranks, even journeying to the East Sea in search of him. Yet, he had failed to locate Ronan until recently, learning of his annihilation of a fleet from the East Sea branch and subsequent arrival in the Grand Line. After witnessing such a momentous clash, Shiki's confidence in his initial plan to recruit Ronan had waned. What had he been thinking back and impelled down? To simply overpower Ronan and compel him to join his flying pirate crew in a counteroffensive against the Navy. But now, he was no fool. If he attempted such a foolish endeavor, he would likely be struck down before he even laid eyes on Ronan. Shiki's mind raced as he pondered his next steps. Concealing his identity and remaining hidden was contrary to his nature. He yearned for vengeance against the Navy and harbored dreams of unifying the world. He aspired to achieve what even Rox and Roger had not. Roger merely became the pirate king, only to be executed by the world government. Shiki's ambitions surpassed Roger's. He sought to overthrow the world government and the celestial dragons to reign over the world himself. The Navy stood as the greatest obstacle in his path. Once he dismantled this sharp blade wielded by the world government and the celestial dragons, they would be at his mercy. This cannot be accomplished alone, Shiki exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with fervor. I must seek out Ronan. Since he has rejected the title of warlord, it indicates he is no fool, unwilling to be a dog for the world government. Therefore, I shall persuade him to join me in toppling the celestial dragons. With his current strength combined with mine, we could undoubtedly succeed. In fact, we could even rally other great pirates of the New World to our cause. Then victory would be assured. With a decisive resolve, Shiki departed from the secluded island, soaring into the sky towards Ronan's location. Reina Island, the site of this world-altering pinnacle battle, gradually returned to its former vibrancy. With those streets ravaged by conflict now undergoing restoration, Ronan has returned aboard the wave breaker with Olvia and the others, preparing to rest briefly before embarking on their voyage to Water City. As for Captain Zephyr, following Ronan's agreement with Sengoku, they have been released and departed from Reina Island to return to the Navy headquarters. Sengoku's promises to Ronan, whether it be 1 billion berries or 5 devil fruits, cannot be delivered immediately. The 2 parties have agreed that upon Ronan's arrival in Water City, representatives will be sent to deliver the items and funds. In Chapter 68, signing in at Reina Island. Reward, armament hockey. Ronan harbors no fear of deception, believing that the promised items will not be withheld. His journey to Water City is merely a prelude to his next destination, Eni's Lobby in the Sabaody Archipelago. Beneath the Sabaody Archipelago lies Fishman Island, and the underwater route to the New World begins here. Above the surface, the nearest landmass is Marineford, the Navy headquarters. Who dares to deceive Ronan? Should he abandon Fishman Island, he would head straight for Marineford, and behind Marineford lies the Red Line, where the headquarters of the world government, Mariewa, is situated. Although the distance is considerable, with Ronan's newfound ability to fly, it is far from insurmountable. Should he be truly provoked, the consequences would not only be dire for Marineford, but could also spell disaster for Mariewa. One must question their courage in the face of such a threat. Ronan, this is your blade. On the wave breaker, Olvia cautiously presents her Zanpakuto to Ronan. Without this sword, she might have fallen victim to capture by saboteur, used as leverage against Ronan. Not only she, but even Robin and the other women would have faced peril. In this battle, the long sword has proven its worth immensely. Ronan calmly accepted the Zanpakuto, and with a gentle touch, the blade transformed into radiant fragments, vanishing into thin air. This enchanting spectacle caused Robin, Elena, and the other women to widen their eyes in astonishment. Ronan, what manner of sword is this? Is it the legendary Supreme Great Blade? How impressive! Robin quickly grasped Ronan's sleeve, her curiosity piqued. Can you truly make it disappear? What is the secret behind this? This is not the Supreme Great Blade, however. It is certainly not inferior to it, and may even possess greater power. Ronan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he remarked. The reason it has vanished is that I have tucked it away. I can retrieve it whenever needed. Wow, is that so? How incredibly convenient! Robin exclaimed enviously. What are you envious of, Robin? Elena pouted, casting a glance at her. You are a user of the devil fruit. when we faced those Marines. Kuruman and I were utterly helpless. Only you could resist. If it weren't for Olvia wielding Ronin's extraordinary blade, we might have been captured long ago. Indeed. Kuruman nodded in agreement. We lack the ability to fight. We are far too weak. Not only do we pale in comparison to Captain Ronan, but even you, Robin, are significantly more formidable than us. Hee, I am quite impressive, aren't I? Robin chuckled, a hint of pride evident in her demeanor. All right. Do not let your spirits be dampened. Ronan gazed at Kuruman and Elena with a hint of disappointment and couldn't help but offer words of comfort. Did I not secure 5 devil fruits from Wano? Once we arrive in Water City and they deliver the items, you may each choose a fruit that you fancy to consume. Thereafter, you too shall become a wielder of a fruit's power. Oh? Elena and Kuruman were momentarily taken aback. Elena, feeling a bit shy, inquired, are we truly allowed to do that? After all, it is something you obtain through such arduous battles against our foes. Indeed, Captain Ronan, Kuruman chimed in, biting his lip. To bestow such a precious gift upon us seems rather extravagant. I am merely a cook, and I don't really require any abilities. If we were to encounter an insurmountable danger in the future, even if you were to abandon me, I would not voice any complaint. Ronan cast her a discontented glare and declared, our crew of adventurers will never abandon our comrades. We never have, we do not now. And we certainly shall not in the future. Do you understand? Yes, we understand. The moment they perceived Ronan's ire, the two hastily nodded in agreement. A sweet sensation blossoming in their hearts, realizing that their captain indeed valued them. Observing their harmonious interactions, Olvia could not help but smile. Although Elena and Kuruman had only recently joined the crew, she held a favorable opinion of the two girls. Kuruman's culinary skills were unparalleled. Undoubtedly among the finest in the East Sea. Even in the Grand Line, while not claiming to be exceptional, her abilities were certainly commendable. As for Elena, well, her knowledge of navigation required significant improvement. However, she had markedly enhanced the voyages of the giant wave, and her earnest dedication to mastering navigation was evident. She diligently studied relevant texts for extended periods each day, embodying the spirit of a hardworking girl. The approval from Olvia and Robin allowed the two girls to swiftly assimilate into the team, and under the formidable leadership of Ronan, a captain of unparalleled strength. There was no destination beyond their reach or too daunting to approach. Thus, her future endeavors in studying historical texts would undoubtedly proceed with great ease. The truths concealed within history would eventually be unveiled by her, and there would come a day when she would reveal those truths to the world. Ronan, are we leaving this place now? Olvia inquired. With matters on Reina Island resolved and their supplies replenished, it was indeed time for departure. However, the decision rested solely with the captain. Indeed, with everything settled, I imagine the Navy will no longer pursue us, which spares me some trouble. Ronan shrugged and remarked, it's the same old story. While I certainly do not fear any challenges posed by the Navy, their incessant troubles are quite bothersome. After delivering a significant blow to the Navy here on Reina Island, I imagine that neither the Navy nor the world government will dare to provoke me for a considerable time. Of course, Ronan is well aware that he has become a thorn in the side of both the world government and the Navy. Should they find an opportunity, they would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him. However, that is a concern for another day. With his unwavering confidence in his own strength, he doubts they will find such an opportunity. But before I leave, there is something I must not forget. The sign-in. During his time on Reina Island, he had been preoccupied with shopping alongside Robin and others, followed by an astonishing showdown with Carp and Zephyr. There had been no time to sign in. Now, as he prepares to depart from the island, he absolutely must take advantage of the sign-in opportunity. Otherwise, he would have to wait until reaching Water City for the next chance, and with the journey taking place over the vast ocean, opportunities to sign in would be scarce. Thus, Ronan issued the command to set sail while simultaneously calling upon the sign-in system in his mind. System, sign in at Reina Island. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. Reward, armament hockey. Oh, armament hockey? Ronan's eyes gleamed with excitement. The final form of hockey has arrived. With the addition of Conqueror's hockey and observation hockey, I can now claim to have mastered all 3 types of hockey. He called out system, display my attribute panel. Chapter 69, The Visitors from the Sky. Host, Ronan age, 11 years constitution, 136 strength, 129 agility, 133 spirit, 181 Conqueror's hockey, LV9 observation hockey, LV2 armament hockey, LV1 flowing cloud sword technique, LV9 flame fruit, LV9 marine 6 styles, LV9 Ancient Chi Refinement Technique, Mortal Realm Level 3 Sky Dance Technique, LV12 Zampakudo, Shirkai Healing Potions. 36 bottles Mental Potions, 27 bottles Stamina Potions, 45 bottles Longevity Potions, 8 bottles Sunwell Blade. Swift Movement Talisman, Great Wave Ship, Pluton Blueprints. Ronin's attributes had reached an extraordinarily formidable level. While there might be a few individuals in this world who could rival him, it was unlikely that anyone could easily defeat him. Among the noteworthy adversaries, him stood out, being a legendary figure rumored to control the kings. Additionally, the formidable figures of the New World, such as Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom, also warranted Ronin's attention. However, despite their prowess, defeating Ronin would prove to be a daunting task. They were indeed worthy opponents. After all, Whitebeard was in his prime during this era, rightfully dubbed the strongest man on the seas, at least before Ronin's emergence. Should one inquire of any individual today regarding the strongest figure upon the ocean, the vast majority would affirm that it is Ronin. Currently, Ronin stood atop the world, having recently vanquished 2 powerful admirals of the Navy, his name echoing through the realms. Known and feared by all. Once the Navy delivered what they owed him, the overall strength of the Traveler pirate crew would undergo a significant enhancement. Merely acquiring 3 Logia-type devil fruits would elevate their power considerably, coupled with the 1 billion berries. Ronin would have the means to enlist a skilled shipwright upon reaching Water City. With the Pluton blueprints long in hand, it was high time to put them to use. Time flowed swiftly, and several days passed in the blink of an eye. After Eileen boarded the ship, the Great Wave ship no longer lost its way, smoothly transitioning from the route of Reiner Island to the central route towards Water City. Although Eileen's navigational skills were modest, her contributions proved invaluable, especially with the compass ensuring the avoidance of numerous natural disasters, such as tsunamis and underwater volcanic eruptions. During these days, the vessel passed 2 small islands, allowing Ronin the opportunity to anchor and sign in. Though the rewards were modest, he did acquire several potions. Reflecting on the potions, Ronin decided to bestow the longevity potions upon Eilina and Karuman, urging them to consume the elixirs to extend their lifespans. Despite their brief time aboard, they had garnered the crew's respect, and both Robin and Olvia voiced their support for Ronin's decision. After consuming the potions, Eilina and Karuman were astonished to learn of their effects. The existence of such precious elixirs that could prolong life was nothing short of miraculous, deepening their recognition of the Traveler pirate crew and solidifying their bonds as true companions. 2 days later, the weather was splendid, clear sky stretching endlessly. Olvia steered the ship. Eilina attentively studied the nautical charts, while Karuman and Robin busied themselves in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Ronan lounged on a deck chair, basking in the sun like a lord. At that moment, a dark spot appeared in the sky, approaching rapidly. "What is that?" Eilina exclaimed, her curiosity piqued as she observed the swiftly advancing shadow. "Is it a seagull? Or perhaps ominous storm clouds?" "It doesn't resemble clouds," she murmured to Olvia, who glanced up and began to discern the figure as it drew nearer. It appeared to be a person. Could it be someone capable of flight? A devil fruit user? Olvia felt a sense of surprise but held no fear. After all, Ronan was present. There were few things in this world that could pose a threat to them. "Ronan!" Olvia called out to him from where he rested. "We've spotted something unusual. Come quickly. It seems there is someone approaching from the sky." Ronan opened his eyes and slowly rose from the recliner. First, he stretched languidly, then rubbed his sleepy eyes and yawned before walking over. "What was happening?" Ronan inquired, appearing still half asleep. "Captain, look over there," Elena exclaimed, pointing towards the sky. "Oh, it is him." Ronan cast a glance and, with his formidable eyesight, swiftly discerned the identity of the distant figure in the sky. The individual appeared somewhat familiar, with legs resembling twin blades and a half-ship's helmet atop their head. Long golden hair cascaded down their back, and their face bore an audaciously reckless expression as they soared directly towards his vessel. It was evident that this person aimed for the Leviathan, or perhaps for him personally. Ronan's lips curled into a faint smile as he stroked his chin, pondering the intentions of this individual. Indeed, he recognized the figure before him, none other than the infamous Golden Lion Shiki, who had recently orchestrated a daring escape from Impel Down. What could this man want from him? Or perhaps he was merely passing through. It seemed unlikely that he would simply be wandering by. Regardless, it would be intriguing to discern his motives. Even though Shiki was a formidable presence, Ronan remained undeterred. If the conversation were to proceed amicably, he would entertain whatever purpose Shiki had in mind. Should it veer into hostility, well, he would be prepared for that too. Noticing a stir on the deck, Robin and Karu promptly emerged from the kitchen, inquiring about the commotion. At that moment, Shiki suddenly accelerated his flight, hurtling towards the Thousand Sunny. Haha. After several days of searching, I finally found it, he bellowed, laughter echoing in the air as he gazed down at the vessel gliding across the sea. With a swift descent, he landed on the bow of the ship. Surveying the crowd on the deck, a group of women of varying ages surrounded a young boy, no more than 10 years old. He appeared calm and emaciated, yet emanated an aura of profound strength. Shiki's eyes gleamed with recognition, and he thought to himself, truly, the son of the devil, Ronan, exudes an extraordinary presence. Ronan? Haha. At last, I have found you. Shiki grinned widely at Ronan. Chapter 70, The Lazy Ronan. A direct refusal. Oh, you specifically came to find me? Ronan inquired with curiosity. What brings you to seek me? Furthermore, are you not concerned about making such a brazen appearance upon the vast ocean? Fearing the Navy might capture you and return you to impel down? Huh, do you think they could? The Golden Lion scoffed. Though I have not been in the limelight of late, it is not out of fear. Rather, I have been meticulously executing my plans. After considerable time spent consolidating my forces, I have successfully reunited a significant portion of my scattered crew from the flying pirate fleet. Humph. The Navy shall soon face my reckoning. Upon hearing this, Ronan merely responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement. The Golden Lion from the original narrative, upon escaping from Impel Down, was not nearly as imposing as he now claimed. Rather, he concealed himself deeply, refraining from making appearances due to fear. It was only after his encounter with the Straw Hat crew, which led to his defeat and subsequent imprisonment in Impel Down, that his supposed might became evident. While the Golden Lion possesses formidable strength, capable of contending with Whitebeard, and has even clashed with Roger in the past, his arrogance led him to contemplate recruiting Roger as his subordinate, a notion Roger dismissed entirely. He belongs to a tier of formidable beings beneath Roger and Rox, roughly on par with the four emperors, yet his prowess places him in the mid-range among them. However, this status holds little significance for Ronan. While it may be insignificant to him, the name of the Golden Lion still struck a chord of intimidation among the others aboard the Thousand Sunny. What? You are the Golden Lion? Golden Lion Shiki? Robin widened her eyes as she gazed upon the imposing figure before her. The man was peculiar, sporting a ship's helm atop his head and a mane of golden hair that nearly brushed the ground. Most strikingly, instead of legs, two long blades served as his lower limbs, supporting his robust frame. Is this the notorious Captain Shiki, the Golden Lion? Karaman, astonished, remarked, recognizing him as the infamous pirate who had previously escaped from the depths of Impel Down. Legend had it that he was the first pirate ever to break free from that formidable prison. Alina watched him with a curious expression, while Olvia remained silent, her demeanor cautious in the presence of such a legendary figure. She instinctively pulled Robin and the others back a step, acutely aware that only Ronan could engage in a dialogue with this formidable pirate. The disdainful arrogance reflected in Shiki's eyes made it clear that he regarded the women as inconsequential. Only Ronan held any significance in his eyes. However, the words of the women ignited a flicker of pride within Shiki. It seemed that his notorious reputation still held weight, and being the first successful escapee from the notorious Impel Down prison filled him with immense pride. For centuries, no pirate had achieved what he had. He, the Golden Lion Shiki, had done it. This was his pride, a testament to his might. Had it not been for the unexpected arrival of Ronan, he would have remained the most renowned pirate across the seas. Yet, he was not here to compare renown with Ronan. Rather, he had come with a significant proposition requiring Ronan's cooperation. Ronan, Shiki surveyed the surroundings, first examining Ronan's vessel, then casting a dismissive glance at Olvia and the others, regarding them as weak and burdensome. He then turned his attention to Ronan and spoke. I have come specifically to seek your assistance. What is it that you require of me? Ronan let out a yawn, responding languidly. The Golden Lion, observing Ronan's complete disregard for his presence, felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. After all, he considered himself a venerable figure in the pirate world, yet Ronan's demeanor suggested a profound disrespect. Nevertheless, he concealed his dissatisfaction, recognizing that in this world, strength speaks volumes. Ronan's might was formidable enough to dismiss anyone without consequence. The Golden Lion, a man who revered the powerful, now found himself on the receiving end of such disregard, and it left him somewhat unsettled. In truth, he did not believe his strength to be inferior to Ronan's. How could one accurately assess power without having engaged in battle? Ronan, your pirate crew is far too small, wholly unworthy of your stature. The Golden Lion declared earnestly. I witnessed your battle against Carp and Zephyr. Given your current standing, you could easily ascend to a more significant position, perhaps as the captain of a vast pirate fleet numbering in the hundreds or even thousands. I find my modest crew quite sufficient, Ronan replied, shrugging. I harbor no grand ambitions nor desire to entangle myself in troublesome affairs. I simply wish to roam freely and enjoy life. How can you be so lackadaisical? Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion gazed at Ronan with a mixture of despair and incredulity. With such a formidable reputation, even globally, Ronan commanded unparalleled charisma. His deeds were celebrated not just among pirates but also by the populace of the world. In the Golden Lion's eyes, Ronan possessed the potential to achieve great things. Yet, witnessing Ronan's current apathetic demeanor left him at a loss for words, filled with a frustration akin to that of a mentor witnessing a wayward student. Isn't being lackadaisical a good thing? Ronan blinked his large, expressive eyes, embodying an innocent demeanor as he remarked, I am but a child, merely 11 years old. Alas, the actions I undertook previously were entirely compelled. They presented themselves to me uninvited. I was living a tranquil life, and yet they insisted on disturbing my peace. Reluctantly, I had no choice but to teach them a lesson. Little did I know, their interference would attract the attention of their elders, culminating in a ruckus that even Carp and Zephyr could not ignore. I can only hope that this time they glean some wisdom from their experience and refrain from intruding upon my serene existence. Ronan sighed helplessly, expressing, at my tender age, I bear burdens that should not rightfully be mine. Life is indeed arduous. The Golden Lion widened his eyes in astonishment, unable to comprehend how someone so lackadaisical could possess such formidable strength. It was utterly baffling, beyond imagination. Meanwhile, the girls nearby rolled their eyes at Ronan's words. Even Olvia stifled a giggle behind her hand. The corners of Ronan's mouth twitched as the Golden Lion furrowed his brow and gazed at him, stating, I have come here to extend an invitation for you to join my flying pirate crew. My crew is as formidable as the Rock's pirates, once reigning supreme across the seas. Even GOLD, Roger's crew is merely comparable to mine. As for the current pirate crews in the New World, they are merely the subordinates who defected from the Rock's pirates, hardly worthy of mention. Join your pirate crew? The girls were taken aback. This fellow had come with such intentions, specifically to recruit Ronan? No way. Chapter 71. The Irate Golden Lion. How do you write the word death? Without a moment's hesitation, Ronan flatly declined the offer. He was content with his current life and saw no reason to join your Golden Lion's pirate crew. Plotting to overthrow the celestial dragons was utterly absurd. Such a convoluted endeavor was not for him. Reflecting on the future of Luffy's father, who was intricately involved in the grand scheme of the Revolutionary Army, tirelessly orchestrating the downfall of the celestial dragon's tyranny in the world government comprising over 100 allied nations, it was evident that the burden of such responsibilities was immense, demanding considerable energy, an endeavor he was unwilling to undertake, even after acquiring the blueprint of the Pluton. Ronan had never contemplated personally engaging in such thankless tasks. He could easily delegate the blueprint to others, allowing them to confront the celestial dragons. If this Golden Lion could offer a suitable incentive, Ronan might consider selling him a copy of the blueprint, letting him take on the task while he observed from the sidelines. After all, dealing with the celestial dragons was a trivial matter. Upon witnessing Ronan's immediate dismissal, the Golden Lion's countenance darkened with fury. He felt utterly disregarded by this young upstart, realizing that he would need to assert his authority. Did this fool truly believe he was invincible simply because he had bested a few cowardly Navy officers? Humph. The Golden Lion snorted angrily, his expression turning icy. Ronan, let me reiterate, I am offering you the position of vice captain of the Flying Pirates. You should recognize the sincerity of my proposal. My crew is not just any band of pirates. Being appointed as a vice captain is a role befitting your stature. Do not make this difficult for me. My invitation to you comes from a place of genuine intent, and I have already extended every courtesy. Upon hearing these words, Ronan's confusion dissipated instantly. His expression turned icy as he coldly regarded the Golden Lion, saying, So, you intend to force my hand if I refuse? Just because you personally invited me. Does that mean I must comply? Who do you think you are to coerce me, Ronan, into doing your bidding? You are courting death. The Golden Lion's eyes blazed with fury. Throughout his life, whether dominating the seas or enduring incarceration at the hands of the Navy, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Even the likes of Rox and Roger had never addressed him so disrespectfully. After all, he was a top-tier powerhouse in the world. Who would dare belittle him? No one. Never had anyone possessed the audacity to underestimate him. Even the most cowardly sailors and pirates would tremble, their legs turning to jelly upon encountering him. This illustrates that the Golden Lion's reputation was forged through bloodshed, establishing him as a true sovereign of the seas. Yet today, before Ronan, he found himself belittled by this mere teenager. Moreover, the audacity of Ronan to insult him directly was a blow of unimaginable magnitude. It sent the golden lion's rage soaring, his aura erupting like a wrathful deity. His blood-red eyes glared at Ronan, and without a moment's hesitation, he lunged at him. As he moved, the golden lion wielded two renowned blades, Sakura Tin and Witheredwood. Though these blades may not have held the same renown in later times, during this era, when the golden lion was still active, they were highly esteemed and coveted by many swordsmen. Indeed, Sakura Tin and Witheredwood were among the highest caliber of supreme blades, ranking fourth. Thus, the golden lion felt justified in believing that he was not inferior to Ronan. Perhaps the unknown longsword in Ronan's possession was formidable, but the golden lion was confident it could hardly match the caliber of his famed weapons. With a swift motion, the two blades danced in the air, their radiant glimmers casting brilliant streaks of light aimed directly at Ronan. The piercing sound of the blades sliced through the air, and the golden lion could not help but smirk, envisioning Ronan being severely injured by his strikes. He did not assume he could kill Ronan with merely two casual slashes. If that were the case, then Ronan would simply be an empty name, a so-called world's greatest swordsman whose feats against the Navy's pinnacle forces were mere fabrications. He was eager to assess this young boy's true strength. If Ronan could not withstand even his most casual of attacks, he would be unworthy of joining his pirate crew. Conversely, if he could endure, it would signify that he had passed the Golden Lion's test. As for the prospect of failing to defeat Ronan, the overconfident Golden Lion had not even contemplated such a notion. Clang, clang. The clear, melodious sounds echoed, causing the Golden Lion to pause. He lowered his legs and gazed in astonishment as Ronan effortlessly shattered the two sword beams with a slender long sword held casually in his hand. It was a display of ease and grace, as if the act of parrying was an effortless endeavor. The Golden Lion was taken aback. Was Ronan truly this formidable? Even without exerting his full strength, as a renowned dual-wielding swordsman, he found his powerful sword beams effortlessly deflected by this youth? To have so easily thwarted my attack. It seems you are not merely a name without substance. The Golden Lion's fury slightly subsided. A strong individual always commands respect and recognition. Indeed, being able to withstand my attack earns my acknowledgement of your strength, Ronan. I offer you another chance. Consider well the substantial benefits of joining my Flying Sky pirate crew. Otherwise, Ronan's expression remained serene, yet his eyes glinted with a hint of icy resolve as he gazed at the Golden Lion before him. He had already passed judgment on this creature, deeming it deserving of death. How audacious it was for this being to strike without provocation. Though Ronan had initially instigated the exchange with taunts, there existed a rationale behind his actions. Ronan felt that he had unequivocally rejected the advances of the Golden Lion. Yet the latter insisted on coercing him into joining, even claiming that his personal invitation was an act of utmost benevolence. Do you presume that your personal invitation signifies respect for me? Must I acquiesce simply because you have invited me? What nonsense! Infuriated by this provocation, Ronan resorted to violence. And now, the audacity to issue threats, insisting that he must join the pirate crew or face the consequences. Such menacing words led Ronan to pronounce a death sentence upon the Golden Lion. It was clear that today would not bode well for him. Shiki, oh Shiki. You had finally managed to escape from impelled down. Had you chosen to lie low like a timid turtle, no one would have sought you out. And the Navy might have struggled to uncover your hiding place. However, now, Ronan lowered his gaze to the Zanpakuto in his hand, which had now undergone its initial release. The slender blade shimmered with a chilling radiance. As Ronan's words gradually faded, a flurry of cherry blossom petals, both ethereal and tangible, began to descend around him. They appeared and vanished intermittently, leaving behind a trail of luminous halos that sparkled like distant stars. Yet, you should have known better than to provoke me. I have unequivocally declined your invitation to join your pirate crew, and yet you dare to take action against me. Are you truly unaware of the meaning of death? Ronan abruptly lifted his gaze, his expression devoid of any emotion as he regarded the Golden Lion. His eyes reflecting not a hint of sentiment, akin to the gaze one might cast upon a lifeless corpse. Chapter 72. Bankai. A single strike to vanquish the Golden Lion. Ha ha ha. I, Shiki, have roamed the seas for many years, yet I truly do not know how to write the character for death. The Golden Lion was utterly incensed by Ronan's demeanor, throwing his head back in furious laughter before addressing Ronan. You little wretch. Do not presume that a modicum of strength grants you the right to elevate your tail to the heavens. After all, I am your senior in this realm. Is there not a shred of respect within you? Very well, if that is the case, I shall shatter your confidence today, allowing you to witness that a formidable pirate who has navigated the seas for years is not one to be underestimated. Do not delude yourself into believing that triumphing over two admiral-level warriors renders you invincible. Upon hearing this, Ronan remained silent and instead turned to Olvia and the others. Please step back a bit. Do not let yourselves be caught in the fray. Understood. Olvia and the others nodded in agreement, fully aware that their presence was merely a hindrance. To avoid causing Ronan any trouble, it would be prudent to keep their distance. Olvia led Robin and the other girls away from the deck to the entrance of the cabin, anxiously clasping her hands as she watched Ronan confront the Golden Lion. Mom, don't worry. Ronan will surely prevail against this golden-haired foe. Robin was brimming with confidence in Ronan, even offering words of comfort to Olvia. Indeed, Ronan can certainly do it. Olvia nodded in agreement, her gaze steadfastly fixed on the horizon. After all, Ronan had previously triumphed over formidable foes like Carp and Zephyr. How could he possibly falter against the individual before him? It seemed evident that he would dispatch his opponent in no time. At that moment, Elena had also become an ardent admirer of Ronan, wholly convinced of his prowess. I shall prepare a sumptuous meal to reward Captain Ronan. Meanwhile, Kuruman was already contemplating what delicious fare to prepare, equally confident in Ronan's abilities and untroubled by the sudden intruder. On the deck, after Olvia and the others had departed, Ronan was finally ready to deal with the Golden Lion. This individual had intruded upon his serene existence, displaying an audacity that was both irritating and unwelcome, especially after Ronan had firmly declined to join the flying pirate crew. How bothersome. What's this? The Golden Lion continued to berate, his words dripping with disdain. Is it enough to simply tell those useless women to step aside? Once I have thoroughly subdued you, I shall cast these burdens into the sea to feed the fish. Bringing such worthless trash along on a voyage is sheer folly. If you behave yourself in my flying pirate crew, perhaps you may enjoy a semblance of comfort. Otherwise, you shall learn the true meaning of cruelty. The Golden Lion flashed a menacing grin, his demeanor twisted with malice. Clearly, Ronan's earlier remarks had provoked him thoroughly. While he had yet to contemplate Ronan's demise, he was certainly intent on subjugating him by force. As for Olvia and her companions, they were merely inconsequential ordinary beings, hardly worthy of his attention. After conquering Ronan, he would dispose of them without a second thought. No wonder you have failed to achieve anything. With a person like you, you dare to challenge the world government and the celestial dragons? What a farce. Ronan took a deep breath, and a tremendous surge of spiritual power began to flow wildly into his Zanpakuto, propelling him towards the next stage of its transformation. Previously, when he had achieved its initial release, his spiritual power was still relatively feeble, or perhaps the strength of the soul that underpinned his spiritual energy was insufficient. The formidable nature of a Zanpakuto relies heavily on the strength of the soul. Thus, to progress from Shirkai to Bankai, one requires a significantly potent soul and spiritual energy. In the past, he had not reached that threshold, but now, Ronan was more than capable. The cultivation method acquired through daily sign-ins, the primordial chi refinement technique, did not drastically enhance his combat prowess nor substantially improve his physical strength. However, it did considerably extend his lifespan. This was due to the fact that this technique augmented both soul strength and spiritual power as one advanced through its levels. The relationship between soul strength and spiritual energy is symbiotic. The soul is akin to a reservoir, while spiritual energy represents the water within. The size and strength of the reservoir determine the volume of water it can hold. At this moment, Ronan's spiritual energy and soul strength were immensely powerful, entirely sufficient for unleashing his Zanpakuto's Bankai. The Bankai of a Zanpakuto is exponentially more potent than its Shirkai. Just how powerful is it, you ask? Humph. Upon hearing Ronan's words, the Golden Lion became infuriated once more. Without further ado, he launched another assault. This time, it was not a tentative strike. Instead, he utilized the float fruit to levitate his body in midair. His dual blades, previously affixed to his legs, were swiftly transferred to his hands. As a dual-wielding swordsman, wielding blades in hand was far more formidable than having them at his feet. He was prepared to get serious. Ronan, if I don't teach you a lesson today, you truly will not comprehend the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Today, I shall instruct you on how to conduct yourself. The Golden Lion bellowed, clashing his dual blades. His form darted swiftly toward Ronan, as fast as lightning, akin to thunder itself. The dual blades in his hands transformed into two streaks of light, tearing through the air with an overwhelming force, slicing through the heavens as they descended upon Ronan. Take my dual-wielding secret technique. Ronan slowly lifted his gaze, his expression devoid of any anxiety or panic. Instead, it radiated tranquility. He regarded the thunderous assault of the Golden Lion with utter indifference, and with a calm demeanor. He uttered, Bankai, Senbenzakura Kageyoshi. In an instant, a cascade of vibrant, resplendent petals rained down from the heavens, each glimmering point of light transforming into countless blossoms. While this shower of petals appeared mesmerizingly beautiful, it concealed an immense danger, imbued with a terrifying intent to kill. The razor-sharp blade aura within carried unfathomable lethality. Shattered landscape, Senbenzakura Kageyoshi. As Ronin's whispering words fell, dozens of delicate silver blades materialized around him, forming a protective barrier. The countless drifting petals, shimmering like scattered stars, swiftly converged towards these blades, enhancing their cohesion and sharpness, bestowing upon them a formidable lethality. Strike! Ronin's eyes emitted a piercing gaze as he faced the charging golden lion. Uttering a single word, following his command, dozens of blades surged forth in the direction of his swing. The air was filled with a cacophony of fierce collisions, accompanied by a violent shockwave that erupted from the epicenter of the battle. Ronan remained steadfast, undeterred, while the anguished cries of the golden lion echoed from the heart of the explosion. After a series of agonizing screams, the frenzied sound of clashing swords drowned out the cries, and the golden lion's presence vanished without a trace. When Ronan sheathed his Zanpakuto, the battlefield was left with nothing but a pool of blood and two renowned blades. The once arrogant golden lion had been utterly annihilated by the overwhelming power of Ronin Shurkai, Senbenzakura. Chapter 73, The Damaged Galleon. Repairing the ship at Gaia Island. Is it truly over? Observing the aftermath, Olvia and the others exchanged glances, bewildered. Was it really that simple? Robin voiced her disbelief, remarking on how audacious the golden-haired figure had been moments before. Elena, however, held a differing perspective. It must be over. Look, the golden-haired individual has vanished. Captain Ronin's strike must have been so formidable that it resulted in an instantaneous defeat. Indeed, it was extraordinarily powerful, Karaman exclaimed with excitement. Look. There are only 2 blades left on the deck, and that person is surely dead. Goodness, the captain is incredible. Oh, and the deck is damaged as well. Robin gazed at the deck where the 2 combatants had clashed, only to discover that the area had sustained considerable damage from the aftermath of their battle. Fortunately, the ship's hull remained unharmed, and the impact on navigation was minimal. As long as they avoided tempestuous weather, they would face no significant issues. The intensity of their conflict was daunting, and although it seemed to last but a fleeting moment, the magnitude of such powerful attacks sent a chill down Karaman's spine. Thankfully, Captain Ronan was present, instilling confidence that no adversary could pose a threat. Indeed, Elena nodded. Let us proceed to investigate. Olvia suggested. We should also assess the damage to the deck and determine its severity in hopes of making necessary repairs. If the situation is dire, our safe passage to Water City could be jeopardized. But we lack a shipwright aboard, Robin lamented. It appears we must seek a skilled craftsman in the future. I've heard that Water City boasts many exceptional shipwrights. Once we arrive, we shall surely find one of them remarked as they approached Ronan, showering him with concerned inquiries. Ronan, are you unharmed? Olvia scrutinized him from head to toe, her anxious demeanor easing upon finding no visible injuries. I'm perfectly fine. What could possibly be the matter? Ronan waved his hand dismissively, causing his Zanpakuto to dissipate, and casually patted his hands together. It was merely a golden lion. It couldn't inflict harm upon me. This fellow is merely renowned for his name. In terms of actual strength, he is no more than a mere equal to Capuzifa. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Olvia exclaimed, her relief palpable. Since you have vanquished the opponent, we should not anticipate any further surprises. Indeed, he has been utterly reduced to fragments. There is no cause for concern, Ronan remarked, his gaze falling upon a pool of blood, fixating on 2 exquisite blades. While these swords were commendable, they paled in comparison to his own Zanpakuto, particularly as he had achieved its Bankai form, which far surpassed the so-called Supreme Great Blade. Nevertheless, these swords were rare treasures, coveted by any swordsman who chanced upon them. At that moment, they lay in Ronan's possession, a worthy addition to his collection. Indeed, in Ronan's hands, even the world's most esteemed blades merely served as commendable collectibles. After Ronan took 2 knives, he casually played with them for a while before carelessly tossing them into the cabin. The deck has suffered considerable damage. Olvia and the others stood by the gaping hole in the deck, which had been ravaged by the battle, feeling frustrated and entirely at a loss. We have no planks on board to repair the deck. What should we do? Karuman frowned as well. Captain Ronan, look here. Although the hull beneath has not been damaged, some seawater has begun to seep in. Elena pointed to the area below the deck where the water was entering and addressed Ronan. We must swiftly find an island to dock and make repairs. Prolonged exposure could put the Leviathan at risk of sinking. Even an amateur navigator understands the grave consequences that hull damage can inflict on a vessel. We must reach shore as soon as possible. The issue of seawater intrusion into the hull is indeed a pressing concern. Ronan furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before inquiring, how far are we from the City of Water? How long will it take to arrive? Is it possible to head directly to the City of Water? We could easily patch up this minor leak, but will it hold until we reach our destination? Elena examined the bottom of the boat closely and shook her head. In the short term, there is no significant issue, however. We are still at least 5 days away from the City of Water. I cannot guarantee that we will completely avoid all adverse weather conditions along the way. Should we encounter a storm, it could prove disastrous, and if a tsunami were to strike, it would be catastrophic, potentially shattering the hull entirely. Ronan pondered for a moment and said, "Let us first make some rudimentary repairs, and then swiftly continue our journey. Please consult the nautical chart to ascertain if there are any nearby islands where we can dock for repairs before heading to the City of Water." Very well. Elena promptly nodded and hurriedly made her way toward the cabin. By the time she returned with the chart, Ronan and Olvia had already leaped down to the ship's hold to commence the repairs. After studying the chart for a while, Elena remarked, "Captain Ronan, according to our current course, we shall encounter a significant island in a day and a half. It appears prosperous, and we can surely repair the vessel there." "Oh, what island is that?" "A day and a half's journey is not too lengthy," Ronan's voice echoed from below. "The island is called Gaia Island. We can certainly undertake our repairs there before proceeding to the water realm," Elena replied. "A brief stop for repairs will not consume too much time." "Gaia Island, you say? We can indeed dock there." Ronan smiled faintly, fully aware of the island's identity. Above Gaia Island, there exists a floating hull where Enel resides. However, it remains uncertain if he has ventured to that aerial haven at this moment. Considering the timeline, he may very well be reigning supreme over his ancestral land at this hour. Notably, this floating island is home to a historical monument inscribed with significant texts, making it an opportune location for Olvia and Robin to decipher its inscriptions. "Well, since you, Captain, have made your decision, I shall prepare to change course." Upon hearing Ronan's acquiescence to her suggestion, Elena beamed with joy. In truth, there is no rush to hastily repair the ship before departing from Gaia Island. We are not in a hurry and need not hasten toward Water City. Ronan glanced at the other women and remarked, "The primary objective of our adventurer pirate crew is to traverse the various islands. This Gaia Island is said to possess a most enchanting legend. There might be some delightful experiences awaiting us." Upon hearing this, Robin immediately perked up, abandoning her task of repairing the ship's hull, and eagerly insisted that Ronan regale her with tales. Chapter 74, Thugs and Robbery? A Fat Lamb or a Big Bad Wolf? A day and a half later, as dusk approached and the sun sank low in the sky, a grand ship arrived at the port of Gaia Island. This vessel was none other than the Giant Wave. Throughout their journey, Ronan and his companions were fortunate to have evaded any tempestuous weather, safely reaching Gaia Island. Although the water seepage from the ship's hull had worsened, significantly affecting their speed, they were relieved to have arrived at their destination before nightfall. "What a relief we've made it," exclaimed Elena, standing at the ship's railing and gazing at the port as it drew near. "Given the state of the hull, if we had delayed even a day longer, we would have surely faced the risk of sinking, even without a storm. Now we have nothing to worry about. We've arrived at Gaia Island." Olvia replied with a smile as she began to gather her belongings in preparation to disembark. "Here, we can seek assistance to repair the hull. It's nearly evening, so we should find a shipwright to work on it overnight. It should take about a night, right?" "That seems quite unlikely. It may require a full day and night." Elena pondered. "To prevent any adverse weather from exacerbating the situation, we cannot afford a mere patch-up. The shipwright must conduct thorough repairs, replacing many planks and attending to various other tasks. A single night might not suffice." "That's of little concern," Ronan interjected, approaching with a casual demeanor. "If it takes a day and a night, then so be it. However, when we find the shipwright, let's not insist on overnight repairs. Let him attend to it in the morning instead. For today, a simple fix will do to prevent further leakage. As long as the ship doesn't sink by tomorrow morning." "All right." Elena nodded in agreement. "Let us gather our things and disembark. We should find a decent restaurant for a splendid meal," Ronan announced with enthusiasm. "Hooray! A feast awaits." Robinson immediately erupted in cheers. Beside him, Kuruman cast a furious glare at Robinson, exclaiming, "Robinson, do you not enjoy the food I prepared? Is it not worthy of being called a feast?" Upon hearing this, Robinson, who had just been celebrating, suddenly found himself in an awkward stance, unsure whether to lower his raised hands or to keep them aloft. "Well, That is not the case at all. Kuruman, your food is undoubtedly delicious. In fact, it is the best I have ever tasted. Robin's eyes darted as she hurried to Kuruman's side, whispering a contrite apology, for she knew that her stomach would suffer if she offended the ship's cook. A lack of delectable fare would indeed pose a significant dilemma. I thought you were thrilled to hear about the grand feast on the island. I assumed my culinary creations were rather unpalatable, Kuruman retorted. No, that's not it at all, Robin hastily clarified. What I meant was, Gaia Island must possess some unique delicacies, some extraordinary local specialties that you would be eager to explore. Surely, you could endeavor to craft some new culinary masterpieces. Wasn't that your initial aspiration when you set sail with us? Furthermore, you might even have the opportunity to exchange culinary techniques with the chefs at the local restaurants. Ah, indeed. Upon hearing this, Kuruman's eyes sparkled with excitement, reflecting her keen interest. Then, let us disembark without delay. I can hardly contain my anticipation for the unique ingredients this island has to offer. Upon noticing the shift in Kuruman's demeanor, Robin promptly wiped the sweat from her forehead and proceeded to assist him in tidying up. This scene left both Olvia and Elena beside them in a state of bemusement, bemused by the antics of these two mischievous individuals. After organizing their surroundings, the group disembarked from the ship and sought out a shipwright factory near the port, specializing in repairs for vessels. After providing a deposit, they entrusted the factory with the care of the wave breaker, arranging the necessary repairs before departing the port, heading towards the bustling city closest to Gaia Island. As Ronan and his companions jovially exited the repair factory, several gaunt youths lingered at the entrance, casting furtive glances at the departing figures and whispering among themselves. Newcomers to Gaia Island, a few children, and only one adult, a woman. I just caught a glimpse. She handed Old Fury a deposit of 100,000 berries, seemingly for the repair of that large ship at the port. I ran over to inspect it earlier. It's quite substantial, a veritable prize. This time, we stand to gain immensely. I wonder where such affluent folks originate from, and they came without any guards. What a boon for us, regardless of whether they have guards. If they did, we would be out of the equation entirely. Only those notorious pirate crews would dare approach them. I will inform the boss now. You lot follow closely and keep a vigilant watch. Do not lose sight of them. And for heaven's sake, be discreet to avoid alerting those pirate crews. Understood. A few dozen minutes later, as Ronan's party arrived at the bustling city near the port, a peculiar smile crept across Ronan's lips. He cast a sidelong glance towards a corner behind him, where a few gaunt youths had been trailing them, their intentions unclear. Among the group, only Ronan detected the followers. The others, being mere ordinary folk, were oblivious, primarily due to the stealthy movements of their pursuers. Even Robin, with her devil fruit powers, failed to notice them. However, these ordinary lackeys could not evade Ronan's keen senses. With his mastery of observation hockey, few could conceal their presence from him in this world. Even those endowed with invisibility-type devil fruit abilities would likely falter. Let us see what schemes you are concocting. Consider it a delightful diversion in my leisurely life. Ronan strolled leisurely, his hands clasped behind his head, utterly indifferent to the presence of the mere lackeys who posed no intrigue for him. He regarded the encounter as a mere diversion. Moments later, as Robin and Kuruman perused the shops lining the streets, deliberating on which establishment might be the most appealing, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed behind them, followed by a commanding shout. Halt! You there! Stop immediately! Ronan exhibited no semblance of surprise, while the others were startled by the sudden, thunderous shout. Who are these people? Robin stared in astonishment at the menacing figures that had encircled them. Who are you? Why are you surrounding us? Kuruman inquired with a furrowed brow. What do you intend to do? Olvia asked, her brow knitted in concern. She then glanced at Ronan, who merely shrugged nonchalantly, signaling that there was no cause for alarm, which considerably eased her tension. Hehehe, chuckled a group of disreputable ruffians, their demeanor mocking. They then slightly parted to create a path, their expressions deceptively respectful, as if a person of great importance had arrived. Humph. Why do you ask? Gentlemen, you just pilfered a substantial sum of money from us, and now you wish to flee? Chapter 75, Thieves? Robin strikes. Emerging from the crowd was a stocky, brutish man with an irate countenance, his jowls quivering as he spoke, brandishing a short dagger in his hand, glaring indignantly at Ronan and his companions. What? We stole your money? Robin, Elena, and others looked utterly perplexed. We stole your money? How could we possibly be unaware of such an act? Olvia remained silent, her brow furrowed as she surveyed the bandits encircling them, each one exuding an air of unscrupulousness. It was evident to her that their allegations of theft were mere pretexts, a guise to justify their impending aggression. Little did they expect that their arrival on Gaia Island would be marred by such a distressing incident. As Olvia contemplated this, she glanced at Ronan, who remained quiet yet conveyed a reassuring look that suggested there was no need for concern. "Hey, we certainly did not steal your money. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding?" Elena interjected earnestly, genuinely believing that the other party had been robbed and mistakenly implicated them as the culprits. She hastily began to clarify the situation. "Indeed, we have not taken your money. We are complete strangers to you." Ronan chimed in. "We have only just disembarked and visited a shipyard at the dock. We have not ventured anywhere else. How could we possibly have stolen from you? You must be mistaken. Should you be in pursuit of the real thief, I suggest you search elsewhere before the culprit makes their escape." Robin nodded in agreement. The stout, short man leading the opposing group let out a hearty laugh, perceiving these individuals as quite naive, genuinely believing that they had come to apprehend thieves. What a ludicrous spectacle. It was perplexing how these individuals managed to survive at sea, with merely a handful of younglings and an adult woman daring to venture forth. Nevertheless, he dismissed such thoughts, prioritizing the immediate necessity of ensuring that the adversaries relinquish their wealth. "There is no use in your feeble attempts at denial. You are indeed the thieves. We witnessed you pilfering the money with our own eyes," remarked a lanky man beside the stout leader, sneering as he pointed at the bundles in Robin's possession. "Return the 500,000 berries you stole from us promptly, or else do not blame us for taking matters into our own hands." Robin and Elena Olvia, along with others, were carrying several small packages, which indeed contained some money and a few articles of clothing, for there were expenses to be incurred once they reached the shore. Furthermore, the ship, the giant wave, required repairs, and when the shipwright came aboard, it would be unwise to leave valuable possessions on the vessel. Upon hearing the words of the other party, Robin's eyes widened in alarm as she gripped the straps of her backpack tightly, her expression betraying her vigilance. Though innocent, she was not naive. She had initially believed the individuals were there to apprehend a thief, but the tone of their speech soon revealed their true intentions. They were there to commit robbery. You are here to rob us?" Robin glared fiercely at her adversary. "Ha." The ruffians surrounding them exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Had these imbeciles only just realized the truth? Their naivety was almost endearing. Indeed, they were blissfully ignorant sheep. "We are not here to rob you. We merely seek to reclaim what rightfully belongs to us." The stout man sneered at Robin, saying, "Little girl, if you are wise, you will promptly return our money. Otherwise, your delicate features may soon bear the marks of our brother's ruthless hands." "Hee. You are shameless." Robin's face flushed crimson, rendered speechless by indignation. "You are being utterly unreasonable." Elena shot an angry glare at the culprits, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards the silent Ronin standing in the background. She wondered why Captain Ronan had yet to take action. These ruffians were brazenly bullying them, falsely accusing them of theft, truly despicable. "Captain." Ronan turned her hopeful eyes towards Ronan, her expression brimming with anticipation, yearning for him to intervene. It was evident these individuals were attempting to extort money. If they succeeded in swindling them out of their funds, 500,000 berries, she calculated that their collective resources barely amounted to that sum. They needed money for sustenance now and for repairs tomorrow, and it simply would not do to surrender their hard-earned wealth. Moreover, they had not committed any theft. It was an outrageous injustice. "Do not look to me for assistance. Such lowly scoundrels are hardly worthy of my direct involvement." Ronan waved his hand dismissively, then turned his gaze towards Robin and continued, "Robin, these individuals are not endowed with special abilities. They are merely robust, ordinary people. Surely, you can handle them, can't you?" "Huh? Me?" Robin was somewhat taken aback, not anticipating that Ronan would ask her to take action against this group of individuals. However, upon further reflection, it made sense. These petty minions were hardly worthy of a master like Ronan's intervention. It would indeed be excessive to deploy such formidable prowess against them, akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Thus, it became evident that she was the sole individual capable of stepping in among the rest of the group. The only adult, her mother Olvia, was merely an ordinary person. As such, aside from Ronan, she was the only one endowed with abilities. If Ronan was unwilling to engage, then it fell upon her shoulders to act. Robin took a deep breath, feeling neither fear nor trepidation, but rather a flicker of excitement. Was it finally his turn to showcase his abilities? "Hurry up. Haven't you made up your mind yet? If you don't quickly hand over your money, we shall be forced to take action." Over there, the stout man was growing increasingly impatient, surrounded by his burly companions. He wondered what the opposition was still contemplating. Did they dare to resist? The disparity in strength was glaringly evident. If they wished to avoid demise, they ought to kneel and plead for mercy, surrendering all their possessions without delay. Since you have chosen to be obstinate, do not blame me for my ruthless disposition. The stout man shot a glance at Olvia, only to see her remain unmoved, which ignited his fury. Charge at them. Knock these women down. If they refuse to willingly relinquish their valuables, we shall take matters into our own hands. Haha, boss, it's about time. This group of women won't shed tears until they see the grave. Words are futile. A blond youth laughed heartily as he lunged towards Olvia. Indeed, boss. Once we acquire the treasure, we can seize the vessel these ruffians arrived on at the port. It is a grand ship, and it will fetch a handsome price. Another man remarked greedily. He, then let us make haste. The stout man chuckled, exuding an air of confidence as if both Robin's group and the imposing vessel at the port were already within his grasp. He was positively gleeful at the prospect of significant profits. Yet, at that moment, Robin struck. A scream erupted from the thug charging at Olvia, causing all present to freeze in shock. As they focused their gaze, their eyes widened in horror at the sight before them. Chapter 76, Robin's debut. Total annihilation. The man who had rushed towards Olvia fell with a thud, his neck grotesquely twisted, having been snapped by a hand that emerged from behind him. His anguished cry marked the end of his life on the spot. This shocking turn of events truly petrified the other ruffians. Even those who had charged forward halted in their tracks, trembling as they stared at the girls before them. Those who had once appeared to them as meek sheep now seemed to transform into fearsome dragons. Robin clasped her hands in front of her, pouting in anger as she glared at the group. You despicable lot, how dare you set your sights on us and attempt to rob our belongings? If you think we can be easily intimidated, you are gravely mistaken. A collective gasp of astonishment responded to Robin's declaration. The stout, short man at the forefront, along with his companions, stared at her in sheer disbelief. It was evident that their fallen comrade had perished at the hands of this seemingly innocuous girl. The rest of the group hesitated, fear etched on their faces as they looked to Robin, then to their leader, awaiting his decision on how to proceed. The short man's expression shifted between uncertainty and anger as he glowered at Robin. A special ability user. You are indeed a special ability user. He snorted disdainfully. Well, yes, I am a wielder of a devil fruit ability. Are you beginning to feel fear now? Robin proudly lifted her head and declared that she was now capable of standing on her own, observing the other party's demeanor. It was evident that they were taken aback by her abilities, perhaps even frightened to the point of losing control. How infuriating. Who would have thought that among them was an individual with extraordinary powers? No wonder this group dared to venture out to sea. They had a source of confidence. The stout man was momentarily taken aback. He had previously wondered how these individuals could possibly brave the ocean. A grown woman accompanied by several underage girls. Yet they had not been devoured by the ravenous wolves of the sea. How absurd. However, upon witnessing Robin's capabilities, he quickly understood that they, too, possessed a trump card. An extraordinary individual among them. Ordinary pirates stood no chance against such a being. Powers like hers were not only rare across the seas, but were also scarce in the Grand Line. Once they emerged, they were typically far superior to ordinary folk. Only those with comparable abilities or those trained in other formidable arts, such as swordsmanship or the Marine Six styles, could contend with a person of such prowess. Alternatively, one could simply resort to overwhelming force, deploying numerous ships to confront them directly. Now, however, they were merely a band of common brigands, relying on robbery for their survival. Could they truly be a match for her? The stout man fell into deep contemplation. Were they, as ordinary individuals, capable of defeating someone with extraordinary powers? After a moment of reflection, he raised his gaze to Robin, narrowing his eyes slightly. Though she possesses abilities, she is but a child. Her powers cannot be that formidable. We are numerous. Perhaps we can overpower her. Most importantly, capturing an ability user could yield great profit. Surely, such a being could fetch a handsome price. Ultimately, his greed propelled him forward. He glared viciously at Robin and barked, "Do not think that just because you are an ability user, your victory is assured. After all, you are merely a child, and we outnumber you." He sneered, "Do not be afraid. Everyone, charge. Let us swiftly bring her down." Understood. The ruffians, though still tinged with fear, rallied behind their leader. He was right. Their numbers surpassed hers, and she was merely a little girl. They could not allow themselves to be intimidated. It would be utterly disgraceful. Thus, with gritted teeth and fierce expressions, they surged forward, preparing to overwhelm Robin. How dare they underestimate me? Robin felt a surge of indignation. She had initially believed that her mere intervention would suffice to intimidate these ordinary ruffians. After all, they were not endowed with extraordinary abilities. It requires considerable audacity for an ordinary individual to confront someone with powers. They were neither the highly trained Marines nor the formidable pirates that roamed the seas. What audacity could they possibly possess? Clearly, they underestimated her due to her youthful appearance, thinking her an easy target. This miscalculation had truly provoked Robin. She had intended merely to frighten them off, but it was evident that such a strategy would not suffice. A profound lesson must be imparted to them. Robin's petite face grew serious as she subtly moved her hands, murmuring, "Bloom beneath my feet. Whirling flowers." Upon the utterance of her incantation, all the thugs charging towards her sensed an unsettling shift. They instinctively looked down, and terror seized their souls. Their legs sprouted arms that rapidly extended and coiled around their limbs. With a resounding crack, the legs of all the assailants were shattered. One by one, they fell to the ground, releasing piercing cries of agony, nearly all rendered incapacitated by Robin's formidable technique. Despite her kind-hearted nature, Robin refrained from delivering lethal blows, merely incapacitating her foes. This was in stark contrast to an earlier encounter, where a foe had recklessly charged at her mother, Olvia. Compelling Robin to fight with lethal intent, she could not afford to gamble on the enemy's restraint towards Olvia's safety. Now, with confidence in her abilities, she opted for mercy, opting to break their legs to ensure they would be unable to perpetrate further malice for the foreseeable future. Exhaling deeply, Robin felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. Unlike in her future, her mastery over the Hananomi was still rudimentary, and her powers could not be sustained for long. After this brief confrontation, she was already feeling drained. Fortunately, her adversaries had been nearly vanquished, leaving only their leader standing. "Now, do you have anything further to say?" Robin wiped the sweat from his forehead and confronted the stout man, challenging, "If you dare, come at me. I shall not hesitate to snap your neck." Robin had firmly resolved in her heart that if the leader of the opposing group dared to strike again, she would retaliate with lethal force. The stout, short man, wide-eyed in disbelief, beheld the astonishing prowess of Robin as she effortlessly vanquished so many of his subordinates. A tremor of apprehension coursed through him, for he realized he had grossly misjudged her capabilities. This young girl was indeed formidable, an utterly inconceivable notion. At that moment, a flicker of retreat began to kindle within him, for he had no desire to forfeit his life here. However, just then, he keenly observed the beads of sweat forming on Robin's forehead and the tremor in her arms. Instantly, a spark of realization ignited in his eyes. She was undoubtedly unable to continue her assault. The sudden burst of energy that had allowed her to incapacitate so many must have drained her, leaving her devoid of further combat capability. Chapter 77, The Kill. Ronan? The tension on Gaia Island was palpable. The stout man scrutinized Robin once more, leaving no detail overlooked. Indeed, he noticed the unmistakable concern in Olvia's gaze towards Robin, while Elena and Kaluman also cast worried looks her way. Only Ronan, concealed behind the women, remained silent, seemingly unfazed as he observed the unfolding drama with leisure. Hee. Ha ha ha. You are merely posturing, aren't you? The stout man burst into laughter, seemingly dismissing the threat posed by Robin. In his eyes, she was undoubtedly at her wit's end. After all, even if she were a terrifying ability wielder, she was still just a child. The feat of bringing down so many opponents was certainly no trivial matter, and he was convinced she lacked the strength to continue. The stout man felt as though he had unraveled the entire situation. The forthcoming events would undoubtedly favor him. You actually believe I am merely posturing? Robin was momentarily taken aback, gazing at her opponent in bewilderment. Did her current fatigued appearance lead him to believe she was unable to continue fighting? It was indeed plausible. After all, this was her first time exerting herself to such an extent. Yet, she felt merely weary and could still muster the strength to confront the brawny man before her. Moreover, even if she were truly unable to fight on, there existed behind her a formidable ally, renowned across the seas and feared throughout the world. The smug expression on her adversary's face left her speechless. Did he not realize that fleeing was his wisest course of action? It was understandable, given that he had yet to recognize her group. The infamous Ronin remained concealed in the background, and her companions lacked the notoriety to be immediately recognized. But truly, was he not going to retreat? If he persisted, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. The stout man, however, was resolute in his assumptions. Abruptly, he produced a handgun from his coat, a rarity among the bandits who typically roamed the port of Gaia Island, armed only with knives and swords. As their leader, he had procured this firearm through connections with other notorious brigands, intending to use it as a trump card. Now was the moment to unveil this advantage. Although he was convinced that Robin was incapacitated, he was unwilling to take the risk of engaging her directly. Instead, he aimed to injure her from a distance. He had no intention of killing her. He envisioned profiting from her capture. Surprised, are you? I possess a firearm, the stout man declared triumphantly. directing the gun towards Robin's legs. With his proficiency in handling the weapon, he was confident that at such close range, he could incapacitate her. A child struck in the legs would undoubtedly succumb to unconsciousness, rendering her completely at his mercy. As for her companions, he chuckled darkly. Once he neutralized the devil fruit user, the rest would pose no threat to him. With a grin, he prepared to pull the trigger aimed at Robin's legs. Yet, thoughts of mercy were futile. He had resolved not to allow her escape. Robin glared furiously at his opponent, and with a mere flick of his hands, several arms emerged from the adversary's limbs, chest, and back. In the midst of the other's terror-stricken gaze, the arms that sprouted forcefully seized and twisted the gun-wielding hand, while the hands from the chest and back clutched the throat tightly. With a gentle yet decisive twist, a sharp crack resounded. The stout man's head turned, a look of regret flickering in his eyes before they dimmed entirely. His neck was utterly broken, and he met his demise. Robin exhaled a long breath, finally bringing an end to the ordeal. This fellow proved to be quite a handful, yet he had underestimated himself. Now, it seems he has risked his very life, HM. Ronan observed Robin's inaugural battle come to a close and nodded in approval. While it was not flawless, it certainly proved to be a commendable experience. For Robin, who faced such a grand spectacle for the first time, she had performed admirably. Ronan offered a few words of encouragement, prompting Robin to chuckle, though her complexion remained somewhat pale. After all, she had taken a life, and the sight of the lamenting figures on the ground, their limbs severed, was undeniably harrowing. Olvia and the others promptly reassured Robin, noting her mere fatigue and weariness, which eased their concerns. Very well. Let us continue our search for a restaurant and disregard these unfortunate souls. Ronan cast a glance at the numerous injured sprawled across the ground, harboring no desire to assist them, reasoning that help would soon arrive. Nearby, passers-by had already begun to take notice of the scene. Let us depart swiftly, otherwise, if the other denizens of this city discover us, we may find ourselves in quite a predicament. Eliana chimed in, sharing his reluctance to linger in such a grim setting. With the wounded all around and 2 lifeless bodies nearby, it was prudent to leave post-haste. Thus, the group vacated the area. Shortly thereafter, a squad of patrolling Marines arrived, their faces paling at the sight before them. They quickly contacted others to address the situation while hastily relaying the incident up the chain of command. What incited their alarm was not merely the loss of 2 lives or the multitude of injuries, but rather the revelations gleaned from the wounded brigands regarding the identities of their assailants. Although these ruffians did not recognize Ronan and his companions, the Marines certainly did. Ronan, the son of the demon, has arrived. Instantly, the entire naval garrison stationed on Gaia Island trembled with anxiety and trepidation. What? Ronan? The son of the demon? Are you certain? The naval officers at the Gaia Island base exchanged glances, their expressions turning grave. Some appeared ashen, while others turned pale, filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. Ronan has come to Gaia Island? Surely not. The naval colonel sitting at the head table stammered. Quickly notify everyone. We must not provoke this harbinger of doom. Another naval lieutenant promptly rose, as if fearing that any delay might summon Ronan's wrath. Yes, indeed. Hurry and relay this message to all the Marines on Gaia Island. Should anyone dare to provoke Ronan, I shall break their legs. The colonel snapped back to attention and immediately issued this command. Should they wish for death, they must not drag us down with them. All the naval officers were consumed with anxiety, eager to ensure this warning reached every Marine on Gaia Island, while simultaneously praying that none would dare to challenge Ronan, for such folly could lead to their own demise and invoke Ronan's fury upon them as well. Thus, as the message disseminated, all the lower-ranking Marines on Gaia Island became aware of this alarming news. Ronan has arrived, the legendary son of the devil, who vanquished the formidable powers of the 2 elite generals of the headquarters, has come. Chapter 78, Sign in at Gaia Island. Reward, storage ring. As Ronan and his companions stepped into a restaurant, they were blissfully unaware that the entire naval force of Gaia Island was paralyzed with fear at his presence. The group commenced their grand feast, gathering around a table to place their orders. The one taking charge of the menu was none other than Ronan, the talented chef from the East Blue, who was eager to savor the culinary delights of Gaia Island, even aspiring to venture into the kitchen. Unfortunately, she was promptly ejected. This, and this. Let us have a bit of everything, Ronan fervently ordered, as if releasing her pent-up frustration onto the forthcoming delicacies. It was infuriating that the restaurant denied her entry to the kitchen. In her indignation, she issued a challenge to the chef, though he paid her no mind, dismissing her as just a little girl. Feeling overlooked, Ronan's annoyance grew, yet she resolved to enjoy her meal in this establishment, planning to critique their offerings later. Soon, An array of delectable dishes graced their table, and Ronan and his companions began to indulge heartily. As Kuruman savored the food, her eyes sparkled with delight. Not bad. The flavors are quite good, only slightly inferior to my own creations. Delicious. Truly delightful. Robin exclaimed, nearly choking on her food upon overhearing Kuruman's murmurs. Was she still upset? Clearly, the chef's culinary skills outshone hers. Indeed, the chefs of the Grand Line are exceptional. Elena remarked in awe, but as she spoke, she caught sight of Kuruman's darkened expression and swiftly amended, "Of course, Kuruman's dishes are also splendid. It's merely a matter of lacking diverse ingredients. If you had access to these ingredients, your cooking would undoubtedly surpass this." Now that S more like it, Kuruman nodded in satisfaction before adding, "We simply do not possess many fine ingredients aboard our ship. I can only prepare simple meals, which cannot compare to what is offered here. That's not a reflection of my skills." This indeed was a valid point, for not only were ingredients a factor, but the quality of seasonings played a significant role as well. Simple enough, we shall procure some of the local ingredients tomorrow, along with other necessary seasonings, Ronan remarked nonchalantly. However, are we not a bit short on funds? Elena hesitated. Indeed, we are somewhat lacking, especially since we still owe the shipwright for repairs tomorrow, Olvia interjected. The funds they currently possessed were primarily garnered from their conquest of the Hagaman pirates at Jim Island. Most had remained there, and they had only retained a small fraction. After incurring various expenses on their journey, they now had less than 300,000 berries upon arriving at Gaia Island. After paying a deposit of 100,000 berries, they were left with just over 200,000, and with repairs costing another 100,000, they would be left with merely about 100,000. Do not fret. Once we reach Water City, we shall acquire the funds we need. 10 billion berries await us. Ronan casually remarked that the world government still owed him 1 billion berries, which would certainly alleviate any financial concerns in the future. However, Olvia furrowed her brow and inquired, "But Ronan, did you not mention the intention to construct a grand vessel? If it were merely an ordinary ship, a few tens of millions of berries would suffice. At most, 100 or 200 million berries could yield a flagship befitting a formidable pirate crew. Yet, you previously suggested that the ship you envision would require a far greater expenditure. What kind of vessel demands such a sum?" Ronan had previously hinted at his desire to build a new ship in Water City, claiming it would consume a substantial portion of the billion berries. What kind of ship could possibly be so exorbitantly priced? It is an exceptionally powerful ship. Ronan raised an eyebrow but chose not to disclose his intention to construct the legendary battleship, Pluton, just yet. That discussion could wait until they reached Water City. Speaking of which, he pondered whether the blueprints for Pluton were still preserved within Frankie's domain in Water City. In the original narrative, they had been incinerated. But according to the current timeline, it seemed plausible that the schematics still existed. Across the globe, aside from the blueprints in Ronan's possession, it appeared that only Frankie's faction might also have access to information regarding Pluton. Regardless, he decided to set that aside for the moment and would assess the situation later. If Frankie's mentor were unwilling to assist in the construction, he could always seek out another shipyard with the blueprints, albeit with the risk of potential leaks. Afterward, the group finished their meal and settled down to rest. That night, while everyone else was asleep, Ronan embarked on his signing endeavor. Arriving at a new island was always an opportune moment to check in. Ronan had long since ceased to register at every small location. Now, upon arriving at an island, he would sign in for the entire landmass to maximize his rewards. Otherwise, as he experienced in Ohara, the rewards were often meager, consisting mostly of potions, of which he already possessed quite a few, some accumulated during his time in Ohara and the majority during his travels in the East Blue. Presently, he primarily signed in for entire islands, and he anticipated that signing in at Gaia Island would yield commendable rewards. System: sign in for the entire Gaia Island, Ronan declared as he lay in bed. Suddenly, he hurriedly asked, "Signing in at Gaia Island won't inadvertently include the Sky Island above it, will it? That Sky Island seems to have been thrust into the air after separating from Gaia. It will not be included in the sign-in. The two locations are distinct entities, and the host is currently unable to sign in at both simultaneously," the system replied. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in at Gaia Island and received the reward, 1 storage ring." A storage ring? Upon hearing this, Ronan's eyes immediately sparkled with delight. Indeed, it is a remarkable treasure. How splendid it would be to directly sign in for the entire island. Ronan promptly activated the system panel, and indeed, he beheld the storage ring quietly resting within the confines of the system space. Without hesitation, he claimed it immediately. A bronze-hued ring materialized in his hand. Ronan gazed down at it intently. The ring bore an uncanny resemblance to the one featured in a film from the real world titled The Lord of the Rings. Exuding an air of antiquity while remaining unassuming, Ronan adorned his finger with the ring and, following the instructions relayed by the system, began to experiment. As his mental energy made contact with the ring, he immediately sensed an internal space of approximately 10 cubic meters within it. A volume of 10 cubic meters is certainly substantial. While larger objects may not fit, it can undoubtedly accommodate various everyday items, and even a few small weapons without difficulty. Ronan nodded in satisfaction, then pondered for a moment before stating, "System, display my attribute panel." Host, Ronan age, 11 years physique, 137 strength, 130 agility, 134 spirit, 183 conqueror's hockey, LV9 observation hockey, LV2 armament hockey, LV2 flowing cloud sword technique, LV9 flame fruit, LV9 marine 6 styles, LV9 primordial chi refinement technique, mortal realm. 3rd level sky dance technique, LV12 Zanpakudo, Bankai healing potions, 36 bottles mental potions, 27 bottles stamina potions, 45 bottles longevity potions, 8 bottles Sunwell Blade, Swift Movement Talisman. Great Wave Ship, Pluton Blueprint. Chapter 79, The Trio. Journey to the Sky Island. Gazing at his attribute panel, Ronan wore a satisfied expression. Although he had not consciously engaged in training over the past few days, his 4-dimensional attributes continued to increase gradually. Even the recently acquired armament hockey had advanced by 1 level. While armament hockey does not directly enhance his attribute values, it is an active skill that significantly boosts both defensive and offensive capabilities. Legendary figures like Karp and Zephyr have long mastered armament hockey to extraordinary levels. Although Ronan did not consciously train, his mastery of armament hockey continued to improve steadily, a testament to his inherently formidable strength, which provided him with a significantly higher starting point than others. After observing for a while, Ronan drifted into a contented slumber. The following morning, after a light breakfast, the group returned to the port, where the shipyard had already dispatched workers to commence repairs on the giant wave. As Ronan led a team to procure supplies, he attentively monitored the progress of the ship repairs. To his surprise, the restoration of the giant wave was advancing more swiftly than anticipated. "We have several skilled shipwrights at our shipyard, and under our diligent efforts, we should be able to complete the repairs by this evening," proclaimed the elderly craftsman, confidently wielding his tools. "Very well, the repairs shall be entrusted to you, Mr. Fury," Olvia graciously responded to the elder before her. The old man was not only the proprietor of the shipyard, but also a highly accomplished shipwright. It was said that he had studied in the City of Water, which might be commonplace there, but here on Gaia Island, his reputation was formidable. Who on the island was unaware of old Fury's esteemed name? He was undoubtedly one of the finest shipwrights in all of Gaia Island. At this moment, Robin and the others are filled with anticipation for the City of Water. If an old shipwright who has studied there is already so remarkable, how extraordinary must the local master shipwrights be? Perhaps in the City of Water, they might truly find an exceptionally skilled shipwright to accompany them. Having entrusted their vessel to the seasoned Furue, Ronan and the others depart from the port once more. "What shall we undertake next?" Robin, feeling somewhat bored, inquired. "Shall we go shopping? I propose we indulge in the culinary delights offered by various restaurants instead. I refuse to believe that other establishments would deny me access to their kitchens," Ronan suggested, still preoccupied with the incident from the previous night when a particular restaurant had barred her from entering the kitchen. "I believe we should seek out some skilled navigators to acquire knowledge about seamanship." Elena expressed her desire to learn about navigation, as she increasingly felt that her previously acquired rudimentary understanding of the subject was inadequate. It was imperative for her to delve deeper into this rich and expansive field of knowledge. "How about this?" Ronan pondered for a moment before speaking. "Regarding the island of Gaia, I have heard some legends in the past, which I believe I have mentioned to you, though I did not elaborate. It is said that there exists an aerial island above this one, and I am convinced that there are certainly places worthy of exploration upon that isle." "Aerial island?" Upon hearing this, the others widened their eyes in astonishment. They had indeed heard tales of the aerial island. Even Ronan and Elena had come across such stories, but they had always dismissed them as mere fairy tales. Now that Ronan had brought it up, it was evident that these were not just fanciful legends, but something very real, igniting a sense of eagerness among them. However, reaching the aerial island posed considerable challenges. Ronan continued, "I can fly, but I cannot transport all of you. It would take an inordinate amount of time to make multiple trips. Therefore, here is what we shall do. Robin, you, Ronan, and Elena will remain on Gaia Island." "Elena," You wish to learn the art of navigation, do you not? And Kuruman, you seek to witness the culinary skills of other chefs? You can pursue these endeavors here on Gaia while Olvia and I make a brief journey to the aerial island. The aerial island? What a splendid idea it would be to conduct archaeological exploration there. Olvia exclaimed, her face lighting up with delight. Since the aerial island resides in the heavens, it surely has not been subjected to the world government's suppression of historical information. Perhaps it holds a wealth of pertinent knowledge. And we might even uncover inscriptions of historical significance. Ronan smiled, fully aware that the Sky Island indeed bore inscriptions, yet he chose not to disclose this information. Meanwhile, Robin, who overheard the conversation, felt a twinge of displeasure. As an archaeologist herself, she harbored aspirations of delving into the annals of history. But Ronan's decision to exclude her from the journey to the Sky Island left her discontented. Ronan, can't you take me along? Robin pouted. I am merely concerned about Elena and Karaman, he replied. Ronan elucidated, both Olvia and I ventured to the Sky Island. If you were to accompany us, I would feel uneasy leaving Elena and Kuruman here. If you remain, you can provide them with some protection. Robin found herself at a loss for words. Indeed. Elena and Kuruman, one a navigator and the other a chef, lacked any means of self-defense. At the very least, she possessed the abilities of a devil fruit user, which would enable her to handle some ruffians, as evidenced by the trouble they encountered yesterday. As for the Marines? During their journey back to the port, Ronan and his companions had crossed paths with several patrolling Marines. Upon catching sight of them from a distance, the Marines' expression shifted dramatically, and they fled in terror. Evidently aware of Ronan's presence and unwilling to confront Robin and her companions. The mere thought of engaging them while Ronan was present would be tantamount to courting death. However, Ronan remained somewhat apprehensive. Ultimately, he retrieved his already released Zanpakuto and entrusted it to Robin for her protection. He specifically instructed Sakura to ensure the safety of the three women, knowing that with Sakura present, their security was virtually guaranteed. Unless faced with an adversary of the caliber of an admiral or one of the four emperors, there should be no issues. At that moment, however, Robin called out once more, Ronan, since you have left behind this formidable sword, does it truly matter whether I stay or go? Gazing into Robin's sparkling eyes, Ronan found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he had just been able to brush off the matter, but now that he had left behind his Zanpakuto, it seemed unnecessary for Robin to remain. Observing this exchange, Olvia stifled a chuckle. The girl genuinely wished to accompany her to Sky Island. It was only natural for such a brilliant archaeologist as her daughter to yearn to explore such a remarkable place. Thus, Olvia turned to Ronan. Ronan, why not take Robin along? Can you carry two people while flying? Chapter 8, The Golden City and Historical Texts. Divine Gamber. It is certainly possible, though it may be somewhat taxing. Beyond that, it would be unfeasible, Ronan said helplessly. Upon hearing Ronan's agreement, Robin immediately cheered with delight and promptly handed the Zanpakuto to Elena. She then grasped the sleeve of Ronan's clothing, unwilling to let go, as if fearing he might flee. After we depart, it would be best for both of you to stick together, Ronan advised Elena and Kuruman. Do not disperse. While the sailors may hesitate to act against you, those brigands are devoid of such reservations. Your safety is of utmost importance, understand? Understood, Captain. You need not worry. We will exercise caution. Elena and Kuruman exchanged glances, recognizing Ronan's concern for their well-being, and nodded in agreement. It is reassuring to hear you comprehend this. Ronan nodded. And soon the group dispersed. Elena and Karaman ventured into the city, while Ronan led Olvia and Robin to a secluded spot. You have apprehended me well. Ronan allowed Olvia and Robin to grasp his hands firmly, then activated his aerial technique, propelling himself and the two of them into the sky with a sudden burst. The exhilaration of flight left both of them momentarily stunned, gripping Ronan's arms tightly. Olvia maintained her composure better, while Robin, overwhelmed with trepidation, shut his eyes tightly, only to reopen them after a while, revealing an expression of sheer excitement as he gazed at the surrounding clouds. Wow, we're so high up, Robin exclaimed. Be still. Robin, Olvia cautioned, her voice laced with concern, urging him to remain calm. After all, Ronan was carrying both of them during the flight, and any misadventure at such heights could lead to dire consequences. Don't worry, Aunt Olvia, Ronan reassured her, undeterred by the challenge of flying with two passengers. Although it required some effort, it remained well within his capabilities. With one arm securely around each of them, he soared steadily higher into the sky. Mom, look over there. We've risen above the clouds. Robin pointed excitedly at a vast expanse of clouds that obscured the ocean and Gaia Island below. Indeed. We can hardly see the island now, Olvia responded, observing the diminishing sight of the island beneath them. As they ascended, the land appeared increasingly smaller. Not due to distance alone, but because the surrounding white clouds veiled their view. Let us look above instead. That is the Sky Island. Ronan, smiling, looked up at the small black dot in the sky, which gradually expanded into a colossal entity, gently drifting through the heavens. The two companions, upon raising their gazes, were indeed met with the sight of an island concealed within the immense white clouds. They were filled with astonishment. This aerial isle was shrouded within the vast cloud cover, explaining why it was invisible from the ground or the sea. Who could have anticipated that an island lay hidden amidst the clouds above? How magnificent! Indeed, as the group marveled, it took but a brief moment for the trio to traverse the distance of several thousand meters, propelled by their elevated flying technique. And they officially arrived upon the island in the sky. Ronan did not ascend to the Sky Island as Luffy and his companions did in the original work, utilizing the underwater volcanic geysers to propel their ship. Instead, he flew directly upwards, thereby circumventing the navigational passage of the White Sea and avoiding the opportunity to be extorted by the elderly guardian of the portal. He soared over the White Sea and landed in a vacant area above the pristine White Sea. Ronan chose not to descend into the city, for he was well aware of the rules governing the Sky Islands. The White Berets were the minions of the Divine, tasked with overseeing these aerial realms. As a stowaway, his capture would certainly lead to chaos, rendering any engagement with those individuals a futile endeavor. Within the entire Sky Island, there were no formidable beings that Ronan deemed worthy of his attention. At this juncture, the deity was still gone for. A relatively benevolent god compared to the ruthless Enel who would later emerge. Currently, Enel was likely reveling in his hometown of Burka, and in a few years, he would devastate Burka and descend to this Sky Island, usurping Ganfer's divine position. However, such matters were of no concern to Ronan. He was merely here to survey the Sky Island. This island is indeed a place of great wealth, once known as the Golden Country of Shandora, which was thrust into the sky nearly 400 years ago. It is said to harbor a considerable amount of gold. Surely, it would not be excessive for me to acquire a small portion. Ronan pondered this, devoid of any feelings of shame. Where shall we go next? Robin inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed her surroundings. After a moment's contemplation, she realized that they were utterly unfamiliar with the paths of this place and had no idea where to commence their archaeological endeavors. Surely, they were in search of some ancient relics. This location had existed long ago and should harbor some hidden remnants of antiquity. Olvia, also examining the area, interjected, Indeed, there are some historical sites here. You may not know, but this area was once part of Gaia Island, which was thrust into the Sky Islands hundreds of years ago. It contains numerous ancient structures from Gaia Island, and a considerable amount of gold as well. Gaia Island was once renowned as the land of gold. However, most of its wealth is concentrated in the region of Mandora, and coincidentally, this portion was swept up to the Sky Islands. Ronan declared, What we are seeking is the golden city of Mandora. Wow, gold. So, if we manage to acquire just a little, it will suffice for our future expenses, Robin exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Upon hearing this, Ronan couldn't help but feel somewhat speechless. Hey, you are Robin, after all. How can you learn from Nami, who is so obsessed with wealth? Whatever happened to the mature and graceful Robin? Ronan gazed at the sophisticated and graceful Olvia, then turned his attention to the childlike exuberance of Robin and found himself lost in thought. Clearly, in the future, Robin would grow to embody the same maturity and elegance as Olvia, possessing an intellect and gentleness. However, she was still young and had not endured the harsh childhood depicted in the original narrative. Perhaps his actions had already altered the trajectory of Robin's future development. Regardless, what mattered most was Robin's happiness. Let the harsh childhood be damned. Ronan, since you possess so much knowledge about the Sky Island, do you know how to locate those ancient ruins? Olvia inquired. The ruins should be nestled within that distant forest, a place distinctly different from its surroundings. It is part of the island that was thrust upward long ago, and within this Sky Island, it is referred to as the sacred ground. However, this forest is home to some of the ancient Sandians, who have long contended with the original inhabitants of the Sky Island for control of this sacred space. Let us proceed directly. Ronan ascended once more from Angel Island, guiding the two companions toward the forest, where they soon encountered a number of ancient relics. Before long, Ronan's eyes brightened as he spotted a monumental stone tablet, perfectly square, which bore the inscriptions of historical significance. He promptly descended with the two women, who, with expressions of exhilaration, began their scholarly examination of the tablet, while Ronan found himself idly standing by. Meanwhile, on another side, the deity of Sky Island, Gaffer. Received alarming reports from the guards of the Island of Gods. What? You mean individuals from the Blue Sea have breached the sanctity of the Island of Gods? Gaffer exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the officiating priest delivering the report, incredulous. If someone has indeed infiltrated, how could those stationed below remain oblivious? How is it that I am only now hearing of this after they have entered the Island of Gods? Indeed, the priest responded, his demeanor somewhat peculiar. It was purely by chance that I witnessed them. They, astonishingly, possess the ability to fly, having soared directly through the skies to reach the sanctum. And they are still there. What are they doing? Gaffer pressed urgently. Could they possibly be allies summoned by the Sandia people? It seems they are rather peculiar, as they have had no interaction with the Sandia. Our personnel have been monitoring each other closely, and it appears the Sandia have yet to detect these stowaways. The Sandia remain unaware? Gaffer was momentarily taken aback, utterly perplexed by the unfolding scenario. Nevertheless, it mattered not. He felt compelled to investigate personally the nature of these Blue Sea infiltrators who had managed to fly to Sky Island. It was imperative that no mishaps occurred. Lead the way. I must see for myself who these individuals are. Understood, my lord. Chapter 81. The Sea King and the Underworld King. An exhilarated Robin. Before the historical stone tablet, Olvia and Robin were engrossed in the joyful task of making rubbings of the inscriptions, meticulously analyzing the meanings represented by the text. A process that required a considerable amount of time. Ronan felt a tinge of boredom, as he held little interest in archaeology. At that moment, Olvia exclaimed in surprise, prompting Ronan to rush over. Ronan, look over here, at this. Olvia pointed to the bottom of the other side of the inscription, where it appeared that someone had recorded information in contemporary script. It seems to be a message left by the Pirate King, Roger, Olvia remarked, carefully deciphering the information attributed to Roger, which astonishingly pertained to the Sea King. The Princess of Fishman Island? Robin slowly deciphered the text, yet found herself somewhat perplexed. What does it mean? It seems to be related to ancient weaponry, Olvia pondered aloud. Meanwhile, Ronan, standing nearby, understood that this was indeed a message left by Roger, containing information about the Sea King. The mermaid princess of Fishman Island was indeed linked to the Sea King, although the details were not particularly clear. Indeed, that was the case. Ronan spoke. Roger may possess knowledge of ancient legends and information. He must have visited Sky Island before and discovered this tablet, thus leaving behind clues. Ronan, this Pirate King has indeed left behind information regarding the Sea King. Therefore, can we not utilize this information to seek out the Sea King? Robin's eyes sparkled as she spoke. Based on the information, it seems that there is a connection between the Sea King and Fishman Island. Olvia pondered aloud. Moreover, it mentions a princess. Could it be that the mermaid princess of Fishman Island knows the whereabouts of the Sea King? Upon hearing this, Ronan smiled and said, in fact, I possess some knowledge about Aquaman. There is no need to speculate based on these mere fragments of information. Oh, Ronan, you actually know the intricate details about Aquaman? Robin was taken aback, his gaze towards Ronan infused with unparalleled admiration. He felt that Ronan was truly remarkable, possessing an almost omniscient understanding of a myriad of subjects, including the intricate details of ancient weaponry. Indeed, Ronan shrugged and remarked, in truth, I possess knowledge not only about Poseidon, but also about Pluto, however. My understanding of Uranus is rather scant. It is merely conjectured that Uranus may be under the aegis of the world government, under the dominion of the celestial dragons. Uranus remains exceedingly enigmatic. Olvia shook her head and responded, if we were to identify the most mysterious of the three ancient weapons, it would undoubtedly be Uranus, as there are scarcely any ancient texts that reference information regarding it. Let us set aside Uranus for now, given its elusive nature. It would be prudent to refrain from seeking information about it at this moment. There shall undoubtedly be opportunities in the future. Robin turned to Ronan and inquired, why don't you share what you know about Poseidon and Pluto? Very well. Ronan paused momentarily and said, as for Neptune, he is, in fact, residing on Fishman Island. What? He is right on Fishman Island? Robin's eyes widened in astonishment, and then a glimmer of excitement sparked within them. So, do we have a chance of obtaining her? He chuckled. Indeed, there is a possibility of bringing her aboard our vessel, but it ultimately hinges on the consent of the Sea King himself. Ronan smiled and said, huh? Are you implying that the Sea King is a person? Robin was taken aback. Could it be? Olvia's expression shifted as she recalled something. Indeed. The so-called Sea King is none other than the mermaid princess. Ronan elucidated that each generation of Sea Kings is represented by the mermaid princess of that era. Upon awakening, the mermaid possesses the ability to command all Sea Kings in existence, thus earning the title of Sea King. However, it appears that the current mermaid princess has yet to be born. By age calculation, White Star is expected to come into the world 2 years hence. Not yet born? Robin inquired, perplexed. What of the previous princess? Ronan clarified, the former mermaid princess was not a sea king. Only a mermaid princess who has awakened the ability to control the sea kings can be recognized as a sea king. He continued, in Fishman Island. A mermaid princess awakens to become a sea king only once every century or so. But how do you know that this unborn mermaid princess will awaken to become a sea king? Robin posed a challenging question. Ronan could only explain that. In accordance with the passage of time, it was indeed the season for a new sea king to emerge. He certainly could not reveal that he had seen the plot of One Piece. Very well, Robin nodded, then queried, what of the Pluton? Did I not mention that we must construct a new ship upon reaching Water City? Ronan declared, in my possession lies the blueprint for the legendary ship, the Pluto. Robin's eyes widened in astonishment, and even Olvia, standing nearby, was taken aback. As an archaeologist, she was aware that the Pluto was an extraordinary vessel crafted by ancient civilizations, reputed to possess the power to obliterate an island with a single cannon shot, an unimaginable force. Yet, they could hardly fathom that Ronan would possess the construction plans for such a ship. Indeed, it was a notion that likely eluded everyone in the world. Indeed, how splendid! Our new vessel is none other than the Pluto. Upon hearing this, Robin was immediately filled with excitement, envisioning the possibility of sailing across the seas aboard the majestic Pluto. Ronan, I never anticipated that you possessed the blueprints for Pluto, exclaimed Olvia, her astonishment evident. However, she quickly added with a sense of gravity. Such news must not be divulged, at least not until it has been constructed. Otherwise, it will undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of many. Indeed, the information regarding Pluto must be kept under wraps, Robin concurred emphatically. In truth, it mattered little. Ronan waved his hand with an air of authority. Even if others were to discover this, what of it? Who would dare to seize it? Can they even take it away? I fear not those avaricious individuals. Upon hearing Ronan's words, Olvia and Robin were momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed, they had initially focused on the gravity of the matter concerning the king of the underworld, prioritizing secrecy. However, upon reflection, they realized that the individual before them was none other than Ronan, who would have the audacity to attempt to take what belonged to him. Those bold enough to try would likely not have even been born yet. Should someone truly reckless dare to steal from Ronan, they would undoubtedly find themselves regretting their decision on the spot. With this understanding, Olvia and Robin returned to their task of deciphering and imprinting the inscriptions, while Ronan sat idly by, lost in thought. Just when he believed nothing significant was occurring, a sudden clamor arose in the distance. Turning to investigate, he spotted a large crowd approaching, and from another direction, a figure mounted on a winged horse was drawing near. On the ground, a formidable contingent of armed personnel was advancing, exuding an aura of menace. It seemed they were coming to seek trouble with us. Ronan's gaze shifted. Was someone seeking trouble with him? Merely a source of amusement for himself. Chapter 82. The Grievances Between Angel Island and the Sandians. A Verbal Duel. Darn it. The people from Angel Island have arrived. I knew it. They must be up to some underhanded schemes. These despicable fiends, one day we shall reclaim Sandora. To the right of Ronan, a group of robust men and women glared menacingly at an approaching crowd, their faces twisted in ferocity. To the left of Ronan, among a fully armed assembly on the ground, a leader furrowed his brow, casting a glance toward the opposition. Now is not the time to entangle with them. We should first investigate the situation regarding those who have crossed over from Qinghai. Indeed, another voice chimed in. It is paramount that we ascertain the truth about these trespassers. What if the Sandian people strike first? Someone behind him queried, a frown etched upon their features. Do they dare? The leader retorted coldly. This time, our deity accompanies us. If it were not for the divine insistence on resolving matters peacefully, we could have long since expelled those detestable Sandians from this sacred ground. In the heavens above, Gonfuer gazed down at the hostile forces below, letting out a sigh. He understood that this sanctuary, which had ascended to the sky hundreds of years ago, was indeed the dwelling place of the Sandians. His faction had no right to evict others. Issues could not be resolved through force. Gonfuer questioned his own benevolence as a deity. Such actions were beyond him. Since assuming his divine role, he had strived to eliminate the animosity and hatred between Angel Island and the Sandians. Alas, after centuries of enmity and relentless bloodshed, achieving a peaceful resolution was no simple task. Gonfuer's gaze shifted to Ronan and his companions, his expression grave. He had heard from his subordinates that these three individuals had not traversed the passage below but had flown directly up, indicating that such capable trespassers would be far from ordinary. He needed to approach this situation with utmost caution. Taking a deep breath, Ganfu air-soared toward Ronan's location. "My esteemed guests, who might you be?" His voice resonated from afar, not immediately resorting to aggression, which was characteristic of his nature. Had Annihila been in command of Sky Island, a thunderous strike might have already descended. However, if Annihila were to strike Ronan and fail, the outcome would be dire for him. Meanwhile, upon hearing the commotion from afar and Ganfu Air's voice echoing through the skies, Olvia and Robin halted their actions. They had nearly deciphered the situation and completed their tasks, but now it seemed as though they had been discovered. Would something untoward transpire? The two women exchanged worried glances as they approached Ronan's side. "Ronan, do you think anything might go awry? Those individuals appear quite formidable," Olvia inquired softly. "Everything will be fine." Ronan waved his hand dismissively and remarked nonchalantly, "The other party are the indigenous inhabitants of this place. We are not here to engage in conflict with them. As long as we communicate respectfully, there should be no unforeseen incidents. Of course, should they choose to resort to violence, I am more than willing to reciprocate." Ronan's voice resonated unmistakably, reaching the ears of the two groups of individuals that had encircled them, as well as the ears of Ganfoer, descending from the sky. Upon hearing Ronan's words, Ganfoer's pupils instinctively contracted. The other party appeared utterly unafraid, suggesting they were a formidable opponent. However, he harbored little concern. As long as they were not there to wreak havoc on Sky Island, he had no intention of becoming their enemy. Observing the trio, comprising an adult with two children, they did not seem to be troublemakers. "Esteemed guests, may we converse amicably?" Ganfoer addressed Olvia with a grave expression, presuming she held the most authority among the three. Given her status as an adult, "We are members of the Traveler Pirate Crew." Olvia replied politely, gesturing to Ganfoer. "This is our captain, and this is my daughter, Robin." "The Traveler Pirate Crew?" Ganfoer mused, possessing some knowledge of the surface world. His steed was a bird that had consumed the Pegasus fruit, allowing it to transform into a Pegasus, thus facilitating free passage between Sky Island and the ocean below. However, he had never heard of the Traveler Pirate Crew, which seemed to be an obscure pirate group. Ganfoer had misjudged. His last visit to Gaia Island had been several years prior when Ronan had not yet emerged in this world. Should he inquire about them or peruse the newspapers now, he would undoubtedly discover that the Traveler Pirate Crew had risen to become one of the most formidable and fearsome pirate crews in existence, led by a terrifyingly powerful captain. "Oh, so it is the esteemed members of the Traveler Pirate Crew," Ganfoer said, a slight smile gracing his face. "May I inquire as to the purpose of your unexpected visit to our Sky Island? Why did you not announce your arrival? This place is, after all, our sacred ground. Outsiders are not permitted to enter at will." Upon hearing this, before Ronan and his companions could respond, the Shandians erupted in outrage. "Nonsense, Ganfoer. This is the homeland of the Shandians. When did it become your angel island?" they exclaimed. "You shall never prevail. Sacred ground? If anything, it belongs to us, the Shandians." "Indeed, you shameless lot. We will reclaim Shandora." The Shandians unleashed a tirade against Ganfoer and the priestly entourage, causing the priests' faces to flush with anger and embarrassment. They found themselves at a loss for a rebuttal, as the Shandians spoke the truth. The sacred ground was indeed the ancestral land of the Shandians. Yet, land was exceedingly scarce on Sky Island, devoid of forests or diverse flora. Centuries ago, when the golden city of Shandora ascended into the sky, the inhabitants of Angel Island promptly claimed it as their treasure, not anticipating the presence of the indigenous Shandians. Thus began the protracted struggle over this golden city, a conflict that persisted for centuries. Witnessing the priests being berated by the Shandians, Ganfoer felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly intervened. "Esteemed Shandians, now is not the time for such discussions. Let us first resolve the matter of these individuals who have crossed over from the surface before addressing our own issues. Shall we?" "Indeed," the lead priest echoed immediately. "Our grievances have lingered for centuries. Regardless of the final ownership of the sacred ground, it remains a matter between us. With outsiders now involved, we should unite against them." "Quite right," another priest chimed in. "Surely, you do not wish to be taken advantage of by others? It is possible these three are here to seize the sacred ground." "Yes, they must be here to claim the sacred ground, arriving without so much as a greeting. They're undoubtedly up to no good." The priest began to redirect the animosity towards Ronan and his companions. Remarkably, this tactic proved effective, as the Shandians swiftly directed their hostile gazes towards Ronan and his companions. Chapter 83, The Overbearing Aura of Dread. The sign-in of the floaty float fruit. Upon hearing this, Ronan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Well, he hadn't even spoken yet, And they were already acting this way. Did they wish for their own demise? Ronan's expression suddenly turned cold, and his gaze toward the several priests became sharp and frigid. Ganfu Air also sensed the change in Ronan's demeanor and inwardly cursed the priests, thinking to himself how these incompetent individuals had not only failed to manage the situation but had actively created conflict. Silence! Ganfu Air shouted toward the group of priests, then quickly turned his attention to Ronan and his companions. Please, do not take offense. They merely speak without thinking. If you could clarify your intentions, I am certain we can dispel this misunderstanding. Ganfu Air first characterized the priest's nonsensical remarks as a misunderstanding to prevent any unnecessary complications. Upon hearing Ganfu Air's words, the priests appeared somewhat bewildered. To them, these three were merely stowaways, 2 children, and an adult woman. What was there to fear? Yet, as deities, they found it inappropriate to openly contradict Ganfu Air, as his authority in the Sky Island was unparalleled. Not only did they refrain from rebuttal, but the Sandians also looked perplexed. They struggled to comprehend the situation. One moment, it was said they were united against an external threat, and the next, the stowaways from Qinghai were supposedly here for Sandora, yet Ganfu Air claimed it was all a misunderstanding. What was truly happening? The Sandians exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of confusion in the other's eyes. They began to suspect that perhaps the Angel Island was engaging in trickery, or even that Ganfu Air himself was deceiving them. However, they decided to observe the situation further, curious to see how Angel Island would respond, and eager to understand the circumstances surrounding these 3 stowaways who warranted such careful handling from Ganfu Air. Stepping forward, Ronan spoke. We indeed hail from Gaia Island in Qinghai, and we did not have the opportunity to greet you. We have merely come to study this stone tablet and intend to depart shortly. Really? Ganfu Air replied, taken aback. He had anticipated that they were drawn here by greed for gold or perhaps in pursuit of the sacred land. Ronan's assertion was difficult for him to believe. Do you not believe me? Ronan spoke calmly, expressing a certain disbelief. Ganfu Air's eyes were filled with skepticism. Whether you believe it or not is of no concern to me. Our business is concluded, and it is time for us to depart. I kindly ask that you do not impede our exit. Ronan prepared to escort Olvia and Robin away, having successfully transcribed the ancient inscriptions from the stone tablet, which they could now study thoroughly upon their return. No, you cannot leave so easily. A voice emerged from the group of Sandians before Ganfu could speak. The speaker, a leader among them, regarded Ronan with deep suspicion. I suspect that your intentions in Shandora are nefarious and that you harbor ulterior motives. Pray tell, what are you truly after? Do you intend to seize our ancestral lands? What nonsense is this? I am about to depart, and yet you persist in your unwarranted accusations. Are you lacking in reason? Where do you conjure such baseless motives and ill intentions? Ronan felt a surge of frustration. Was he being compelled to take action? Observing the Sandians questioning him, the priests nearby secretly rejoiced. It seemed prudent to allow the Sandians to take the initiative in probing the situation, especially since their opponents were capable of flight. The trio's presence here suggested they possessed hidden cards, and their earlier dismissal was rooted in the sheer number of their own ranks, which included more than a dozen priests, the White Beret Brigade, and the divine presence of Ganfu Air. However, Ganfu Air had not anticipated that. As the others were preparing to depart, he would insist on detaining them for questioning. To the Sandians, it seemed evident that if these individuals from Qinghai wished to leave, they ought to be allowed to do so. Ganfu Air sensed immense pressure emanating from Ronan. He had no desire to make enemies of the trio. He had never contemplated using Ronan as a means to subdue the Sandians and subsequently seize the sacred ground. He was a benevolent deity, incapable of such unscrupulous deeds. Yet, upon hearing Ganfu Air's words, the Sandians grew increasingly wary. They began to suspect that the arrival of Ronan and his companions was part of a sinister plot from Angel Island. The leader of the Sandians glared fiercely at Ganfu Air, accusing him, "You surely intend to do something to the sacred ground, do you not?" Ganfu Air's expression darkened, at a loss for how to respond, knowing full well that any explanation would fall on deaf ears. Enough of this commotion, have we not? Ronan, however, had lost all patience with the incessant chatter of these individuals, deeming it an utter waste of time. He could not fathom their thought process. They seemed utterly devoid of reason, daring to obstruct his departure. Truly reckless. The leader of the Sandia, who had intended to speak further, found himself silenced by Ronan's icy gaze, swallowing his words with great difficulty. I refuse to squander any more time, if you do not clear the way. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With that declaration, Ronan disregarded their thoughts entirely, grasping the arms of Olvia and Robin, and in a swift motion, they ascended into the air, soaring away without a care for the dismayed expressions of those left behind. Not so fast. They intend to flee? Open fire and bring them down. Just as Ronan was about to make his escape, the Sandia warriors, incensed, mistook his flight for a cowardly retreat, brandishing their peculiar island weapons to shoot in his direction. Seeking death, are we? Conqueror's Haki. Boom. In the air, Ronan's expression turned frigid. Without hesitation, provoked by their actions, he unleashed his Conqueror's Haki indiscriminately upon the ground. These individuals had truly crossed a line. He would not allow them to believe they were a mere annoyance without consequence. Under the overwhelming force of his Haki, nearly everyone succumbed to its intimidating pressure, falling unconscious, save for one individual, Gonfor, who struggled to remain standing. Though he had not fainted, he was utterly immobilized, pressed against the ground, gazing in horror as Ronan departed. As anticipated, I knew those who dared to approach recklessly would not be so easily dealt with. They are truly insufferable. In the sky, Robin clutched Ronan's arm, exasperated. They had intended to leave, yet these people had persisted in their entanglement. Ridiculous, indeed. Now they shall be quiet. Ronan scoffed, paying no mind to the unconscious figures, casting a dispassionate glance at the prostrate Gonfor before departing with his companions. Ah, gold. Not far into their flight, Ronan spotted a sizable golden disc on the ground, seemingly crafted for the purpose of holding something. Regardless of its intended use, this piece of gold now belonged to him. As Ronan descended to the ground, with a mere wave of his hand, he retrieved the golden disc concealed within the forest, effortlessly storing it within his spatial ring. Both Robin and Olvia, who stood nearby, were left in a state of astonishment, utterly perplexed as to where Ronan had placed the item. In response to their curiosity, Ronan merely promised to explain later, offering no further elaboration. However, just before departing the Sky Island, he recalled an important matter. How could he forget to check in? It was entirely the fault of those earlier ruffians for distracting him and nearly causing him to overlook such a significant task. Consequently, Ronan promptly summoned the system to complete the check-in, only departing with the two after fulfilling this essential ritual. To his surprise, the reward for the check-in on the Sky Island was quite remarkable. Lo and behold, this time the reward was the float fruit. Indeed, the prize obtained from the check-in on the Sky Island was none other than the float fruit previously possessed by the Golden Lion, whom Ronan had vanquished. This revelation was truly unexpected. He was aware that upon the death of a devil fruit user, the original fruit does not simply drop to the ground. Rather, it vanishes, subsequently reappearing in various locations around the world until it is consumed anew by another. Ronan was contemplating whether he would ever have the opportunity to acquire the float fruit in the future, only to be pleasantly surprised by obtaining it so effortlessly through a sign-in. It could certainly be considered a delightful stroke of luck. However, the question arose, to whom should this float fruit be given? In Chapter 84, titled Baika, Encountering Enel's Thunderstrike, the acquisition of the float fruit took Ronan somewhat by surprise. Yet, he did not feel an urgent need to let anyone use it just yet, as he and Robin already possessed their own. The only candidates left were Olvia, Elena, and Karu, but there was no rush. He decided it would be prudent to wait until they reached Water City, at which point they could consider the 5 devil fruits that would be compensated by the world government. Among those 5, 3 were of the Logia type, allowing each of them to choose one at their leisure. At present, Ronan was soaring through the skies with the 2 companions, heading back to Gaia Island. To be honest, this journey to the Sky Island had been relatively smooth, yet the unexpected interception by Angel Island and the Sandians had left him somewhat displeased. Initially, he had contemplated unleashing his wrath upon those adversaries, but after some reflection, he recognized the futility of such violence. There was no need for undue hostility. If he were to resort to indiscriminate killing, he risked being perceived as a fiend, ultimately alienating everyone and making enemies of all. While he was unafraid, he saw no justification in inciting the wrath of the heavens and the ire of the populace. Ronan did not wish for the situation to escalate to such an extent, for that would tarnish his reputation. Ronan, shall we soar a little longer? Robin suggested, noticing Ronan's intention to descend back to Gaia Island. The hour was still early. The Leviathan was surely not yet repaired, and Elena and the others might be preoccupied with their own affairs. Returning now would leave them idle, perhaps resorting to aimless wandering. The novelty of flying in the sky was invigorating, and Robin yearned to linger in the heavens a while longer. Thus, he proposed to explore the skies. Are you still eager to frolic about? What amusement lies above? Ronan replied with a hint of exasperation, yet he did not decline the invitation, adjusting his course towards the distant sky. Hiki, it's delightful, Robin exclaimed with a grin, Suddenly his eyes brightened as he spotted a vibrant rainbow in the sky. "Look, Ronan. Mother, do you see over there? Such a beautiful rainbow. Shall we go and see it? Ronan, is it safe to fly like this?" Olvia inquired, her concern evident as she directed her attention to him, disregarding Robin's exuberance. "It's perfectly fine," Ronan reassured her, aware of her anxiousness. His mastery of aerial techniques had now ascended to the 12th level, allowing him to fly for an extended duration without difficulty, even for much longer than this brief jaunt. "Then let us venture towards the rainbow," Olvia suggested, her eyes sparkling with delight at the prospect of this aerial experience, one she had never encountered before. Unlike Robin's exuberant shouts, she maintained a composed demeanor. "All right, hold on tight." As Ronan spoke, he tightened his embrace around the waist of the two individuals and, with a swift motion, accelerated their flight towards the location of the rainbow. Although the rainbow appeared to be within close proximity, it took Ronan approximately 10 minutes of flight to reach it. By that time, they had ventured far from Gaia Island, soaring high above an uninhabited expanse of ocean, where a rainbow emerged from the billowing clouds, cascading down towards the vast sea below. "Ah!" At that moment, Ronan exclaimed in surprise, gazing curiously at the enormous cloud from which the rainbow originated. To his astonishment, it appeared to be yet another floating island. "Hey, Ronan, look! It seems there is also a floating island over there." Robin also discerned the source of the issue, his eyes widening as he gazed at the clouds marking the origin of the rainbow. Within those clouds, faint silhouettes of structures emerged. It seemed to be a true floating island. Olvia, equally astonished, remarked, "In addition to the previous floating island, there appears to be a second one in the sky. Could this celestial expanse be a designated docking area for floating islands?" This floating island. Ronan pondered for a moment, a hint of an enigmatic smile gracing his features. "I believe I have come to a realization. What have you discovered?" Robin's gaze was filled with curiosity as he looked at Ronan. "This floating island is known as Bide, a celestial island proximity to Angel Island. It remains uncertain whether it harbors any historical texts. Perhaps we should ascend and explore?" Ronan inquired. "Is it possible?" Olvia was equally stirred. Her lifelong ambition was to decipher historical texts. Just moments ago, she had made an impression of a historical document from Angel Island, and now, could she be on the brink of acquiring another? The thought filled her with joy, making her feel that her entire year's worth of endeavors paled in comparison to the marvel of this day. Of course, Olvia and Robin expressed their desire to visit Bide, and Ronan had no objection. On this island, apart from Enel, there was no other entity that posed a threat to him. Even Enel did not intimidate Ronan. While the powers of the Rumble fruit might pose a minor risk, they would only be effective if they could strike Ronan directly. Enel possessed the power of observation hockey, but so did Ronan, along with an array of other skills. Enel was hardly worthy of Ronan's concern. Moreover, Enel was not as formidable now as he would be in the years to come, and his command over the Rumble fruit was unlikely to be particularly advanced at this stage. At that moment, another thought crossed Ronan's mind. Previously, on Sky Island, he had acquired the float fruit through the sign-in system. If he were to defeat Enel now, might he then be able to sign in and obtain the Rumble fruit in the future? This was indeed a remarkably powerful fruit, widely recognized as the strongest Logia-type fruit in the entire world of One Piece, without exception. For such a potent fruit, Ronan desired to have it in his possession. Even if he could no longer consume a second fruit, he could certainly offer it to others. With this intention in mind, Ronan swiftly transported the two to the sky island of Bide, only to be greeted by a shocking sight. The entire island exuded an overwhelming sense of decay. The vast city nestled among the clouds lay in ruins, with many buildings having collapsed and remained unrepaired. It was not that help was absent, but rather that the inhabitants of this sky island appeared emaciated and gaunt, shuffling through the dilapidated streets like mere shadows of themselves. Even the elderly seemed to languish in despair, their vacant eyes staring blankly as they huddled in the corners of the streets. Some children, filled with trepidation, clung to their guardians, casting fearful glances at the burly patrols that passed by. What could have led to such a dire situation? Robin and Olvia gazed at the scene before them with expressions of bewilderment. This deserted island appeared to have been the site of a great battle, now reduced to such desolation. What could have transpired here? Ronan mused as he began to gently descend from the sky, guiding the two of them towards the streets of the city below. However, at that very moment, the burly guards patrolling the ground noticed their arrival, their faces shifting dramatically as they shouted something, their eyes fixated on Ronan and his companions. It was precisely then that Ronan's expression changed abruptly. He uttered a sharp command, pulling Olvia and Robin close to him, as a radiant purple aura enveloped them, providing a steadfast shield. Boom! A colossal bolt of silver lightning descended from the heavens, crashing down towards the trio with no time for reaction. Crack, 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 bang. Enel, you seek death. Chapter 85, The Fury of Ronan. The overbearing and arrogant Enel. Ronan shielded the two women, utilizing his Busashoku haki to withstand the terrifying blow. However, he did not emerge unscathed. Among his three types of haki, his Busashoku was the least developed. Although he successfully deflected the thunderous strike, Ronan himself bore the consequences, a briny taste rising from his throat, clearly indicating he had sustained an injury. Ronan's countenance was ominously dark. Reflecting on his journey in this world, he recalled the initial struggles when his strength was insufficient, compelling him to adopt a more cautious demeanor. However, as his power grew, he had never encountered such a predicament. Nor had he ever sustained an injury until now. This was his first wound. In truth, had he been alone, that bolt of thunder might not have harmed him. Yet, with Olvia and Robin by his side, he was compelled to divide his focus to protect them. Consequently, he was struck by the lightning, resulting in some minor injuries. But it was fortunate that Olvia and Robin emerged unscathed. Ronan, are you all right? Ronan, how are you? Olvia and Robin, who had been momentarily entranced by the thunderous roar, finally snapped back to reality as Ronan descended to the ground. Upon noticing a trace of blood at the corner of Ronan's mouth, their expression shifted dramatically, and they hurriedly inquired whether he was seriously hurt. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Ronan brushed his fingers across the corner of his mouth, observing the bloodstains on his fingertips. His gaze grew increasingly fierce. This Inaru, without so much as a greeting, had struck him with a bolt of lightning. He intended to settle the score with him later. One should not presume that reigning supreme on the Sky Island granted one the liberty to disregard all others. Ronan, are you truly unscathed? Olvia inquired, her concern for him palpable. Yet, her heart brimmed with regret. Had she known that danger lurked here, she would have vehemently opposed Ronan's decision to bring them to this place. Robin's face was awash with regret as he anxiously gazed at Ronan and said, I am truly sorry, Ronan. I should not have been so willful. We should not have come here. It has caused you to encounter such peril. I understand that if it were not for your desire to protect me and my mother, you would not have been injured. This is not your fault, Ronan solemnly stated. It is my own fault, a lack of vigilance, that has led to our current predicament. Then let us depart from this place immediately, Robin exclaimed. Her gaze fixed upon the imposing group of patrolling men approaching with menacing intent, their spear-like weapons aimed directly at them. A sense of panic washed over her. She had previously harbored unwavering confidence in Ronan, yet witnessing his injury under the enemy's assault instilled a growing unease within her. Ronan had never sustained injuries before. Even when confronted by two admirably powerful admirals of the Navy, he had remained unscathed. Now, however, he was wounded. What did this signify? The adversaries had not even revealed themselves, yet they had already harmed Ronan. Did this imply that they surpassed the might of two admirals, and perhaps even eclipsed Ronan himself? Consequently, Robin's mind was consumed with thoughts of escape. Olvia shared a similar sentiment, expressing, Ronan, the individuals in this area seem exceedingly formidable. That earlier bolt of lightning was so potent that it even injured you. Perhaps we should leave at once? No. Ronan waved his hand dismissively, his expression calm as he spoke. There is no need for fear. Rest assured, I previously underestimated the situation, but now, such occurrences shall not repeat. Simply stay behind me. There is no cause for alarm, for I shall handle everything. With a low growl, he added, injuring me, Ronan, will not be easily forgiven. A sudden strike without warning? Enel, your fate is sealed. At that moment, Enel found himself within a colossal structure, the largest edifice in the city, situated on the outskirts, far from the bustling heart where Ronan resided. Standing atop this grand building, Enel exuded an air of superiority, coldly surveying the throngs below strong men and women, as well as skilled craftsmen and shipbuilders, all summoned to construct vessels for him. He planned to depart this empty island once the ships were completed, knowing that several hundred miles away lay another, more prosperous island, rich in gold, where he could forge an even mightier vessel. When my Ark of the Covenant is completed, it will mark the moment when I, the great deity Enel, shall descend to the azure sea below and assert dominion over the world. Enel's heart swelled with ambition. He believed a person of his stature could never be confined to a mere floating isle. The vast Grand Line, the four seas, and the immense red land were the true domains for his supremacy. As he contemplated, his gaze lifted towards the distant city. An unusual glint in his eyes as he muttered, did he truly block my strike? Humph, this sudden emergence from the blue sea seems promising. Perhaps I shall entertain myself by toying with this insignificant creature from the blue sea. I hope he can provide me with some amusement. In a flash of lightning, Enel vanished from sight. Below, the craftsmen and shipbuilders, having sensed his departure, breathed a collective sigh of relief, though some harbored deep-seated hatred in their eyes. Hey, what are you doing? Get back to work. Don't presume that with Lord Enel absent, you can slack off. Suddenly, a whip cracked against the back of a burly man, leaving a deep gash, as a heavily armored brute glared menacingly at the artisans, compelling them to resume their labors. Filled with both fear and resentment. Meanwhile, on the central streets of the city, a group of patrolling brutes confronted Ronan and his companions. Their expressions fierce and their words laced with malice. Who are these three lowly peasants? Dare to disrupt the domain of the great deity Enel? Do you wish for death? The leader, wielding a sharp spear, lunged toward Ronan, clearly emboldened by Enel's backing, as they had become a source of fear for countless residents of the floating islands. However, they now faced Ronan, the so-called demon child, notorious in the lower realms, known for his formidable prowess. Thus, the confrontation was set. Ronan's gaze flickered with a chilling glint as he coldly regarded the approaching spear, uttering a low growl, seeking death. Burn fruit, incinerate them. Boom. A towering inferno surged forth, instantly engulfing a group of muscular men wielding long spears, their lives snuffed out by the terrifying flames of the burned fruit. Not even a cry escaping their lips. This scene left the onlookers from Baika Island in a state of shock and stupor. Remarkable. Where did this person come from? He has effortlessly slain Enel's guard, taking down dozens in an instant. My heavens! Could it be that we are saved? However, fear suddenly crept into the expressions of some. No matter how formidable he may be, how could he possibly stand against the terrifying Enel? Look, Enel is here. The crowd's gaze abruptly sharpened, all eyes filled with trepidation as a brilliant flash of lightning heralded the arrival of a towering figure. Clap, clap, clap. Impressive strength. Enel appeared. His expression remarkably calm, showing no anger over the death of his subordinates. Instead, he regarded Ronan with an intrigued demeanor. Child, you pique my interest. Here's the deal. I grant you an opportunity to submit to me. Kneel and proclaim my name, Enel, swearing eternal allegiance to me as my slave. And I shall spare your life. This is the great Enel's gracious gift to you. Will you not hurry to kneel and pay homage? Chapter 86. Forcing Ronan to kneel? A terrifying showdown. Alas, it is hopeless. Enel remains an invincible entity. This person cannot possibly defeat him. Upon witnessing Enel's presence and his domineering proclamation, the surrounding populace displayed expressions of resignation, convinced that Ronan stood no chance against Enel, even though Ronan had previously managed to withstand one of Enel's lightning strikes. That had merely been a casual, ranged attack. With Enel personally present, how could Ronan hope to prevail? In their minds, Ronan's defeat was already decreed, and they would continue to endure Enel's cruel dominion and exploitation. Simultaneously, Olvia and Robin, upon hearing Enel's words, expressed their fury. No one had ever dared to insult Ronan in such a manner. Not even the world government or the most notorious pirates would speak so brazenly in his presence. Yet here stood a man demanding Ronan to kneel and bow before him. Unbearable. Nonetheless, both women could clearly perceive Enel's formidable nature. At this moment, Ronan faced Enel alone, and they were merely burdens. Within their hearts, they silently resolved to strive for strength. Olvia even vowed that once she acquired a devil fruit in Water City, she would no longer be a hindrance to Ronan. Though filled with indignation, they refrained from acting rashly, choosing instead to stand behind Ronan, ensuring they did not add to his troubles. Are you speaking to me? Hearing Enel's derogatory remarks, Ronan's eyes glinted with frost. Yet his expression remained unchanged as he spoke in a calm tone. Do you know? In this world, no one has ever dared to speak to me in such a manner. Not a single soul. Oh. Enel's lips curled into a dismissive smile. As if Ronan's words were nothing but folly. A mere child like you. No one has dared to speak to you? Ha ha ha. Well, today you have. Indeed. I have met the first. Ronan stood effortlessly before Olvia and Robin, his hands clasped behind him, seemingly devoid of any anger. With a calm demeanor, he faced Enel and inquired, So, are you prepared? What preparation? Enel scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Ronan. He casually swung a staff, the thunder drum strapped to his back emitting a low, ominous hum, while his elongated eyes flickered with the light of lightning. Are you ready to meet your demise? Ronan spoke softly, and then, a tremendous explosion echoed. As Ronan's words fell, he was met with a colossal lightning serpent, forged from the convergence of thunder and lightning. The serpent, with its fangs bared and claws poised, roared as it surged towards Ronan, intent on annihilating him in one fell swoop. You little brat, lacking any real ability, yet boasting with such fervor. Inaru, with a casual flick of his hand, prepared to turn away, believing that this strike would be even more formidable than the previous thunderbolt. potent enough to vanquish Ronan and simultaneously obliterate the two women behind him. Boring. Since you refuse to kneel and beg for mercy, to submit to me, then I shall reduce you to mere ashes. Inner scoffed, but as he turned, he suddenly halted, his elongated, narrowed eyes widening in astonishment. He inhaled sharply, gazing incredulously at Ronan. Is this it? To his disbelief, Ronan stood unharmed, resolutely planted in his position, his complexion rosy and his spirit vibrant. One hand rested behind him while the other was raised before him, palm open, firmly grasping a sphere of electricity, the very essence of the lightning serpent he had just deflected. Ronan deftly tossed the thunderball he held into the air, where it erupted with a resounding boom, scattering countless sparks of electricity across the vast sky before vanishing into nothingness. Quite an impressive feat. The previously carefree demeanor of Inaru faded, replaced by a grave expression as he regarded Ronan. This lightning serpent was not merely a casual strike. It was one of his formidable attacks, renowned for its singularly powerful offensive capabilities. He had anticipated an effortless victory over his opponent. Yet he was astounded to find that Ronan had effortlessly withstood his assault. This young lad possesses an intriguing quality. A hint of interest flickered at the corner of Inaru's mouth, akin to a child discovering a captivating new toy. His gaze upon Ronan was imbued with this sentiment. Indeed. I have changed my mind. I no longer wish to kill you. I have resolved to capture you instead, for you are quite the splendid plaything. However, since you refuse to submit, I shall force you into submission. Under the weight of absolute power, what strategies will you have left to resist? I await with bated breath. Anticipation? Ronan's lips curled into a chilling smile as he slowly raised his right hand. Now, allow me to demonstrate my abilities, but brace yourself for death. Should you perish, do not blame me. Annihilation scoffed, ready to respond, but suddenly found that Ronan had vanished from sight. Alarmed, he swiftly sprang into action. Crash. Bang. Annihilation narrowly evaded as Ronan reappeared where he had just stood, delivering a flaming punch that struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a vast fissure. The clouds below erupted with a thunderous roar, causing the very earth to tremble. This is bad. We must leave at once. The clouds are collapsing. Run. Take the children and the elderly and flee to safety. The onlookers were pale with fear, having never witnessed such a terrifying confrontation. They had only just begun to engage. And already the clouds and earth were being shattered. If the battle continued, the entire city would surely be obliterated. In a frenzy, everyone scrambled for safety, heads bowed, seeking refuge from the imminent danger. They understood that this fearsome clash was beyond their comprehension, and even watching from a distance posed a dire threat. Being caught in the crossfire would mean certain death. Meanwhile, Robin and Olvia, having distanced themselves from the battleground, were also filled with trepidation. As a devil fruit user, Robin swiftly carried Olvia away from the epicenter of the conflict, reaching the pinnacle of a tall building. With a worried expression, she gazed anxiously at the battlefield where Ronan and Annihilation were locked in a frenzied struggle. Flames clashed with thunder, silver serpents intertwined with crimson dragons, shaking the very foundations of countless structures. This spectacle instilled terror not only in the citizens of the city but also in the shipyard at the city's periphery, where craftsmen and shipbuilders stood in horrified awe, watching the chaos unfold. Even the foremen, once resolute, exhibited uncertainty as they observed the fierce battle. Who could this individual be? Capable of contesting the mighty Annihilation? Such a fearsome adversary could potentially annihilate the city. Surely, the great god would not allow this. Nonsense. The great god is invincible and will undoubtedly vanquish this intruder. Indeed, the great god is all-powerful, unmatched in the world. Chapter 87. Thunderbird vs. Solar Blast. Annihilation in shock. Divine retribution. Annihilation bellowed, standing defiantly in the air, his staff aimed at Ronan. A colossal bolt of lightning, far more terrifying than before, surged down upon Ronan. Confronted with this overwhelming attack, Ronan's expression hardened, his eyes flickering as he acted swiftly. The purple aura of armament hockey enveloped him, intensifying around his right hand, which he clenched into a fist. The flame fruit surged to its zenith, erupting in a fireball that roared upward to meet the descending lightning bolt. With a resounding crash, the lightning dissipated, and flames enveloped Ronan, forming a protective sphere that shielded him completely. Coupled with the defense of his armament hockey, the terrifying bolt failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon him. But this was merely the beginning. Ronan coldly remarked, "Despite the numerous assaults, none have harmed me. If that is all you possess, you shall not prevail against me. There is some merit to you, young one. Your prowess exceeds my initial expectations." Enel took a deep breath, his expression now grave, as he regarded Ronan. At this moment, any trace of disdain had vanished. Ronan had truly earned his earnest respect. Now, Let us see if you can withstand my next strike. As soon as Ronan's voice faded, he vanished, only to reappear before Enel, launching a formidable punch. This was no ordinary strike. His fist was engulfed in highly concentrated flames, exhibiting a destructive heat far surpassing the earlier lightning bolt unleashed by Enel. Flame fruit, fiery fist. Boom. Although Enel was swift, he could only manage to raise his staff in defense, crackling with electricity. With a thunderous crash, Enel was violently propelled away by Ronan's blow, shattering numerous buildings before ultimately descending into the depths of the cloud-covered abyss below. Surely, he cannot be dead? Ronan's form danced gracefully as he swiftly ascended above the cavern, casting a glance downward. Suddenly, with a crackle of thunder, a figure imbued with boundless lightning erupted from the depths of the cave. Damn it! You have wounded me. How could you do this? Enel, blood staining his lips and his countenance twisted in fury, glared at Ronan with the ferocity of a thunderous deity. Thunderbird, perish! As Enel charged forth, he raised his staff, striking it fiercely against the thunder drum behind him. Amidst the resounding echoes of thunder, an immense and terrifying thunderbird took form in the electric glow, summoned under Enel's command. With a piercing cry, it spread its wings and surged toward Ronan. You shall surely fall beneath the onslaught of my thunderbird. What means do you possess to resist this? Enel seethed at Ronan, as if the very act of being injured by Ronan's fiery fists was a profound humiliation. Thunderbird? Ronan raised his brow, inhaled deeply, and with both hands raised high, proclaimed, let me see how you intend to kill me. Flame fruit. Solar explosion. An unfathomable inferno surged wildly between his outstretched hands, as the power of the flame fruit at level 9 was unleashed to its fullest extent, confronting Enel, the possessor of the mightiest natural fruit. Ronan was indeed engaged in a fierce battle. If there were any shortcomings, it was the absence of his Zanpakuto had he wielded it. The tide of battle would undoubtedly have shifted in his favor, allowing him to dominate Enel with ease. Enel's strength, while formidable, was not insurmountable. Even in the depths of the ocean, he was comparable to the likes of Garp and Zephyr. Yet, his offensive capabilities were undeniably powerful, as he harnessed the full potential of the Rumble fruit. Unlike Luffy, who, as a rubber fruit user, had an innate advantage against Enel, Ronan had no choice but to endure with sheer prowess. Despite lacking his Zanpakuto, he managed to contend with Enel, even seeming to hold a slight advantage. A terrifying amalgamation of light and heat concentrated between his hands, and with a fierce throw, he hurled the colossal fireball towards the incoming lightning bird. Both entities represented highly concentrated energy, one of electricity, the other of flame, each a testament to the superlative might of natural fruit powers. In that moment, these forces collided. Boom. The earth trembled, and the sky darkened. At that instant, the heavens were filled with light and heat, an endless display of electric flashes and soaring flames. The entirety of Baika Island quaked, leaving all its inhabitants, citizens, artisans, and overseers stunned in awe. Robin and Olvia stood in stunned silence, witnessing the unprecedented intensity of Ronan's battle. They had never seen anything quite like it, not even during the confrontation with the two admirals at Reina Island. Who is this person that can engage Ronan to such an extent? Olvia murmured to herself. Ronan, he won't lose, will he? Robin whispered, her eyes filled with concern. No. Absolutely not. Ronan cannot possibly lose, Olvia asserted with conviction. Indeed, Ronan will surely prevail. Upon hearing her mother's words, Robin's expression transformed into one of determination. As the dust settled, the explosion's aftermath revealed Ronan standing majestically in the sky, his demeanor calm and his breathing steady, devoid of any sign of exertion. In stark contrast, Enel appeared weary, his chest heaving as he struggled for breath. The moment he witnessed Ronan unscathed in the air, his expression shifted dramatically. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can you remain uninjured? After such a cataclysmic clash of energies, you have sustained no harm? Enel seethed, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Ronan. You think such an attack could harm me? Ronan replied coolly, locking his gaze onto Enel. I may have sustained a minor injury when I was caught off guard by your initial lightning strike, but now, this battle must come to an end. If you have no more tricks up your sleeve, then brace yourself for my judgment upon your demise. Ha ha ha, you think you can judge me? You dare to pass judgment on a god such as myself? Enel erupted into laughter, only for his expression to turn icy in an instant. I have one final move that I have yet to unveil, the most potent technique I have only just comprehended. Once unleashed, your death is inevitable. Is that so? I await it. Ronan scoffed disdainfully, and with a swift motion of his right hand, he retrieved the sunwell blade from his storage ring. Until now, he had refrained from employing swordsmanship, relying solely on the powers of the flame fruit, the 6 styles of the Navy, as well as his mastery of armament hockey and observation hockey. Yet now, he was poised to wield his sword, for swordsmanship was one of his most formidable strengths, rivaling the might of the flame fruit. Chapter 88, The Arrival of the Thunder God. The fiery blade slash. With a burst of energy, Enel transformed into a bolt of lightning, soaring into the heavens. Above, a tumultuous mass of dark clouds gathered, within which silver electric serpents writhed, creating a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic sky. It was utterly terrifying. If this continued, the entire city would be annihilated. Quick, run. We must escape. But where could they flee? The citizens of the Sky Island, both ordinary folk and the craftsmen and overseers, were utterly shaken, their hearts gripped by terror as they scattered in search of shelter. Observing Enel's ominous demeanor, Ronan maintained a calm expression, utilizing the sky dance technique. He floated effortlessly in midair, the sun-will blade radiating a brilliant blaze. Countless flames erupted from Ronan, converging toward the blade, forming an immense sword of fire. This fiery blade, towering and resplendent beneath the ominous clouds, emanated an aura of overwhelming light and heat, rivaling the tempestuous storm conjured by Enel. At this moment, Ronan's expression grew serious. Enel's display was indeed remarkable. It was evident that this so-called ultimate move must possess considerable strength. However, he was unperturbed, for the true nature of the confrontation could only be discerned through battle. Nevertheless, Ronan's gaze flickered with concern. He could not allow the battle to spill over into the city below. While the fate of others might be inconsequential, Olvia and Robin remained within the urban confines. Should the city face utter devastation, both of them could be harmed, or worse, meet an untimely demise. He could not abide such an occurrence and possessed the ability to steer the clashes high above. Ronan raised his right hand, wielding the radiant sun blade, its fiery brilliance illuminating the heavens, piercing through the clouds and nearly shattering the vast dark cover above. Opposite him, Enel was intertwined with the ominous clouds, as ceaseless bolts of lightning struck his form, yet they inflicted no harm. On the contrary, these electric surges only augmented his power, for he commanded the thunder fruit, reigning over all the world's thunder and lightning. With a fervent cry, Enel sensed the accumulation of lightning within the clouds had reached its peak. He lowered his gaze toward Ronan and the immense flame blade in his grasp, bellowing, God of Thunder, descend. Boom. The swirling dark thunderclouds abruptly halted, then contracted violently, before expanding once more, unleashing a colossal bolt of lightning, measuring 100 meters in width, that struck Enel. In its wake, a titan forged of pure lightning emerged, reminiscent of a divine deity from ancient myth, fierce in visage and imposing as a judge. With a colossal hand extended, it lunged toward Ronan. In that moment, Ronan's pupils reflected the formidable figure of the godlike being. With the flame blade held high, he activated the art of aerial movement, propelling himself upward in defiance, charging toward the thunder god, directly confronting the titanic hand aimed at him. Flame slash. Open the path for me. Ronan's voice resonated with intensity as he unleashed a formidable technique, a blade of flame forged from the infinite fire, harmonizing his flowing swordsmanship with the fiery might of the Mera Mera no Mi. He charged forward, daring to confront the thunder god head-on. Seeking death, the thunder god, his visage twisted in rage, was indeed enraged. He was none other than Enel, transformed by the release of 200 million volts of lightning. In this moment, the thunder god and Enel were one. Witnessing Ronan's audacity to counterattack, Enel's fury intensified. He believed that with this ultimate move, there was no one in the world capable of withstanding his might. None. Yet Ronan's reckless defiance was nothing short of a provocation. Enel amplified the force of his palm, channeling more lightning energy, intent on obliterating Ronan with a single strike. Boom. The clash of the thunder god's palm and Ronan's flaming blade reverberated through the skies, sparing the city below from the devastation of their battle. However, the shockwave unleashed was fierce, tearing through the air and wreaking havoc upon countless edifices. Fortunately, despite the injuries and fatalities, both the city and the cloud foundations endured. Many who had sought refuge breathed a sigh of relief. Olvia and Robin, sheltered within a nearby structure, witnessed the chaos unfold. Though the building ultimately succumbed, Robin utilized the powers of the Hana no Mi to shield them from the collapsing debris, leaving them unscathed. Both gazed upward with concern, uncertain of Ronan's fate. Sizzle. A harsh, jarring sound pierced the atmosphere. Ahid. Enel's agonized wail echoed from above. The crowd below gasped in shock, the greatest fear emanating from Enel's subordinates. It is the god, the great god. How could it be? The great god is screaming? No, it must be a mistake. An illusion. How could the great god cry out in pain? Could it be that the great god has been defeated? No, I refuse to believe it. The battle is not yet over. I cannot accept that the great god would falter. A frenzy ensued among the overseers as they clutched their heads in disbelief, scrambling to climb the remaining tall structures to discern the situation above. Meanwhile, the craftsmen and townsfolk bore expressions of concealed joy, their hearts swelling with hope. Yet they dared not reveal their sentiments. After all, Enel's formidable prowess was etched into their minds, until they witnessed his downfall, they could not afford to show their elation. That was his scream. Robin exclaimed, joyously. Indeed, Ronan must have triumphed. Olvia sighed in relief, her face lighting up with a smile as she watched the dissipating smoke and flames, eager to discern the outcome. Yet she firmly believed Ronan would not falter. He had overcome even the mightiest admirals of the Navy. In this battle, he was destined for victory. Surely, he has won, Robin affirmed with conviction. In the skies, the multitude of flames and flickering lightning began to fade, revealing the obscured scene. The island's populace beheld the spectacle, gasping in collective astonishment, their expressions frozen in shock. There stood Ronan, proudly asserting his dominance, wielding the now nearly destroyed sunwheel blade. The colossal blade of flame had vanished after their fierce confrontation, leaving the sunwheel blade in a state of ruin, rendered nearly useless. Yet Ronan emerged unscathed, immaculate and composed, his demeanor unwavering. In stark contrast, Enel hovered in the air, a picture of disarray. Chapter 89. The Slaying of Enel. The island in terror. In the heights above Ronan, Enel's state of divine retribution lingered. Yet his appearance was nothing short of shocking. The former majesty of the thunder god, once a colossal figure that obscured the skies, had transformed. His massive hand, which once descended like the very heavens crashing down, was now severed. Blood mingled with crackling lightning fell from the remnants, as the enormous hand plummeted into the city below, obliterating numerous structures. It swiftly diminished, reverting to its normal size, Enel's own hand. Ronan had cleaved through the thunder god's palm, leaving him marred by the searing flames. Looking utterly wretched, his visage was a grotesque mask of fury, eyes ablaze with a wrath that seemed ready to erupt. How dare you? You have thoroughly enraged me. Enel bellowed in fury. You had the audacity to sever my hand. This is unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. I will see you dead. I will ensure your demise. His impotent rage was palpable. Ronan gazed indifferently at Enel's furious outburst, completely dismissing the other's wrath. With a mere flick of his wrist, he stowed the damaged sunwheel blade into his storage ring. In its place, a long sword materialized in his grip, not a Zampicudo, had it been one. That single strike would have sufficed to sever Enel's head, leaving no room for his furious cries. This long sword was a renowned blade left behind after the death of the Golden Lion, one of the supreme great blades. Ronan was not a dual-wielding swordsman. One blade was more than adequate for his needs. The quality of the supreme great blade surpassed that of the sunwheel blade. Although it fell short compared to a Zampicudo, nonetheless, it was more than sufficient to confront the already severely injured Enel. Ronan can deliver a devastating blow to Enel with the sunwheel blade, and now, wielding the supreme great blade, he feels no fear. As Ronan unsheaths his new weapon, Enel makes his move, unwilling to grant Ronan any respite. After their recent clash, both are somewhat fatigued. Ronan, yes, but Enel even more so. The move he executed, Thunder God Descends, was his recently mastered ultimate technique. Having failed to eliminate Ronan at the first opportunity, the passage of time only works against him, for he cannot sustain his Thunder God state indefinitely. He must resolve the confrontation with Ronan within its duration. There is no choice but to succeed, otherwise. With unwavering resolve, Enel knows that if he cannot vanquish Ronan in his most potent state, he will be even less capable of doing so in his ordinary condition. As for the elemental transformation ability of the Rumble fruit, Ronan possesses the ability to wield armament hockey, rendering elemental transformations ineffective against him. Such techniques are only potent against those lacking this formidable power. This situation is akin to an invincible state, easily countered solely by armament hockey, or perhaps through other, albeit exceedingly challenging means. Judgment of the Gods. Enel inhaled deeply, his entire being crackling with lightning as he summoned his most potent single-target attack in a state akin to divine descent. A colossal pillar of lightning surged toward Ronan, its might rivaling that of his previous strike, and in terms of raw single-target power, it surpassed it. Die, you wretched boy. It is a privilege to perish at the hands of the great Enel. A cruel smile graced Enel's lips, brimming with confidence in his assault. The opponent no longer wielded that immense blade of flame. How could he possibly withstand the ferocity of Enel's judgment of the gods? In Enel's eyes, Ronan was doomed. Observers, particularly the overseers, shared this sentiment. They had witnessed Enel's right hand severed and were genuinely taken aback, filled with trepidation, believing Enel to be utterly defeated. However, upon realizing that Enel had merely lost that exchange and now retaliated with such a formidable move, their confidence surged anew. Eyes gleamed with anticipation as they gazed upon the aerial clash. Conversely, the masses wore expressions of despair, some sorrowfully watching the lightning strike descend upon Ronan, as if foreseeing his demise. Indeed, hope appeared to wane. Enel was undeniably too powerful. No one at all, could vanquish him. He was invincible, and they would eternally languish under his brutal rule, with no prospect of liberation. Yet Robin and Olvia perceived the situation differently, observing Ronan's composed demeanor amidst the storm. They felt an unwavering confidence. Ronan's calmness signified certainty. The so-called Enel could never be his adversary. As Ronan gazed upward, slightly lifting his head to meet the oncoming colossal lightning pillar, a smile graced his lips as he raised his renowned blade. You believe you can strike me while I am fully focused? You vastly underestimate me. Ronan's figure began to sway, as though transforming into a mere specter. With the mastery of LV-12 Sky Dance combined with LV-9 Marine 6 styles and the enhancement of Moonwalk, such an assault, though exceedingly swift, remained incapable of striking me. It is crucial to note that I possess the ability to utilize observation haki, allowing me to foresee the trajectory of incoming attacks. Whoosh! Ronan's figure was struck by a bolt of lightning, yet it transformed into an illusion and vanished, for the bolt had merely collided with his afterimage. Even before the lightning took form and descended, Ronan had already foreseen its impact point and deftly evaded the strike. Subsequently, his figure flickered as if in a dance of shadows, appearing near Enel's head. With a whisper, he declared, "It is time to end this, Enel. If blame must be assigned, you only have yourself to blame for provoking me. As you once stated, to die by my hand is indeed your honor." No. Enel's final utterance echoed in despair. A sharp and terrifying beam of sword light pierced through his colossal head in an instant. The massive form of the thunder god froze mid-air, becoming rigid, and then, with a crack, a slender sword mark appeared on his nose, smoothly parting the flesh above it. Half of his enormous head tumbled from the sky, gradually shrinking as it plummeted to the ground. Simultaneously, the immense figure of the thunder god began to shrink back to its original size, reverting to Enel's true form as it continued its descent. As Enel's body regained its normal proportions and struck the earth, it awakened the onlookers, who gazed in shock and disbelief. They were paralyzed, unable to utter a word, their expressions frozen in astonishment as they beheld the slender yet formidable figure of Ronan standing defiantly in the sky. In that moment, the tyrant who had ruled over Baika for years, Enel, was slain by Ronan. The entire island's populace was engulfed in horror and astonishment, their hearts forever marked by Ronan's silhouette, an image that would never fade from their memories. Chapter 90. The grateful kneeling masses. The despairing overseers. No. A cry of despair reverberated through the city, uttered by Enel's subordinates who were unable to accept the reality of their master's demise at Ronan's hands. How could this be possible? One of Enel's followers murmured, his disbelief palpable as he gazed at Ronan's towering figure. The image of Ronan was etched in his mind. Even the seemingly invincible Enel had fallen to this man, filling him with dread. He has slain the great god. The great god is dead? No, I cannot believe it. These subordinates and overseers were engulfed in disbelief, murmuring impossible denials. In stark contrast, the masses erupted in jubilant cheers after their initial shock. He truly did it. He truly accomplished the impossible, exclaimed one onlooker, his face reflecting incredulity as he gazed at Ronan in the sky. Indeed, Enel is dead. Ha ha. Enel is dead. Another citizen laughed maniacally, tears streaming down his face as he recalled the unimaginable suffering they had endured under Enel's brutal reign. We are free. We are free. Enel is dead, and we are liberated. The people rejoiced, running about and sharing the exhilarating news, expressing their elation and relief from the depths of their hearts. At this moment, Robin and Olvia were filled with immense joy. Indeed, I had foreseen it. Ronan was bound to triumph. How could he possibly succumb to someone like that? Robin declared proudly, her gaze towards Ronan's silhouette in the sky brimming with admiration. Indeed, Olvia exclaimed, he has won, yet the adversary he faced was remarkably formidable. Absolutely, Exceedingly powerful, Robin concurred. The intensity of their battle appeared even more fierce than Ronan's previous encounter with the Navy headquarters. Nevertheless, Ronan emerged victorious. No one can defeat him. He shall forever remain the strongest. Indeed, in the heavens, Ronan waved his renowned blade away, casting his gaze down upon the jubilant crowd below. Spotting Robin and Olvia atop a nearby building, a smile graced his face. It was over, Ronan muttered to himself, then swiftly descended to stand before Olvia and Robin. Ronan, are you all right? Are you hurt? Olvia inquired with her usual concern for Ronan's well-being. Despite Ronan's victory over his opponent, a trace of worry lingered in her eyes. After all, this adversary appeared exceptionally formidable. When the colossal form of the thunder god emerged, she almost believed a true deity had descended, which was utterly terrifying, far surpassing the displays of Carp and Zephyr. Yes, indeed, Ronan, are you unharmed? Did that lightning-wreathed fellow inflict any injury upon you? Robin inquired further. That fellow is truly terrifying. However, in the end, he was defeated by you, Ronan. You are truly remarkable. Rest assured, I have not sustained any injuries. Ronan smiled faintly, though he was indeed somewhat fatigued. This time, facing Enel, particularly in his thunder god form, he had exerted every possible means and nearly exhausted his strength to vanquish Enel. As previously stated, without his Zanpakuto, his power was not at its peak. He was at least halved in strength. The might of a released Zanpakuto is simply formidable. Reflecting on the past, consider the Golden Lion. His actual combat prowess was not significantly inferior to Enel's. Yet, when confronted with a released Zanpakuto, he was swiftly defeated by Ronan. This illustrates how terrifying the amalgamation of Ronan's inherent strength and the power of a released Zanpakuto can be. All is well. All is well. Olvia and Robin breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon noticing Ronan's apparent weariness and observing the frenzied cheers of the crowd below, alongside the despairing overseers, Olvia expressed her concerns. What shall we do now? Should we leave immediately, or assist in addressing the situation here? Perhaps we should tend to the matter a little. Ronan mused. Although Enel is dead, the mess he left behind remains, and those who aided his tyranny must also face retribution. With that, Ronan retrieved 2 vials of potions, one containing a stamina potion, and the other, a mental fortitude elixir, consuming them to replenish the energy and spirit expended in battle. His reasoning for this was not out of fear of the minions below, but rather a necessity. Without adequate stamina and mental strength, he would be unable to utilize the sky dance technique to carry the 2 women away over such a great distance. It was imperative to ensure he was sufficiently prepared. All right, let us descend. Ronan extended his arms to embrace the 2 individuals, and with a swift motion, he descended gracefully. As Ronan and his companions arrived, the gathered crowd below abruptly ceased their jubilant cheers. One by one, they gazed upon Ronan with a mixture of trepidation and reverence. Their fear stemmed from Ronan's formidable prowess. Having vanquished Enel, a display of strength they had never before witnessed. For long, Enel had epitomized invincibility in their eyes, an unmatched force. Yet now, Ronan had irrevocably altered their perception, with the mantle of invincibility now resting upon him. Their admiration was a natural response to Ronan's immense power and his role as their savior from dire straits. Had it not been for Ronan, their future would have been shrouded in despair, destined for a tragic end, as the narrative foretold their annihilation, with the entire Baika island set to fall victim to Enel's wrath. However, Ronan had transformed their fate, and he could indeed be regarded as their deliverer. Thank you, noble sir, for rescuing us from peril. Our gratitude knows no bounds. A resounding chorus erupted as a multitude of shadowy figures knelt upon the ground, bowing before Ronan in profound homage, their voices echoing expressions of thanks. From the elderly to the young, all prostrated themselves, offering their utmost respect and gratitude to Ronan. Please, rise. Ronan waved his hand and, with a calm demeanor, proclaimed, Enel has been vanquished by my blade. You may now live in peace. The crowd erupted in tears of joy, exclaiming, at last, we can finally live well. Laughter echoed as they celebrated. Our Baika island can once again bask in tranquility. Gratitude poured forth for the noble figure who had slain Enel, with promises to forever cherish this act of heroism. Upon hearing Ronan's words, the populace rose once more, their cheers resounding, each individual brimming with excitement as they envisioned a future filled with peace and serenity. However, a furious overseer bellowed, No, you fools. Our great God cannot perish. He is deceiving you. At this outburst, the atmosphere shifted to one of stark silence. The jubilant crowd, once filled with elation, fell silent, their gazes turning towards the overseer, now imbued with terror, as memories of their previous lives under the overseer's brutal whips resurfaced with chilling clarity. You seek death. Ronan suddenly turned his head, casting a glance at the overseer and the group of supervisors behind him, his heart already issuing a death warrant for these scoundrels. Chapter 91. Return. Set sail. With a swift motion, a blaze erupted from Ronan's hand, conjuring a fiery dragon that roared as it soared above the heads of the populace, engulfing the overseers in its wrath. Their screams were silenced before they could escape. All the overseers perished, not a single one left behind. Seeing this, the crowd erupted in joy, their earlier apprehensions dissipating. They had feared that if Ronan departed, these former minions of Enel might turn against them. Now, with their last shred of concern eradicated by Ronan's decisive action, they felt a profound sense of relief. The ensuing events unfolded with remarkable ease. As Ronan departed amidst the adoring gazes of a grateful crowd, accompanied by Olvia and Robin, their eyes remained transfixed on him until his figure faded from view. Gradually, they returned to reality, beginning the arduous task of mending the devastation wrought upon the city, in aftermath of the fierce battle that had left it in ruins. Nevertheless, no matter how exhausting the work may be, it was infinitely more hopeful than the days devoid of expectation. The future undoubtedly held promise for a better existence. In the heart of Gaia Island, within a library, Ronan pondered the fate of Captain Ronan and his crew. Had they concluded their affairs on the Sky Island? Perusing a cookbook, he turned to Eilina beside him and inquired, "It should be nearly finished, right?" The bulk of their time was likely spent on the search for historical texts. Once found, their tasks would surely be completed swiftly. Eilina, engrossed in a book on marine knowledge surrounding Gaia Island, did not lift her gaze as she responded, "Indeed, it should be about that time." This particular book was authored by a renowned local navigator, and Eilina had gleaned a wealth of valuable insights from its pages. "Oh," Ronan replied, returning his focus to the cookbook. Noticing Roman's apparent lack of enthusiasm, Eilina looked up and, observing his disinterest, playfully remarked, "What's the matter? Are you still upset about the culinary challenge?" "Yes," Ronan exclaimed, his frustration evident. "Those chefs refused to accept my challenge. Do they truly look down on me? That's rather typical, isn't it?" Eilina chuckled. "They are all adults, some seasoned chefs with established reputations, competing against a 13 or 14-year-old. If they win, it's expected. If they lose, it would be utterly shameful. Their hard-earned reputations would be tarnished. Thus, as long as they possess any common sense, they would never risk losing to you," Eilina concluded. Previously, she and Ronan had visited numerous restaurants, attempting to challenge the chefs to a culinary duel, yet none had accepted. Some even mocked her for daring to compete in the kitchen, deeming her aspirations as overreaching. In truth, those chefs were astute, as Eilina pointed out. Winning would be the norm, while losing to a young girl would be a disgrace. After a long day spent visiting several establishments, none of the chefs had agreed to the challenge. Eventually, a resigned Ronan set aside his competitive spirit and accompanied Eilina to the library to read. As Ronan returned to Gaia Island, the afternoon hour was drawing near. Utilizing the positioning of his Zampicudo, he successfully located the two individuals within the library. After a modest meal, the group made their way back to the port to inspect the repairs on the Wavebreaker. Thanks to the diligent efforts of the seasoned shipwright, Old Fury, the repairs were finally completed by the afternoon. After settling the subsequent fees, the group boarded the vessel and decided against spending the night on Gaia Island, setting sail directly for their next destination, the Water City. The Wavebreaker slowly departed from the harbor, and the stationed Marines of Gaia Island, who had been vigilantly observing the situation, breathed a collective sigh of relief. At last, he is left. Indeed, it is a blessing. He has not caused any disturbances on Gaia Island. Had he chosen to wreak havoc, the Marines and officers here would have been utterly insufficient to contend with him. Truly, we were fortunate. It was wise of us not to provoke him. How foolish we would have been to instigate a confrontation with this son of a demon, Ronan. Would that not have been a death wish? Those who previously dared to provoke him are likely now resting beneath the earth, their graves overgrown with grass. Speaking of provocation, did we not investigate yesterday? That band of robbers was audacious indeed, attempting to raid Ronan and his crew. Audacious scarcely captures their temerity, astonishingly. Only a few perished, while the rest were merely maimed. It is indeed fortunate to have survived Ronan's grasp. They shall boast of this for the remainder of their lives. However, I have heard from our superiors that there is a plan to address the rampant banditry on Gaia Island. After learning of yesterday's events, the commanders were understandably shaken. Should Ronan choose to direct his wrath upon us due to the bandits, we would be in dire straits. Indeed, it is imperative that we take action. Those bandits are utterly despicable. On the deck of the Wavebreaker, a large table was set, adorned with an array of delectable dishes. Shiki, Captain Ronan, and everyone else, come and savor these delights. I have learned many new recipes here on Gaia Island. Karaman proudly gestured towards the culinary spread, exclaiming, "Some of these are signature dishes from various restaurants, while others I have gleaned from the library's cookbooks. My culinary skills have truly flourished." "Is that so? Remarkable." Ronan seated himself at the table, gazing at the sumptuous array of dishes before him, and upon hearing Karaman's words, he exclaimed, "Well, we must indulge in these delights. Come, everyone, let us gather and savor the culinary creations that Karaman has recently mastered. Indeed, allow me," he continued, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he picked up his chopsticks to sample a dish that appeared particularly enticing. "Karaman is truly remarkable," exclaimed Olvia with a joyful laugh as she enjoyed her meal. "I heard from Elena that the chefs from Gaia Island dare not compete with your culinary skills. They must be afraid of losing embarrassingly." "That is undoubtedly true," chimed in Robin, who was seated nearby. "With dishes as delectable as Karaman's, those fellows must be intimidated." "Well, this is absolutely delicious, Ronan. You must try some." Ronan took a bite of the meat that Robin had given him and immediately felt that this dish was indeed exquisitely delicious. A culinary delight he had never experienced before. "Indeed, Karaman, your culinary skills have significantly improved of late." Ronan nodded with a smile. "No wonder those individuals dare not compete with you. If they were to lose, they would be in dire straits, henceforth. It is likely that no restaurant on Gaia Island would dare employ them. Perhaps those establishments would go to great lengths to invite you to join their kitchens. I have no intention of working at their establishments," Karaman declared proudly, lifting his chin. "If those chefs are too intimidated to challenge me, I shall seek out even more formidable chefs to compete against. I will also master superior culinary skills, and in due time, I shall undoubtedly become even more exceptional. Heh. I aspire to be the greatest chef in the world. Keep it up. Karaman, you are the best. You will surely succeed." Amidst the jubilant laughter, everyone bestowed their heartfelt blessings upon Karaman. The mighty vessel, the giant wave, sailed forth towards the City of Water amidst this joyous atmosphere. At that moment, the City of Water had received news of Ronan and his companion's imminent arrival, causing a wave of excitement throughout the entire city. Chapter 92, The City of Water. The whole city mobilizes to welcome Ronan. The mayor of the City of Water, not yet the later Aceberg, was an elderly gentleman. Upon hearing of Ronan's impending arrival, the old mayor became somewhat anxious, a sentiment mirrored by the other official personnel of the city. Who among them was unaware of Ronan's illustrious name? Even the most remote corners were familiar with his reputation, let alone a bustling metropolis like the City of Water, a renowned shipping hub and shipbuilding base along the Grand Line. During the Battle of Rena Island, when Morgans initiated a worldwide broadcast, nearly everyone in the City of Water tuned in. Each citizen was acutely aware of Ronan's formidable presence. Even the world government and the Navy headquarters had capitulated before him. What chance did they have? Moreover, the City of Water was not a nation and thus not a member state of the world government. It stood as an immense aquatic city, economically prosperous, with a thriving shipbuilding industry. Its relations with the world government were amicable, and it maintained cordial ties with several notorious pirate crews, managing to thrive in both spheres. Many flagship vessels of prominent pirate crews were constructed in the City of Water, and this goodwill still lingered. Pirates would often extend a measure of respect. Of course, this discussion pertained to ordinary pirates. The concept of respect did not extend to someone of Ronan's stature, a fact universally acknowledged, hence their palpable anxiety. As Ronan arrived, they found themselves unable to refuse, nor did they dare to do so. Instead, they were compelled to extend their utmost hospitality to this formidable figure, for they could not bear the thought of incurring his wrath. The consequences of such an affront would be unfathomable, potentially wreaking havoc upon the Water City. "Quickly, relay my orders to prepare for Ronan's arrival," the old mayor commanded in a grave tone to his subordinates. "We must treat this matter with the utmost seriousness and present the finest aspects of our Water City to Ronan, showcasing our warmth and hospitality, ensuring he departs with a favorable impression. Do you understand?" "Yes, Mayor, we comprehend." The subordinates exchanged solemn glances, recognizing the gravity of the situation. They were not surprised by the mayor's earnestness. After all, this was Ronan, a figure not to be underestimated. "Very well, go and attend to your duties. Ronan's arrival is imminent. We must be thoroughly prepared." The official channels of Water City were bustling with activity, and the populace mirrored this fervor. The sentiments towards Ronan among the citizens were intricate. On one hand, there was palpable fear, yet on the other, many youths idolized him. After all, Ronan was remarkably young. Not yet 12, yet he had already gained worldwide notoriety as a formidable pirate, leaving countless young admirers in awe. Thus, the people of Water City, caught between admiration and trepidation, wholeheartedly supported the grand welcoming ceremony arranged by the authorities. Indeed, Water City had orchestrated an extravagant reception for Ronan. Days later, they received confirmation that Ronan would arrive at approximately 10 o'clock the following morning. Thus, preparations for the grand ceremony commenced, mobilizing the entire city to ensure a positive impression for their esteemed guest. Meanwhile, far out at sea, Ronan remained blissfully unaware of these developments. Even if he were to learn of the grand surprise orchestrated by the officials and the citizens, it would likely elicit nothing more than a wry smile. "Captain Ronan, we shall reach Water City by tomorrow morning," Elena announced, deftly steering the ship. "Indeed, it has been several days. We should be arriving soon." Ronan nodded. During their recent voyage, they had encountered a fierce snowstorm that delayed their journey slightly. Otherwise, they would have reached the city of Water today. However, a one-day delay was of little consequence. Tomorrow, they would arrive. Kuruman approached the deck, bearing several cups of juice, which she distributed among the group with a smile, saying, "I have heard that the city of Water boasts a rather unique delicacy, something called water meat? I'm not quite sure." Elena shook her head, genuinely unaware of it. I know. Robin, who had been diligently practicing her fruit abilities nearby, rushed over to accept a cup of juice from Kuruman's tray, exclaiming, "My mother mentioned it before. It's quite delicious and can only be found in the city of Water. Once we arrive, Kuruman, you must try it. It would be wonderful if you could prepare it for us on the ship in the future." "Absolutely." Kuruman nodded eagerly. Her enthusiasm for culinary delights surpassed that of anyone else. Even without Robin's encouragement, she intended to savor it thoroughly. As they chatted, Olvia walked over from the cabin and sat before Ronan, stating, "Regarding the float fruit you mentioned earlier, I believe it would be better suited for Elena. Didn't you say you wanted it for yourself?" Ronan looked at Olvia with curiosity before shifting his gaze to Elena. Over the past few days, he had felt that the girl's abilities were lacking, so he had presented the float fruit for them to choose who should use it. They had initially planned for Olvia to take it, but unexpectedly, Elena wished to give it to Olvia, who now wanted to return it to Elena. These two were quite generous with each other, weren't they? I contemplated that once we reached the city of Water, wouldn't the world government compensate us with 5 fruits? We could select another one then. Olvia continued, "The float fruit grants the ability to fly, and as a navigator, Elena would benefit more from this ability than I would. With the power of the float fruit, she could soar above to assess the environment and weather, which would be of greater assistance to us." Upon hearing Olvia's reasoning, Ronan had to concede that it was indeed a well-considered point. Elena possessing the float fruit would indeed be more advantageous than for anyone else. "Elena, what do you think?" Ronan inquired of Elena. "I believe Aunt Olvia would be a more fitting choice." Elena gazed appreciatively at Olvia, aware that Olvia wished to bestow this precious fruit upon her. However, she felt that this fruit was of greater worth than the others. After all, it was the fruit of the gold lion, undoubtedly superior and more valuable. She could suffice with ordinary fruits. Such a splendid gift should be reserved for Olvia. "No, Elena, I believe you are the more suitable one. Please do not decline." Olvia insisted. "I understand your desire to give it to me, but truthfully, you are more deserving than any of us. With the float fruit, you can enhance our sailing experience, protecting us from significant dangers in the future. Would that not be preferable?" Elena hesitated for a moment, then turned to the others. Noticing their approving expressions, she finally conceded, "Very well, I shall accept this fruit and consume it shortly. That is the spirit." Olvia smiled and nodded. "We have endured so much together. We are like family now, so there is no need for such formality." Chapter 93, The Celestial Golden Fleet. Welcoming the Celestial Dragons? In another direction, as the Great Wave approached Water City, a massive fleet was also making its way there. This was not the world government's fleet transporting devil fruits and a billion-berry compensation, but rather the Celestial Golden Fleet. It was once again the season for the allied nations to pay tribute to the noble celestial dragons. The Celestial Golden Fleet had departed from the Sabaody archipelago, collecting tributes as it passed through various allied nations. This grand fleet consisted of 12 large vessels, including 8 warships and 4 cargo ships. On the largest of these ships were the fleet's commanding personnel and several immensely esteemed celestial dragons. After all, these were tributes meant for the celestial dragons. and the Celestial Dragon Council had dispatched several highly regarded members to accompany the fleet. Furthermore, the Navy headquarters had also sent a vice admiral to escort the 8 warships. After replenishing supplies at Judicial Island, the fleet continued on its course toward Water City. However, they were not visiting to collect tributes. Water City was not an allied nation and bore no obligation to pay such tributes. They were instead seeking repairs for one of their vessels, which had sustained damage. Given that this was a ship carrying the esteemed Celestial Dragons, it could not be repaired at ordinary ports. It required the advanced shipbuilding capabilities of Water City to ensure the safety of the Celestial Dragons and the smoothness of future voyages. The fleet sailed onward. And on the following day, they finally reached the waters surrounding Water City. Simultaneously, the authorities in Water City received this news, leaving them momentarily stunned. What? You say the Celestial Golden Fleet is about to arrive in Water City? The old mayor, momentarily taken aback, questioned one of his aides. Why are they coming here? We are not an allied nation. Well, they say they are here to repair their ship, the aide replied, somewhat helplessly. Is that so? But this complicates matters. The old mayor paced anxiously, hands clasped behind his back. It was indeed a predicament. He had arranged for the entire populace of Water City to gather at the port to welcome Ronan, only to be confronted by the arrival of the Celestial Golden Fleet. It seemed a most unfortunate coincidence, as 2 parties were set to arrive simultaneously, causing him considerable stress. Mayor, what should we do now? The aide inquired. The Celestial Golden Fleet carries several members of the world aristocracy. We must greet them. What else can we do but welcome them? The old mayor lamented, scratching his head in frustration. We certainly cannot ignore the world nobility. Their status demands acknowledgement. It is perfectly acceptable to have the whole city welcome them. But with Ronan also arriving, how do we reconcile the 2 parties? If they ask whom we are welcoming, what shall we say? I cannot afford to offend either side. How shall we greet them, then? The aide hesitantly asked. Currently, we are flying the banner to welcome Ronan. It is too late to change it now. If Ronan arrives first, we shall remain still. If the Celestial Golden Fleet arrives first, we must lower the banner. The mayor contemplated this for a moment. But what if they arrive together? The aide pressed, not out of excessive curiosity, but rather to ensure clarity in a situation that could easily spiral out of control. Hearing this, the old mayor felt another wave of frustration wash over him. If they arrive together, we shall lower the banner and welcome them both. He waved his hand dismissively. If it comes to it, let them negotiate among themselves. I am out of options. Now go prepare. And I must also prepare to head to the port. Understood. The port of Water City was expansive, given its status as a waterborne metropolis renowned for its shipbuilding industry, boasting numerous docks. The grandest, Dock 1, was bustling with throngs of citizens eagerly awaiting Ronan's arrival. The streets leading from the port to the city center were equally crowded, while waterways overflowed with vessels all there to welcome Ronan. Of course, a primary waterway leading to the city center had been cleared, reserved exclusively for Ronan's party. It could not be obstructed. Just then, the citizens received news that the Celestial Golden Fleet had also arrived at the port and was preparing to disembark. This revelation left the populace momentarily dumbfounded. However, unlike the old mayor, the ordinary citizens held no such complex thoughts. They reasoned that regardless of whom they were welcoming, they would simply welcome both parties together. At the port, the Celestial Golden Fleet docked first. Several rotund figures adorned with extravagant attire, accompanied by a vice admiral, slowly descended from the deck, surveying the jubilant reception prepared by the citizens of Water City. The Celestial Dragons nodded in satisfaction. The leading Celestial Dragon, head held high and hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the scene and declared, "Not bad. The people of Water City seem to understand our importance. Organizing such a grand welcoming ceremony. It surpasses even those of the previous allied nations. Haha, is this not to be expected?" Another Celestial Dragon remarked nonchalantly, wiping his nose. "We are the esteemed world aristocracy. Their flattery is merely their duty." "Indeed," echoed 2 other Celestial Dragons, their expressions conveying a sense of entitlement. "These commoners ought to welcome us as such. Wait, why have they not yet knelt? We have disembarked. They should be kneeling now. Humph, Tory Sky. Command these commoners to bow before us." Upon noticing that the citizens had not knelt to honor the 4 esteemed Celestial Dragons, one of the dragons erupted in anger, instructing the accompanying Vice Admiral. At once, Great Subaru. The Rear Admiral dared not defy the orders of the Celestial Dragons. Upon hearing the command, he promptly bowed respectfully and, accompanied by several officers, made his way to the old mayor of Water City. Upon receiving the message relayed by the Rear Admiral, the old mayor sighed in resignation and prepared to dispatch someone to convey the orders. At that moment, Ronan's vessel, the giant wave, arrived at the port. "Wow, there are so many people," Robin exclaimed, observing the throngs of individuals at the harbor. "Is today some sort of festival? Why are there so many?" Olvia inquired with curiosity. "I'm not sure," Ronan replied, shaking his head. He was unaware that the entire city had mobilized its populace to welcome his arrival and that the unexpected appearance of the Golden Fleet overhead had left the citizens of Water City in a state of distress. "Regardless, let us prepare to dock and disembark." Ronan disregarded everything else and prepared to dock, yet the port ahead was already occupied by the celestial fleet of golden ships. 12 grand vessels blocked the way. Despite the vastness of Port 1, there was no space for the massive wave breaker to berth. Chapter 94. Arrogance. Is Ronan a lowly commoner? An oppressive display of power. Just as Ronan furrowed his brow, contemplating his next move, a group of individuals approached the port, anxiously gazing in Ronan's direction, while simultaneously negotiating with the Celestial Fleet's crew to clear their vessels and allow the wavebreaker to dock. However, the crew of the Celestial Fleet arrogantly rebuffed their request, wearing expressions of disdain as they cast a dismissive glance at the wavebreaker, clearly unimpressed. This situation left the representatives of the Water City in a state of despair. The task assigned by the old mayor, to persuade the Celestial Fleet to relinquish a docking space for Ronan, appeared insurmountable. One of the old mayor's aides, gritting his teeth, boldly revealed Ronan's identity, hoping to intimidate the other party into yielding. "This esteemed vessel belongs to Ronan," he declared, his expression fraught with urgency. The wavebreaker had already been waiting for some time, and if they were delayed further, it could provoke a serious conflict. "Who is this Ronan?" "Just some nobody, get lost," scoffed a proud crew member of the Celestial Fleet. As a steward of the Dragon Clan, he wielded his influence with arrogance, dismissing others without a second thought. Although the name Ronan sounded somewhat familiar, he dismissed it and outright refused the request. The old mayor's aide was taken aback. Did they not even grant Ronan any respect? Just then, a cold snort reached his ears. Since when has Ronan been regarded as a nobody? This chilling remark sent shivers down the aide's spine. It was over. This formidable figure was angry. Ronan, without searching for a docking position, directly utilized his flight technique to soar towards this direction with the two others. Elena. Having consumed the float fruit, though still mastering its application and far from achieving the terrifying prowess of the Golden Lion, who could levitate ships and even islands, had no difficulty carrying Karaman alone. The group swiftly arrived at the edge of the port. Upon landing, Ronan took the lead and approached the group, casting a cold glance at the butler of the Celestial Dragon. "Who are you? Do you know who we are?" Beside the butler stood several bodyguards clad in black suits and sunglasses. Upon seeing Ronan approach, they assumed he intended to attack and immediately aimed their handguns at him and his companions. Ronan cast a frosty glance at the group, remaining silent. Yet the chill in his gaze intensified. At that moment, the mayor's aide, who had come to greet Ronan, hurried over with great reverence, bowing deeply. "My lord Ronan, the mayor has sent us to welcome you. Please do not take offense at the rudeness of these individuals. I am thoroughly dissatisfied with what you refer to as a welcome." Ronan gazed calmly at the other person and inquired, "Who are these individuals? How is it that they do not permit even a moment's pause?" Although Ronan noticed several warships surrounding him, he remained oblivious to the purpose of this fleet. If it were a naval fleet, how could they fail to recognize him? Ronan believed that the opposing party surely lacked the audacity to treat him in such a manner. Did they wish for oblivion? A glance at the stationed navy of Gaia Island would suffice to understand that any marine who had heard of his reputation would dare not behave so insolently. Yet, the current situation was starkly unfolding before his eyes, a blatant affront to his dignity. "My lord Ronan," the individual tasked with welcoming him, was about to speak, when suddenly, the disgruntled butler of the discarded Celestial Dragon interjected. "You insolent ruffians!" The butler bellowed, charging forward with a band of men clad in black, pointing accusatory fingers at Ronan and his entourage. "Do you even know who we are? How dare you speak to us in such a manner? Do you wish for death? If so, grant your desires, shoot these lowly commoners. I shall bear all responsibility. Humph! How dare you seize the docking space upon the arrival of the esteemed aristocracy? Let me assure you, it matters not who arrives today. You shall pay dearly for your ignorance." "Stop. This is a grave mistake." The welcoming personnel gasped in alarm, hastily attempting to intervene. "This is Lord Ronan. Cease at once. Lord Ronan, or whatever title you claim, fire. Eliminate these peasants." The butler disregarded the pleas and brazenly ordered the execution of Ronan and his party. Without a moment's hesitation, the black-clad bodyguards complied, unleashing a hail of gunfire towards Ronan's group. The sound of gunfire erupted, resonating through the air, echoing in the eyes of the desperate and terrified welcoming personnel. Ronan and his companions found themselves in a situation devoid of significance. In an instant, a flash of fire illuminated the scene, engulfing the group of dark-clad individuals and the so-called nobleman's butler in flames, reducing them to ashes without a trace. Commoners? They dare to call me a commoner? Ronan's expression remained impassive as he murmured to himself, I have never heard anyone dare to address me in such a manner. Today, I have truly witnessed it. Behind him, Robin and the others displayed their anger. Having just arrived in Water City, they were subjected to such insults, which was indeed infuriating. However, the rudeness of those who had been slain by Ronan gradually dissipated their ire. Lord Ronan, the welcoming committee of Water City, was left speechless, completely flustered. A confrontation had indeed ensued. While Ronan's effortless annihilation of this group was not surprising due to his formidable strength, fearless even in the face of the celestial dragons, it posed a grave concern for Water City. In comparison to the celestial dragons, Water City was like comparing heaven to earth. An unassailable disparity existed between them, as the world's aristocrats and rulers of the world government. The celestial dragons were the most exalted beings. Should they become wrathful, they could summon the naval fleet to obliterate Water City in mere days. Pray tell, who are these individuals? Ronan inquired, clapping his hands to extinguish the flames upon his fingers, casting a casual glance at the onlookers. Do not keep me waiting. My patience is worn thin. Why yes, Lord Ronan, the welcoming committee nodded fervently, fearing to exhibit any arrogance before him. Just look at those who had been haughty before Ronan. They had met a grim fate for their insolence, their ashes now scattered. These individuals belong to the celestial dragons. This fleet is the Golden Ship Brigade, here in Water City for repairs. One of the welcoming members quickly explained, gesturing towards the throngs of people around them. Originally, these citizens were mobilized by our mayor to welcome Lord Ronan's arrival. Water City has always held a welcoming stance towards you, Lord Ronan. However, the Golden Ship Brigade arrived simultaneously, preceding your entrance. Due to the celestial dragon's esteemed status, we had no choice but to attend to them first. The individual who insulted you was merely a steward of a celestial dragon. Please do not hold it against us. So, it was the celestial dragons. Upon hearing this, Ronan comprehended the situation. It was clear why they were so arrogant, completely disregarding others. They had grown accustomed to their own arrogance, a reflection of the celestial dragon's supreme position in this world. He had only heard of their status before. Now, he bore witness to it firsthand. To be insulted as a commoner by merely a steward was astounding. One could only imagine the level of arrogance the celestial dragons themselves would exhibit. Let us go and witness the so-called noble celestial dragons to ascertain the extent of their grandeur, Ronan declared, dismissing the welcoming committee with a wave of his hand, leading Olvia and the others forward. Behind them, the welcoming committee exchanged glances, uncertain whether to follow. Clearly, this formidable figure was intent on confronting the celestial dragons directly. But they were simply not equipped to contend with either party. Both were titans beyond their reach. What should we do, my lord? One subordinate whispered. We shall do nothing. The head of the welcoming committee gritted his teeth and turned away. The others, exchanging glances, bowed their heads and followed suit. This matter was beyond their control. Chapter 95. The Arrogant Celestial Dragons. Once again insulted as commoners. Unbeknownst to the former mayor, a conflict had already erupted between Ronan and the celestial dragon's representative stationed at the port, spiraling out of control. He was currently dispatching messages to his subordinates, instructing them to relay the celestial dragon's commands, demanding that all citizens kneel to welcome the esteemed world aristocrats. Upon receiving the news, the citizens, albeit reluctantly, understood the celestial dragon's exalted status. One by one, they knelt in submission, honoring the arrival of these great world aristocrats. Among the kneeling crowd, several individuals exchanged furtive glances, discreetly sharing information. Why have the celestial dragons come? I have no idea. Weren't we here to cover the demon child Ronan? Indeed. That's what the officials of Water City claimed. I thought I could secure an exclusive scoop on Ronan, hoping it would sell well. But it turns out we are here to welcome the celestial dragons instead. Indeed, these individuals were none other than reporters under Morgan's, and Water City, being a major metropolis, naturally had correspondents from the World Economic News Agency stationed there. After witnessing the official announcement from Water City the previous day, they had been exhilarated all night. Ronan. This is the infamous son of the devil, Ronan. Even before the Battle of Rena Island, he had already gained worldwide renown, and after the conflict, his fame soared to unprecedented heights. To obtain first-hand news about him symbolizes boundless opportunities. Did you not notice that even the esteemed president himself attended the Battle of Rena Island, initiating a global live broadcast? It was truly a sensational event. Thus, the news of Ronan's arrival in the City of Water has left the journalists stationed there in a state of exhilaration, each convinced that a golden opportunity has presented itself, compelling them to report this momentous event diligently. Little did they expect that before they could meet Ronan, they would first encounter the celestial dragons. Upon their arrival, the populace was compelled to kneel in submission. Though reluctant, they had no choice but to comply. They were not figures of the same stature as Morgans, who could afford to disregard the celestial dragons without prostrating themselves, having established cooperative relations with them. A vast sea of individuals knelt around the port, including the former mayor and other officials of the Water City, all bowing in deference, showcasing the arrogant might of the celestial dragons. The four celestial dragons reveled in this display, surveying their surroundings with an air of superiority akin to emperors surveying their subjects. Indeed, in their eyes, every inhabitant of the world is but their subject, their fates resting entirely in the hands of these exalted beings. They embody the essence of divinity, granting or taking life at their whim. These commoners know their place, remarked one celestial dragon, pinching his nostrils dismissively. Who dares to defy our authority? Another proclaimed haughtily. Those who show insolence will be exterminated, and if they persist, we shall destroy this island. Let us see if these commoners dare to disrespect us. Indeed, we are celestial dragons. These lowly beings should kneel before us, allowing us to tread upon their heads, thus underscoring our grandeur and their insignificance, asserted the lead celestial dragon. The others nodded in agreement, as if this was a universal truth. Suddenly, while surveying the scene with a leisurely demeanor, the lead celestial dragon's gaze sharpened with fury as he spotted a direction. Are there still commoners who dare to stand? Truly, they seek death. Who? Where? Who dares to remain standing? The other three celestial dragons immediately turned to follow his gaze, and indeed, they beheld a group of 5, 1 man and 4 women, strolling leisurely toward them. How audacious! One celestial dragon fumed. While all others kneel, these 5 remain defiant, showing blatant disregard for our esteemed presence. Tereska, seize those 5 insolent wretches. I shall make them suffer. Indeed, we cannot simply kill them. They must be punished severely for their public disrespect towards us. Investigate their backgrounds. I want their entire family enslaved, condemned to toil in the mines until death. That boy, I shall have him castrated and then fed to dogs. As for those women, they shall be sent to the islands of Sabaody, condemned to eternal degradation. As the celestial dragons raged, Tereska hurried over, kneeling in reverence. Great nobles of the world, what are your commands? The humble Tereska is at your service. Tereska. The lead celestial dragon delivered a brutal kick to Tereska's head, forcing him to crash to the ground, blood spilling from his nose. Yet, Tereska remained bowed, enduring the pain, and responded respectfully, Please, give your orders, esteemed Lord Subaru. You wretched cur, do you not see? Those commoners dare to stand. They have the audacity to walk alongside the illustrious celestial dragons, and this is an affront to my dignity and that of our noble lineage. The lead celestial dragon continued to assault Tereska's head, fuming with rage. Fear not, great Lord Subaru. I shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Allow me to rise and capture those commoners for your judgment. Tereska hastily replied, fearing further punishment. Hurry, for if you tarry, I shall make you regret it, commanded Subaru, reclaiming his foot. Bring them to me at once. We have devised a fitting punishment for them. The women shall be sold to Sabaody, and that boy shall be castrated and ground to feed the dogs. Your orders will be executed flawlessly, Tereska affirmed, rising and wiping the blood from his face, while maintaining an air of utmost respect. He then turned to see those audacious commoners who dared to defy the celestial dragons, seething with resentment for their insolence, eager to unleash his frustrations upon them. However, as he beheld them, his heart dropped, and he gasped in shock, nearly choking on disbelief. Chapter 96. The Arrogant and Overbearing Celestial Dragons. Capture Ronan. Tereska's lips trembled, his eyes widened in horror, unable to articulate a coherent thought as he stood frozen in fear, his mind blank. Meanwhile, the kneeling journalists, secretly observing, were suddenly filled with excitement. What had they witnessed? The arrival of Ronan and what seemed to be a confrontation with the celestial dragons. Indeed, given the celestial dragon's arrogance, it was unsurprising that Ronan's group dared to stand. This conflict was now unfolding before their eyes. The journalists exchanged glances, recognizing the thrill of the moment. Ronan had truly arrived, and it appeared he was clashing with the celestial dragons. What would transpire next? Surely, Ronan would not kneel before them. With his domineering character, who could compel him to submit? Something monumental was about to happen. Without further delay, they hastened to capture this impending spectacle on film, for the events soon to unfold would undoubtedly become sensational news worldwide. Not only the journalists were aware, the surrounding crowd had also noticed. Though they remained kneeling, many had raised their heads, emboldened by the sheer number of spectators around them. The former mayor and his entourage sensed the brewing storm. Upon looking up, they recognized Ronin's presence but noted the absence of those designated to welcome him. Their hearts sank as they beheld the furious celestial dragons. "It's over," they indeed clashed. The former mayor whispered, his lips quivering. "What do we do now?" The expression on his subordinate's face turned pale, prompting an urgent inquiry. What else could be done? There was no way to intervene, no means to manage the situation. "Let us observe for now," the former mayor remarked, though internally he was already racing to devise a solution. Although Ronin's group is small in number, the strength of each individual is formidable. Ronan alone is as powerful as thousands. Conversely, while the celestial dragons themselves may lack direct combat prowess, they are surrounded by numerous bodyguards and a substantial contingent of marines led by a vice admiral for protection. The sheer number of marines aboard the 8 large warships exceeds 1,000, and when considering the diverse array of weaponry on these vessels, it is nearly sufficient to lay waste to Water City. Now, as these two factions confront one another within the city, what options does he have? Should he dispatch the city's guards to intervene? Such a notion is utterly preposterous. Neither side would grant him that courtesy. Moreover, he remains on his knees under the celestial dragon's command, too fearful to rise, lest he provoke their ire and face imminent demise without recourse for justification. The notorious tyranny of the celestial dragons is known far and wide. Meanwhile, Tereska stands motionless, provoking further dissatisfaction among the celestial dragons. The leader, Subaru, bellows with indignation. "Tereska, what are you doing? Hurry up and capture those individuals. Yes, act swiftly. What are you waiting for? Can you not handle this trivial task? Do you wish to jeopardize your standing at the Marine headquarters? Beware, or we shall ensure that the fools at the Marine headquarters strip you of your position." Upon hearing Subaru's words, the other 3 celestial dragons join in the tirade, directing their wrath solely at Tereska, completely disregarding Ronan and his companions, for in their eyes, these commoners are unworthy of attention. In previous instances, whenever a bodyguard or commanding Marine officer issued orders, whether to kill or abduct women, to pillage or cause destruction, those commands were executed without fail. Such behavior is commonplace, as the majority of celestial dragons perceive the Marines merely as their pets, subservient to their whims, with no room for rebellion. Tereska, for instance, endures their kicks to the head without a word of protest. To dare resist? The celestial dragons could terminate Tereska's existence in an instant, along with all his family. But, esteemed lords, Tereska stammers, awakened from his stupor by their furious shouts, eager to explain. However, the celestial dragons refuse to hear any justification. Subaru strides over and slaps Tereska hard, causing his face to swell. "How dare you defy my orders? Do you wish for death? Or do you desire your entire family to perish? Very well. I shall call the Marine headquarters and have them arrest and execute your entire family." Subaru roars. "Indeed, Tereska, how dare you disregard our commands? You shall face death." Another celestial dragon adds, even more ruthlessly, addressing the nearby black-clad bodyguards, "Kill Tereska. If he wishes for death, we shall grant him that wish. And eliminate his entire family as well. Humph. We have no time to waste here. We must proceed to collect our heavenly gold elsewhere." A third celestial dragon coldly commands, "Have the Marines act swiftly and capture these commoners. How dare the inhabitants of Water City allow such indignity toward us? They deserve the gravest punishment. We shall not allow the personnel of Water City to escape unscathed. They must also be dealt with." So they understand that provoking the celestial dragons leads to dire consequences. The final celestial dragon casts a disdainful gaze at the kneeling commoners before turning to the similarly prostrated former mayor and his entourage, uttering words that send chills of despair through their hearts. Just moments ago, they were contemplating ways to navigate this crisis. Yet now they have been condemned to death by the celestial dragons. What can they do? They are engulfed in hopelessness, in desperation. The former mayor turns his gaze toward Ronan. He is their only remaining beacon of hope, observing the farcical scene unfolding before him. Ronan felt a sense of disbelief at the tyrannical nature of the celestial dragons, a reality he had never fully grasped until now. Ahead, Tereska was already screaming in agony. As the black-clad bodyguards of the celestial dragons seized him at gunpoint, one of them aiming a weapon directly at his head. Despite Tereska's formidable strength, bolstered by his devil fruit abilities, he had grown accustomed to the subservience demanded by the celestial dragons, rendering him incapable of resistance. In his heart, He could only hope that his demise would ensure the safety of his family back at headquarters. As the black-clad bodyguard's bullet found its mark, Tereska, even in his final moments, cautioned the celestial dragons to be wary, urging them not to provoke Ronan. Esteemed and revered lords, this is Ronan you are dealing with. Please, do not incite his wrath, he implored, before his head fell limply, plunging him into eternal darkness. It must be noted that a naval commander chosen by the celestial dragons to safeguard their interests is undeniably a figure of extreme loyalty to them. Even as his family faced annihilation, he dared not defy their will, and in his last gasp, he still thought of their concerns. Witnessing such an abject display of servitude left Ronan utterly speechless, shattering his perception of the world. The leading celestial dragon, Subaru's saint, scoffed at Tereska's dying words, declaring, "I care not for his name. Anyone who dares to provoke the celestial dragons is destined for death." He commanded, "All of you, seize them at once. Do not waste another moment." With his head held high, exuding an air of arrogance, he gestured dismissively to the black-clad bodyguards and nearby marines. At once, esteemed and venerable Subaru saint, the bodyguards and marines surged toward Ronan. Some marines, having grasped the implications of Tereska's words, realized that this child was none other than the fabled son of the devil, Ronan. However, under the celestial dragon's orders, they dared not voice their concerns, knowing that to do so would invite their own doom, and thus, they gritted their teeth and charged forward. Chapter 97, The Celestial Dragon's Threat. Is Ronan planning to flee? Ronan observed the approaching horde of over 100 marines along with a multitude of black-clad bodyguards, his demeanor exuding a sense of ennui. These petty minions were utterly devoid of intrigue for him, yet their incessant presence would undoubtedly become a bothersome echo in his ears. Not to mention the celestial dragons, who incessantly referred to them as commoners. The provocation from these celestial dragons today could not simply be brushed aside. He contemplated whether eliminating these few celestial dragons might alter the world government's previously intended strategy of reconciliation with him. After all, the world government was, in essence, the realm of the celestial dragons. What if, in the aftermath, they rescinded their promise of compensation, which included 5 devil fruits and 1 billion berries? Should they dare to revoke such an agreement, they would have no one to blame but themselves when I march upon Mariewa. The celestial dragons? To dare act with arrogance before me, Ronan, would inevitably lead them to realize that provoking me was their gravest error. Ronan's gaze sharpened, and a resolution formed within his heart. Although he harbored some trepidation towards Im and the legendary ancient weapon, the King of Heaven, which he might wield, he refused to allow his apprehension to subject him to indignity. Ronan is not the type to bend or compromise, nor is he one to seek appeasement. If him and the 5 elders, alongside the celestial dragons, wish to provoke him, let them come. Let us witness who ultimately faces misfortune. With this thought in mind, Ronan abruptly lifted his gaze towards the approaching marine soldiers and the black-clad bodyguards, among whom some had already raised rifles and handguns, initiating an assault against his faction. The air was filled with the thunderous sound of gunfire. Countless bullets were unleashed upon Ronan and his companions, the sudden eruption of conflict startling the surrounding populace, who erupted in terrified cries. Many fled in panic. Despite the celestial dragon's formidable presence, chaos had ensued, and the instinct for self-preservation took precedence. They were not like Tereska, who had grown accustomed to his privileged status. In moments of peril, their primary concern was the preservation of their own lives. The elderly mayor also rose to his feet. With the clash now underway, remaining prostrate served no purpose. One side would inevitably triumph while the other would falter. Given his understanding of Ronan's strength, it was clear that the celestial dragons were destined for defeat, and thus he felt no obligation to heed their commands any longer. Upon rising, he promptly organized efforts to maintain order, ensuring the safe evacuation of civilians to prevent a stampede. Once arrangements were made, he gathered individuals to closely observe the unfolding battle, as this confrontation was of utmost significance to both parties and to Water City itself. However, the situation for Water City was quite precarious. While Ronan could depart at any moment after provoking the celestial dragons, the city remained vulnerable. Should the world government seek accountability, escape would be impossible. This realization deepened the mayor's frown, nearly extinguishing the remnants of his hair. As bullets rained down, Ronan perceived them as little threat, yet they required attention. With a mere wave of his hand, flames erupted skyward, consuming the projectiles, transforming them into molten iron that fell to the ground. The inferno surged onward, continuing its advance toward the assailants. Ah, the fire. It's so intense. Help. The marine soldiers and bodyguards, engulfed by the flames of the burning fruit, found themselves utterly defenseless. Even the mightiest of warriors would struggle to withstand Ronan's flames, let alone these insignificant lackeys. Unsurprisingly, they danced in agony amidst the fire, their cries for mercy echoing as they were reduced to ash. Ronan waved his hand to extinguish the flames, then, with his arms crossed behind his back, he strode toward the opposite side, directly approaching the four celestial dragons. "It is you wretched few who incessantly refer to me as a lowly commoner? What audacity grants you the courage to so brazenly insult me, Ronan?" Ronan gazed expressionlessly at the four celestial dragons, his eyes icy and devoid of compassion, as if he were observing four lifeless corpses. You dare to kill our bodyguard? Do you have any idea who we are?" The leader of the celestial dragons, Saint Subaru, was momentarily taken aback by Ronan's swift and lethal actions against so many, including their own guards. He quickly resorted to threats. "We are celestial dragons, the aristocrats of the world. How dare you lay a hand on our bodyguard? You are doomed. Do you understand your fate?" Upon hearing Subaru's words, Ronan paused for a moment, contemplating whether this man could truly comprehend the gravity of the situation. "I have already begun my slaughter, and yet you still threaten me? Do you celestial dragons have nothing but filth in your minds?" Ronan shook his head in silence. "Damn it, how dare you insult us?" Though Subaru's saint had yet to speak, the other three celestial dragons were incensed. Upon hearing Ronan's words, they began to retaliate one after another. "You wretched lowlife, it's not too late to kneel and beg for our mercy. We could simply take your life and spare the rest of your family. Do you understand?" One of the celestial dragons glared fiercely at Ronan. "Indeed," another celestial dragon echoed, unyielding in his defiance as he drew a beautifully crafted golden pistol from his waist, aiming it at Ronan's head. "If you kneel and plead for our forgiveness now, we will only extinguish the lives of you few, allowing your family to live. Otherwise, your entire lineage shall perish. Are you not aware of the esteemed status we celestial dragons hold? No, I believe we must utterly annihilate their entire family to satiate my wrath." The last celestial dragon shouted vehemently. "They have frightened me. Before I end their lives, I shall capture them as slaves. Once we have had our fill of tormenting them, I will dismember them to feed the dogs, and their entire family shall meet the same fate." "Very well, let it be so." Subaru's saint seemed to deliberate thoughtfully for a moment before concurring with the last celestial dragon's proposition, as if the group led by Ronan, who had already decimated their bodyguards, were utterly inconsequential. Ronan gazed at the four individuals before him with a mixture of astonishment and bewilderment, while the several women behind him mirrored the same expression. They were utterly perplexed, unable to fathom the thought processes of these celestial dragons. "Ronan." Suddenly, Robin, her expression grave, leaned closer to Ronan and whispered, "Do you think their unwavering confidence and threats indicate they possess some hidden advantage? Could they possibly be formidable masters? You must exercise utmost caution. These four celestial dragons may be even more powerful than Carp or Zephyr, perhaps even surpassing the lightning wielder we encountered on Skypea. Be vigilant." "Indeed, Ronan." Elena, standing nearby, added in a startled whisper, "They have already lost so many to you, yet they remain so audacious. They must truly be formidable figures. You must be extremely careful. Do not allow yourself to be defeated by them." Karu, his expression serious, remarked, "Captain Ronan, you must tread cautiously. If the situation becomes dire, it would be acceptable to abandon us and flee." Observing the gravity with which the girls spoke, even to the extent of suggesting he leave them behind for his own escape, Ronan found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 98. The Devil Descends. Slaughtering the Celestial Dragons. It seemed that the celestial dragons' accustomed arrogance and indulgent confidence had led the girls to mistakenly perceive them as powerful adversaries. In reality, these celestial dragons were hardly even worthy of being called lowly minions. They were nothing more than a group of genuine wastrels. Of course, it was not to say the girls lacked intelligence. In such a situation, anyone might conclude that these four celestial dragons were terrifying superiors. Their audacity to threaten Ronan could only be attributed to their belief in their own might. However, it was understandable. The world had long suffered under the tyranny of the celestial dragons. After all, the entire world belonged to them, the world government was theirs, and they had grown accustomed to their lofty positions, with no one daring to challenge them, allowing their tyranny to persist. This was primarily due to the existence of pirates, compelling the various allied nations and islands to rely on the power of the world government and navy to fend off the incessant plundering by numerous pirate crews. Yet, Ronan clearly stood apart from this dynamic. He acted independently, requiring no one's assistance, nor would he ever compromise. Unless he chose to do so willingly, it was an impossibility. "Lowly scum, have you not made up your mind?" Subaru, the Holy Hand, pointed a finger at Ronan's nose, sneering, "Kneel now, and accept our punishment. So we may shred you to pieces and feed you to the dogs. Yes, kneel at once. Shred you to pieces and feed you to the dogs. Such insolence against us deserves no less." A chorus of celestial dragons erupted once more. Ronan could no longer endure, and thus he took action. Ronan extended his right hand, casually delivering a swift slap that generated a gust of force, distorting the grotesque visage of Subaru as he was sent hurtling backwards, crashing to the ground, his bubble helmet shattering upon impact. Ronan was unwilling to eliminate the celestial dragons so effortlessly. After all, they had insulted him and his companions. How could he allow them to meet an easy demise? That would simply grant them an undeserved reprieve. It hurts so much. Subaru fell to the ground, clutching his face and rolling in agony, his cries piercing the air. This scene left everyone in a state of shock, their eyes wide as they beheld the writhing celestial dragon, the venue enveloped in silence. The journalists present, witnessing this breathtaking spectacle, trembled with excitement as they recorded the moment. The celestial dragons, such esteemed beings, had never before been treated in such a manner. No one had ever dared to provoke them, for those who did met their demise. Even the most formidable pirate crews refrained from assaulting the celestial dragons. Yet today, in this very moment, they bore witness to one of their own being struck down, a sensational revelation that would echo far and wide. He struck him. My heavens! Ronan has truly assaulted a celestial dragon. One journalist stammered, his hands shaking so violently he struggled to steady his camera. Indeed, he has. Such news is utterly explosive. Another reporter exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he absorbed the astonishing sight before him. On the other side, the elderly mayor and his entourage were equally astonished, their faces pale and expressions frozen in disbelief. He truly did it. Ronan has actually attacked a celestial dragon. Goodness. Is he intent on severing ties with the world government altogether? The mayor stuttered, grasping the magnitude of such a defiance in a world dominated by the celestial dragons. Now, it was evident that Ronan had irrevocably antagonized the world government, and the celestial dragons would not let him escape unscathed. We too may find ourselves facing the wrath of the world government, one secretary lamented. What shall we do now, Mayor? The mayor pondered in silence for a moment before responding, we shall deal with future matters as they arise. Meanwhile, as they observed Subaru being effortlessly flung aside by Ronan's strike, the expressions of Robin, Elena, and the others transformed from astonishment to bewilderment. Where was the so-called supreme mastery? Where was the invincible prowess? Why was he writhing on the ground in anguish? The women were left in a state of confusion. It became clear that these individuals were not the formidable warriors they had claimed to be. Ronan, however, remained undeterred after dispatching Subaru. He cast a cold glance at the remaining 3 celestial dragons. You didn't expect him to truly retaliate, did you? He has indeed struck down Subaru. The 3 celestial dragons, taken aback by Ronan's audacity, felt a shiver run through them, their anger mounting in tandem with their fear. They were, after all, esteemed celestial dragons, and this commoner had dared to lay hands upon them, a transgression that was utterly unforgivable. You are doomed, one celestial dragon seethed, glaring fiercely at Ronan. Prepare to face the wrath of the Navy admirals. Not only will they hunt you down, but they will also dispatch a multitude of fleets to investigate your affairs, ensuring the annihilation of your entire family. You are inciting rebellion and treason by laying hands on us, and your fate is sealed. Death awaits you, with no other outcome possible. Indeed, you are all doomed. The 3 celestial dragons shouted in unison, their voices filled with rage. Oh, Ronan casually acknowledged with a slight nod, then remarked, that indeed seems to be a rather intriguing affair. However, I dare say you shall not have the opportunity to witness that scene. Frankly, I am rather eager for the Navy headquarters to dispatch an admiral and a fleet to hunt me down. I wonder how they will choose to proceed? If they truly dare to come, I would wholeheartedly welcome them. As he spoke, a mysterious smile graced the corners of Ronan's lips. He was equally curious whether the world government would resolutely turn against him for the sake of these celestial dragons, or if it would compel the Navy headquarters to mobilize in full force to eliminate him. Observing Ronan's demeanor, the celestial dragons found themselves at a loss for words. This commoner before them seemed utterly unafraid, showing no regard for their esteemed status. Their once invincible tactics appeared utterly ineffective against Ronan, leaving them bewildered. Now, it is your turn, the 3 of you, Ronan declared, delivering another powerful slap. Let us see you all lie down together. With a resounding crash, 3 figures were hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Ronan's strikes were forceful yet spared them from death, resulting instead in severe injuries. Each of them bore swollen faces, their bubbles shattered, writhing on the ground as they clutched their faces and screamed in agony. Ronan strode a few steps towards several celestial dragons, casually snapping his fingers as faint flames descended upon them, gradually igniting and causing the privileged beings, unaccustomed to suffering, to emit piercing cries of anguish. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines at the sheer brutality of Ronan's methods, yet deep within, they could not suppress a surge of exhilaration at witnessing the torment of the celestial dragons. As Ronan inflicted his wrath upon the celestial dragons, the heavenly golden fleet, anchored not far away, finally received the alarming news. Thousands of naval soldiers, under the command of the stationed officers, swiftly converged towards the scene, intent on rescuing the celestial dragons. Should any harm befall them, the soldiers would bear the brunt of the consequences, facing severe penalties, possibly even death. Chapter 99. The Destruction of the Heavenly Golden Fleet. The world trembles. Quickly, everyone, move faster. A colonel bellowed, urging the soldiers to hasten their pace. We must rush to the aid of the esteemed celestial dragons who are being tormented by these lowly commoners. What? The esteemed celestial dragons are being humiliated by commoners? The soldiers were taken aback, incredulous. Who would dare to have such audacity? In the eyes of these soldiers, sworn protectors of the heavenly golden fleet, the celestial dragons were beings of unparalleled nobility. Anyone who dared to insult or provoke them would be captured and subjected to brutal torment, often reduced to being kept as pets or slaves, forever tethered to a leash by the celestial dragons. Contemplating the situation, they anticipated yet another commoner would soon find themselves enslaved by the celestial dragons. With renewed urgency, they assembled in squads, guided by the stationed officers aboard various warships, making their way towards the harbor. Who dares to offend the esteemed celestial dragons? A robust naval colonel thundered, the first to arrive at Ronan's location. Behind him, a throng of fully armed soldiers brandished their rifles, exuding an imposing presence. As he uttered these words, he appeared formidable, embodying the spirit of a loyal naval commander eager to rescue his charges. The celestial dragons, still wailing in despair, heard his proclamation and, despite their agony, cried out, "Hurry, save us, you wretched fool. Kill these commoners and rescue us at once. Esteemed celestial dragons, I am here." The colonel exclaimed, his eyes alight with determination, as he led his men towards Ronan, intent on vanquishing him and liberating the esteemed celestial dragons. "Do not disturb my game." Ronan turned slightly, glancing at the approaching naval colonel, and coldly remarked, "Dare to take another step forward, and you shall perish." The colonel, momentarily taken aback, attempted to respond. But as he beheld Ronan's countenance, his words faltered, leaving him paralyzed in shock, staring in terror at Ronan. "Our Ronan." The colonel halted, yet his subordinates, driven by a fervent desire to rescue their esteemed celestial being, charged forward without hesitation, heedless of the danger. Thus, while the colonel remained in a daze, they pressed on, seeking their demise. Ronan let out a cold snort, his form suddenly soaring into the air. With a forceful sweep of his arms, flames erupted around him, ascending skyward. In that moment, he conjured an immense fire dragon, which, at the command of his gestures, surged forth with a deafening roar towards the advancing sea soldiers. Alas! The air was filled with horrific wails, and in the aftermath, all the attacking sea soldiers were incinerated by the fire dragon, including the dazed naval colonel, who met the same grim fate. None were spared. Could there be more? Just as Ronan prepared to retract the fire dragon, he noticed several squads of sea soldiers charging towards him. These were the remaining soldiers from the vessels, now surging forth en masse. How fortuitous! Let us deal with them all at once. Ronan let out a cold snort and casually waved his hand, sending forth the fire dragon, which continued its flight without any unforeseen incidents, annihilating all the approaching marine soldiers along with their commanding officers. Once the onslaught was thoroughly extinguished, Ronan retracted the fire dragon and gracefully descended, landing before several celestial dragons who were on the verge of being charred to death. Although the flames burned slowly, the relentless heat inflicted excruciating pain upon these pampered celestial dragons, pushing them to the brink of unconsciousness. In a short span of time, they were left with their skin blistered and raw, their bodies enveloped in a nauseating stench of scorched flesh. It was time to bring this to a close. With a snap of his fingers, Ronan unleashed a ferocious blaze that engulfed the 4 celestial dragons, incinerating them utterly and leaving no trace behind. Thus, the quartet of those who had derided Ronan as a lowly peasant was obliterated. The entire escort fleet of the golden ship in the sky, along with its naval officers, was annihilated. It could be said that Ronan had effectively decimated the entire golden fleet at his command. The spectators, including the former mayor and the journalist from Morgan's, along with countless citizens who had not fled, bore witness to Ronan's terrifying might. They observed his formidable prowess and his fearless demeanor, showing utter disdain for the so-called noble celestial dragons. He executed his actions with such swiftness and decisiveness that there was no room for unnecessary words. Amidst the gazes of awe and trepidation, Ronan casually clapped his hands and strolled away with several women towards the water city, leaving behind a scene of chaos. After a considerable time, the stunned populace regained their senses and hastily retreated, some returning home while others fled in panic. The journalists, brimming with excitement, hurried back to their newsroom. Upon arrival, they immediately contacted their headquarters, reaching out to Morgans, the president, to report the explosive news they had captured. Whether or not it would be published was beyond their jurisdiction. They would leave that decision to Morgans. Meanwhile, the former mayor and his entourage returned to the mayor's residence, burdened with grave concerns, contemplating whether they should also flee. The calamity that had befallen the Golden Fleet in the Water City, with the loss of thousands of soldiers and a vice-admiral amongst several officers, paled in comparison to the demise of the 4 celestial dragons. In truth, it could be said that for the world government, the death of even a single celestial dragon outweighed the loss of numerous soldiers. A monumental crisis had arisen. They were left to ponder the immense uproar that would ensue once word of this incident spread across the globe. The former mayor murmured to himself, his lips trembling, before sighing deeply, lamenting the unjust calamity that had befallen the Water City, uncertain of what fate awaited him and the city. Once the journalist reports reached the New World headquarters of the newspaper, it indeed sparked an overwhelming commotion, leaving the entire editorial staff astonished. Ronan has killed 4 celestial dragons? My heavens! They exclaimed. Quickly relay this news to the president. Only he can decide whether to publish such a momentous story. Before long, Morgans, upon receiving the news, stood in stunned silence for an extended period. Finally, regaining his composure, he exhaled deeply and proclaimed, Ronan, you have not disappointed me. You've delivered yet another sensational story. He commanded, publish this news immediately and disseminate it across the seas, reaching every corner, whether in the 4 seas, the Grand Line, or the Red Land. Everywhere that humanity resides. Chapter 100, Monumental Influence. The Rise of the New World Sovereign. After resolving the tumultuous situation at the port, Ronan and his companions settled into a luxurious hotel in the heart of the Water City with an air of nonchalance. The personnel of Water City, naturally, dared not voice any objections to Ronan's presence. Instead, they extended the highest level of service, fully aware of the recent events at the port. Who would dare to show Ronan any disdain? Moreover, under the resolution of the former mayor and others, the precious items aboard the Celestial Golden Fleet were surrendered to Ronan. These items were diverse, primarily consisting of various luxury goods, rare materials, exquisite ingredients, minerals, renowned swords, and even a few devil fruits, alongside the most commonplace yet universally accepted currency. Upon encountering the officials of the City of Water, Ronan was pleasantly surprised by their understanding and promptly requested that all items, with the exception of money and devil fruits, be exchanged for berries. In conclusion, he acquired a total of 600 million berries along with 2 devil fruits. It is worth noting that the Golden Ship Fleet had merely embarked from the Sabaody archipelago to the City of Water, traversing only a fraction of the first half of the Grand Line, let alone the vast expanse of the 4 seas. Therefore, it is quite reasonable that the value of the items was somewhat limited. Nevertheless, this unexpected windfall was a welcome boon for Ronan and his companions, who happily accepted it, especially since they were in need of funds during this period. One might wonder whether the reparations promised by the world government in light of recent events would ever materialize. And if so, it might take considerable time before they do. In Ronan's perspective, he granted the world government a 6-month ultimatum. Should they fail to deliver what he sought within that time frame, it would signify a complete rupture in relations. Meanwhile, as Ronan and his companions reveled in the Water City, a sensational piece of news reverberated across the globe, sending shockwaves through every corner of the world. Initially, the major powers of the New World, upon receiving this news, were taken aback. The nations of the New World were astonished to learn that the audacious young man named Ronan had dared to provoke the celestial dragons, and not merely provoke them, but had directly slain 4 of their number, an act of unparalleled ferocity. The leaders of these nations hastily convened to deliberate on how to respond should Ronan ever arrive in the New World, and what measures to take if their own territories encountered him. Such matters weighed heavily on their minds. Of course, there were also numerous nations that observed the unfolding drama with detached interest. In their view, Ronan's actions against the celestial dragons constituted a grievous transgression of the world government's cardinal prohibitions. They were certain that the world government would not overlook such an affront and would be compelled to act. Beyond these nations, The underworld monarchs of the New World were also stirred. While various underground factions thrived, only a select few could be regarded as true sovereigns. Even if the likes of Don Quixote da Flamingo had yet to rise to prominence in Dressrosa, he still held a status of significance as one of the later warlords of the sea. Morgans, now a reigning figure, harbored mixed feelings towards Ronan. He relished the presence of such a formidable ally against the world government and the celestial dragons, as it might yield benefits for himself. Despite Morgan's collaborations with the celestial dragon families, he was wary of their excessive dominance, which would ultimately diminish his own gains. The likes of Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, and even the increasingly recognized red-haired pirates would stand to gain immensely from the chaos Ronan had sown in the first half of the Grand Line. The turmoil he instigated had diverted a significant portion of the Navy's forces, resulting in the obliteration of numerous fleets and countless vessels. The substantial losses of Navy personnel and officers represented not only a blow to their military might but also a significant tarnishing of their reputation, a critical concern for the Navy's headquarters. This weakening of the Navy's military capabilities presented a prime opportunity for the other factions to expand their influence. Even the once hostile Whitebeard and Kaido had curbed their conflicts, focusing instead on consolidating their strengths. Whitebeard dispatched his sons to gather fresh forces for his pirate crew, while simultaneously negotiating territorial divisions with Kaido. In turn, Kaido relentlessly expanded his influence into the vacated territories of the Navy, subjugating several smaller island nations under his rule. As these two formidable figures ramped up their growth, Big Mom, who had been quietly observing from the sidelines, was also not to be underestimated. She had been diligently expanding her own domain long before Whitebeard and Kaido, assimilating countless islands and nations into her burgeoning empire. Thus, the three premier pirate crews of the New World surged forward at an alarming pace, propelled by the emergence of Ronin, suggesting they would evolve into even greater powers than depicted in the original narrative. This transformation was not limited to the larger factions. Even the nascent red-haired pirates seized the opportunity to expand, albeit at a less extravagant pace than the aforementioned trio. Nevertheless, their growth was formidable, as they recruited elite individuals whose individual strengths rivaled those of the leading pirate crews, positioning them closely behind the three titans. Amidst the jubilation of newfound opportunities lay a cloud of concern. What, after all, would become of Ronan? Ronan's current strength commands a respect that no one dares to underestimate, even among the elite rulers of the New World. In the past, formidable pirates like Kaido and Whitebeard could casually remark on Ronan's potential, suggesting he might one day join their crews. But now, such bold claims have vanished. Ronan has demonstrated a willingness to confront the celestial dragons directly, having eliminated 4 of them with a single strike, something none of his contemporaries would dare to attempt. While they may not fear the celestial dragon's power, they certainly hesitate to take such drastic actions themselves. Even in the future, figures like Don Quixote da Flamingo, who once raided the treasure fleets of the heavens, refrained from killing celestial dragons. Da Flamingo utilized his own status as one of them to negotiate with the world government, profiting immensely without facing any repercussions, a feat that others could not replicate. The rising concern among these powerful individuals is how to coexist with someone as formidable as Ronan when he arrives in the New World. After careful consideration, they find that there are no significant conflicts with him, leading to the conclusion that maintaining a friendly relationship would be the wisest course of action. Consequently, various factions have issued orders to their subordinates, instructing them to avoid any hostilities with Ronan and his crew. Chapter 101. The Tremor of Mariewa. The Frenzied Celestial Dragons. The movements of the New World's Titans have always drawn the attention of other factions, and this news has reached them, prompting smaller powers to follow suit with similar commands, urging their members not to provoke Ronan and his entourage. Such an illustrious figure is not to be trifled with. Have they not noticed that even the great powers are intimidated by Ronan's might? Thus, Ronan's reputation once again reverberates throughout the New World. Although he is not physically present there, his legend continues to circulate. Beyond the New World, in the first half of the Grand Line, the impact of Ronan's recent actions stirs significant commotion, rivaling that of the New World itself. Reports from the news have left nearly all factions in the first half of the Grand Line in a state of shock. This region is one of the most tightly controlled by the world government, second only to the Red Line, even surpassing the Four Seas in significance. As the Navy headquarters is situated here, along with Eni's Lobby, Impel Down, and other naval strongholds, the magnitude of such news in this area is nothing short of catastrophic, akin to an upheaval in the most powerful domains. Consequently, chaos erupts in the first half of the Grand Line. The various allied nations begin to direct inquiries toward Mariewa, demanding explanations for Ronan's audacious actions and questioning why there has been no official response. They feel as though they have been insulted in their own home while the powers that be remain indifferent. The Navy headquarters faces similar scrutiny. Can they still take action? Time and again, they have been bullied and battered, leaving them in a state of disarray, prompting the question of their competence. At this moment, the 5 elders of Mariewa, along with Admiral Sakazuki, find themselves at a loss. Just when they had begun to ease tensions with Ronan, such an incident occurs. Frustration mounts in the conference room as one of the imposing elders slams the table, exclaiming, "Who could have foreseen this?" Ronan's audacity to strike against the celestial dragons is utterly unforgivable. The interests of the celestial dragons must be preserved at all costs. It is the very purpose of the world government's existence to maintain their dominion over the world. The death of 4 celestial dragons is nothing short of a calamity, an event that feels as if the heavens themselves have fallen. The influence and stature of the celestial dragons in this pirate-infested world are beyond what the average person can comprehend. When will Admiral Sakazuki arrive? One of the thinner elders inquires solemnly. Did we not send word for him to convene here in Mariewa? He should be here shortly, replies another elder, his composed demeanor betraying an underlying tension. This matter requires a thorough discussion with him. His performance has been less than satisfactory, particularly following Ronan's emergence. Humph, interjects the portly elder with disdain. Not just unsatisfactory, it is utterly incompetent. Back when Ronan was merely in the West Sea, we should have gathered our forces to eliminate him. Had we done so then, we would not be facing such a predicament now. A heavy sigh escapes one of the taller elders. If only we had foreseen his potential. Who would have imagined that a mere child could rise to such heights? After a prolonged discussion, Admiral Sakazuki finally arrives, accompanied by Vice Admiral Tsuru, to partake in this confidential assembly of the 5 elders. Sakazuki, now that you are here, I trust you have a plan? The tall elder challenges sternly. We are profoundly disappointed in you and the Navy, especially in light of this incident. The celestial dragon families will not tolerate the deaths of their own, particularly those tasked with overseeing the heavenly treasures. What do you propose we do? What actions will the Navy undertake? As his words linger in the air, the gazes of the other 4 elders pierce through Sakazuki and Tsuru, awaiting their response. Esteemed elders, none of us anticipated Ronan's violent actions against the celestial dragons. Sakazuki begins, exchanging a knowing glance with Tsuru, both understanding the gravity of the situation. They had hastily deliberated on their way to the meeting, caught entirely off guard by the unexpected clash between Ronan's crew and the celestial dragons. Given Ronan's volatile temperament, it was evident that the confrontation was inevitable, resulting in the tragic demise of 4 celestial dragons. While Sakazuki harbors no fondness for the celestial dragons, their deaths carry profound implications. For both the celestial dragons and the world government, this is a calamity of monumental proportions. As the fleet admiral, he must take a definitive stance, otherwise, his position would be in jeopardy, and the celestial dragon families would not hesitate to seek retribution. Tsuru and I have formulated some thoughts on our course of action. Sakazuki addresses the elders. We must halt the delivery of the previously negotiated compensation, which included 10 billion berries and 5 devil fruits. We cannot afford to show weakness by delivering reparations to Ronin after being humiliated. Such actions would only deepen the disappointment of our allied nations and exacerbate the anger of the celestial dragon families. Indeed, upon hearing this, one of the 5 elders exclaimed in anger, "Of course we are aware. After Ronan has slain the world nobles, the celestial dragons, does he expect us to continue compensating him? What an absurd notion. It is utterly impossible. Indeed, should we acquiesce to such demands, not only would the nations of the world be deeply disappointed, there is even the risk of them withdrawing from the alliance, but we would also be at a loss to explain ourselves to the various celestial dragon families. If this were to escalate to that esteemed individual." At this moment, the elder's expression shifted to one of dread as he pointed upwards. We 5 would face consequences far graver than mere dismissal. We would incur unspeakable punishments. Steel Bone Kong's countenance also darkened, for the individual referenced was none other than M, the true puppet master behind the world government. M's identity was shrouded in mystery. Yet figures of Steel Bone Kong and Lady Crane's stature were acutely aware of the terror that M instilled. It could be said that M was a singular force capable of suppressing the world, the very anchor that allowed the world government and the Navy headquarters to intimidate the nations and countless pirates alike. The thought of incurring M's wrath was indeed dreadful. Steel Bone Kong muttered, "But hasn't that individual long since ceased to concern himself with worldly matters? Is this a mere worldly matter?" One of the elders retorted sharply. "For celestial dragons have perished, let alone 4. Even one death is a monumental affair. Do you think the families of the celestial dragons are easily reconciled? If they were to raise a ruckus, they would not care for your concerns. They would escalate matters to the highest level. Steelbone Kong fell silent, and Lady Crane beside him furrowed her brow, enveloping the grand conference room in an uneasy silence. At that moment, an uproar broke out from outside the conference room, causing the faces of those present to shift dramatically. They have arrived, several among them thought. A group of frenzied celestial dragons stormed into the conference room, their expressions grim and their fury palpable as they glared at the five elders and Steelbone Kong. You incompetent fools, kneel before me. The leader of the celestial dragons, his haughty visage contorted with rage, bellowed as he entered the grand conference room. You incompetent fools, kneel before me. At his command. Regardless of their status as five elders or the Admiral Steelbone Kong, their faces turned ashen as they rose, compelled to kneel before the celestial dragons, bowing their heads in submission. Indeed, you did not misinterpret. Not only Steelbone Kong, the Grand Admiral of the Navy headquarters, but even the ruling five elders of the world government were compelled to kneel before the celestial dragons. Should a celestial dragon demand your submission, you must comply, lest you face a most tragic fate. With the five elders and Admiral Steelbone Kong thus humbled, the leader of the celestial dragons and his furious entourage took their seats in the conference room, allowing the elders to remain on their knees. You worthless lot. Is this how the world government and the Navy are meant to be managed? The leader glared down at the kneeling figures. Do you feel you are worthy of him's trust? Do you honor the trust of all the celestial dragon families? Indeed, another family head added, his voice laced with fury. A bunch of incompetent fools, bested by a mere child. Do you still have the audacity to remain in your positions? You are utterly disgraceful. Our own backyard has been turned upside down, and even the four from our clan sent to handle the golden ship fleet met their demise at his hands. While you, simply worthless. I hear you even sought negotiations with this Ronin? Another family head interjected, his countenance grim. You would engage in talks with such a formidable enemy? Have you lost your minds? Are you contemplating sending us to our doom as well? Esteemed family heads, upon hearing this, the five elders could no longer remain silent. They quickly raised their heads to explain, rest assured, such a scenario shall not come to pass. The previous negotiations were necessitated by specific circumstances involving Garp and Zephyr. Do not mention those two useless fools. Bang. The leader of the celestial dragon slammed his palm on the table, glaring viciously at the five elders and especially at Steelbone Kong. Those two could not defeat a mere child. What right do they have to remain in the Navy? They are all worthless. Steelbone Kong's expression darkened at these words, but he dared not retort against the celestial dragon's head, bowing his head to accept the scorn. Lady Crane behind him sighed inwardly, pondering whether this was the absolute justice pursued by the Navy. It was justice for the Navy, or justice for the world, or perhaps the justice sought by the celestial dragons. One of the five elders seized the opportunity to speak. Esteemed family heads, we have resolved to terminate the prior compensation agreement with Ronan, and we are currently deliberating on how to address him moving forward. What is there left to deliberate? The leader of the celestial dragons coldly interrupted. Immediately place a bounty on Ronan's head. Raise the reward to 100 billion berries. This sum shall be covered entirely by the families of the celestial dragons. Whoever can eliminate him shall receive 100 billion berries in cash. And we may even offer them the position of a warlord of the sea or assist in establishing a nation, whatever it takes. Simultaneously, gather all our top forces. We must eliminate this vile Ronin. Gasped. Upon hearing this, the five elders and Steelbone Kong widened their eyes, inhaling sharply. It was evident that the celestial dragon families harbored a profound hatred for Ronan. The deaths of 4 celestial dragons had surely tested their limits and nerves, compelling them to make such a grave decision and bear such substantial costs to see Ronan dead. Upon reflection, if a pirate capable of slaying 4 celestial dragons remained unaddressed, it would severely tarnish the exalted status and unparalleled authority of the celestial dragons, leading the masses to perceive them as mere mortals, something they could not abide after centuries of promoting their noble identity. Thus, the only resolution for the celestial dragons following this incident was to eliminate Ronan. Failure to do so could jeopardize their supreme standing. The 5 elders and Steelbone Kong understood that a comprehensive confrontation with Ronan was now unavoidable. We understand, esteemed family heads, rest assured. We shall faithfully execute this plan and ensure Ronan's demise, instilling fear in all nations and pirate crews. The 5 elders pledged with utmost reverence, with Steelbone Kong echoing their commitment. I recognize your lingering concerns. Fret not. The leader of the celestial dragons rose, gesturing for the other family heads to leave. Before departing, he added, I shall personally report this matter to Im. You will undoubtedly approve. Farewell, esteemed family heads. Upon hearing the news, the five elders and Steelbone felt a sense of urgency and promptly expressed their respectful farewell to the heads of the celestial dragons. Although the details of the conversation between the leading celestial dragon and him remained shrouded in mystery, the five elders ultimately received a message conveyed by him. Subsequently, the world government reached out to Morgans, instructing him to issue the latest bounty concerning Ronan. Within a day, while the global populace was still engrossed in discussions about Ronan's act of slaying a celestial dragon, a new arrest warrant from the world government targeting Ronan was officially released, a staggering bounty of 100 billion berries. The entire crew of the Traveler pirate crew, led by the illustrious Captain Ronan, boasts an astonishing bounty of 100 billion berries, a figure so staggering it leaves the world in utter disbelief. Countless individuals gaped in shock at the numbers on the wanted poster, a sequence of digits that resonated deeply within their souls. In comparison, the bounties of the other members of the Traveler pirate crew paled into insignificance. Olvia's bounty of 100 million berries, Robin's 80 million, Navigator Elena's 60 million, and Chef Karuman's 50 million were utterly eclipsed by Ronan's monumental figure. Heavens! 100 billion berries. What a terrifyingly colossal sum. It was the first time anyone had ever witnessed such an exorbitant bounty. Indeed, 100 billion berries. What a fearsome number. Unprecedented in history. Never before has there been such a terrifying bounty in the annals of this world, not even for the legendary pirate King Roger or the formidable Cross. Ronan has made history. He has set a record for the highest bounty ever known. Chapter 103, Tom's Shipyard. Preparations for a new vessel. Across the globe, whether in the New World or the first half of the Grand Line, even in the four great seas, discussions about this extraordinary event have erupted. This unprecedented occurrence has once again drawn the world's focus onto Ronan. While debates ensue worldwide, Ronan and his companions in Water City are enjoying a life of leisure. Treated like royalty by the locals who dare not show him any negligence, providing him with the finest food and drink. One day, Ronan stepped out of his hotel and made his way to the renowned Tom's Shipyard, famed for its exceptional craftsmanship. This time, he intended to meet the legendary shipwright Tom to discuss the construction of a new ship. Tom is no ordinary figure. His lineage is tied to the development and creation of the legendary ship, the R.O. Jackson. His craftsmanship has been passed down through generations, and he remains the most celebrated shipwright in Water City, rumored to possess the blueprints for the R.O. Jackson itself. Ronan stroked his chin thoughtfully. The other party possessed the blueprints for the King of the Underworld, and he too had a copy, which presented a certain overlap. While there were no issues regarding the schematics, the real question lay in whether the craftsman would agree to construct it for him. With such a skilled shipwright, it was not uncommon for them to remain indifferent, even in the face of considerable strength. It was entirely possible for them to adopt a stance of unwavering defiance. Even if coerced by force, there was no guarantee that the craftsman would dedicate himself wholeheartedly to the task of shipbuilding. Thus, Ronan had no intention of pressuring the craftsman into creating the King of the Underworld. In fact, he had already devised an alternative plan. Should the craftsman refuse to construct the vessel, he would instead request the construction of a more conventional ship. As long as it could reach the flagship caliber of the New World pirate crews, that would suffice. Regarding the King of the Underworld, with the blueprints in hand, he could always approach other shipyards in the future for its construction, albeit without the high-end craftsmanship of Tom's Shipyard. It would simply require more time and might result in a slightly inferior quality. Upon Ronan's arrival at Tom's Shipyard, Tom, having received word of his coming, greeted him accompanied by several apprentices. "Welcome, Mr. Ronan, to our shipyard," exclaimed the portly Tom, extending a warm welcome. "There is no need for excessive courtesy, Master." Ronan, displaying a commendable restraint towards such a legendary shipwright, responded courteously. His gaze shifted to the individuals standing behind the shipwright. Among the group, two figures appeared familiar. One was a composed youth of similar age, none other than the future mayor of Water City, Iceberg. The other was a quirky boy with a mischievous glint in his eye, who would grow to be none other than Frankie, the shipwright of the Straw Hat crew. As for the remaining apprentices, Ronan did not recognize them, as they would not achieve the same renown as Iceberg and Frankie in the future. "Mr. Ronan, please come in. Allow me to show you around our shipyard," Tom offered, not immediately inquiring about Ronan's purpose for visiting. It seemed evident that Ronan's intent was to commission a new ship. As many notorious pirate crews had sought his craftsmanship before, his presence was merely another addition to the list. "Very well, I appreciate your hospitality, Mr. Tom," Ronan replied. Ronan smiled and nodded as he entered the shipyard alongside Tom, while a group of Tom's close disciples followed closely behind. The mischievous Frankie playfully poked his companion Icebarge and whispered, "Hey, Iceberg, what do you think Ronan is doing at our shipyard?" Icebarge replied with a serious tone. "What else could it be? He is undoubtedly here to seek our master's expertise in shipbuilding. Frankie, please don't embarrass our teacher in front of guests. You must understand that Ronan is no ordinary individual. We cannot afford to provoke him. If anything were to go awry, the consequences would be beyond your capacity to bear." All right. Frankie pouted, casting a reluctant glance at Icebarge. "Do you think I'm foolish? I'm not brainless enough to antagonize someone of his stature. Rest assured. My curiosity about Ronan is merely innocent. Just think about it. He's around our age, barely a teenager. Yet he's already made such a name for himself that even the celestial dragons dare not provoke him. I must warn you." Upon hearing Frankie's words, Icebarge became instantly anxious and cautioned him, "You absolutely cannot mention this in front of him. The world government has issued a new bounty, 100 billion berries. Ronan is likely quite incensed by this, and we must not give him the impression that we are reveling in his misfortune." "How could that be?" Frankie exclaimed, his eyes widening. "A bounty of 100 billion berries, isn't that something any pirate would take pride in? While it is true that most pirates boast of their high bounties, we cannot assume that Ronan is like the rest. He is a different breed of pirate." Icebarge stated gravely, "We should exercise caution." Oh. Frankie nodded repeatedly, his eyes darting around as if he were absorbing the gravity of the situation. Observing him, Icebarge shook his head in resignation, yet he remained close by, confident that he could keep Frankie in check. After a thorough tour, Ronan could not deny that Tom's Shipyard, as the most renowned shipbuilding center in Water City, one of the grandest metropolises of the Grand Line, exhibited extraordinary craftsmanship. The shipbuilding techniques here seemed to reach the pinnacle of human achievement, likely rivaling even the finest shipyards under the world government. Following the tour, the group settled into a reception room to commence the main discussion. "Mr. Ronan, may I inquire what brings you to our shipyard?" Tom asked after having tea served to Ronan. "If there is anything we can assist you with, please do not hesitate to express it. We shall strive to fulfill your requests." Aha. After taking a sip of water, Ronan smiled slightly and spoke, "I believe Mr. Tom can guess that my visit today is indeed related to shipbuilding. My vessel suffered damage previously, and although it was repaired on Gaia Island, the giant wave is still lacking for its voyage on the Grand Line. Therefore, I wish to construct a new ship, and I hope Mr. Tom can provide some assistance." "Absolutely." Upon hearing Ronan's words, Tom waved his hand decisively, immediately agreeing with a smile. After all, this was business, and a lucrative one at that. The individual before him was Ronan, a figure of considerable stature. The vessel he intended to create would undoubtedly not be an ordinary ship, but rather a flagship worthy of a grand pirate crew. The construction of such a ship would surely exceed hundreds of millions of berries, and after deducting various costs, Tom could still profit by millions. "Mr. Tom, do not agree so hastily. The ship I wish to build is far from ordinary." Ronan paused, fixing his gaze intently on Tom, and spoke in a low tone, "Surely you have heard of one of the three ancient weapons, the Pluton?" "What?" Chapter 104. Do you possess the Pluton blueprints? Tom was taken aback. He abruptly stood up, staring at Ronan, his eyes filled with astonishment. What did the other party just say? He claimed he wanted to build the Pluton, one of the three ancient weapons? Were it anyone else making such a statement, he would dismiss them without a second thought. But who sat before him now? It was Ronan, the one known as the son of the devil, the very same individual who had just slain 4 celestial dragons in Water City, prompting the world government to escalate his bounty to a staggering 10 billion berries. This man had the audacity to declare his intent to construct the Pluton. How could Tom not be astonished? After the initial shock, Tom felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that Ronan had discovered he possessed the blueprints for the Pluton? Impossible. This had been a closely guarded secret. Few in the world were aware of this matter, not even his disciples beside him, who remained oblivious. Although he would not keep this secret indefinitely, he intended to share it only in his final moments with his most trusted and loyal pupils. Yet here was Ronan, claiming he wished to build the Pluton right now, which inevitably led Tom to suspect that his secret had been uncovered. Indeed, Ronan observed the astonished expression on his counterpart's face and could not help but smile slightly, aware that the other party must have perceived that he possessed the secret of the Underworld King's blueprint. Tom took a deep breath, glancing at the side where his apprentices wore expressions of shock, yet were keenly eager to listen, for this was a revelation concerning ancient weaponry. The secret of the Underworld King, one of the 3 legendary ancient weapons, was undoubtedly a coveted dream for any shipwright. As Tom's esteemed disciples, they were no exception. All of you, please step outside. I wish to have a thorough conversation with Mr. Ronan, Tom suddenly declared in a grave tone to Espagu and Frankie. Huh? The others were momentarily taken aback, dazed by the unexpected dismissal. Frankie leaped up with urgency. Sir, we also wish to hear what Mr. Ronan has to say. The Underworld King. Mr. Ronan, do you possess information regarding the blueprint? Or have you already acquired it? Without the blueprint, one cannot construct such a legendary vessel. Chuckling. Ronan smiled at Frankie's inquiries but chose not to respond. Frankie refrained from speaking out of turn. Espagu promptly interjected, aiming to prevent Frankie from inciting Ronan's ire. All right, Espagu, take Frankie and the others downstairs. I wish to converse with Mr. Ronan in earnest. The matters we discuss henceforth are not suitable for your ears. Remember, do not let the information shared by Mr. Ronan escape your lips, or else I shall not spare you. With that, Tom's expression turned serious as he regarded the group. Rest assured, sir, we will keep our silence. Espagu replied with equal gravity. Indeed, such sensational news must not be disseminated carelessly. While Ronan himself might not fear the implications of the information being revealed, the apprentices could not afford to let outsiders believe they possessed the Underworld King's blueprint, as it would surely attract a horde of ravenous wolves seeking to exploit the situation. As the apprentices exited under Espagu's guidance, Tom exhaled in relief. His concerns mirrored those of Espagu. This was precisely why he had kept the secret. They lacked the means to safeguard the Underworld King's blueprint and feared it might incite calamity. Thus, concealing such information was imperative, as revealing it could lead to disastrous consequences. Potentially turning the Underworld King they sought to sell into a scythe of retribution against themselves. Mr. Ronan. Tom gradually seated himself, his expression serious as he gazed intently at Ronan. I am curious to know what you meant by your earlier statements. He wished to probe further, testing whether the other truly understood that he possessed the blueprint. Ronan lightly tapped the sofa and calmly stated, I possess a blueprint for the underworld, and I hope Mr. Tom can assist me in constructing it. By revealing his possession of the blueprint, Ronan ensured that Tom would find it difficult to refuse. Had Ronan opted to use Tom's designs instead, even at the risk of disclosing sensitive information, Tom might have been less inclined to cooperate, potentially leading to an impasse detrimental to both parties. Given that Ronan already held the blueprint, there was no need to leverage Tom's secret against him. Thus, Ronan effortlessly produced the underworld blueprint and handed it directly to Tom. Tom's heart skipped a beat as he hastily accepted the document, and upon inspecting it, he was taken aback. This was indeed authentic. The blueprint was unmistakably for the underworld. Tom gazed at it with a complex expression, noting its striking resemblance to his own collection of underworld schematics, albeit more detailed and on a different type of paper. Had it not been for the differences, he might have suspected that Ronan had pilfered his design. It was clear that Ronan had come thoroughly prepared. To his astonishment, Ronan possessed the blueprint for the underworld, one of the 3 legendary weapons of antiquity. Tom slowly remarked, grappling with whether to agree to construct the vessel. Given his expertise and the capabilities of Tom's shipyard, he was indeed capable of building the underworld. However, he was apprehensive that if he assisted Ronan in crafting the vessel, the news would inevitably leak, equating his involvement with the revelation of Ronan's possession of the blueprint. As Tom pondered, Ronan smiled and inquired, Mr. Tom, are you reluctant to help me build the ship? The blueprint is provided by me. You need only follow it. Or do you harbor other concerns? Feel free to voice them. We can deliberate together. Hearing Ronan's gentle words, Tom recognized the courtesy extended to him. The opportunity to examine such a priceless artifact was extraordinary. After all, this was the blueprint for the underworld, one of the 3 ancient weapons. Had he not possessed a similar design, any other shipwright would have been elated and readily agreed. Now, if he were to decline, it might raise suspicions among others. Every shipwright dreams of crafting one of the 3 legendary weapons, and here was Tom, hesitating after encountering the blueprint. Turning down such a monumental opportunity would surely provoke questions regarding his judgment. Tom let out a wry smile, realizing he had been maneuvered by Ronan. Having seen the blueprint, he could no longer refuse. Chapter 105, The Agreement. Ronan's magnanimity. Yet, he bore no resentment towards Ronan. As the most renowned shipwright in the City of Water, it was only natural for Ronan to seek his services for such a legendary vessel. It would be illogical for him to dismiss such a lucrative opportunity. Mr. Ronan. After a moment of contemplation, Tom took a deep breath and fixed a serious gaze upon Ronan. I indeed possess the capability to construct the underworld, and our shipyard is equipped to undertake such an order. However, upon completion, there may be significant risks posed to both our shipyard and myself. I would like to know if you could assist me in addressing these concerns. So, it turned out that Mr. Tom was apprehensive about this aspect. Ronan smiled gently and said, "Should Mr. Tom be willing, I would be delighted to extend an invitation for you to join my pirate crew. In that case, your shipyard shall naturally fall under my protection, and as long as I draw breath, it is unlikely that anyone would dare to lay a hand on your esteemed shipyard." Ronan's formidable words sent a shiver through Tom's soul. Indeed, with Ronan's current might and his audacity to stand against the world government single-handedly, it is likely that those pirate crews would hesitate to provoke him. The smaller pirate crews lack the courage to challenge Ronan, while the larger ones are equally disinclined to establish him as a formidable adversary. "Mr. Tom," Ronan continued, "it is evident that those pirate crews would not dare to provoke me, nor would other factions possess such audacity. Should they wish to acquire the Poseidon, their sole option would be to seek my collaboration. Under my protection, your shipyard would become the only establishment in the world capable of constructing the Poseidon. At that juncture, the prospect of profit would be effortlessly attainable." Indeed, Tom had to concede that Ronan's assertions held substantial merit. In the absence of forceful seizure, these factions could only resort to collaborating with Ronan, thus becoming the exclusive channel for procuring the Poseidon. Once they possessed the Poseidon, any faction would wield a formidable weapon capable of obliterating small islands, a tantalizing temptation that no entity could resist. However, Tom hesitated, expressing, "While those pirate crews and ordinary factions may not dare to challenge you, what about the world government?" Indeed, those pirate crews and underground factions, even the great nations, would not dare to confront Ronan. Yet, the world government? The world government would harbor no trepidation towards you, Ronan, particularly now that relations between you and them have reached a critical breaking point. The world government has escalated your bounty to a staggering 1 billion berries. They would never permit you to possess such a devastating weapon, one capable of undermining the very foundations of the celestial dragon's rule. The world government? Ronan reined in his smile, gradually rising to his feet with his hands clasped behind his back. With an expression devoid of emotion, he spoke, "I shall handle matters with the world government. Rest assured. I will not allow your Tom's shipyard to become collateral damage. The construction of the Pluton cannot be hastily accomplished. Such a formidable weapon cannot be completed in a mere 10 days or half a month. During this time, I shall establish my residence in Water City. If the world government dares to provoke me, I shall retaliate fiercely, ensuring they are thoroughly repelled. Should they push me to my limits, I would not hesitate to march upon Mary Geos, and then we shall see if the world government dares to continue their provocations." Witnessing Ronan's unparalleled aura, Tom felt a tremor of awe, simultaneously reflecting on the fact that this mere child, scarcely more than a teenager, was indeed an entity that instilled profound dread in the world government. His words exuded authority, dismissing the world government with utter contempt. However, since Ronan showed no fear of the world government and was willing to offer protection, Tom pondered the prospect of accepting this singular business venture. Previously, he had refrained from utilizing the blueprints due to the perilous circumstances surrounding him, fearing for his own safety and that of others. Now, with Ronan's endorsement, he felt emboldened. "Very well, since you, Mr. Ronan, have spoken thus, I shall accept this deal," Tom declared as he rose, gesturing grandly in agreement. "Yet," he continued, "however, Mr. Ronan, regarding joining your fleet, I am now of an age where I may no longer be able to accompany you on the seas. If possible, I would like to send my disciple to join your crew. What do you think?" Ronan waved his hand and said, "Mr. Tom, what I value is your capabilities. In truth, after you join my team, there is no need for you to accompany us on our travels. You can remain in the City of Water. As for dispatching disciples to join us, that matter can be set aside for now. Although Frankie and Iceberg possess immense potential, Ronan is reluctant to have them join his crew. His team consists solely of delicate individuals, and he sees no advantage in adding a brawny man to their ranks. Even Tom, he does not intend to have him travel with the fleet. It would suffice for him to stay in the City of Water to oversee shipbuilding tasks." Upon observing Ronan's demeanor, Tom understood that his own underperforming disciples were of no interest to Ronan, and that he himself was the only one who garnered any regard. However, Tom suddenly recalled something. It seemed that aside from Ronan himself, all the members of his ship were women. With this thought, Tom's expression shifted as he said, "Mr. Ronan, I have a female disciple who is exceptionally skilled in shipbuilding. She simply did not come to the shipyard today. I wonder if I might recommend her for your crew?" "Ha, my disciple is quite beautiful." Ronan was taken aback, casting a perplexed glance at Tom. He never anticipated that such a seemingly serious man could exhibit such levity. What does this imply? Is he suggesting to enroll his female disciple into his fleet, under the pretense of her beauty? Coughing lightly, he mused, "Well, if that is the case, I might consider assessing the situation." If the shipwright's skills are indeed exceptional, it may warrant further contemplation. Ronan spoke with utmost seriousness, seemingly making his decision based solely on the impressive skills of the shipwright. Tom burst into laughter and replied, "Very well. I shall have someone notify her to meet you shortly. No rush, let her come to the hotel where I reside tomorrow. We must also assess our new crew members." Ronan, maintaining his earnest demeanor, then shifted the topic, inquiring, "Let us discuss the construction of the underworld. Crafting such a vessel undoubtedly entails significant expense, does it not?" Although Tom had grown considerably closer to Ronan's pirate crew, he could hardly expect them to construct a ship for free, especially one as grand as the underworld. It was evident that substantial cost would be involved. After all, they were not his subservients, and it was unreasonable to expect them to shoulder the expenses themselves. "Well, I just estimated that constructing the underworld will require a plethora of exceedingly rare materials. The selection of the keel must be approached with great caution. It necessitates the finest timber in the world, preferably the most precious atom tree. All other materials must also be of the highest caliber. Otherwise, the true potential of the underworld cannot be realized," Tom stated solemnly. "Agreed." Upon hearing this, Ronan waved his hand grandly and declared, "My vessel shall undoubtedly be constructed from the finest materials. Feel free to procure whatever is necessary without concern for expenses. By the way, what would be the total cost for such a fully equipped vessel of unparalleled quality?" In Chapter 106, Signing in at the City of Water, the Thunderfruit has arrived. To create a complete ship of exceptional caliber, it is imperative to include an energy system, a primary cannon, an armory, and an ample number of living quarters. Additionally, amenities such as a swimming pool, a library, a bathroom, a gymnasium, storage rooms, and even a garden must be incorporated, resulting in a vessel of considerable magnitude. The estimated total expenditure for this undertaking would be around 2 billion berries. And that figure reflects only the cost of materials. As Tom spoke, his expression grew somber. Constructing such a ship would necessitate a financial investment beyond his means. Even if he were to sell the entire Tom shipyard, it would ultimately require Ronan to devise a solution, as Tom's role would be limited to procuring materials and related supplies. Furthermore, even the energy system would require Ronan's personal involvement. The energy system's potency is intrinsically linked to the main cannon's capabilities. The energy source for the vessel, known as the Underworld, is a synthetic energy stone developed during humanity's pinnacle of technological advancement. Presently, synthesizing such a stone is exceedingly challenging, with the likelihood that only the world government possesses the means to do so. Tom conveyed this information to Ronan. Ronan fell into deep contemplation and then spoke. "Is it possible to switch to a different energy source? For instance, could we harness the energy produced by devil fruits?" He recalled the original work, specifically Enel's Arc Maxim, which utilized the power of the rumble fruit to generate electricity, enabling it to soar through the skies with formidable energy. This power could undoubtedly supply the main cannon, potentially enhancing its might even further. Could we substitute it with the energy from devil fruits? Tom was momentarily taken aback. Could such a method truly exist? Upon reflection, he realized it was indeed plausible. Utilizing Logia-type fruits for energy could work, whether they were fire-based or thunder-based. And there were even some unique fruits that could serve as energy sources. Nevertheless, it remained clear that Ronan would need to tackle this challenge. "I will find a solution to this issue." Ronan remarked, however, "The cost of 2 billion is indeed exceedingly high. Thus, I shall bring you 600 million berries tomorrow for initial use. By the way, how long will it take to complete the construction of the entire ship?" Tom responded, "The creation of the King of the Underworld is quite arduous. It will take approximately a year, provided that we have sufficient materials, funds, and personnel, should any unforeseen delays arise. I cannot guarantee the time frame." "Very well, I will address the financial aspect, while you manage the materials," Ronan stated, turning to Tom. "Rest assured, Mr. Tom, I will not allow you to labor without profit, beyond the 2 billion berries for the construction cost. I shall also provide you with an additional 500 million berries as wages. This should suffice for you and the entire shipyard's earnings for a year dedicated to building the King of the Underworld, correct?" "Indeed, that is more than sufficient." Tom's face lit up at the mention of 500 million berries. Previously, he had only earned a little over 10 million berries in a year, with substantial profits coming only when prominent pirates commissioned flagship constructions. Now, with Ronan's offer, he was guaranteed an income that would sustain the shipyard for over a decade. This was undoubtedly a monumental order. After finalizing their agreement, Ronan departed, leaving the blueprints for the King of the Underworld behind. He was unconcerned that Tom might take the plans and neglect the project. Once the funds were delivered tomorrow, they could commence the preliminary procurement of materials. The king of the underworld was not a mere vessel. It was akin to a colossal aircraft carrier from a past life, requiring a vast array of materials, many of which were exceedingly rare and precious. Just the segment of Adam, the mystical tree serving as the keel, would demand approximately 1 billion berries for procurement. Other materials were similarly costly, and the energy system posed a significant challenge. However, Ronan intended to devise a solution for the energy system himself, as he had yet to sign in upon arriving at Water City. During his previous encounter with Enel, he had contemplated the possibility of acquiring the Rumble fruit after defeating him, much like he had gained the Float fruit after vanquishing the Golden Lion. The likelihood seemed promising. With this thought in mind, Ronan boarded the unique transportation of Water City, the Blue, and made his way toward his hotel while reaching out to the sign-in system in his mind. System, I wish to sign in for the entirety of Water City. To ensure he obtained the finest rewards, he resolved to sign in comprehensively, to avoid any potential oversights. By the way, system, regarding my previous inquiry, after defeating the Golden Lion, I signed in and received the Float fruit. Now that I've defeated Enel, I should be able to acquire the Rumble fruit with this sign-in, correct? Ronan questioned. The chance of obtaining the devil fruit from an entity you have slain during sign-in is significantly high, the system replied. And what is that probability? Ronan inquired once more. The probability ranges from 60 to 80%. As you are signing in for the entirety of Water City, there is a substantial likelihood that you will acquire the Rumble fruit. The system affirmed. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Ronan beamed with delight. He felt fortunate and believed that he had a strong chance of obtaining the Rumble fruit, which he could utilize as the energy source for the king of the underworld. The question remained, whom would he grant the Rumble fruit to? Before Ronan could even grasp the fruit, he found himself in a quandary. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in at Water City and received the reward, the Thunder fruit. The system's voice resonated, bringing a smile to Ronan's face. Indeed, he had truly obtained the Thunder fruit through his sign-in. Quite splendid. As for whom to bestow this fruit upon, that could be deliberated later. After all, there remains a year until the creation of the Underworld King, so there is ample time. After securing the Thunder fruit, Ronan cheerfully stored it in his storage ring. He then returned to his hotel, feeling quite elated, and withdrew 600 million berries. Instead of waiting until the morrow to deliver the funds, he decided to send the money immediately, for acquiring materials sooner would be advantageous. The messenger was an official from Water City. Upon receiving the money, Tom placed a call to inform Ronan. Pondering internally, Ronan is quite audacious, entrusting such a substantial sum to a single individual. Is he not concerned about being waylaid en route? Ronan exhibits a remarkable fearlessness, with his current mastery of